aircraft is using the air to get to its destination.
And winds go in all directions,
the
correct?
step that you keep avoiding every fucking time you explain this thing. The aircraft is in the air and the air is moving. You have to use the air to get where you're going because it's a fucking aircraft.
Right, but the aircraft can go against the air that you're not calling wind, that you say is moving the plane in a separate vector than its southward direction.
No, he's not going to get what you're saying because he does. That's not how he characterizes it.
No, it's not about me getting it. It's about you can't explain if you're flying west-southwest towards the equator, how are you being moved eastward 500 miles per hour faster as you're moving west-southwest? You can't bank east.
Here's another example that maybe you can get. If you're in a submarine and you're going south and the water current is increasing as you go south, you change direction because you're in the fluid that's moving. Because the current is moving, you move with it unless you change the power output that you're putting out. Same with the aircraft. If the air you're going into is moving in a different direction, you go with it unless you decide to change your vector.
Right. So if you have that example, which is a non sequitur, but let me just entertain it for a minute. Now, if that submarine, right, had to land, right, had to touch down on the bottom of the water, right, where the ground is, right, and the fluid of this flow that you say is moving eastward in one direction is still moving the submarine sideways as it's trying to land on the bottom of that surface, it would be moving the submarine sideways at a certain speed, right? That's not in lockstep according to fluid dynamics. And it's trying to then be stationary. It would skid across the bottom of the ocean the same way because it's being pushed by that fluid.
You would adjust the attitude of your vessel to counteract that cross current to hit your spot.
Yeah,
it's a cross current.
Yeah, don't make it more complicated than it needs to be. If the fluid is moving at the same rate on average as the surface that's underneath of it, then you don't need to make any corrections. The air on Earth is on average, even though wind exists, on average, the air moves at the same angular rate as the surface of the Earth. Again, on average.
Just listen to the caveats that you have to add.
Wind does not exist. I'm never going to say that wind does not exist, but I will say that on average, the air has the same angular rate as the surface of the Earth.
So you're saying on average as a way of like making it sound plausible, but it doesn't matter even if it was slightly off. Yes, it is. Because you're saying on average, you're saying on average, all the wind moves eastward. Is that what you're saying?
Well, what's the maximum that's off by? And what's the amount that they would not fly a plane through?
Regardless, it's not regardless.
It's not regardless.
No, regardless, I was saying on top of that, even if all the wind was moving eastward on average, somehow in your calculations that the plane would be moving on average with the Earth, even though it's not a lockstep, but we have to think of it as a lockstep because of this average caveat that you're adding. If it's flying against the spin, if it's flying against that flow of the water, how is it landing on a surface on the bottom of that water? How is it landing on a stationary surface if the wind is moving it backwards?
I'll answer the question.
Did they ever explain to you how
the wind is not moving it backwards?
It would have to.
The air.
Did they ever explain how this
very
plane
carefully? Because I'm going to only explain this one more time. The air, on average, has the same angular rate as the surface of the Earth. The only thing that the aircraft uses to get where it's going is the air. So if the air is moving at the same angular rate as the surface on average, there doesn't need to be much correction to do because you need to use the air to get where you're going. It's an aircraft.
But there would be some corrections needed, right?
The air is going at the same rate as the surface. You don't have to correct for that because you're using it to get where you're going.
Okay, cool. So did they ever explain how the plane gains the 500 miles an hour tangential speed?
Yeah,
as you travel south, the air at any given point is slowly gaining that 500 miles an hour.
How does the plane? How does the plane?
I mean, I think maybe what they're saying in a sense is that the air in the north, wherever you were talking about it flying, at the 500, the air is moving faster at the equator, slowly in the whole spectrum from north to south. And so they're just saying that the air slowly making you pick up the speed.
Yes.
Yeah. Pretty
But
much.
if it's flying west-southwest, then it's going against that air, whatever you want to call it.
So you're saying the mechanism is.
There is a difference.
We're just trying to think.
Go on, you carry on. Sorry. Go on.
We're just trying to figure out what the mechanism is for why the plane gains its tangential speed. Are you saying the plane is going at 500, it moves into an area that goes where the air is going 501? The plane moves into that area. Now the plane's going 501. That's the mechanism.
Exactly. It's like swimming across.
Okay, that's what I tried explaining. Okay, we got it. That's what
You're swimming across a river between two jetties. Yeah, you set up at one side. There's a current. Yeah, as you get to the middle, there's a change in the depth of the water and the current changes. Then you move on a bit further and the current changes again. Yeah,
okay.
you would always swim. If you're swimming blind, you'd set off one side and clearly you wouldn't get to the other current because you think, okay, here I am at the start, aim myself in the direction, close my eyes and swim. You'll end up on the riverbank, 100 feet downstream. Yeah, you will not get there because if you imagine you swim in a solid single ballistic vector, you won't get there because that slow drift will take you off. If you if you are looking at the jetty all the time, as you go through each current, you start progressively swimming a little bit upstream as you go across. You change the vector, so you keep going forward and compensating for the drift. Yeah. Now in a plane, you are continuously compensating for crosswinds because all you're doing is you're saying, here's my ground position. My ground position's the vector between corresponding ground positions seems to be moving off. My bearing moves off, so I slightly trim the plane. These are tiny little moot shifts here. We're not talking. No one's spilling their drinks in first class because of this. Yeah.
It doesn't work.
So new perspective. Are we cool? That's how the globe mechanism for how it gains its speed.
So you accept that mechanism? I thought you were trying to force them to actually name the mechanism rather than just saying, "Oh, the air magically makes it in the same tangential velocity." You still think that works?
It's not magic, no. It's not magic, though. If I put something into a medium,
then Jeremy, you tell me. What's the mechanism?
If I put something, this isn't magical. If I put something into a medium that's moving at a speed, that thing is now moving with the medium.
Right, but you're talking about wind.
Not automatically.
Any fluid.
Right?
It's not automatic, but by virtue of it
now
being
we know.
medium,
Right, we know the fluid dynamics. It's already not in lockstep, so you're already in trouble.
Yeah, but I asked you a question. You never answer any of my questions. You just say something different. I'll answer the question I asked you, which is on average, on any given day, not on average, on average it's 0, but on any given day, the wind locally is 10, 15 miles per hour on the surface, and a plane's not going to fly through a hurricane. So we know the maximum and the minimum and the daily air. And it's in all directions on average. So on average, it is 0. And it's when people say it's in lockstep, except for the wind, they just mean that the 500 miles per hour tangential velocity, which is much greater than 15 miles per hour, if the air is doing just about the same thing as the rotation of the Earth, then we can call it. We can forget about the fact that there's 15 mile per hour wind. We don't have to think about that as a like an extra issue or something like that.
It is an extra issue. It would be an extra issue, and you're saying it's not an extra issue because on average somehow the air moves with the Earth, even though it's not in lockstep.
I'm saying it's not an issue because if you're flying from the North Pole to the equator, then when you get to the equator, you're going to have the 1,000 miles per hour eastward Earth, unless there's wind. And oh no, if there's wind, what's going to happen? You're going to add 15 or take away 15 or some something less than that, depending on the direction of the wind. But you're going to have to add that or subtract that from the 1,000 miles per hour, which is obviously what we're talking about. Is that much bigger difference? The amount that you would subtract or add to that is negligible. It's not worth.
Well, if you were taking out that 5, like say if you were able to be transported like automatically without the gradual flight there. If you were to be transported from the 500 mile per hour latitude to 1,000 miles per hour latitude, the ground would be moving faster tangentially than the plane, correct?
Yeah.
And you'd be out of sync, right?
Yeah, if you didn't
Me
use
too.
the air
That's
to
right.
get there.
Right. So you're saying that you have to have faith in the air moving the plane perfectly no matter what every single time, even though the atmosphere is not in perfect lockstep anyway. But you have to have faith that the air is going to move the plane in a separate vector than it's flying in, so that it can always treat the landing as stationary.
Yeah,
First,
yeah.
no,
Let me just
hold on
tag
a
on to
second.
that.
Hold
Well, let me
on.
tag on to that because what air? Okay, so when you have air that can blow the airplane to the left, to the right, like air is separate from the ground and from the atmosphere. Air is doing its thing. So yeah, like if you're in an airplane, like Wade Pazza was saying, if you have that, the air is the thing that's slowly kind of pushing you in the, you know, in the faster speed. I understand that concept, but what is delineating that air that does that versus the other air that's coming to the left, to the right, blowing you all over the place? Like, is there two levels of air? There's one air that's just doing that.
Yeah, exactly.
No. There's two dynamics in the air. There's the dynamic of the air, how it's working with respect to the ground. If there's no localized changes in the air pressures, which causes wind, and then there's the wind component, which you experience locally.
You'd love to be able to have them be separate things, right? But
Not
then you're
separate
saying they're the
things.
same thing.
No, they're not. I didn't say they were separate things. I said there are two manifest reasons why two manifest reasons why you have this change in the speed of the air.
They're two
They're
things,
not.
but they're not separate.
They're two things that are combined. As far as you're concerned, if you're in a plane and your move and your ground position vector shows that you're not flying in the line you think you are, it can either be because of this effect or it can be as a consequence of the wind. Now, the actual effect of you changing, going from north to south, is largely taken out by the fact that you're moving into slowly transitioning currents of air as you go north to south.
Yeah,
The
because
wind or the crosswind, the wind or the crosswind is a consequence of meteorological phenomena that's occurring at any given point locally all around it, and are moving in all directions.
totally unpredictable too, right? Like you wouldn't be taking off in a plane and saying, "I know that the wind's going to move my plane eastward at this amount, so then I'll be able to land on a stationary runway." They don't have to worry about that. They just assume that the air that's not a wind, that's separate but not separate, that's not in lockstep but is in lockstep. You don't understand all the contradictions? They don't ever depend on the air moving the plane into the new tangential velocity. If they did, they'd be fucked.
It's not a
No. You're
contradiction to say that
mischaracterizing
they are
it
correcting
completely.
for the air that they encounter. They have a ground track that they're following. The air doesn't have enough of a deviation from the angular velocity of the surface of the Earth in order to cause you to be wildly off that track. So they follow that track. This is not difficult. This is not fucking.
So if they got off course, there's a chance they could be out of sync with the Earth?
They follow a ground track. They have to hit their waypoint.
If they don't hit the ground point, then they'll be out of sync with the Earth. There's a chance that the path that they take, like maybe they lost their controls, or they, some dumb pilot gets off tracks, and now he's got to worry about how fast the Earth is moving compared to his plane.
That doesn't happen because they're following waypoints. They're already pre-programmed in. They have coordinates all of the time at every location over the surface of the Earth. They are always going to follow that ground track.
No, you can't just say it doesn't happen. I'm saying if it happens, then what?
When does it happen?
It doesn't work anyway. But I'll beg the question with you. Even if it did work, that the path somehow made them in that same tangential velocity, then how is it that if the plane gets off track, that he's not worried about the tangential velocity being different?
Because he's just trying to find his ground track. That's it.
Just trying to find his ground track?
Yeah.
You don't understand the contradiction.
You can laugh at what pilots
You don't get that it doesn't work. You really don't get it. Or you do get it, and you're just trying to cover up.
What pilots do is not what you think they do. That's ignorance on your part.
What is it that a pilot does that I think they do?
What pilots
fly across the ground
is follow the ground.
Fly across the ground, right? If the ground was moving, it'd be a totally different situation, right?
You can laugh at the concept of them doing that, but that's ignorance on your part.
Well, we have left lane here. He's never trained to correct for any kind of ground movement.
He follows the ground track, right? Left lane.
Yeah, but if he gets off track, then he's going to be fucked. Is that what you're saying? Like a pilot that gets off track is going to be out of sync.
Correct. He corrects his trim and his direction.
Yeah, well, I'm saying if he doesn't correct, right, then he has to worry about the ground moving faster tangentially than the plane, right?
No, because he's in the air. It's an aircraft, for fuck's sake. Again, he's using the air, because it is an aircraft, to get to where he's going.
Yeah. And the air's not in lockstep, so it doesn't matter.
On average, air across the surface of the Earth does have the same angular rate as the surface of the Earth.
But we know winds go in all directions, so that contradicts that.
It
No, it
doesn't
doesn't.
No
contradict.
contradiction.
That's why I said on average. It's not a contradiction if you specify.
You're separating them. You don't realize your conflation. You're separating them, saying they're two different things. The air is going to be moving it different than the winds, and you're saying they're the same thing because it would be just as much as like a crosswind. The Earth moving would be so little compared to the crosswinds that they don't have to worry about the Earth moving, even though it's 500 miles per hour faster at the destination they have to get to in a separate vector that they're not even trained to correct for, and the plane's not made to fly or move in.
How long does it take to
The
fly
plane
from
is
the North
definitely
Pole?
made to use the air to get to its destination. The air is what's changing the velocity on its way there. I'll finish what I'm saying. The aircraft is definitely made to go in the air. The air is definitely having a different tangential velocity by the time you get to your destination. That all is true. You can say that planes are not made to do this. That's bullshit on your part.
I'm talking about the planes are made to fly through the air. I obviously agree with that. But if the ground is moving, the ground is moving faster than your original tangential velocity, that'd be another factor to deal with that they never have to take into account.
Well,
If
how long
the
does it
air
take
is
to?
getting a new tangential velocity by the time you get to your destination, then the aircraft only has to follow that air.
Yeah, it has to pick up. It has to bank east is usually your response, right? It has to bank east to correct for the path, so it stays on the path like the train track would be below it, right?
Oh, for fuck's sake.
How long does it take to fly from the north? How long would it take a modern plane to fly from the equator to from the North Pole to the equator?
About 20 hours.
How many hours?
About 20 hours.
So imagine that this tangential crosswind you're talking about, which is 1,000 miles an hour, is picked up slowly accumulated all the way along. Yeah, in your narrative, okay. What speed of crosswind is it continuously experiencing in that respect?
Well, it depends on which way the wind's going.
No, again, you mentioned we were talking about going north from the North Pole to the equator, and how long that flight would take. Yeah.
Yeah,
At the
20
North
hours.
Pole there is zero tangential speed. At the
Yeah.
equator, there's 1,000 miles an hour. What's the rate in which it picks up this tangential speed in your estimation?
Well, that's the thing, is that it would have to pick up a eastward vector speed, right? Regardless of how fast it's flying forward and banking east or banking west to get to where it's going or whatever you want to say, there's an eastward then in the background idea that they never have any gauge in the cockpit of knowing that they're going to be moving tangentially with the Earth eastward in a different vector than their forward vector, somehow magically keeping up with the Earth and then gaining 500 miles per hour or 1,000 miles an hour eastward, and then slowing down to land at 100 miles an hour, but then still moving eastward 1,000 miles an hour with the Earth so that it can treat the runway as stationary. You don't get that there's two vectors there that you have to account for.
You're missing the point I'm making. Over 20 hours, the air is changing its tangential speed from zero that the plane is in to 1,000 miles an hour. We agree on that, don't we?
No. Well, if you're saying that the air is moving with the Earth and it would be zero and you wouldn't even realize that there is air moving with the Earth, then you can think of it that way, but that's not the way it works.
No. Again, you're not. Look, focus on what we're talking about
We
here.
have crosswinds in all directions. So what's the difference between the air moving and the wind? You have to make that.
I get the feeling you're being deliberately obstructive now. I'm asking you a specific question, and you're going somewhere else.
Go ahead.
Do we agree there's 1,000 miles an hour of tangential wind, tangential motion at the equator?
Tangential motion at you mean the ground or the wind?
But if the wind, let's take it that because there isn't a continuous 1,000 mile an hour wind at the equator, that the wind at the equator, the atmosphere at the equator is in lockstep with the ground. Do we agree that?
No, it's not in lockstep. We already agreed on that.
Right. We're taking out winds, which are variance. Okay. By and large, the atmosphere above the equator is in lockstep with the equator.
See, you have to use these caveats, like by and large and on average. It doesn't matter.
Well,
It's either
then
in
you're
lockstep
wasting,
or it's not.
your time. You're wasting your time.
Well,
If you're not
no,
moving,
you agree that it's
can't
either in lockstep or it's not, right? There's a difference between lockstep and not in lockstep, right?
if I'm at the equator, most of the sky above me is in lockstep with me. The clouds are roughly in lockstep with me. They're moving with wind currents, yeah, but I'm not
Roughly.
blown across the surface at 1,000 miles an hour, am I? Do we agree on that?
Right, because the Earth isn't
Right.
moving.
Oh, okay, so I didn't ask you that. I said, are they in lockstep with you? It doesn't matter whether you're stationary or non-stationary. Is there overall gross velocity differential between the air around you and the land?
Well, if it was moving,
Oh,
we would have to
I'm done.
assume.
I'm
If it was
done. I'm
moving, we'd
done.
have to assume, right, that
No, we
that's the way
don't.
it
No,
works.
we don't.
I'm with
I
you
asked you
there.
again. I'm
I'm
asking
with
you a
you
very.
there. If it was moving and it seems
No, not if.
stationary, but it was moving, it would have to be in perfect lockstep, but it's not in perfect lockstep, so that's how we know it's not moving.
No. You could be stationary in lockstep with something else. You're not listening to what I'm saying. I could be in lockstep with something else and be still. Yeah, because the inference is that the other thing is still. Do you understand that?
I understand that if it was moving, you would have to think of it that way.
Oh God. Well, I'm done. I'm done.
What do you mean
Listen,
you're done?
the
You're totally
his
contradicting
question,
yourself. That's why you're done?
he's asking you about a basic physics principle. He's not asking you about the Earth in this situation. He's just asking you you can be in lockstep with something, and be moving otherwise. That's what you're saying, right, Joseph? Or Pezzo, sorry.
You could be in lockstep and not moving. I can be in lockstep with my seat. Neither of us are moving.
Sure. Okay, I'll get you
Right.
there. Continue.
Okay. So what you're saying is that in our model, right, in the globe model, so to speak, okay, right, yeah, and it is moving. Let's suppose we're talking about this model, yeah, that we're trying to just dissect now, okay, yeah. They're proposing that the air overall is in lockstep with the ground at the equator.
Right. And why do you have to say overall rather than saying lockstep?
Because if you're going to be in nuance like wind, it's clearly if there's a general 20-mile-an-hour wind that day, then it's not in lockstep. There's a 20-mile-an-hour differential from lockstep, isn't there? That's what a wind is. A wind is experienced referentially at a given point.
So you're saying the wind and the atmosphere moving are the same thing?
No, and I'm not saying that. I don't know why you're doing this.
Well, you're saying the
there's
wind is going to make it not in lockstep, but you're saying that because it's not in lockstep because
Yeah.
the wind's moving in the opposite direction, right?
No, you're bringing in the wind. I'm saying let's imagine there's a day where it's calm. There's no wind.
Uh-huh.
Okay? At the equator.
Yeah.
In the model they're proposing, the air overall, the atmosphere around you as you stand on the ground is in lockstep with you, and it's moving. If they're saying the ground is moving tangentially at 1,000 miles an hour, that would infer that the air is moving 1,000 miles an hour as well. Yeah.
Right. So you would have you would have no westward winds then because the air is moving in one direction with the Earth, and you can't tell because it's so still.
Exactly. Right now,
I
they're supposing you're at the North Pole, and it's the same situation. There's no meteorological phenomena which are causing wind. Therefore, at the North Pole, in the model they propose, there is no tangential speed.
Yeah, zero, right?
Let's supposing there's no wind for that. This is a ridiculous scenario because it doesn't actually exist because there's wind all the time in various places. But let's suppose you take off on a plane. You take off on a plane, you fly 20 hours, and you go 20 hours southwards. Over those 20 hours, you're gonna have to pick up that 1,000 miles an hour tangential wind. The wind is continuously
eastward vector, right? Let's keep it in vectors. Eastward vector of 1,000 miles eastward, sideways if it's going south. It's going to have to gain eastward vector momentum as it's going south, right?
And it's the air that would. If what they're saying is there's no wind and it's all in lockstep, then what we're effectively saying, forget the plane, we're effectively saying that as you go south, every given point, by and large, it's going to have to stay lockstep all the way down to the equator, all the way south to the equator.
Yeah, and then it has to gain eastward vector momentum as well as go forwards in another vector.
Sorry, say that again.
Well, if it had to gain 1,000 miles eastward momentum, right, to stay in lockstep with the Earth, that's one vector. Then it's got its forward vector where it can bank east, bank west, but it's still going forward in one vector. But the eastward vector that's in the background, that is not even a gauge that they have any kind of way of knowing that they're in lockstep with the Earth. They're just assuming that they are because they're on their ground path.
You've jumped. I didn't say about. I'm talking about the atmosphere. Forget the plane for a minute. There's a continuous tangential change they'd have to have in the air as it goes from the North Pole south to the equator. Which would mean that
right. It would have to be one direction rather than all directions. Is what you're saying.
Yeah. So over that massive distance, yeah, how many miles is it between the North Pole and the equator?
About 6,000.
Okay, so over 6,000 miles, you pick up 1,000 miles an hour crosswind. Effectively, that's how you could characterize it.
Yeah, so you'd have to depend on the air being consistent enough to make sure you're in lockstep with the Earth, so that you can land on a stationary Earth.
Right. So the point is that if there's a graduation there that's taking place in their model, the grounds with the speed of the atmosphere is staying continuous lockstep with the ground all the way down, then
Right.
you would, wherever you are, you wouldn't notice a wind.
Right, because it's automatically somehow magically doing it for you in the background without you noticing, because it's just, there's no wind, it's just still, right?
Sure.
Your plane's being moved by no mechanism, but magically with the Earth.
I haven't mentioned the plane yet. We're talking about the atmosphere.
Oh, okay. So the atmosphere is not in lockstep, but if you can imagine it as lockstep and it works in your mind?
The atmosphere is in lockstep with the ground locally on any given point, all the way from the North Pole to the equator, by and large.
This is how you get away with it? You guys are talking about locally that the air is in lockstep, but it's not in overall? Is that how you do it? Like locally flat, but actually curved?
I said overall. So why did you just say I didn't say overall? I said overall. It is in lockstep at any given point.
Right, but it's like you realize the caveats. Overall, on average, it still doesn't work for you. So we can go with a scenario, because even if it was moving with the Earth in lockstep, moving the plane with it, then the plane couldn't fly against the lockstep.
Again, you've introduced a plane. I'm asking you why you think there's a problem with the atmosphere on a rotating sphere not being able to keep in overall lockstep with the ground.
Well, because by definition, and even according to your own paradigm, it is not in lockstep, and we know winds go in all directions, so it contradicts that idea.
We do. The Earth model has got the atmosphere by and large being in lockstep with the ground.
No, not in lockstep. Look at your own paradigm.
It does,
fluid dynamics.
Because we measure that any differential in atmosphere at any given point on the Earth we call wind. Effectively, that's the differential we call. We don't characterize it as, we don't characterize 1,000 miles an hour at the surface because the Earth is moving at a certain point at that point.
You have to calculate it that way. Do you understand? That's why you have to calculate it that way. You have to assume it's lockstep because there's no wind. Or there's no wind. That means the atmosphere is in perfect lockstep because there's no wind.
But you haven't explained why that won't work. Why on a sphere that size moving at that speed, couldn't create a dynamic system where it wouldn't be able to be in lockstep with the equator and lockstep with the North Pole.
Well, I'm not saying it couldn't be that way. I'm just saying you have to think of it that way, because if there's no wind, and even though we know winds go in all directions, which contradicts it to begin with, we could have westward wind. So how are you saying that there's an eastward atmosphere if there's a westward wind? Wind and atmosphere, what is it? What's the difference?
But do you understand, if you are unable to dismantle that concept that they're giving you, which suggests that by and large the atmosphere stays in lockstep across any given point on the Earth, across that thing as it spins, yeah? If you can't break that apart, then where does it leave the rest of your argument?
But that's what I'm saying. I am breaking that apart. You can't break it apart because you have to say locally or by and large or on average to make you think of it as no wind but moving with the Earth.
So all right. So you're telling me you've broken apart the concept of there being an atmosphere staying in lockstep with the planet, generally speaking.
Well, I've broken it apart because your paradigm, first of all, says that it's not in lockstep
you haven't,
because there's fluid dynamics. But I'm breaking it apart further by saying there's winds in all directions, so it doesn't make any sense anyway.
No. By and large, it says it's in lockstep. Nowhere on the Earth do we encounter winds equivalent to the tangential speed.
Right. And you would if it was actually.
Large, that means that irrespective of any meteorological phenomena that's occurring locally, the air at any given latitude is staying in lockstep with the surface of the latitude.
I understand that. Yeah, you have to think about it as if there's no wind. If there's no wind, right? Then if there's no wind, then that means it's in lockstep, because otherwise we'd feel wind. Is that what you're saying?
No, you're not listening to what I'm saying at all.
You're saying that by and large it has to be in lockstep, because if we don't have any wind at the equator, then that means it's moving with the Earth in lockstep.
No. Well, I'm saying is I don't know why you keep mentioning wind. Forget the wind for the minute, yeah? You don't need to think about the atmosphere.
You want to separate it. Called the atmosphere. The atmosphere is moving with the Earth in lockstep because there's no way to indicate that there's any kind of movement to the atmosphere compared to the Earth. So it must be in lockstep. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying any of this. I'm asking you one simple question. If the model they propose is that, by and large, the atmosphere stays in lockstep with the surface as it rotates, yeah,
Okay.
what are you proposing is wrong with that? What in itself is wrong with that?
Well, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. I'm just saying that's how you have to think of it, so that you can have no wind, because otherwise there'd be a difference between the atmosphere and the ground all the time that we would feel if it wasn't in lockstep, right? Is that what you're saying?
Okay.
Like if the
No,
atmosphere was totally at a different rate and fluid dynamics was showing that, we'd be like, wow, no matter where I go, there's this eastward wind or eastward moving of air, whatever you want to call it.
You're barricading me with words now. You're barricading me with words. That's not what I asked you at all.
All right, then clarify.
That wasn't what I asked you at all. I asked you one simple question.
Yes.
What is your problem, or what do you see as the problem, and describing it in a meaningful sense, with the notion that the atmosphere could be by and large in lockstep with the spherical planet that's rotating with a tangential speed of 1,000 miles out of the equator. What is wrong with that notion?
Well, you're asking me what's wrong with it, but then saying I can't tell you why I think that there's something wrong with it.
Okay, well, tell me what you think is wrong with it.
I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. I'm saying that you have to you have to think of it as perfect lockstep. You have to think of the atmosphere as perfect lockstep, because that's how the only way it makes sense is if it's in perfect lockstep, because there's no wind.
No, there is wind, and it's not in perfect lockstep. I said by and large in lockstep. What I'm saying to you is the notion that the atmosphere on the planet is spinning, which means that the atmosphere would be in rough lockstep of 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, and rough lockstep of say 500 miles at a certain latitude, at 250 miles an hour at another latitude. Where does that? Why is that contentious for you? That notion. Forget anything else that goes on. What's contentious for you for that notion?
I'm saying that I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that notion. I mean, if it's a notion, it's a notion, right? That's fine. But then you have problems when you're talking about a plane trying to land.
Now you've gone somewhere else. Now I'm asking you.
Okay.
We're trying to keep it.
Okay. Well, let's just say that. Let's just say I accept that that's the case. Why are you trying to make that point? Why is that? Why is that a problem?
Right, because here's the thing. Okay, right. Forget aeroplanes. You've got to consider the atmosphere in that context. Because if you've got a problem with that model, that notion that you can have lockstep atmosphere by and large in it across a rotating sphere, you have something. You have some meat to your bones. Yeah, but if you then introduce a plane only flies with respect to the air locally wherever it is.
But why are you saying the notion of lockstep atmosphere is something that I have to accept when your own paradigm doesn't even say it's in lockstep?
It does say it's in lockstep by and large.
No, it doesn't. Show me. Cite it.
It does. Where does it say? Right. So you're saying where does it say it's winds 1,000 miles an hour continuously at the equator?
That's begging the question. You're saying because there's no winds at 1,000 miles an hour, it must be in lockstep, and the paradigm's true.
Clearly, it must be. If the ground's moving at 1,000 miles an hour and it's not in continuous 1,000 mile an hour wind speed, it must be roughly speaking in lockstep.
That's what I was just trying to clarify with you. The reason that you have to think of it that way is because obviously we're moving at 1,000 miles an hour, so it must be in lockstep because there's no wind.
This is a waste of time.
You're saying the exact same thing I'm saying, and then saying that I'm the one that's wasting your time.
They are proposing that it is moving in lockstep, roughly speaking, in lockstep with the equator.
Why do you have to say roughly speaking?
Because there are winds and there are meteorological effects, which means that you do experience changes in wind speed. But
I thought you told me to forget about the winds.
Right, it is true. It is the atmosphere as a whole at the equator is moving in lockstep with the equator.
As a whole, again, another caveat. Why do you have to say as a whole? It either is or it isn't.
The atmosphere is moving in lockstep with the equator. At the equator, 1,000 miles at the equator.
That's what you have to think because there's no wind, right? So you have to think it's moving with the Earth.
Right. So you've asked me to take out the wind. You've asked me to exclude the wind from the notion. You've asked me to.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying go take. I'm not saying go take. I'm not saying take out the wind. You're the one that's. You're the ones that saying don't reference wind and then talking about the winds that would be there if it was actually moving at 1,000 miles an hour or slightly different than 1,000 miles an hour.
This is pointless wordplay on your part. I said by and large because I was conceding there is winds, there is meteorological effects. You said, why do you have to say in lockstep? So I said without lockstep. And what I'm doing is I'm taking wind out of the equation. Which one do you want? Do you want me to take wind in and say by and large? Or do you take it out and say exactly in lockstep? Which one do you want me to do?
I'm not about me wanting you to do anything. I'm trying to get you to realize that there's a contradiction. When you say by and large, right?
This is a waste
And
of
then
time.
you're saying that the atmosphere is different than the winds and saying, forget about the winds, but then there would be a wind if it wasn't in lockstep.
All right.
You're the one saying it's winds and not winds.
I'll give it one
and it doesn't
more
even
shot,
matter because we're talking about the planes that aren't in the same in the same tangential velocity automatically because the atmosphere is not in lockstep by definition. And on top of that, if it flew against the spin, it wouldn't be moving eastward.
Or barricading of words.
Oh, words. I'm sorry about the words. I don't know what else to do but use words.
If you're just gonna bombard, you're gonna try and fill the conversation completely, then I might as well stop.
I'm not trying to just win the conversation. I'm actually trying to get to a point of understanding here.
Well, you're not doing it by continuously talking.
Okay, then I'll let you explain and I'll walk through it slowly with you.
If I make the proposition that the atmosphere at the equator is in lockstep with the ground, are you happy with that?
I'm happy with that. Sure, let's go with that.
And it's at lockstep with the ground at the North Pole.
That's what you have to think of it like, even though by definition that's not how it works. But go ahead. If it was in lockstep and we wouldn't feel wind, and you're not calling it wind, you're calling it atmosphere, but somehow they're the same thing, but not the same thing, right?
I'm wasting my time. You want to factor in wind or not factor in wind? Make your fucking mind up.
I thought you were saying that if it wasn't in lockstep, we would feel a wind.
Oh God, no. Anybody else?
Well, let me ask this. Hold on, let me just jump in for a second. Maybe break it up a little bit. So, Paz, if there's like very little wind in the air, very, very calm day where there's very little wind.
Yeah.
How is that going to push the airplane at a faster speed as you fly? Let's just say, assumingly that there's very little wind for the entire pathway, how is that going to push the airplane if there's little wind to get it 500 miles an hour faster?
If you're experiencing very little wind, you're experiencing that. When your notion of wind is what you experience in the atmosphere where you are locally. We agree that.
So that part, the wind that's not moving or the air that's not moving, that's the part that's in lockstep. The other winds are not in lockstep, the ones that are blowing left and right, but isn't it all the same?
If you're in the model they propose at the equator, when the air is when you experience zero wind speed at the ground or at your location, that's you have to infer from their model that the air above you is in lockstep with the surface. So the air above you is traveling at the same tangential speed as the ground.
Right. So you're saying you have to assume because there's no wind that it's moving perfectly with the Earth in lockstep. That's all I was saying to begin with.
You do. You'd have to presume that. Yeah, the air is doing that.
Or you could presume that it's stationary, and that's why that you don't have to worry about it.
Okay, so but what we're talking about is the model they're proposing, which is where it's all rotating. Yeah.
Right, but even then, there's contradictions that you're not acknowledging.
Well, no, again. So then you go north by a certain amount of latitude, and then you get to a point when the ground tangential speed in their model is 500 miles an hour. Yeah.
Right. South, right? If you're going.
You have.
Okay, sure.
Or north, doesn't matter which way you go.
Yeah, whichever way. It's different than the plane's tangential velocity, right? So we're trying to make sure the plane's in sync, so it treats.
Why are you talking about planes? We're not talking about planes. Stop talking about.
Oh, I thought you were.
No, I'm talking about the air speed with respect to the ground. Aren't you listening?
Okay. Well, you're saying that the air's in lockstep, but not in lockstep.
Oh, I'm not saying that at all. Why do you keep saying that?
Well, go ahead. Maybe Geo, continue on, please. I think he's getting frustrated with me.
I am because I just
not a waste of time because you're actually not acknowledging something that you don't realize yet. But go ahead.
I'm done.
You have to be done because you realize that you're.
No, I don't realize anything. I'm done with you.
You don't realize anything because you're saying that the atmosphere is moving in lockstep. If there was no wind, you have to be in lockstep. Because if we're moving, then the air is moving perfectly with the Earth.
Keep chucking the word salad at me. That's going to work.
That's what you just said, right? I'm just trying to repeat what you're trying to establish here. You're saying if there's no wind.
Does anybody else think I'm trying to take it step by step and you're jumping around?
I'm sorry. I'd like Geo to continue with you. Geo, please continue with him. You were getting better results, I think.
I could actually nip this in the butt based on something Paz gave me a great idea. And he also alluded to it too. But yeah, what he said about the merry-go-round, I never thought about that. I never thought about that in this argument. Because it kind of, the only way to equate it to what's happening here is to make that merry-go-round a whirlpool. So just make it a giant pool that has these things on the bottom of it, at the bottom of the pool, that spin around at some rate, and so that causes the water to spin around, and it makes like it's a big constant whirlpool sort of thing. Anyhow, it's a constant motion. So regardless, if you were to travel from the center of that whirlpool to the outer end of the whirlpool, okay, this is a description of what we're talking about in the atmosphere on Earth, because you have a different tangential velocity. You have a much faster one at the outer edge than at the center, which would be 0. So you have this different tangential velocity, and let's say you have a speedboat or a little toy speedboat, whatever. It's going to move with the water as it's moving around, and even if it's really heavy, it's going to have a greater inertia, and so it's going to be less. It's going to move less quickly, or it's going to be harder to move with the water. But it can also correct for that if it's headed for a specific place. Like if there was some sort of map at the bottom of the pool.
I have a critique if you guys aren't in the middle of like a long thing or whatever.
Well, the disc that you're talking about, like, say, take that same scenario again. That disc that's spinning is making the.
Continue, bro. Like, I mean.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to talk over anyone. I didn't hear anybody. Go ahead.
My only critique is that, like, I can see what you're saying about the tangential velocity and everything for, like, you know, a single object that, say, you know, a person, if they were attached to one point versus another, you know, that would be relevant. However, I don't think that the scenario I just gave, like sort of a what do you call those? A merry-go-round, like the platform. That's a disc, and you walk to the outer layer, and I don't think that's analogous to individual particles of air or gas in the air. I don't see how that would be the case. It sounds like a first law of thermodynamics to me.
That's fine. The reason I used a whirlpool of water is because water is fluid, and you move through a fluid the same way as a plane moves through the fluid of the atmosphere. So,
but in your scenario, but the disc moving at the bottom is not going to be in lockstep with the water. That you realize that, right? Even if the disc is making the water move, the water's not going to be in lockstep with the disc according to fluid dynamics.
He's not trying to land on the disc.
There's going to be a slight.
But the more important point, I hope you guys don't miss, is that even though, water flows and air flows, they're not analogous. So to the point that I just made.
Yeah, they are.
Entirely analogous.
Yes, they are.
I don't understand what you're saying there.
Absolutely.
You know, well, analogous would mean similar in what sense? In this sense. How is it similar?
As a boat moves through the water, it's moving through the water, via the water, and is subject to the water's currents. Same way a plane moves through the air, via the air, and subject to the air's currents. I don't know what that problem is.
Right. See how none of that addressed the point that I made, which is the difference in energy. It would take the different particles at different
molecules.
Elevations. No, different elevations. So the molecules, the atoms, or whatever the fuck you want to call them, at different elevations, where would the energy for the tangential velocity being greater be for these individual parts?
I'm sorry, I wasn't attempting to respond to that part of it because I was trying to focus on the subject that we were talking about.
I was just trying to point out that when you ask good questions, there's no way to answer it. This is going to be your response. But it was fun. You can go ahead.
Actually, is a very simple way to answer that. It's the answer we've been given the whole day.
Well, you actually didn't answer it at all.
It's in the medium, and it's moving with the medium.
That's a non sequitur. I just explained it. And then I said, well, tell me how it is analogous. And when you explained, you just talked about fluid, and it had nothing to do with my critique. So just forget it, bro. It's all good.
Okay, now.
Easy enough.
And on top of that,
Yeah.
you admitted that the disk wouldn't be in lockstep with the fluid, and it doesn't work like the air anyway because we don't have fluid, we don't have currents going against that spin of that current to begin with, right? We have winds in all directions, which is totally different than the whirlpool that where all the water goes in one direction, right? So that's why it's
why
non
would there
sequitur to
why would
begin
there
with.
be why would there be a difference between the surf or the map on the bottom that's spinning the water and the water? Why would there be
Because of fluid dynamics.
Okay, so there would be a slight difference, you're saying?
Even if there's a slight difference, that's a big difference.
No, it's not a big difference. It's the same as
It
the
is if
slight
you're trying to
difference
land
as
a plane on a stationary Earth.
It's the same as the slight difference of the wind. There's
the
a wind on
difference
the Earth.
is
There's a
in
slight
the word.
difference.
Yeah, the difference in that is slight and big, right? There's two different meanings.
Regardless, even if there was a slight difference, it'd be a huge difference if it was talking about a plane that lands on a stationary Earth. And on top of that, even though we have the whirlpool where all the water's going in one direction, and it's still not in lockstep with the platform because of fluid dynamics, we have a totally different situation when you're in the air and we have winds going in all directions, which isn't the same as a whirlpool.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. The winds, planes land with winds all the time, so you can land a plane even with there being wind. Okay, so the difference that it's not that it's like that the surface of the water might be with the bottom of the pool is negligible. It's not an amount that matters, and it even if it was, the boat could still land where it needed to land. So like because it's controlling its path, it's gonna be able to, it's gonna see what the target on the bottom of the pool is, and it knows to be right over that. So if it's slightly off, it's just gonna correct for that. So the problem is that, yeah, exactly, and the problem is that in this situation you'd have the same sort of Coriolis, okay, and if the water did not, like if it was a fairly heavy boat that you put in there and the water wasn't able to act on it as quickly as a lighter boat because of its inertia, it would also have to make corrections for it. But that would also be it would experience that as if it were like waters, like a crosswind, like the same thing as a crosswind. I don't know what the crosswind in the water's called, but
yeah, I don't know how to break you guys from conflating crosswinds with the Earth moving, but if it had to deal with crosswinds as well as the Earth moving, it'd be a totally different situation.
Like, I don't even know.
Your mic's pretty bad, Elijah. We can't hear you very well.
Sorry. All right. I'll let you guys have it. I'll sit back, guys. Thanks.
No,
I think
no one's conflating. No one's
even just think
conflating them.
about the whirlpool situation.
No one's conflating them with crosswinds, dude. It's just that when you travel across this pool and the water is now moving faster, if you were not to let the water move the boat directly, and you were just somehow able to, like, you had enough inertia that the water was not going to affect you, then you would experience the water as an enormous current acting against you tangentially.
Right, like just like if you were flying westward.
No, just like if you fly north or southward, you would have a wind. If you were able to persist without the wind carrying you, then you would experience a massive crosswind as the further you traveled.
Right, so right, like west-southwest. Like if you're going west-southwest, that would be a crosswind. That would be consistent, even though we know winds go in all directions, so it's not consistent.
No, yeah, but the crosswind amount is much lower than any actual wind. I told you that the actual value for it is going to be minuscule compared to the actual wind.
I don't know if this is how you have to think of it, or you're just defending the idea that it would work perfectly. But if pilots had any doubt that they would somehow be out of sync with the Earth, which you're already saying would be possible if they didn't follow their path, or if the wind didn't keep them up with the Earth, you're saying that this is possible, but they're never trained to deal with the possibility they'd be out of the sync with the Earth and have to treat the Earth as station. They're treat Earth as something.
They're trained to keep on a continuous vector across the Earth's surface using coordinates.
Okay.
That's what they're trained to do. They are.
Right. They're trained to treat it as stationary, but you're saying it'd be the same thing even if it was moving.
If they have to fly between two locations, okay, and there is no wind, it would take an amount of time. If there's a prevailing wind going with them, it'll get there much quicker. And if there's a prevailing wind, if there's a wind that's going against them, the flight will take longer. They're still tracking across the same vector on the ground. They're continuously adjusting their coordinate to stay on a line of a path they're preordained to go on across the surface. They are flying across using the air to fly across the surface.
Right. I'm just interested in. I mean, I understand why it doesn't work, but I'm just interested if you guys can actually.
No. You just said that doesn't. You just said that doesn't work. That's how it works.
Well, that's how you have to think of it as it works, but you're not acknowledging that there's two vectors involved there, right? It'd be moving. It would have to pick up 500 miles per hour eastward vector momentum, right? You agree to that because the air is somehow making it do that
on an hour flight, for example.
Right, and the air's doing it, or the pilot's consciously doing it, and then you have to conflate the winds as if it's the same thing as the Earth moving.
No one's consciously doing it. No one's consciously doing it. You
okay,
said
so
that.
it'd be they treat it as stationary, even though it's not stationary, is what you're saying.
No, you're telling me what I'm saying all the time. You're not listening to anything I'm saying, and you're telling me what I'm saying all the time.
No, we're talking about pilot training.
And you're categorically getting it wrong every time. You're telling me what I'm saying, and nothing what you say I'm saying is right.
Well, no, you said they wouldn't have to worry about it, right?
No, they have to worry about their position with respect to the ground. That's what they're worried about.
Okay, right. So if they don't worry about it, then they'll be out of sync with the Earth, possibly. Is that what you're saying?
They'll go off course. That's what they call going off course.
Okay, and if they go off course, are they still in the same eastward tangential velocity?
What are you talking about? They're flying with respect to the ground.
Well, the reason they're off course is because you're saying the Earth is moving faster eastward than the plane, right?
No, not at all.
Well, what makes them go off course?
It changes the wind. Changes the atmospheric conditions. Wind, crosswinds.
Oh, so but crosswinds are not the same thing as the atmosphere?
Crosswinds are a meteorological effect locally in the atmosphere.
Yeah, locally. So there's different winds, different directions. So then if there's different winds moving the planes in all directions, how can you depend on the air moving the plane with the Earth?
Because all of the motions of wind are with respect to the atmosphere as a whole, aren't they?
But you're saying that so they depend on the as a whole, making the plane in the same tangential velocity?
I mean, if you don't understand that planes depend on the atmosphere as a whole to stay aloft, then what are we talking about?
No, that's not at all. That's a straw man. I'm not saying that the planes don't depend on the air to fly.
No, isn't it funny how when I characterize you in any way, it's a straw man, but you continuously characterize me?
I'm trying to repeat what you're saying and make sense of it.
No, you don't repeat what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. Come up with your own thoughts.
Well, I'm trying to clarify what you're saying so I can make sure that you understand what I'm saying.
And that's all you try. No, you're not clarifying what I'm saying. You're mischaracterizing what I'm saying every
Okay,
time.
then let's walk through it. Let's walk through it then. Why am I characterizing the plane in the atmosphere? It uses the air to fly. We agree.
Plane takes off, and it continuously uses ground coordinates as it flies to work out where it is.
Mm-hmm.
And if whatever's happening in the wind or air around it, crosswinds, prevailing winds, or winds that are going against it, it will continuously adjust its course to stay on that track.
Mm-hmm.
If the wind is behind it all the way, it'll get where it's going a lot quicker, won't it?
Mm-hmm. Like it could go into a 200 mile per hour faster jet stream, in fact, right?
Absolutely, and they get there a lot quicker.
Right, so they're moving 200 miles per hour faster than the Earth below it, right?
Because the air is moving 200 miles an hour faster than low.
Faster, right? Not in lockstep, right?
Absolutely.
Right, so then how does it jump out of that jet stream and then stay in lockstep with the Earth?
What do you mean stay in lockstep with the Earth? The jet stream...
It's at 200 miles per hour faster than the Earth's moving in the jet stream.
And then they come out of the jet stream, and then
it comes out of the jet stream and it's still moving with the Earth eastward? How?
When they go into the jet stream, their ground speed increases, and when they come out of the jet stream, their ground speed decreases.
Oh, how's that happen? The plane's moving faster than the ground.
How does that happen?
How is this difficult to understand, your perspective?
It's not about understanding.
This is crazy.
Nope, right. We're right there with the contradiction, and you're saying it's crazy that the plane's moving 200 miles per hour faster in a jet stream, but then coming out still in sync with the Earth moving eastward somehow.
How is that difficult to understand?
It's not about understanding. Don't make it that.
You've had this.
I just asked a correct question and he didn't answer it. Don't start putting in Ruhit. You have no idea.
Ruhif, if you have a point to bring, that's fine, but just gaslighting and trying to claim someone doesn't understand is
not
really not.
gaslighting.
Hold on, it's not. Hold on, let me just finish.
Point.
Not the topic of whether someone understands. The topic is the topic. So if you want to respond to the topic, do that. Don't really respond to what you think someone does or doesn't understand. That's just not what we're discussing.
Exactly.
Yeah, just explain it.
So how does Pazza, when the plane's moving 200 miles per hour faster than the Earth, than the ground, by being in the jet stream, now the plane comes out of that jet stream, right, and is going to be flying south, but still moving eastward somehow with the same momentum exactly as the Earth. How's that happen?
What do you mean flying eastward? Forget which direction it's going in. It's flying along at a speed with respect to the atmosphere. Yeah? Understand that?
Yeah. And the atmosphere and the jet stream are two different things, right?
Flying north and south, you try to avoid the jet stream.
Regardless of that, I'm saying that the jet stream is moving 200 miles per hour faster than the ground speed of the Earth, right?
Yep. So you fly.
So then you have to make sure that the plane's still treating the runway as stationary, but now the eastward momentum that it had is messed up from the vector that it was in.
What the fuck are you talking about? The runway for? You're in the air. You're flying along, and the engines are pushing against the air around it. Okay. If the air is if the air is got no if the air is moving with lockstep to the ground, then you are flying at the ground speed is the same as the air speed of the plane.
And then the jet stream is moving 200 miles faster.
Go on, Harry, finish my sentence for me. Go on.
No, well, we were just talking about the jet stream, and we're trying to get to that. The 200 mile per hour jet stream is faster than the ground speed.
It's a waste of time. You're the most obstructive.
You're not in the jet stream.
No, we were talking about coming out of the jet stream where you were 200 miles per hour faster than the ground speed. But now you're still on lockstep with the Earth because you're in the atmosphere. All of a sudden, you're just in this new tangential velocity that's perfect.
Flying north to south, you avoid the jet stream.
Regardless of the jet stream, people use the pilots use the jet stream where they get 200 miles per hour faster than the ground.
They do flying east, but they fly east. They'll take advantage of the jet stream, but it would hamper them flying west, so they try to avoid that. Flying north to south, you also avoid that because it'll blow you off course.
Right. So then you're saying that the jet stream's 200 miles per hour faster than the ground speed, and the plane can go into the jet stream and then come out of the jet stream and somehow still be in lockstep with the Earth. How's that happen?
How's that happen?
Yeah.
Is that a struggle for you? Is it that concept?
It's not a struggle for me. I'm saying if it's 200 miles per hour faster and then it comes out of that 200 miles per hour faster, how is it automatically in sync with the Earth again?
Yeah. What is the mechanism that's keeping it in sync with the Earth when the winds have such a variety of differences? Like, for example, like.
There we go. Go on.
Like the idea of like I've often joked like Jello, like take a ball and then surround it in Jello. That's sort of in a sense the way I think about like the atmosphere kind of clung along with the globe. And I understand that if it was Jello like that, then as you're flying within it, the Jello would kind of push you along with the Earth. But the thing is, if that's the case, you would need like a consistent medium of Jello to basically allow that kind of lockstep process to occur. But in reality, we have winds that are going to the left, right. The winds are blowing all around. So what mechanism is allowing for all those crosswinds and jet streams to be having hundreds of miles an hour in all kinds of different directions? And there's some kind of consistent Jello-like effect of the air that also keeps you going along with the spinning globe.
This is all described in fluid dynamics. There's no problem with it at all.
You can't just say there's no problem but not get specific.
There isn't. Why do you want me to get specific about why you could have a massive gas or air moving in a tangential speed because effectively that's the system it's moving in, but you can have localized eddy currents or perturbations in that. You find that difficult to understand?
It's not about understanding, Pazza. Don't make it that. We're saying if there's a jet stream that goes 200 miles per hour faster, that's against the Jello. That's against the Jello. That doesn't work with the Jello idea. Because now it's moved. The Jello's moving faster at some points, or slower at some points.
And the atmosphere isn't Jello.
Right.
Right.
But it would have to be. It would have to be just for that one scenario. It would have to work like Jello. And then if it did work like Jello, where it's forcing the plane to be in that same tangential velocity, when it flies against the Jello, then it's not in the same tangential velocity.
Have you ever heard of a river having changes in current, back currents, little whirlpoolets or little whirlets in it? Yeah,
sure.
Where it's certain localized areas within inside the water. It's not flowing at the same speed as the rest of the river. It's some of it's backtracking. You've got down currents, you've got up currents. That's little eddies, little changes dynamically in the system as the whole system is moving. Have you got a problem with that?
Well, yeah, because when we're talking about a
Oh, of course
river,
you
it's
have.
even worse
No,
for you
yeah.
because the river, if it's
No,
moving all in
Colin.
one direction, even with the eddies, right? The river is not in lockstep with the ground below it. You're going to
No,
skid across the ground. It doesn't work. Fluid dynamics doesn't keep it in lockstep.
unbelievable.
Yeah.
Not
Unbelievable.
unbelievable. Fluid
Yeah, it
dynamics,
is unbelievable.
according to your own model, it's not in lockstep. But you want to think of it as lockstep because otherwise it breaks your model and breaks your paradigm.
Okay, I'm done. I'm done.
Well, your model's done if you're done because you're giving
No,
up on the
no, that's
model
not
right
true.
now.
No, no, no.
Not
I'm not giving
admitting
up
you're
on
not
that.
admitting that the lockstep doesn't work.
I'm giving up. I'm giving up with talking to you.
All right. Continue on,
I'm not
Gio,
giving.
because
I'm not giving up on the
you
model.
explained it perfectly and he avoided trying to answer it as
No,
if you
no,
didn't
don't.
understand.
No. He said jello. He said he's imagining the atmosphere like jello. It's not like jello. It's not a. It's not a semi-solid.
I didn't
Continue,
say it
Gio.
is
He doesn't
jello.
want
I
to
was
talk.
just using that as an analogy. For example, if you have a little
I know
tennis
you were.
ball
I know you
and you
were.
have a little, hold on, if you have a little tennis ball and you have a little ant on the ball, we know that if you spin the tennis ball, if the ant jumps up off the ball, it's going to be totally a different effect. It's not going to go along with it. However, if you were to surround the tennis ball with jello or some kind of medium that would go with it, then yeah, then the ant would sort of be able to go along with the ball and you would have that effect. So I was just using that as a kind of almost like a dramatic kind of example of the difference. And
Sure.
so the thing is, with all of the winds that are going on in the environment, you have to find some way to have the effect of jello and all the crosswinds to be able to have it kind of act like jello would act, but then also have all the other winds. And yeah, there doesn't seem to be an explanation to how that could be occurring.
Think of it this way, okay? You have a mechanism by which a lot of air is moving along with a solid surface, right? Okay, and
Okay.
then someone turns on an electric fan, and there is a portion of air within the whole scope of the context of all the air that's moving in one direction, which is locally, in a very local sense, moving slightly differently. Turn off the fan, it stops moving. That is a localized dynamic fluid system within inside a much larger fluid system. Are we all
Okay,
on board with that?
so you think there's like 1,000 mile an hour wind that's always going with the Earth, and then in addition to that 1,000 mile an hour wind, there's also might be an extra 300 or negative 300, based on the other crosswinds.
Well, if you're going to characterize it as 1,000 miles an hour, there's 1,000 mile an hour tangential speed at which everything, the air and the ground, is moving. That's what they're proposing at the equator in that model, aren't they? So it's not a wind. The wind means the differential change in your position to the atmosphere. That's how you feel wind. Wind is air moving across some mechanism, you or some measuring instrument. Yeah, it is a local change in the air around you with respect to some fixed position. That's what wind means. So it's not 1,000 mile an hour wind if it's moving in lockstep to the entire system around it. It's still air. You experience it as still air if you're on the surface, and the entire atmosphere around you is moving at that speed. That's what they're
Right.
proposing.
Right, but if you were out on the moon or out in space and you were looking at the globe remotely, as it were, from
Yeah,
outside of it,
yeah.
then you would describe that there would be a wind or air that's moving at the same speed the Earth is spinning, right?
In the same way as you describe the Earth as undergoing a 1,000 mile an hour earthquake in one direction. Yes, if you want to do that, you can do that. Yeah. You wouldn't make a distinction between the air moving and the ground moving, would you? If you were looking at it from the moon.
Well, I guess that's what you're saying. It would all be stuck together. It would be
Yeah.
lockstep. Whatever you want
So
to,
you would,
whatever word you want to use. Yeah.
if wind is a perception of air moving with respect to some other thing, then if you were on the moon and looking at the Earth and you saw all the Earth rotating, and you wouldn't be able to see it unless you were looking at it for a long period of time, I might add, but clearly, unless you saw the air rushing around, yeah, and you visibly able to distinguish that from moving around a different speed to the ground in which it's moving around, then you wouldn't characterize it as a wind, would you? Wind is just a way of describing how I experience air moving across me. I'm nominating a fixed position, whether it's me or an instrument, and my senses, my skin, my hair, whatever moving, or however I sense it. Wind is a description of some local disturbance in the atmosphere with respect to something, typically me, and so therefore typically me on the ground. What they're saying in the globe model is the air all around you. That's why I said by and large, because I was being generous. I'm saying that yes, there are local changes. They're not on the scale of 1,000 miles an hour. Clearly, I'd be fucked. They're in the scale of where we meteorologically just have differential context as things move around us. But by and large, the atmosphere around you at the equator is moving along in their model at the same tangential speed as the ground. In their model, it's moving along at 50 degrees latitude north and south at a tangential speed equivalence, which is meaning that by and large it feels like the air is moving around with you, and clearly at the North Pole is as it is. Now, if you have a problem with that model, of that fluid dynamic model, bring it to the table and we'll discuss it. Because if you don't have a problem with that model, then all the airplane stuff is nonsense, because the airplane is only moving with respect to the localized air around it. That's it.
All right, well, let's go off that then. What's the mechanism that's keeping the air going, some of the air, or at least some portion, like not the crosswind air, but the other air, going with the spin of the globe in that model, or if you subscribe to that model? What is the mechanism that's keeping the air perfectly spinning along with the Earth?
Well, as far as I'm aware, it's always been in the same momentum mechanic as the ground underneath it anyway, because it comes from it. Secondly, if it wasn't, even if you had a spinning globe and you put an atmosphere around it and you gave it enough time, frictions between that gaseous content and the planet would mean it would slowly pick up speed, and eventually reach a momentum equilibrium with it.
But is that what happens if we take a sphere and we start to spin it? Is there ever a point at which all the air is going to be spinning along with the globe or with the sphere?
On the scale in which you're talking about, I believe that's the case, yeah.
I don't think that wouldn't happen on a small scale.
No,
there would never be a time in which the air would I mean, the air would always be in contradiction to the spinning sphere, at least in some way. You could get like a flow going though, like a fan or something. You can get a certain flow going, but is that what you're saying?
No. The important caveat I put in is in the scale in which we're talking, and in the scale in which there is a coefficient of friction between the planet and the atmosphere, and there is a negligible or zero coefficient of friction between the atmosphere and the medium, the other side of the atmosphere. In other words, what they're saying is there's a vacuum one side, there's an atmosphere, and there's a planet. If you spin the planet, forget whether you believe that model or not. In that physical context, if you have that set up with an atmosphere around, held by whatever means you want to think, against that sphere and it's stationary, if you then start spinning that sphere, given enough time, every part of gas will pick up the momentum of that sphere, because there is no resistive force to that, because on the other side of the atmosphere, away from the planet, there is a vacuum, which by definition means there's zero friction. So every molecule will, given enough time, pick up the residual momentum of the surface which it has friction against. Now, that's not how it happened in their model, because they say that the accretion of the planet and the formation of the atmosphere is a progression whereby everything has momentum from the get-go. If you have a problem with that model, that's fine. But all this talk about airplanes is nonsense. It's a mischaracterization of how airplanes work. That's the nub of the thing. If you've got a genuine bugbear, or you can see a genuine contradiction in the notion that you can have a planet the size it is, with an atmosphere spinning as it is, with the tangential speeds different at different latitudes across its surface. Great, bring that to the table. You've got something to bring to the table. Then you really have.
Well, we've got something to bring to the table. The fact that all flight simulators assume a stationary level Earth, and you're saying it would work just the same if it was spinning. That's something to bring to the table that you're just not even acknowledging as a problem.
Have you
Yeah, it is a problem. It's a big problem.
No one understands. Don't you understand? No one understands flight mechanics. No one who studies this, no academic institution, aligns to what you're saying.
No, it's exactly what we're saying. The flight simulators and all pilots, just like Left Lane here, is taught to treat the Earth as stationary and level. Yet the Earth is moving, and you're saying there's no difference.
On Left Lane,
they're not taught to treat it that way. The
Yes, they are.
nature of the way the Earth works is that there's no mechanism which you need to take into consideration where the Earth is moving or needs to be taken into consideration.
Well, that's just what I said. You repeated back to me what I said is that there's no difference, and you're saying there's no consideration they would need to take.
Oh, that's not what you said, though. You said they're trained to treat the Earth as flat and stationary. That's left lane. Left lane. Are you trained to treat the Earth flat and stationary, or are you not trained to treat it like a spinning globe? Those are two different things.
Yeah. What's the training for the spinning globe? Let's hear what they say about the spinning globe.
That's not what I asked him. Left lane is capable of listening to my question and answering it.
I wanted to clarify what
you didn't understand my question. New perspective. So
sounded like a double negative.
No.
Go ahead. The issue of the Earth being flat and stationary or a rotating globe is not even mentioned, except there's a place talking about VOR and radio positioning that you've got to be a certain altitude to pick up certain stations due to the curvature of the Earth. That's the only place that is mentioned.
Okay, that's right.
You're not trying to deal with Coriolis whatsoever, right?
Point is, it's not trained to treat it flat and stationary.
Yep, that's all. All flight simulators assume a stationary Earth. All flight simulators.
No.
They have a spinning Earth in the simulator.
You can let him talk. You're going to tell him what he thinks. You're going to tell him what his training is, are you? Tell him
I want to hear
it. Go on.
I want to clarify what exactly. I've talked to him before, and he said he's never trained. He's never trained to deal with Coriolis, and we all know that flight simulators work that way. So go ahead. Clarify.
Breathe, guys, breathe.
Yeah, my flight simulator is on a globe. Absolutely.
Okay. Really? So it has moving Earth.
Yep.
No, he didn't say that.
Interesting. Well, okay, so the moving Earth in the simulator, how do you make sure to keep up with the tangential velocity?
It's not necessary. You're moving all in one reference frame, the atmosphere and the Earth, except for the weather. It's all moving together.
So your simulator is a stationary Earth?
No.
Okay, do you want to bet on it?
What's it? Do you want to bet on it?
Yeah, absolutely. And I want you to list the name of the simulator that you were trained on, and I'll 100% take a bet.
Okay, I'll get the box when I get home, and I'll post all that, and I will go in and I will take a photograph, screenshot, and post where it talks about the new flight simulator that's actually built on a rotating Earth, spherical Earth.
Wait, does a simulator train you to fly like the Earth is stationary? Yes or no?
It doesn't say anything about stationary.
But you just fly. You fly it like it's stationary, though, right? I mean, that's how it trains you.
Why wouldn't you?
Great point. Yeah.
Why wouldn't you? Because it's stationary.
No, because it's on one reference frame.
It's not one
on the table.
Oh,
that's the reason you think it works, because you think it's one reference frame, but it's actually two.
The 100%, all simulators do not in any way show you, but the Earth is spinning. Here, look at you see the Earth spinning here. We're about to fly a plane over a spinning Earth. Here we go. That's not how it works at all.
No, it doesn't say anything about you're flying over a spinning Earth. That's right.
Why would they put that in there?
Well, he's the one that said it. He said he wanted to bet on it. You said there's a bet on the table. Yeah, that was
the old simulators were basically on a rendering flat surface, but the new simulator is built on a planet.
Oh, so in your simulator, you see the curvature of the Earth?
Yeah, I can get high enough to see the curvature of the Earth. Yes, sir.
How much weed do you have to smoke to get that high?
That's crazy.
Well, my little Cessna, it takes a while, but I can get in like a jet fighter, and I can be there in just a minute.
Do you see the Earth spinning too when you get up that high? Earth spinning separately from the plane and separate reference?
But it's a simulator. What does it matter?
That was the topic, Paza. You know what's funny is
we weren't talking about simulators at all.
They were.
We weren't talking about flight simulators at all.
Yes, they were. I didn't.
Yes, we were. What are you talking about, Paza?
I didn't bring it up.
Flight simulators with you at all.
I didn't bring it up.
2 hours without a flight simulator being mentioned once.
Are you trying to say I brought it up or something?
I mentioned it several times, Paza, but you said I wasn't listening to you.
I just want to point out, this is just objective. This is objective, that you guys think the Earth's a ball that curves and spins, but you have to fly the plane like the Earth is flat and stationary. And if the Earth was flat and stationary, you would fly the plane exactly the same as you do.
You stationary or the rotating aspect of this planet wouldn't make a difference to how you fly a plane. So
that was a totally irrelevant comment. What I said just holds true, and you guys don't like the way it's phrased. You always have to spin it to say, but it wouldn't be. That's what's expected on the globe.
No, but that's a fair question.
No.
He didn't ask a question.
You're making
no,
an
I know,
assertion.
but the question I was about to ask, but they got.
What would you have to do?
Why would you need to?
Yeah. Okay.
Why would you need to put that in there? Like, if it wasn't going to make a difference.
Does the atmosphere drag behind the Earth?
I mean, the atmosphere could be doing a million different things, but with the simulator, they're just going to give you winds and crosswinds.
Hey, have you guys ever heard a Glober answer the question straight up? Have you guys ever heard it?
Nope.
What's that?
Never. They have to dodge this because it debunks the globe so emphatically that they have to either believe it works magically or it doesn't matter. They have to just totally avoid the specifics.
Well, I'd like to finish what I was saying, but regardless, I'll answer the question first and say, does the atmosphere? Would you ask? Does the atmosphere do that? Is that what you asked?
Does it drag behind the Earth?
Oh, does the atmosphere drag behind the Earth? In some cases, yes. In some cases, no. It's more or less in step with the Earth. But
can you name which case it doesn't drag?
Sure. Yeah, whenever it's the wind is going in the opposite direction.
You think that when the wind is going in the opposite direction, the atmosphere isn't dragging behind the Earth?
Yeah. Like if the wind is 0 miles per hour, then it's not dragging behind the Earth.
Wow.
So the wind can counteract the atmosphere lockstepping with the Earth, Kojo?
Yeah, of course.
Is that what you're saying?
That's what wind is.
There we go.
Can you move your arm to counteract the speed of a train as you're traveling along in it?
I've never heard that.
I haven't either, because that just contradicts everything you guys have been debating.
Wait, hold on. Hold on.
There's no contradiction, but it's
hold on a second, dude. We need perspective. Hold on. If what Pazza just said was analogous to what you guys said, then I didn't understand what you meant. I thought you meant can it go in the opposite direction of the, like you said, can it drag behind the Earth? So it can drag behind it. It can be faster than. You can do both those things. But are you saying can it slow down the Earth? Is that what you're saying?
No. This is what your belief actually. The Earth's atmosphere is always slightly dragging behind the Earth, and as you go higher, it drags more and more. And then you have an additional variable called the wind, and that when you're flying the plane, once you account for the wind, then that effect will be so much stronger than that slight separation of the Earth and its atmosphere that you won't really have to worry about it because it'll all be factored into accounting for the wind itself.
Well, hold on. Why was it comical what I said? Because I just said the same thing.
No,
if the air is if the wind is faster than the Earth, I'm sorry. If the wind is in the opposite, is going eastward, it has an eastward wind, then that means it's going in front of the Earth. And if it has a westward wind, that means it's being dragged behind it.
No, the Earth's atmosphere is still all being dragged. There's just wind inside the atmosphere.
You stated that's what wind is, Kojo.
Exactly.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's what wind is. If it's in front of, if the air is in front of the Earth, it's going faster, then it's not being dragged behind at that point. It's actually going in the opposite direction.
Bro,
it's going faster than the Earth.
The whole Earth's atmosphere is what the dude? The wind is motion within the atmosphere that's moving with the Earth.
Yeah. Right.
Okay.
So it's like super rotation. if it has a greater, if it's going faster, then it has a super rotation, and if it's going slower, then it's going to be appearing to go in the opposite direction, but it's actually still traveling with it. Like this is, I don't understand how this is different than what you said.
Yeah, well, you'll get it, but super rotation is something entirely different, and that's where they claim the top of the atmosphere on the globe spins faster than the Earth does, and they claim that it's because it gets energy from the sun. But the Earth's atmosphere as a whole is dragging behind the Earth. If it wasn't, then it would have to be getting energy and more energy as you went higher up. There's no mechanism known to man that would do that. So yeah, they just say that it's not
No,
enough for it to really.
they don't say the atmosphere. The bulk of the atmosphere it spins behind the. It's being dragged along behind the Earth.
It
They say
has
it's the
to,
same
based on the
trajectory.
law of conservation of energy and momentum.
That's not true.
It is true.
I know you say that's true, but that's not what they say.
I don't know who they is, but if
all of science says that the bulk of the atmosphere moves at the same velocity as the ground underneath it.
buddy, listen carefully. If the atmosphere is moving in lockstep with the Earth, then the higher you go in the atmosphere, the faster the atmosphere has to go to keep in lockstep with the Earth. That's the law of conservation of energy.
Its rotational speed is the same.
Hey, do you agree that the Earth's atmosphere would have to be going faster the higher you go to stay in lockstep with the Earth?
Its rotational momentum is the same. They
You're
don't
not. You're just.
understand that.
This is back to the point where the Globers can't answer straightforward questions.
Its tangential speed outside the reference frame in which it's traveling, it would be faster. Yes.
Okay. So do you agree that in order to go faster, it would need more energy?
No.
Okay. This is what's so weird about it, right? Because you guys don't even know your own position. It's like that's why they claim that the sun's energy is speeding up the top of the Earth's atmosphere. Because it's well known based on the basic.
It's an energy system which is put in place because the whole thing is moving momentum. So the higher part of the atmosphere has a higher velocity, a higher kinetic energy, but it's all in equilibrium. It all stays that way.
No, they say the top of the Earth's atmosphere moves significantly faster than the rotation of the Earth.
There's a super rotation.
Is it above 200, 250 kilometers? They say that's the case, and they don't, and they say that remains that super rotation is. They're not quite sure what it is. They think it's propagated from energy received from the sun, but they haven't asserted what it is exactly, have they?
Yeah, because that explanation doesn't actually work.
What do you mean that explanation doesn't work? Of course it does.
See, back to
There's no gas up there.
Now
like
they
very
think
little
they
gas.
know all of it again. So I'll help you out
Show me
again.
this. Have you got a citation where they're proposing the energy from the sun doesn't work?
Yeah, shut up and let me talk, maybe. Since I
You got the
consistently
link?
have to
Can you
teach you.
send me a link? I'd love to see a link of that.
Hey, calm down, man. So the problem with it is that solar flares are sporadic, and there isn't a consistent exchange of energy from the sun to the Earth's atmosphere. So it
They
cannot.
don't say it's solar flares.
Buddy, please stop interrupting me. Okay, so the energy exchange from the sun to the Earth's atmosphere is not constant. It constantly fluctuates. And actually, solar flares is one of the primary ways they've proposed that this would happen. And it is sporadic, and the energy is not exchanged constantly. But we have a constant acceleration, supposedly, on the top of the Earth's atmosphere. So there has to be something else at play other than energy from the sun.
Have you got a citation you could post right now?
I could find one, but how about you go find it? Do you have a citation that says the sun? Well, dude, pause it. This is the problem, bro. Every time I'm in here, the Glober asks for a citation. Then I go take time out of my day to get it, and then they don't read it. They don't respond to it.
I will read it.
I don't
Come on,
work
Winston,
for you
I will
guys.
read it. Winston.
I don't
will
work
read
for
it.
you.
You've got no experience of me not reading anything you post. None at all.
Do you have a citation that says it does work perfectly?
What works perfectly?
That the sun explains super rotation on the Earth.
No, I stated what I believe is the case, that they think that there is some mechanism by which the energy of the sun is responsible for this above 250 kilometers or wherever it is, this continuous change in velocity of the atmosphere.
Where did you get that information?
I read it some ages ago.
Yeah. Okay. So what I'm saying,
I'm not saying it's right, but you're making a very strong assertion to me that it is about solar flares and that therefore it doesn't work. No, I'd like to see where you're getting that from.
Yeah. Well, one of the papers I read was proposing solar flares, and it's all pretty much the main agreement is that it's from the sun, and common sense should be able to show you that what I'm saying is true. The sun doesn't exchange a constant amount of energy to the Earth's atmosphere. It would not be evenly distributed, nor would it be constant.
But no, but you said one of these papers is the mainstream position in the scientific community?
There's not one.
Well, precisely. So what does it care? What do you matter about one paper that says it's solar flares if it's not the mainstream scientific
But it
position?
doesn't matter if it's solar flares or not. The same problem exists with anything to do
Really?
with the sun causing
Well, why
it.
are you assert? Why are you sort? Why are you asserting that? You're citing one thing which says it's solar flares as an indication that all of science it doesn't work within that respect. How is that? How is that
All of
honest?
science doesn't work. You guys are just exhausting. Just
No,
constant,
you just said
incessant
to me,
strawman
you just
battles.
said to me that you saw one paper that says it's solar flares, and then you say solar flares are invariant, and therefore science hasn't got a position. That's
It's
one paper.
No, I said not just solar flares are invariant. The same problem would exist with any energy from the sun.
Really?
Are you claiming that the energy from the sun is consistent and constant?
Are you claiming it's not? Are you claiming it's not?
Yeah, absolutely. Your paradigm claims specifically that it's not, and that the sun is
Are you
constantly going
claiming?
through cycles.
So are you claiming that they're saying that the atmosphere spins faster at a consistent rate above 250 kilometers?
Yeah, it's a pretty consistent rate. That's the problem. That's what you have.
Pretty consistent or consistent?
All right, I'll be honest with you, Paza. This is basically what you're doing now. Is you're like grilling me about your religious fairy tale. You're
Well,
like,
there we go. There we go. They're not saying that it's.
all right, I can't
I've
talk to
not
this
seen.
guy because every time I go to make a point, he interrupts.
You are
That's the 15th straight
you're
time.
Yeah,
you
and
are
on top of
interrupting a
that,
lot,
he's
Pazzo.
saying pretty consistent, as if he's calling you out when he was saying
Okay.
by and large and overall and all these other caveats I was
Okay,
calling
but
him out for as far as the atmosphere in lockstep. And like
criticism.
You're
now
a
it's
white
a
knight for the
now
Enneagram.
he's got a problem.
His criticism, his outburst is kind of being checked. So we're trying to ask him to not do that. So that doesn't mean do the same thing.
Well, no, it's just impossible. He's just going to keep doing that. That was 10 straight times. So it's
Well,
either you can look into it or not. I would encourage Globers. You guys both jumped in and said, hey, who says it does work? Come to find out, you guys have no idea what you're talking about. I asked for a
What?
paper. He said he read it ages ago, but he was quick to jump in and say that he knows it does work. So that's
Well,
just
wait,
what always happens. You guys don't
I didn't-
actually know.
hold
What
on a second. Hold on a
didn't say
second,
anything.
because yeah. First of all, that's not what I said. I didn't say anything about. I said I think when we talk about the mechanism being the sun, I'm like, oh, that makes sense. That's true. Regardless, I don't see why the energy from the sun would need to be constant. That wouldn't really make a difference to me. And also, I don't even know why we're talking about this.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, right.
gotta go.
Because but what you said,
boring.
what you said before about the drag of the atmosphere, and you guys all laughed about it or something. But I'm looking up. There's no evidence that the atmosphere is dragging behind on average. It's supposedly on average in lockstep. So I don't understand where it came from.
So now you're saying it is in lockstep?
That's what I've been saying. I said on average, it's like somebody else said that too. It's on average in lockstep, but there's winds that can go in any direction, and when the winds are in the same direction of the rotation, it's not dragging behind, but it's actually bleeding. And in the other case, it would be dragging behind. But those are all local events. Overall, it's in lockstep. Yeah.
Conventional scientific position is that the atmosphere spins along. The colloquial term they use is spins along with the Earth.
You know, if it moved like a bicycle tire in lockstep with the Earth, then anyone that's skydiving would hit a slower momentum and they just go off course, and rockets wouldn't work either.
Okay, let's. Do you want to go through the maths of that? How long does the average skydive last? What distance do you
jet
fall?
streams.
What speed you fall, and how much rotational conservation of momentum would be lost as a consequence of skydiving?
A skydiver would have the Coriolis effect happen upon him as they're falling in your model, right?
It's not a little bit.
Does the Coriolis affect tangentially to the center, or does it affect things moving tangentially across the surface?
I don't know. You broke up a little bit.
He asked if it's tangentially across the surface or towards the center.
Are you saying that Coriolis affects?
Do you not know? Do you not know when it happens? Do you not know what causes Coriolis in the globe model? You don't even know it,
Sorry,
do you?
are
You've been
you, no,
arguing it this whole time. Hold
no,
on, Coach.
no. Whoa. Hang on a minute. Are you saying that things falling towards the ground are subject to the Coriolis effect?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You don't even know what happens. You don't even know how the Coriolis effect is initiated or happens in your model, and you've been arguing it for hours.
I haven't been arguing the Coriolis effect at all. Not once this evening. Not once.
I thought you were
You're
just
not
arguing
listening.
it for hours,
No.
a while ago with
I wasn't. I didn't
have to
mention
be.
Coriolis. I've been here 2 hours and not mentioned Coriolis once.
I
Not
know. I have to be
one
honest. Of it,
single fucking time.
the word hasn't come up, but that is the subject of what we talk about. But I agree.
No, we
We
weren't
haven't.
talking about that. We were not talking about Coriolis. I have not been talking about anybody who's mentioned Coriolis. I've not mentioned Coriolis.
I
We weren't
mentioned it
talking about
several times.
Coriolis.
Again, I mentioned it several times, and it's talking about the plane having a Coriolis effect or not. We talked about it. I said that the left lane was never trained to deal with Coriolis, so how could there be Coriolis? All those things were mentioned. I don't know if you've been listening and just talking and not listening or what.
Most of what you were talking about, if you're honest, was about the fact that there's 1,000 mile an hour wind tangential speed at the equator and none at a higher altitude. And how do you account
Okay,
for that
he's
change
talking
in
about
tangential
the
speed of the wind,
atmosphere.
which has got nothing to
Tangent
do with
No,
Coriolis.
you totally didn't
It's got nothing
understand
to
me.
do
No
with it.
wonder you're confused.
Exactly. If you just don't talk about the wind for a minute, just talk about the atmosphere, that's where the Coriolis comes in. You've been talking about Coriolis the whole time without saying the word.
No, not true. Coriolis effect on the atmosphere
Kosho just told you we've been talking about.
The Coriolis effect in their model does cause currents and rotational currents in the atmosphere on their model, but that's not what he was talking about. He was talking about the tangential difference in speed between the air at the equator and somewhere further north or further south. That is not Coriolis.
No, you didn't understand what I was talking about. The whole time I'm talking about the difference between the tangential velocity of the plane to the ground. Forget the wind, forget the air. The plane has to be in perfect sync with the ground.
That's just it doesn't matter. Clearly we were.
It would matter.
We know
That's
we
the
were.
point.
No, we know we were. But at the same time, we were talking about the wind, and I know that you are reluctant. New perspective, like you're basically that's our excuse as that is your
your excuse is that the wind is the same as the Coriolis.
But he might not know.
Do you
He may
know
not
how
know that. So
do you know how the Coriolis what makes the Coriolis effect happen on your model, Kosho?
yes, I do.
What is it? When does it happen?
It usually happens when you're in a pool and they let the water out. The drain.
What?
Now you're gaslighting.
No,
Come
dude,
on,
it's I know, dude. I'm just fucking with Jeremy, dude, because he knows that I know, and I know he knows, and he just wants me to fucking. It's when it's anytime you're moving across a rotating body, anytime you're moving in reference to a rotating body, from the perspective of the reference frame of the rotating body.
Which is in contradiction with a lockstep atmosphere. If it's all lockstep, that shouldn't be happening.
Why?
Because it's all lockstep. Why would you get a differentiation when you shoot something off the surface? We just went through all this with the airplanes.
No, yeah, but okay. Imagine there's no such thing as wind. Like the air is static. It's perfectly there all the time, and it's just in lockstep with the Earth. In this case, you traveling through the Earth would still experience wind, because the wind's not moving in reference to the Earth, but you are. So, yeah, I don't see why there's a contradiction that there's wind or whatever, Coriolis or lockstep air with Coriolis.
Dude, if the whole thing is lockstep to make the Earth as if it's stationary, and you can fly an airplane like it's stationary, etc., then a bullet should not deviate from the Earth when you shoot it. It should all, the same thing we're saying with the airplane, the wind, or whatever you're calling it, the atmosphere that's lockstep should just keep the bullet going straight.
It needs to be made clear that the reason why the plane is not subject to the same issue is because, truthfully, it is subject to the exact same issue, but because of the nature of what a plane is, and just the same way a jogger running on a track, he's not subject to the going the exact direction that he first went when he took his first step. Every single step he takes is with a conscious effort to continue his path. So a plane is doing the exact same thing. It's not subject to the initial direction it was going. It's continuously correcting for its path. So
you just triple spoke.
It's not the same thing.
Did anyone else catch that? It was like
awesome.
a triple.
That's awesome, dude.
Well, the thing,
you're getting
is,
they have to triple speak. They have to double speak. The only way to make this make sense in their heads, or to try to confuse somebody that's trying to make sense of it, they have to triple speak, double speak.
Hold on, if I triple spoke, isn't that the same thing as being like a triple agent, which just means I'm on the good side the whole time?
It was weird. I don't.
You're on the good side, the bad side, and in the middle of the. Yeah, that's perfect description.
No, in the middle. I was pretending to be double speak, but I went back to original speaking, so triple speak, I guess, which is original speaking. That's fine.
You said the reason why it's not subject to the forces is because it actually is subject to the forces, and in the end, you went to say like it was what just happened was crazy.
No, I didn't. No.
Back and write it all down to figure it out, but
I'm trying to be clear when I say it. I'm saying the reason why it's not. I said, oh, that's what I said. The reason why it's not subject to the same errors as a ballistic flight. So it's powered flight. It's not that it's not subject to Coriolis. I said it's subject to the exact same Coriolis. The exact same Coriolis it's going to be subject to. The difference is it's a powered flight.
Yeah, if I'm going to do a flight plan, I go to my app on my phone. I can fly, using my phone, and I touch and hold that airport that I want to go to, and hit direct to, and it draws me a line from where I'm at to that airport. So I take off and I'm flying, right? And I know my heading, I'm holding a heading, but I see my plane's getting a little bit off track. I just trim the rudder a little bit, change my attitude a little bit to get me back on track. And the plane's actually flying a little bit sideways, following that track due to the crosswind. I'm having to compensate for it to maintain that track. Halfway down there, I see halfway down there, I say, well, I'm tracking off the other way now. Well, I've lost that crosswind, so I have to adjust back to stay on track. I don't understand what the big issue is.
The big issue is that if it's the Earth moving rather than just a crosswind, it would be different. If the Earth is moving, it'd be different than crosswinds. That's the point.
Cut people off, man. But
sorry, go ahead.
From a point of view of someone in the plane following a ground track, why would it be different? If you're in a plane and you're flying you're trying to keep to a ground track, why would it feel different?
And you're the prince. You're the prince to cut people off. But Jeremy was trying to say something. Trying to give him a room. He may have run away to cry, but let's just give him a second.
Yeah, right.
Right, I know. So left lane, there's a line they give you to follow, and you don't stay on that line, right? You're off to the left, you go back, you're going off to the right, you go back, maybe you go up a little, you go down a little, right? You're all over the place on that line, right?
Well, the line, it doesn't see you going up and down. It just sees you tracking off left or right.
Yeah, so you're off left. So there's a line, and you're trying to follow it, but you get off to the left. You got to move back to the right to get back on the line, and then you go off to the right. You got to move back right, all over the place, up, down, left, right.
Yeah. So you're at the mercy of the whatever the wind is doing. Yeah.
And then the whole time you're assuming that there's also this force that's keeping you in lockstep with the Earth that has nothing to do with wind. It's just moving at the same tangential velocity as the ground below.
Why would you have to hope that?
Yeah.
Right. You have to assume that. You have to assume that because it's stationary.
Well, you're not assuming that. You're in the air, which is a local context moving with the ground.
Well, that's what you have to assume. Because if it was stationary, how would it be different? How would your flight travel that you do in your plane left lane, how would it be different if the Earth were actually stationary? What would be different?
I wouldn't notice any difference much. I mean, it being equivalent to like a 1.5. I'm trying to imagine a constant, steady 1.5 mile an hour crosswind. I wouldn't really realize it. I would just trim the plane to fly straight and level, and that's just what I would do. I'm not thinking, oh, I'm blowing off sideways, kind of. It's like you just trim the plane
stationary and level. It would work just the same as you fly, right? It would be the same thing.
You trim it out. You trim it out to accommodate anything that the wind's doing to you.
Right, but the winds that you're talking about could be in any direction, and like you just said, but you're also assuming that you're moving with the Earth at the same tangential velocity in addition to all those corrections for different winds.
No. He's not. This notion of tangential velocity. He's flying across ground coordinates at the speed in which the plane can push against the atmosphere in which it's flying locally at any given instantaneous point. That's it.
Right, but
This tangential velocity nonsense means nothing in a
not
plane.
nonsense.
Well, how
Not
about this? It's
nonsense,
important.
the
It's
real
important
thing.
to understand that velocity being relative, that tangential velocity is not in respect to the Earth. So it's in respect to some inertial plane or some inertial frame. But the Earth is it's not like when you move 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, you're not doing that in reference to the Earth.
Yeah, you're just treating it as stationary because it's
your dog in
stationary.
check. Real quick though. When you trim your plane, are you using more or less fuel than if you weren't trimming?
Oh, it definitely would wind up producing a little more drag flying sideways. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So in order to account for this Coriolis effect, you have to keep trimming your plane the whole flight if you're going north-south.
Yeah.
So north-south flights would use more gas to trim it the whole way than if you were going east-west.
It's not really. I don't think it would be significant that it would affect your flight plan. That you always make sure you've got enough fuel to make the flight, right? But trimming for a 1.5 mile an hour crosswind, I don't think that would be significant that you could even see it.
I'm not talking about how much fuel they put on your plane at the beginning of the flight and make sure you got enough. I'm talking about if you were to go east-west as opposed to north-south, the same distance, that you would use less fuel going east-west because you're not trimming it the whole time, right? Maybe talk about how much fuel they put on the plane again.
Jeremy, you are trimming.
No, that's for left lane, dude. The pilot. Please.
Go on then. Tell him left lane.
East, west, west, east. What is it?
I know. You ain't even listening. If you're trimming the flight out the whole time to adjust for the Coriolis effect on north-south flights, and you don't have to do that for east-west flights, and it costs more gas when you're trimming, then flights that go east-west would use less fuel than flights that go north-south.
Well, I mean, that's if you take away the weather. You're always dealing with the wind of some sort. Whether it's a headwind or tailwind, crosswind, you're always dealing with the wind, no matter where you're flying.
No matter what the wind is, hold on. No matter what the wind is, your baseline for going north-south would be higher because you're trimming the whole time for the Coriolis effect. Why are you bringing in all kinds of irrelevant shit with you nonstop? How much fuel they put on the plane, the weather. We're talking about the Coriolis effect, and you're trimming for it the whole time when you're not on the east-west flight.
Yeah,
like I said, it would be so for the third time.
I mean, you would have to acknowledge that flying a little bit sideways would cause a little bit extra drag. Therefore, yeah, it's going to take a little bit more fuel, but it's such a small amount. I don't think it would be. You certainly don't consider it.
Can I give it a shot? Can I give it a shot? Because
yeah, go ahead.
I got a good
How much
answer.
of a small amount is it, left lane? How much is it?
I don't know. It'd be very, very small.
You have no idea.
I have a
if it's a small
quantification.
amount or a large amount. You have no idea.
No.
Why does he care?
I have a quantification for you, Jeremy.
Hold on, They have to think about it as hidden.
Hold on, guys. It's going to become too chaotic. It becomes too chaotic when you guys do that. Please. I want to respond to his question. Jeremy, your question was a good one, actually. Jeremy's a clever guy, by the way, guys, because he came up with a good question. But it's a very easy answer, okay? Because if that's not how's that gaslighting? I gave him a compliment for the whole room. It was a great question.
Yeah, right. Yeah, just like you say, the smartest Jeremy in the room. That's not gaslighting. Come on.
First of all, I was being sincere when I said that just now. But regardless,
just a little.
I really thought it
was just a pre-gaslight to what he's going to say.
No.
Next.
Well, so yeah, Gio's right. Gio's right. I often give compliments sometimes because I want to do something after this, like not a compliment. But this time, I'm giving that it's sincere, and you guys are taking away from my point. Okay, please.
It was a pilot light.
You took away from your own point, but go ahead.
Well, no, I meant it. It was. I was thinking that when he asked it, I was like, wow, he actually comes up with some interesting
We
questions.
know
That's
you
actually
don't mean
interesting.
that. Come on.
I
Smartest Jeremy in the
I
room.
fucking mean it, dude. What the hell are you guys talking about?
You can't use smartest
nobody
Jeremy
think
in
I'm
the room one
sincere?
day and then say you're sincere the next day when you say he's a
Jesus
smart guy.
Christ.
Can we
This
let
whole
Kosho
time,
get
dude.
on with it? Yeah.
And regardless of what anyone says, Jeremy, I actually meant it, dude. Okay, I'm saying it was a good question. I'm just saying that I thought about it because I was a thinker. That's why I like good questions. It makes me think. But I came up with a good answer. Okay, and that's if you're right that if the case is that when you're doing north to south versus east to west means that going north to south you're always going to be dealing with Coriolis left ways or right ways, and so there's always going to be extra work versus an east to west flight. Then you would think that if you look at a conglomerate of data, you'd be able to see that those flights even going the same distance take more fuel. However, you're forgetting one important part is when you're flying east to west, let's say there's no there's no correcting for the rotation or whatever. Okay, so that means the net is 0. When you're flying north and south, sometimes it's going with sometimes the crosswind or the Coriolis, the crosswinds that it would be adding is going with the actual crosswinds or with the actual winds, and sometimes it's going against it. So sometimes it's adding to it, making it harder. Sometimes it's going with it, making it easier. So on average, it would turn out to be 0 as well. Correct?
You're a smart guy, Kosho. Did I ever tell you that?
When
You're a smart guy.
Thank you. Thank you very much. But yeah, so the net effect is 0 in both
He's the
directions.
second smartest Jeremy in the room. Yeah, we know. So when you're going east-west, you're flying into and against crosswinds. So what's the difference? Headwinds, crosswinds. There's winds are going in every direction.
Well, that's the second part of my answer. So thank you. That's two-part answer.
What's the average velocity of a crosswind?
On average, if you had to fight this Coriolis wind the whole way from Alaska to Hawaii, back and forth, the same flight east or west would use less gas because you're not fighting the Coriolis crosswind the whole time. You don't have to trim it out.
That's only if the Coriolis and the crosswinds were in the same direction. In the case that they're in opposite directions, then the crosswinds you would normally be experiencing are now subtracted from. So your path is actually made a little bit easier. So in that case, if you look at the conglomerate of data on average, it would turn out that on average, the net is going to be 0, or the effect. So if you looked at only north to south or only east to west, same exact distance, a billion times, give or take other, shits that's happening to them, on average, the net effect would be 0. 0 added effect.
Why do you think the winds are going in every direction?
Right. So so half the time they're going at the same amount of times that it's going to be adding to your problem, adding to your problem. The other half of the time it's going to be taken away from your problem. So on average, the net effect is 0.
Okay, why does Zanuck have data for the Yutvos effect using less gas, and you can't figure this one out?
The Upvost effect would be a wind that's helping you, whereas this is not. This is wind that's, and actually the same thing. So in that case, the wind's either helping you or it's not helping you.
Yeah, east-west, the wind's helping you because you're not fighting the Coriolis wind the whole time, right?
Sure.
It's less gas.
But what about if you're flying north to south, and the crosswinds that you are real crosswinds, and the Coriolis are acting opposite of each other? What if that's the case? If that's the case, then that means your crosswinds, which were X amount, are now X minus the Coriolis, which means they're lessened. Which means in those cases you're spending less fuel.
Don't they say that the Coriolis force causes hurricanes to spin in a certain direction or something like that?
Correct.
Yes, they do. Correct.
Yeah, so how does that work? Isn't it supposed to go one direction, not in a circle?
They cause a significant rotation. They induce a significant rotational induction in the atmosphere. One side of the equator and one side of the equator the opposite way. Yes, that's the general consensus.
point is there's higher pressure outside of the system and there's lower pressure inside of the system, and so from all directions. So from north, the gases are going south. From south, the gases are going north. This is the northern hemisphere only. I'm only talking about northern hemisphere. But the gases that are going south are heading north to this pressure, this low pressure, and same from all directions. So from all directions, it's going to end up rotating in the direction, depending on the equator.
With this idea of the differential in fuel between going east, west, and north and south. I mean, as far as I'm aware, planes make much more significant corrections for wind buffeting, crosswinds. Even the effect that the plane's mass changes as it burns fuel has a more significant effect on the flight dynamics of a plane than Coriolis. Even to some extent, the limited resolution of the controls and the system which keeps the trim going, and the friction of all the flight surfaces, the ailerons and all the various things that move to cause friction in the air as it flies along, make a more significant difference than this Coriolis effect, this Coriolis wind. So they're lost in the noise. They're lost in the noise.
Can I get this straight real quick? So this Coriolis causes hurricanes to spin around the Earth that can potentially wreck and destroy cities, but it does not sway a plane when it's flying through the air.
The Coriolis is not what's creating the hurricane. The Coriolis is just giving the hurricane a direction. The hurricane is forming either way, and if it wasn't for Coriolis, it could be either clockwise or counterclockwise. It could be both, same likelihood. Coriolis gives one of those directions a preference. It's not that Coriolis is creating the hurricane.
It's a subtle influence. It's not the driving force. Clearly.
Yeah, Coriolis doesn't make storms. It just big storms. It just causes them to rotate.
It can move storms around, but it can't move an airplane around.
No, it doesn't. You're not listening.
It's not moving the storm.
You just said it was moving the storm. I just heard.
No, I'm saying. That. No, he said it gives the hurricane a direction, just off spin. So in a formation.
Moving it, correct?
It introduces a tiny bias in a massive system.
Yeah. So when you open your sink,
it's moving. You're saying it's moving a storm around, but it can't move a plane around.
No, I'm not saying it's moving a storm around.
No.
Come on, it's more than that. If you open the hole of a sink, and the water starts to sink out, the water is going to rotate as it's sinking. Coriolis just gives it a biased direction. So because Coriolis is going to be out either clockwise or counterclockwise, depending on the hemisphere, it's not the driving force of that storm. It's just what's giving the storm the bias to, in the direction it's going to start rotating. That's all.
Well, you're saying that there's a bias that it's giving it, right? But it's not giving the plane a bias to even know there's a difference between the crosswind going the opposite direction.
It is giving the plane a bias.
Can I get this straight real quick? So the Coriolis force is supposed to be a fictitious force. That means it's a force that only exists in a certain reference frame. And so basically you're saying on the ground, not on the ground, in the air, in the hurricane, that reference frame is such that the fictitious force can literally direct the storm, and then now you're saying that it can't do the same thing to an airplane. Please explain.
The force is the same. So if you shoot a projectile from the equator north,
a projectile it's going to deviate. Too. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'm giving you. Okay.
But it's not a plane.
I didn't say it doesn't affect the plane. No one's saying it doesn't affect the plane. We're all explaining why the effect on the plane would be pretty hard to detect. And we are not saying that the effect on the plane is weaker or stronger or than the one in a hurricane. They're actually the exact same effect. The fact that it's harder to notice with an airplane than to notice with the effect on hurricanes doesn't mean the effect is stronger, because those are very different setups. Airplane isn't the whole thing about an airplane makes it very difficult to detect the effect of Coriolis, not because it's weaker with airplanes, but because of the whole setup of the situation. Like a small bias can set up the rotation of a hurricane. But that same small bias is going to be very hard to detect on an airplane, given that it's just going from one point to another one, and it's subject to a lot of other forces like the wind. Does that make sense to you? Or am I continue with the example of the bulletin?
No, yeah, it kind of doesn't, because a hurricane is an extremely large storm cloud. So I don't know how it's spinning a giant storm cloud
Okay, I'll
around
explain.
like it's a fucking
I can try to explain it.
It's literally spinning millions of like volumes of fucking air around like it's a fucking spinning top, and then you're saying it doesn't affect an airplane.
No, it's
Yeah,
not saying
no,
that.
no one said that. I mean, you got it wrong twice. You got it wrong first when you again said as if we were saying that Coriolis is the driving force of the hurricane. It's what's spinning the hurricane. It's not. It's just setting a bias. That's not the driving force of the hurricane. It's not what makes the hurricane start. And we're also not saying that it doesn't affect airplanes. We're not saying both of those things you're saying that doesn't make sense to you. They don't make sense to you, but they're not what we're saying. Like, just try to listen to what we're saying then. So I can try to give the example with the bullet on how this small bias can set up the direction of the hurricane. So for example, if you're at the equator and you shoot a bullet north, it deviates eastwards. If you're above the equator north and you shoot it towards the equator, it deviates westwards. So one goes westwards and the other goes eastwards. If you picture that on what happens with the overall motion of the bullets, that gives you a clockwise rotation of the bullets around the center point. And that's very similar to the formation of a hurricane. You have a lot of air going towards the center point, which is like the formation of the hurricane itself is quite complicated, but what matters is that there's a lot of air moving inwards. And if you apply the exact same Coriolis that affects pendulums and airplanes, you'd get that would create a bias in the northern hemisphere for the hurricanes to spin clockwise. So it's a very small force. It simply gives a bias to the hurricane to spin clockwise. But the driving force of that spin is all of those masses of air moving inwards. That's what gives the hurricane the strength of those winds. It's not the Coriolis effect. It's the fact that there are different densities of air moving inside of the hurricane. That's the driving force. That's what's strong, not the Coriolis. Coriolis is very slight. It's a very weak force, but it gives it the bias. No, it just gives it the bias. Well, if you're okay, imagine you're a very big pool, and someone makes a hole in the center of the pool. You can, with a very gentle motion, induce the whole pool to rotate clockwise or counterclockwise. If the pool is completely still,
demonstrate that. Demonstrate that. I want to see a video. I want to see a link of a fucking hole in the middle.
You can do that with
where you just wave your hand in the fucking water and it starts spinning. That sounds like bullshit to me, dude.
You can do that. Okay, you can do yourself with a sink. Like if a sink, the water is completely still, and the sink is symmetric. Once the water starts sinking out, with a gentle motion of your hand, you can induce one of clockwise or counterclockwise rotation. If you don't do anything, it's going to end up with one of them because forces aren't perfectly symmetrical. But if you give just a gentle motion with your hand, you can induce one of those motions. The point is, it's not all you need is initial bias. You don't need a lot of force to set a rotational direction. That's what the point is.
So
do you understand
it also curves bullets like it's the Matrix.
It's the same effect.
So it can curve bullets, turn storms, but it can't affect an airplane.
No, wait, hold on. Noah, let me just clarify real quick on our side, Noah. What they have to conflate the idea of the wind being the same thing as the Earth moving separately from the projectile. They have to think of it as the same thing. Otherwise, they can't actualize what's going on. We're talking about the bullet being deviated from if it goes in a projectile straight motion, if it's going from the equator, it's going to be moving faster than the Earth. That if it's going north or south, if it's going towards the equator, it's going to be going slower than the Earth below it. So the Earth being separate from the projectile is what we need to focus on, because if the bullet goes straight, that means that and it's going towards the equator where the Earth is below it is moving faster. It's going to appear to deviate from its trajectory because that's the Coriolis effect. That's just an apparent deviation. But what we actually need to get to is the Earth is moving separately from the bullet, right? So it's moving underneath the bullet, right? And the plane moving towards the equator would have the Earth moving underneath the plane. But then they have to conflate it with these crosswinds as if it's the same thing as the Earth moving below it, so that they can think of it as in lockstep, even though it wouldn't be in lockstep.
And the more important thing here is that bullets do not curve in the Matrix; they curve in Wanted movie. Sorry.
We don't conflate it at all.
The wind's not making the bullet curve. I wanted to make sure Noah didn't think that the wind was making the bullet curve like the hurricanes. That's not the whole idea. It's the bullet would seem to deviate because of the Coriolis quote unquote effect, but that's totally different than the idea that it would be displaced because it's moving either faster or slower than the Earth below it. Get the wind out of this whole idea. They conflate the idea of Coriolis because we do seem to have a weather pattern different in the north and the south, which is totally different than the Earth moving separately from the projectile. They want to conflate it so that you can think of it as the same thing and say it's just it's just a tendency, or it gives it its direction and all these things to make it seem as though it's the same thing, but the Earth moving would be completely different than the wind moving.
That's a
that was a good point, Snacks.
mischaracterization of the position. Complete mischaracterization.
Okay, then tell me how.
Because you can have a sphere. This is what I came back to asking you earlier on. Okay, right? If you have a sphere, you have an atmosphere around it moving in lockstep with the sphere. Okay, that in itself has got nothing to do with Coriolis. That's just an atmosphere moving in lockstep with the sphere. Right?
That's the assumption you have to have, yeah. Okay, so that you can have no wind, right? We understand. We got there.
Are you going to start? Are you going to? Is this what you do? You try and summarize what someone's telling you in a narrative fashion all the way along.
Did I not summarize what you were saying? I'm sorry. Please summarize it differently. You were saying we have to assume that the Earth's moving in lockstep, so that the Earth and the atmosphere with no wind.
I'm done with you. You just want to talk. That's all you want to do.
You didn't listen to anything I said. You said we weren't even talking about Coriolis effect this whole time when you talked to Witsit, so you weren't listening.
You weren't listening because you were talking to Witsit when he said that.
You're a waste of time. You're a waste of time.
It's not the Coriolis.
What are you talking about? I'm just trying to clarify what you're saying. You're saying that we have to assume that the Earth's moving in lockstep with the atmosphere, right?
You're massively discourteous.
Then repeat what you said, and I'll try to clarify, or I'll try to understand what you're saying.
No. What you need to do is shut the fuck up when people are talking, and then talk
All right,
after they finish.
I will. I'll shut the fuck up. You go ahead and explain.
You won't. No, you can do it for other people, not for me. I've had enough of you.
Well, Pazza, to be fair, you were doing that to Witsit earlier, so
Yeah.
Witz is a big boy.
It doesn't matter about how big
So are
a
you,
boy
aren't
is.
you?
I'm
Are
just
you a
saying,
big boy?
I think it's helpful for no one to just jump on anyone else. So if we could try to just not do that, ideally. But it gets passionate. People want to jump in. So, but yeah, new perspective. I guess just let him fully say his thing without.
All right.
And
so just to be clear, if Witsit does it, we can do it too.
It's not about that. Don't worry about
not being
Witsit
clear because
right
I
now.
didn't say that at all. What I said is that Pazza was jumping over Witsit earlier. Every time Witsit was trying to speak, Pazza was interrupting him and clipping him. That's what I said. I didn't say anything Ed just said.
And he was trying to get Witsit to say, "Oh, it's exactly this with the way that the solar, effect would be." And he's like, "Oh, exactly? Do you mean exactly or not exactly?" Trying to get him to clarify whether it would be exactly or not, which is what I'm doing to him when he says atmospheres in lockstep and by and large or on an average, and those kind of caveats are okay when we're talking about this, but not when we're talking about the sun's effect on the atmosphere.
You don't need me here, do you? New perspective. You've heard enough of what I said.
No, dude, I really want to listen to you. Actually, I really like you, Pazza. I'm sorry that you've gotten this attitude
I like you
towards
too,
me.
but you really are running rush over me all the time.
I really don't mean to. Please continue. I'll try to shut up.
This is what I was trying to get to earlier on. The idea that the whole atmosphere could be in lockstep with a sphere that's rotating is it's got nothing to do with Coriolis. That's just a model, concept model they have. Yeah, the Coriolis effect that they're talking about, which causes these convection currents in the north and the south, which are in counter opposition, or as a consequence of them having the idea that at the equator the air rises, travels in a strata north at the higher altitudes, drops at the poles effectively, and then comes across the surface going south. That's what they call the north-south convection model, or the equator polar convection model of the atmosphere. That's what they're proposing.
Right.
Now that massive motion of air rising in the equatorial plains, traveling at the higher altitudes, and traveling, then dropping at the poles, and then traveling back across the surface as it goes back to the equator. That is the I'm not defending it. I'm just telling you what they're telling you. This is the mechanism that creates the huge amount of momentum we see in the atmosphere. At the same time as the Earth spinning, because of that, you have this trend whereby when it rises and it drops, it's actually traveling to one side. It's traveling rightwards, effectively. If you look at the Earth from an outside perspective, because that's the Coriolis component. What they're proposing is that the hurricane is a consequence of the enormous inertia of the north-south convection current, but that gentle tip to one side, which is caused by Coriolis, will eventually subtend to it starting to convect and rotate in a direction, which means in the north it will slowly rotate one way, and in the south it will rotate the other. Now that's not saying that the Coriolis effect is driving the hurricane. That's not what they're saying. The hurricane is being driven by this enormous polar equatorial convection mechanism. That's where the energy is. There is a nudging influence caused by Coriolis, which is infinitesimally smaller, but given enough time, it will slowly start to cause a rotation in the system. That's all they're saying.
I have a picture. I have a picture that's supposedly a globe Earth model of like how the winds and the atmospheric circulation works. And and I'm gonna post it in Livestream 1, and it kind of doesn't sound at all like what you're saying.
Okay, let's have a look then.
So
I'll have a look.
Yeah, so at 4 minutes after the hour, this is the chart right here, and this is supposedly how the Coriolis effect affects the atmosphere on this your globular Earth with the winds moving, as you can see. So yeah, and it's broken off into zones every 30 degree latitude for some strange reason, where like the air just seems to magically switch directions and then go back. So yeah, it's kind of weird, to be honest with you. But yeah, go ahead and explain how, because this does not sound like what you were just describing. It actually sounds like you're about to contradict yourself. Thank you.
I've never seen it shown at that resolution. Let me find the picture I've seen.
Let me just say that's
Again. Now, I'm not saying that's not correct. Hang on.
Hold on.
Hey, whoever's trying to talk, your mic's really low. We can hardly hear you.
Where did I see that?
So it's a fictitious force, but it becomes a real force.
Well, it's a fictitious means that it doesn't mean
proper
it's
force. But it
no,
does
exactly.
sort of become proper force, though, right?
It has a manifest context in the reality you're in.
It's like almost. They should categorize it from fictitious. That sounds like it doesn't exist. That sounds like it's in your mind. But what you're talking about sounds like very real. So
it's not.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Granted, there's the picture I've seen before. Yeah.
Look, 5 minutes after the hour, I have 3 photos next to each other. It demonstrates the Hardy cell, the Ferro cell, and the polar cell. So that is the 30-degree section latitudes that are broken up. Each one has different wind systems to it. That was not at all what you were describing earlier. So I don't know what you're talking about, buddy.
Well, no, I've never seen that picture before.
There's 3. There's 3 next to
Oh
each
yeah.
other 5 minutes after the hour. You
So
can
what
look
I'm
at
going
them.
to do is
There's even a supposed photo of it from space from NASA. So yeah, have fun.
okay, but there's a general trend
So you
in
don't know
the
your
up.
own model is what's been demonstrated.
Well, I want to go and investigate what you just showed me. Yeah, is that not an honest position to take?
You know what? You're right. Actually, that is a very honest position. Go ahead.
Hey,
Sorry.
Pazza, speaking of which, have you read one word or even a paragraph of all the Michael Brenner documents I've sent you? In fact, I sent you a couple more today.
You sent me some documents.
Yeah, look in your DMs from New Perspective. I've sent you stuff before that I was hoping you would read.
Oh no, I've not been looking at my DMs. I'll have a look though.
All right.
All right, there's a lot there. Bloody hell.
Yeah. Well, New Perspective actually hand wrote that, and it looks like text.
Yeah.
I tell you what, I will work my way
It's
through
on a
that.
grain
I
of
promise
rice.
you.
Yeah, start from the bottom up, maybe.
I will read it. I'm not going to dismiss it. I don't dismiss anything.
I appreciate that, and that's the reason I sent it to you, because I figured you're one of the ballers that would actually read it and take it into consideration, which is a compliment.
But I guess to straw man the Matrix reference earlier made, it's not the Coriolis that spins, it's you who spin around the Coriolis.
Ah, no. You see, here's the thing, right? You're right. In this, okay, looking at this model for the feral cell, yeah, where you've got the different zones of traversing the across the surface. If you're going north south, would the Coriolis effect be different going south north?
Dude, I like how you don't even you haven't thoroughly investigated it and you're already fully down with it. Like fuck, I was disagreeing with this 5 minutes ago, but now that you know it's the official model, you're fully down with it, interested, already taking it as truth. That's crazy.
No, it's not, because if you have a model where the momentum of the wind currents is going north or south, it will have a propagated effect across the Coriolis effect. The question is a particular current moving north south or south north? That's it, really. In both these propositions, the vast majority of the momentum that drives the currents across the atmosphere is north south. The Coriolis is only a subtle trend one way or the other.
Are you sure you thought this through?
Oh, he didn't. He just looked at the pictures I schooled him on because he had a different theory 20 minutes ago that wasn't even the official one. And then I showed him the official one, and now he's changed his opinion.
No.
Instantly, he changed his opinion because it said mainstream stamped on it.
No.
Yeah, well, there is a theory. There is a theory that the sun moving between the Capricorn and Cancer, going over that plane, that is what is going to cause those currents. It's the sun that's moving, not the Earth, and the sun has electromagnetic attributes. It's all the
There you
toroid.
go.
That's what it is, man. It's a toroid, and the sun's doing all the work for you.
That would make a lot of sense, wouldn't it? Rather than this whole idea that the Earth is spinning.
And that would suggest that the currents in the northern atmosphere would be different in the summer and the winter, would it?
But the sun is doing what?
When the sun's at the tropic, when the sun's rotating around at one tropic or the other tropic, then you have different.
The sun just real quick. So is the sun just spinning around in a circle, stirring up the ether, and the ether is just moving around like a current?
Yeah, I get that. So when the sun is stirring around and it's traveling on the Tropic of Capricorn, and half the year, and then some part of the year, and another part of the year when it's stirring around at the Tropic of Cancer, yeah, north and south of the equator, we see a direct correlation in these currents. Is that not
If
a
the
viable
sun's
question?
affecting it, the sun has to be on the same side as the planet. Does that mean at night time we don't get any weather?
Forget
Well,
that.
you have to figure out if all these straw men are actually something that anyone's saying. It's a matter of looking into it now that you realize this is a possibility.
Do you understand what the proposition I put on the table?
What's the proposition? Which one?
For the chunk of the year, the sun is orbiting on the Tropic of Capricorn, and for a chunk of the year, it's orbiting on the Tropic of Cancer. Yeah, we agree with that.
Right.
It traverses between the two, so that a part of the year it's on the equatorial transit. Yeah.
Right. So then we also have to figure out the distance. If it's higher or lower.
So when it's on one tropic, do we see a massive acceleration of these winds, these circulatory winds in north or south of the equator with respect to the other one? And when it's on the other tropic, do we see a massive transition in the inertia of the side that the sun's on compared to the other one? Or are these...
It's a very subtle and gradual process. The sun doesn't move from tropic to tropic overnight. It takes time.
Oh, I know, but what I'm saying is there's a chunk of the year when it is circling one tropic and it is nowhere near the other tropic.
Well, this is why there's hurricane season in certain areas.
Do the hurricane seasons correlate to the position of the sun?
Yeah, absolutely. Hurricane season, like in the Caribbean, for example, coming up the coast of Florida. Is at a particular time when the sun is at its particular cycle in which it seems to
when it's hurricane season for that region. No, I'm not saying it isn't. I'm just trying to work it out. Is that the case? Hurricane season.
Essentially, it's like June through November. But it's really like August through October is like the thickest time.
Yeah, that's correct.
But what about monsoon season? When's that? Is that exactly the opposite in the six months of the year? Interesting proposition, isn't it?
Yeah, very.
You'd expect them to be at six months by Virgin, wouldn't you? So Atlantic hurricane season is June through November. So when's typhoon season?
Must have something to do with the moon.
Hurricane is June through November, and typhoon season is March, December. Not at 60. They're not at 6 month oppositions, are they?
Yeah, monsoon season for Phoenix, Arizona, or Arizona, is June through September.
Yeah, but it says online. It says the Atlantic hurricane season, which is most of the northern regions, is June to November. What's the Pacific hurricane season? Is it the same? Do they correlate? Are we agreed there should be a north-south symmetry if it's down to the sun traveling through its tropical cycloid? Is May to November. So it's the same as the. That makes sense. That's in the north. Yeah. Okay. That's
Why would you
all right.
presume
So
a north-south symmetry? There's differing landmass.
well, because if the sun is nearer
Surface area.
when it's if the sun is flying is moving around in one tropic and it's nearer the whole of the northern region at 6 months of the year, and the other half of the year it's further away and it's in the southern region, then it'll be if the sun is the propagator of this effect, it'll be stirring up what's nearer to it more effectively than would be what's distant from it. Surely, it's a spoon in porridge. If it's stirring up one side of the porridge, the other side is not being stirred up so much. If it's doing an energy transferal, it will do it more effectively at something nearer to it than something that's further away. Unless we want to pretend that it's going to break all notions of energy and momentum.
So you're saying that storm cell cycles or all that is strictly on the basis of solar input into the atmosphere?
Well, that's what someone just said. Someone just said the sun is the biggest influencer on these.
Is it?
And I don't. I'm not.
But you shouldn't expect symmetricality though, because the surface area of water.
Yeah, if you're going to make the proposition that the sun is the main propagator of these systems, we need evidence for it, don't we?
You're saying that there should be north to south symmetricality. That's what I was responding to.
Yeah, there should be a correlation between where the sun is in its cycle and how these things propagate on the surface regionally.
Well, it's tilted too, spinning. I'm not really sure how you do that. Go ahead.
Could it be the heat? More heat during hurricane season? Just saying.
Well, it says the Atlantic hurricane season and the Pacific hurricane season are May to December, May to November. That's in the northern hemisphere. But it's where's the typhoon season? Is it exactly opposite? Is it in the same summer spring cycle? I don't know. Not, just playing.
Are you trying to correlate this with the Coriolis somehow?
I hope so.
Me too.
No, someone just proposed that Coriolis wasn't an agitator for the hurricane season, and it was the sun. The sun was the driving system that was driving all these weather systems.
Well, it would stand to reason that it would be the sun that is responsible for the climate.
Heating, yeah. Good idea.
I would say. Smart. But how do you correlate that with the Coriolis, or you're not trying to tie that in with the Coriolis?
I'm not. Someone was proposing that the sun drives all the north, the cyclical systems of weather north and south of the equator, which they propose as a consequence of the Coriolis.
Yeah, I would say the sun is influential in storm seasons, and you think about the thermal energy that's in the atmosphere driving, these big storms. But the rotation itself is, I have trouble associating the sun with causing a storm to rotate.
That's because you're using logic. Flame?
Yeah.
I'm going to post two little maps here that show like tropical storms. They do seem to be split by the equator, like where the sun travels, and then they seem to, the north and south. It does seem correlative to in a way, the position of the sun. Now, whether that's just the heat or the flow, whatever it may be, it's kind of like reminds me of like if you drag something through water. You drag like a paddle through water, it's going to create these kind of counter vortexual patterns on either side of it.
See, post for that example right after you, Geo.
But if we have a consistent solar pattern, then shouldn't we have consistent storm activity?
Yeah, quite.
That's why I suggested maybe it's got something to do with the moon setting it off weird.
But it is consistent to some degree in terms of like these seasons, like the hurricane season and stuff.
It's like 3 months though.
Hold on. If it's the sun that's driving these hurricanes and tornadoes, why don't you see any across Europe and Africa?
Well, talking about like dragging your hand through water and creating these vortices.
Right. So why are they not being created over Europe and Africa?
Yeah,
that's a good question, a legitimate question.
Well, the experience that I had in dragging my hand through water and creating these vortices, they rotate in opposite directions of what the hurricanes do. It's like the vortices above your hand, when you drag it right to left, the vortices above your hand will actually turn clockwise. and the ones below counterclockwise. And that's like kind of reverse of what I would expect if the sun was causing, these rotations.
That's the same rotations that the oceanic gyres have.
Hold on. That's not what I asked, right? If the sun is circulating above us and it's the sun that's creating these hurricanes and tornadoes, why do we not see the same amount of hurricanes and tornadoes in Europe and Africa?
They're different class sorts of things.
Well, the hurricanes.
What's the different class of hurricanes and tornadoes has to do with the energy? So, are you telling me that when the sun goes over Europe and Africa, it decides to put a different amount of energy towards us, so that we get different classes of hurricanes and tornadoes?
Yeah.
It has to
Well,
do with
the hurricanes in
temperature.
the Atlantic, that come ashore in Florida usually actually originate off the coast of Africa and work their way across the Atlantic. And they're usually on both sides of the equator. They're usually close to the equator or in the tropical regions, subtropical regions.
If I remember correctly, to answer your question, the key driving force is the hot and the cold. When the hot and the cold meet with the winds, the high to low pressure creates a swirling. It has to do with hot and cold interacting.
I live in a place where there's cyclones, which are pretty much the same as hurricanes and that, and it's all to do with water temperature and sea temperatures. We have to be above a certain water temperature for them to form at sea before they can come to land.
Yep.
Yeah, hot water will feed a thunderstorm, evaporation and such.
But I think tornadoes are of a different class of weather phenomena than.
Yeah, tornadoes are different. It's cyclones.
That's what I meant to say, Scottish guy.
Have you guys seen a fire tornado before?
Yes.
Google that.
Yeah, or volcano lightning.
No, a tornado that is actually a fire. It happens. Where was it? I think in the States. I believe I saw it. Just Google fire tornado.
If you've ever been in a bushfire and the wind and heat that comes off those things, that's why they're absolutely insane.
Fire hot.
Yeah, but my point is if the sun is a driving force for creating these, then you would see, on average, an equal amount of tornadoes and hurricanes all across the circular path that the sun would take. But that's not the case. So it's certainly not the sun.
Right. Well, there's a difference in the north and the south, though. Like if you take an AE type map, the north is much tighter, so the heat would be retained more. So you'd have a different, like a smaller, like a dartboard. The center of the dartboard is more, clustered together. So heat could be sort of circulated in a different way, whereas in the south they're more dissipated. And like in the hurricanes that I showed, the little images that I posted were showing that. Like in the north, there's a lot of activity, whereas in the south, if the south is a much broader, wider, and more expansive area, then it would make sense that it would dissipate more in the south versus the north. So that could be one factor.
Well, in Australia, we just don't have the temperatures in the south. In Australia, we get.
Sorry, I was just going to say that I might agree with you, Gio, but that you could only agree with that if we actually witness the sun slowing down as it makes a circular path through the tighter section of that circle, and then slowing and speeding up as it goes to the bigger circular motion in the what we call the southern part of the world.
Right, but I haven't seen that validated or not validated. We talked about a way of doing that, to take like the subsolar point of the sun as it tracks upon the ground and then track its speed. We've done the calculations on it. It's like, 1,037 at the equator, and then I believe it's like roughly like 150 more miles per hour that it would make in the outer and then a negative 150. So yeah, I haven't. That's one test we'd like to do to validate that, because you're right. It'd be moving a different ground speed, even though it's the same rotational speed. But you're right. So that'd be really neat to see if we can validate that. I have yet to see it attempted or done yet to see if it is moving those slightly different speeds.
I haven't been in here long, but and I could have it completely wrong, but I still think it's all to do with water temperature. Where we are in Australia, up in the north, is where we get all our cyclones, which is where we get all of our hot weather, all of our hot water temperatures. As soon as you get down past Queensland into Brisbane, the temperature is nowhere near as hot, and the water temperatures are nowhere near as hot.
Yeah, it definitely has something to do with it.
Definitely.
Yeah.
I live on the same.
Sorry,
I live on the same latitude as Moscow. And my winters are wet and warm, and my summers are wet and warm. And in Moscow in the winter, vodka freezes occasionally.
Yes, it's only a matter of 2,000 k's, and I'm up in the snow, and 2,000 k's away in the north, it's probably 30 degrees Celsius up there at the moment, and I've got zero.
Exactly, the effect of ocean currents on coastal regions should never be underestimated. They're significant.
Here's to that.
One particular one that brings warm water to England. If that current would stop, you guys would freeze.
Yeah, we'd be fucked.
Yeah.
North Atlantic drift.
Yep.
Yeah, when hurricanes blow into the Gulf of Mexico, their predictions on whether it's going to intensify or not, a lot of times that depends on the water temperature of the Gulf of Mexico.
It's a big old complicated system.
So it's related to the sun, but not directly to the sun. There's a lot of other factors, but obviously the sun is transferring heat and energy to that water.
Totally.
Correct. So it's like a lot of things. It's not one thing that makes it happen. It's a multitude.
That's the trick. You said it, Highlander. It's a series of events that have to come together to form the hurricane. Yeah.
I mean, it's like a cake. You can't just say the heat from the oven makes the cake. You have to get all the ingredients together.
Yep.
And then entropy occurs, and high pressure fills low pressure, and it's over.
Yep.
I was going to say too, Howard, before you had mentioned something, I think the point got a little bit over. We didn't really get expanded upon, but we were talking about if you like drag a paddle through water, you get the vortex, and the thing is when you do that, you get like clockwise and counterclockwise vortices on both sides of it. You know, as you drag a paddle through water, like it's interesting that you get both. But what I was going to say is that even in the heliocentric model, they claim that. They say that the hurricane spin, like in the north, let's say, they say that the hurricane itself is spinning counterclockwise, yet the path of the hurricane is clockwise, meaning that it will track like up along the coast of the United States as if it's going clockwise. Like the actual path of it is it's hooking off to the right. So the path of the hurricane is moving clockwise, whereas the actual spin of it, they say, is counterclockwise. And
that's because so there's a vortex interplay there. It's kind of like yes, you're totally right. There are spins in different directions, but if you get to, like for instance, when a warm front forms around my part of the world in the North Atlantic, then it is a consequence of two systems that spin in counterposition that causes bulbous area of high and low pressure differential they sweep across the continent. So in all these systems, there's an awful lot of dynamics at play.
Counter rotation, you said, of what?
When you have there are certain types of frontal weather systems that are caused because you have two significant areas of atmosphere that are effectively spinning in different directions. Not everything spins in one direction in the northern hemisphere and one direction in the southern hemisphere. There is this interplay between these systems, and sometimes when two of the systems that are in counteropposition coalesce, they cause this enormous, great big pressure differential between them, which if they sweep across a land system can cause very, very significant weather. Because there is this massive pressure differential as they sweep across.
Are you saying a pressure differential causes some sort of swirling wind or something like that, or I'm not following?
When you have a wind can be a wind is a manifest consequence of pressure differentials, generally speaking.
Yeah, of course.
In meteorological context, and sometimes when you have two weather systems in counter opposition to each other in terms of their rotational spin, when they come together, there's effectively a funneling effect between them before they coalesce. So you have a momentary system where you have much higher winds, a much higher meteorological disruption in an area because before they properly coalesce.
Two merging systems. Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay,
Exactly.
okay.
Exactly. And they're using increasingly more sophisticated computer models to try and predict or try and emulate what these systems are doing, and that's why over time weather reports, weather predictions are getting better. But there's so many aspects of what's going on here that are interplay, and so much dynamicism in these systems. It's very difficult to actually predict properly.
Absolutely, it's the correlation that I thought you guys were trying to make with the Coriolis, because you realize that in your model, these things cannot happen, right?
No, that's not
the
true.
weather fronts and all that in your model. It's
Well, I've heard that said, but clearly a lot of people working in geometeorology don't actually flag that up every day. So why do you think they aren't flagging that up every day as an assertion?
well, they all believe in the model. For example, you believe in the Coriolis, right? Coriolis effect on Earth.
The Coriolis effect is a manifest of a rotational system against with respect to an inertial reference frame, as far as I'm concerned.
Right, and which is the inertial reference frame?
The inertial reference frame is the reference frame in which something is moving in counteropposition to the rotation.
Well, hold on. Let's not use fancy terms. You have a spinning frame, right? You have something that's spinning, and you have something that's not spinning, correct?
You have a whole system. You have a baseline rotational reference frame, which is the system that's in rotation, and you have something moving in an inertial reference frame against that. So in other words, you can't manifest a Coriolis effect if you're stationary within a rotational reference frame. You have to be moving against it.
Right. Okay. So we're both tracking. So how do you envision the Coriolis as related to Earth? What happens in your head with the spinning ball and the atmos? Well, we'll use your term, the atmosphere, the sphere, the gas that forms a sphere. What do you think happens?
Well,
in that relationship.
If you're asking me how I see a body moving across the surface, that's independent of the atmosphere. The Coriolis
No, but we
effect.
didn't get there yet. We didn't get there to the third body. I'm asking you, how does the atmos, as compared to the Earth, the spinning Earth?
Well, the atmosphere. You mean how does the Coriolis effect manifest itself in the atmosphere?
No, bro, no. You have the atmosphere, right? A gas, right? And you have a spinning Earth, right? What's the relationship between these two things?
The atmosphere is traveling. The model postulates the atmosphere is moving in lockstep with the surface.
In lockstep with the surface, okay. then you cannot have a Coriolis effect. You realize that, right?
Why not?
Hold on.
You need two parts, right?
Coriolis is a consequence of something having a linear inertia, moving linearly with respect to the in motion with respect to the rotational reference frame.
Yeah, but you have both things. You have both things. You have the Earth rotating, and you have the Atmos rotating with it.
Yeah.
Right. So if you have something rotating, let's say, for example, at 800 miles an hour in the north, right? Where you're at.
Yep.
Okay. Now, how are you going to move through that?
I think we're going
Which direction? How are you going to move through? How are you going to move through something rotating 800 miles an hour?
It's moving in lockstep. It's moving in lockstep with the surface.
Okay, so you're on the surface and you get off the surface. You jump off the surface, right?
Yeah.
And you have this Atmos rotating at 800 miles an hour. What happens to you when you jump up?
Well, nothing. You fall back down on the same spot.
You fall back down on the same spot. Okay. So how do you envision a Coriolis effect then?
There isn't one when you're jumping up and down.
So then how would you explain a Coriolis effect to a plane, let's say? Or if you throw a rock? How would that happen?
A Coriolis effect is only as a consequence of something moving with respect to the rotational frame. An inertial reference frame.
Yeah, well, hold on a second. Hold on. The effect is just something we see, right? The Coriolis force is what has impact on something. Yeah.
Okay. So let's go on a merry-go-round now. Let's compare now what happens to the Earth when you throw something and what happens on a merry-go-round when you throw something, right? So the merry-go-round is the Earth, right?
Right. Now you have to rotate it at 15 degrees per hour. Don't start spinning it at 1,000 miles per hour, because it doesn't spin at 1,000 miles per hour. It spins
Doesn't matter.
once
It's
per
spinning,
day.
right? It's spinning.
Yeah, once per day. So how much do you think you would move if it's rotating once per day?
If you're gonna start playing games like that, let me start with the other guy, Highlander, because you're gonna go in the one rotation a day thing, and it's just not gonna work.
Well, that'd all be relevant to the size. So you would have to adjust for the size of the roundabout you on to equivalate what the size of the Earth would be. So it wouldn't be at that speed, would it?
Sir, your model claims that it's rotating 800 miles an hour right now. If you're sitting, standing, whatever you're doing, you're rotating at 800 miles an hour. Now you can say it's one rotation. The Highlander's going to get triggered and trying to break in. I know what he's going to do. I know what they do. It doesn't matter. You're going 800 miles an hour. There's no way you can change that by saying one revolution a day. Are we clear on this?
Are you talking to me now? Because I was the one.
Yes, please. You. Yes.
Okay. Well, they say the tangential speed at the equator is near 1,000 miles an hour, isn't it? I think.
Correct, but I'm trying to be more specific. You're where you're at, but okay, 1,000 miles an hour. So you're traveling at 1,000 miles an hour, right? Now the Atmos is traveling with you at 1,000 miles an hour. So when you jump up, you fall back down at the same spot. That's what you're saying?
Yeah, that's everyone's referential experience, isn't it, at the equator?
Okay. So now we have a plane, right?
Mm-hmm.
The plane is traveling against that 1,000-mile-an-hour wind Atmos, which you say is stuck to the Earth. That's what you said before, right? You were very adamant about that, correct?
Yeah. Well, let's say it is. Yeah. Yeah. Let's take my adamancy as my position. Yeah.
Okay. So you have the Atmos spinning at one direction, and you're on a plane. The Atmos is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, but you're on a plane that it can reach maximum speed at 500 miles an hour, right?
Yep.
And we were talking about hurricanes before and how powerful they were. Now, how do you reckon you're gonna go that distance and make any headway when the headwind is at 1,000 miles an hour?
Because the plane speed is not something is abstracted from an external reference frame. The plane speed is with respect to the atmosphere, isn't it?
Exactly. Saying a reference frame here is not going to save you because you got headwind coming at you at 1,000 miles an hour, sir.
No, you don't. You don't have a headwind of 1,000 miles an hour on a plane at all. No one.
Well,
Says you
isn't
do.
your Atmos spinning with you?
You take so a hot air balloon lifts off the ground. Yeah. Let's take an example of a hot air balloon. It reaches an altitude of 100 feet, stays there half an hour, and then drops again. It'll drop on the same spot. Yeah.
We're not talking about a hot air balloon. We're talking about a plane.
What
can only go 500 miles an hour, but your Atmos is coming at it at 1,000 miles an hour.
It's not.
The question to you is,
no, it's not. It's not coming at it at 1,000 miles an hour.
You said it travels with the spin of the Earth, no? The Atmos?
The plane travels with respect to the atmosphere.
So the plane is so when the plane takes off, it's going backwards?
Plane is traveling at the same speed as the atmosphere when it takes off.
Right, but the atmosphere is going the other way. So you're saying now when the plane takes off forward, it's going backwards with the Earth at 1,000 miles an hour?
The Earth and the Earth and the atmosphere are in synchronization.
Right. Uh-huh.
So when you're on a train, yeah, and
not a train. Forget the train. You're on the plane. You got a headwind, 1,000 miles an hour, but your plane can only go 500 miles an hour. Don't change the scenario.
You haven't got a 1,000-mile-an-hour headwind. Where'd you get this from?
You just said that. The Earth is, sir. You said the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour at the equator. Yes,
it is, and the plane is spinning.
And you also said that the atmosphere is spinning with it. Yes,
it is. Yes, that's true.
Okay. So when you take off with your plane, are you traveling with the atmosphere that's traveling backwards towards you at 1,000 miles an hour? Yes or no?
No, you're not.
So what's going on then?
When the plane is on the runway, what speed? What speed is the plane? Is the plane traveling at when it's on the runway?
You tell me.
No, you tell me. When the plane is stationary on the runway, what speed is it doing?
0.
0 with respect to what?
With respect to the runway.
And the atmosphere?
You tell me.
Yes, with respect to the atmosphere as well, yeah?
Yeah, and the Earth, right?
Okay, so it travels down the runway at 100, it reaches 250 miles an hour down the runway. What speed is it traveling with respect to the ground?
You tell me.
250 miles an hour.
Okay. Then when it takes off?
What speed is it traveling with respect to the air as it hurtles down the runway in contact with the ground at 250 miles an hour?
Bro, this is your fantasy. Don't ask me questions. I asked you a question. You answer me. You answer me. How a plane that could only go 500 miles an hour could go through something that's traveling at 1,000 miles an hour by your own admission. Don't ask me questions. Answer that question.
It's a dumb question. That's what I'm trying to get to, but you won't let me.
Well, there's only really
you're trying to answer.
There's only really two answers. One, that you're flying against the rotation, so when you leave the Earth, you have a headwind, or you leave the Earth and the plane's caught in the rotation and the plane's traveling backwards and the speed's coming from relation of the Earth.
Correct, sir. Backwards. In his model, he just said it before. Yeah. You just don't realize it.
So if it's going against the rotation,
it's not going against the rotation. It's not going against any rotation. The plane takes off. The moment the plane takes off, the moment before it takes off is say doing 250 miles an hour down a runway. It is now doing 250 miles an hour with respect to the ground and 250 miles with respect to the atmosphere.
Yeah, but it's going the other way. Hold on. The atmosphere and the ground are going the other way, sir.
What's its speed then?
The speed is 1,000 miles an hour the other way, sir.
No, not
so. So if the Earth is rotating to the east, if the Earth's rotating to the east and you're taking off to the west and leaving the ground, wouldn't that dictate a headwind of that atmosphere? Or
No,
are you
not a
traveling
headwind. No,
backwards with it?
no, not at all. When you leave a jetty, are you suddenly traveling at a different speed than you thought you were with respect to the current of the river you're in?
Well, that all depends on.
Did you say river? Oh boy, I'm so glad you said that. So you want to go to a river? So you got a river, and it's coming downstream at 100 miles an hour, but your boat can only go 50. Can you ever go upstream?
No.
There you go. You just killed your own fantasy.
No, not at all. Because I go 50 miles an hour with respect to the atmosphere, with respect to the river current, don't I? So I can never go upstream because I can never fight against the river current. Yeah.
That's my whole point. Yeah.
So your whole point is the river, which is moving much faster than the ground underneath it in one direction, rather than being in lockstep with it, is your problem when you're trying to paddle upstream. Yeah.
There's no problem, dude. There's no problem. There's no way around this.
Listen to what I just said. Listen to what I just said.
Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. You have wind coming at you at 1,000 miles an hour.
No, you don't.
You can only go 500.
No, you don't.
Mile.
No, you don't have. You don't have wind coming to
You're gonna
you
interrupt me,
1,000 miles an hour.
Yeah, you guys, hold on. It's not okay. Somebody has to moderate this from the outside, so let's
go for it. Go for it.
Well, no, just go one at a time. That's all. Just let each other speak. That's all.
So according to Pazza, because the Earth is moving and the atmosphere is moving, when that plane takes off, it's locked in that atmosphere and it's only moving at its speed according to or relevant to the atmosphere and the Earth. Is that what you're saying, Pazza?
Correct. By and large, yeah, correct. That's true.
Okay, so then if you're in lockstep and that wind is traveling east and you're traveling west, what occurs there?
What wind?
Well, the rotation.
The rotation is irrelevant if you are in lockstep with the atmosphere, which is in lockstep continuously with the surface.
But how are you in lockstep with a thing that you're flying in the opposite direction of?
You don't get it, do you? Your speed is relative to the ground. Your ground speed is relative to the ground. When you
the ground which is traveling behind you at 1,000 miles an hour. That ground?
No, SE. No. You're separating reference frames, SE. You're moving to a reference frame, to an inertial reference frame outside of the atmosphere, watching the Earth spin beneath you. That's not what happens with an airplane in the atmosphere.
Nope, incorrect. You said it yourself. The atmosphere is traveling in lockstep. That means it's traveling at 1,000 miles an hour. That means all the air particles, everything, all the wind is traveling at 1,000 miles an hour in the opposite direction.
And so's the plane on the runway, yeah, when it's not moving.
Then,
you agree with that?
Okay, okay.
Yeah,
so then you're traveling at 1,000.
It's not going to get it.
My God, man. No manners at all. It's very frustrating.
It's spinning at 1,000 miles an hour with respect to what? The
exactly.
Earth or a different reference frame?
Is that addressed to me or is it addressed to SE?
SE.
In your model.
You're jumping outside the reference frame.
I can't get a sentence out. I know I can't.
I'm sorry. I apologize. I didn't mean to talk over you there.
It's fine. Everyone's excited.
Well, any sorry. No, I was just going to say, any open panel like this, we all have to be aware that it does take some coordination. I think we all know when someone's like purposefully over talking someone. If it's not that, then yeah, all the little things we can just kind of navigate through it.
Yeah, we all got to be conscious. Sure. We all get excited. In your model, gentlemen, the Atmos spins in lockstep with the Earth. That means everything is spinning at a certain rate, at a certain direction. So if the Atmos is if the Earth is spinning east to west, and you take off the other way, I find it puzzling that you don't see the implications of that. It strikes me like really strange.
I think the easiest way to explain this is if I'm on a train traveling east to west, right, And when I'm on that train, I start up my drone and start flying it to the opposite end of the train. So now I'm going east to west on the train, and so is everything in the train, but my drone is going west to east. But at the same time, it's still going the opposite direction with me and the train and the air in the train. That's what's happening when a plane takes off. Everything is still rotating with the Earth, but the plane just moves around in the air in the inside.
So the plane is still
you just
traveling
don't
lockstep
get what
with
you're
the Earth.
saying.
So let me say, Odysee, if you're sitting on the ground, sitting on the runway, waiting to take off, everything's rotating, right? From a reference frame, from an inertial reference frame, non-rotating, outside of the atmosphere, watching the Earth. Yes, it's moving at that tangential speed. Sitting on the ground, you're not moving. You're moving 0 miles an hour. So, and the atmosphere is moving with you. Whether you go east or west or north or south, it doesn't matter. Your speed's going to be in reference to the surface of the Earth. It's
Doesn't
not going to
work like
be
that.
in reference to that. Yeah, it does. Yes, it does. It doesn't matter about the 1,000 miles an hour.
No, if you're in a river and the tide is going one way, you certainly are going to feel it. I mean, you can think of it that you're not, but it's just there's no way
Well,
around it. The
are we
Atmos
talking about
it
weather?
acts like a fluid, right? So, I mean, there's no way that you're either going with it. That means you're the minute you take off, right? The minute you take off, that means you're traveling 1,000 miles an hour backwards.
No.
As you take off, there's nothing you can say that could
No.
change that. Because if
I can say
the Earth
no.
is
I can
spinning,
say no.
let me finish, man. Let me just finish one sentence, please. If you say that the Earth and the atmos are in lockstep, and you say everything rotates at the same time, including yourself, that means when the plane takes off, it's going backwards. There's no other way that you can say it. If it's in lockstep with the atmos, it's flying backwards in your model. There's no way you can get around that.
That's from outside the atmosphere. That's from a different reference frame.
What they're saying is it doesn't
If you
matter.
stood on the run, if you
It
stood on the
doesn't-
runway with a helium balloon on a 100-foot piece of string and you let it go up to the 100-foot height, where's the balloon? Is the balloon? There's no wind. Is the balloon above you?
It's following you in your model,
well,
right? Because everything is traveling at 1,000 miles an hour.
Exactly.
And keeping the
Exactly.
balloon in lockstep with you, right?
Exactly.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
and you snip the string, or you let go of the string, and 10 seconds later, what's the balloon doing?
What is it doing? It's going up if it's
It's
helium.
going up. So with respect
Yeah.
to you, it's still traveling 1,000 miles an hour in the same direction you are.
No,
just
it's
so
not. You think it is. You're not traveling at
okay.
1,000 miles an hour. The balloon is just doing its thing. You're conditioned to believe that
So you
you're
just told me
traveling at
you
1,000
spent
miles an hour.
You've
I
just told
can't
us.
get a fuck. You know what? I'm going to stay out because you guys are going to trigger me. I'm out of this one.
What they're saying is whether you're going 1,000 miles an hour or 0, it's exactly the same effect. That's what they're saying. There's
Well,
no
they can
difference.
say whatever they want, but they're not letting me
That's what
talk.
they
So.
want to say, but they don't want to
Sorry,
say that.
Essie. I
That's
didn't mean
what
to interrupt you, Essie. Please do go on, Essie. I don't want to interrupt you.
No, I'm out, man. You've interrupted me like at least 10 times, so I'm not gonna get triggered over the Coriolis. I mean,
I think I understand what you're trying to project. What you're trying to say is that because the atmosphere and the Earth are moving at 1,000 miles an hour, if the plane was to go straight up, it's basically 0 on the ground, even that because it's all in lockstep. So if a helicopter was to go up, it's stuck in that atmosphere, so it's in lockstep with that atmosphere. So when a plane goes up, you're not really flying against 1,000 kilometre an hour winds because it is all still lockstep. And from your view, you're flying at 500 miles an hour. But if you were to look out from a different reference frame, it would look like you're traveling backwards, even though you're not. Is that what you're trying to say?
No, I'm trying to say this. If your atmos is traveling at 1,000 miles an hour, and you're going the other direction, and you're going head on toward it, like it's coming towards you at 1,000 miles an hour. If you achieve 500 miles an hour, that means in your fantasy, your plane is traveling backwards at 500 miles an hour. You
Yeah,
you
sorry,
guys just don't realize what you're saying.
I wasn't going against you or anything. I was just trying to clarify. I'm trying to get my
Yeah,
head
yeah,
around
yeah. I'm
what they're
just
trying
yeah.
what they're trying to say, and I think what they're trying to say is they're trying to equate the plane to the same position as the helicopter. That it's stuck in the atmosphere. Like to our brain, we're traveling backwards because we're going against that wind, but we're not really. It's working the same way as that helicopter, even though it's flying against it, but you wouldn't notice that unless you're outside of our reference frame. If you were to look in from space, it would look like the plane was moving backwards, but to us on the Earth in the atmosphere, it's not. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what they're trying to say. Yeah, and I'm telling him that's ridiculous because it ain't spinning. Nothing's flying backwards. Nothing is appeared to be flying backwards. Everything is happening as you see it. There's no rotation at 1,000 miles an hour. You're not counteracting any rotation. Nothing is rotating at 1,000 miles an hour.
No one says you're counteracting a spin. No one says that.
So then I suppose I'm looking at it from our normal perspective of what we see every day.
Of course.
There are things that will move with the wind, but as soon as you leave the ground, you're going against that wind. I understand you're saying it's in lockstep, but wouldn't a plane leaving the ground, moving that speed, be breaking through that wind?
It would have to. There's no way around that. There's
you
no
would,
way around that.
In a static atmosphere where there's no wind, your wind is equal to your speed. Is all you know.
But then
if
you're
flying
going to fly against
at
that
100
speed,
miles an hour, you're flying into 100 mile an hour. You've got you're flying in a stationary atmosphere. Then the wind that you're encountering is exactly the speed you're going.
Okay, all right, fair enough. I want you to reenact it. Get a wind tunnel, one that could go, let's say, 100 miles an hour, and get a plane that could only fly 50 and make it go forward.
No, it won't. It'll go backwards. It'll go backwards.
That's right. That's
you
right.
don't have
That's
to
why.
reenact it, right? If I'm sitting on a train and I'm at one end of the carriage and you're at the other, and the train's traveling at 100 miles an hour, and I throw a ball to you at 5 miles per hour to you at the other end of the carriage, right? The air, the ball, and everything inside the carriage is still traveling at 100 miles per hour, but the ball is now going in the opposite direction, 5 miles per hour. But someone looking in from the outside would just see the ball in the air traveling slower than the train in the air and everybody inside the train. It's not.
Notice
it's
how they
not
always go in trains. They
Wouldn't
love
that-
it's
trains,
not
right?
hard to understand.
But wouldn't that be
Oh, I'm
because
sorry.
you're
I
in an
thought you were
enclosed atmosphere? You're in an enclosed carriage. If you were to remove those walls, that wind would then have an effect on that ball.
Right.
Yeah, but we're not talking about winds. We're just talking about static atmosphere, how the atmosphere is moving with the Earth.
Can we get the Globers to admit that whether you're moving 1,000 miles an hour or 0, it's the same? Can we get you guys to admit that? Will you admit that?
Absolutely.
When-
If you were on a surface that had no velocity, and you lift off from it and you move in a direction with a relative velocity, and then you stop, it doesn't matter whether the surface you're on is moving or stationary. If you throw a ball to someone on a train and the train is stationary, or you throw a ball to someone on a train that's moving 100 miles an hour, in the internal reference frame of the train, how you throw it, how much force you need, how long it flies, and how much effort it needs for them to catch it is exactly the same whether you're stationary or traveling at a consistent speed. Yes, you can have all of that. We agree all of
Correct.
that.
If you want to add wind to that analogy, then all you would do is put some fans inside the train to make the air move inside the train.
Why not just do it outside without the train? No
No, you
fans.
just have
In
to take
reality.
off the doors of the train and the roof. See if it works.
Because then what you've got is the wind that's traveling over you with respect to the ground. So you've got
But why
if the train
wouldn't
travels,
hang on? But why wouldn't the wind travel in lockstep to the train?
because the
Take
train
the
is
doors
not.
off and the roof off.
You can make the wind travel in lockstep to the train by closing all the windows. You've got a choice. The wind is the air is
So
either
it's a
in
closed
lockstep to the
system.
train.
It's a closed system.
It's a system where the air is in lockstep to the train or not in lockstep to the train. Take your pick.
But if we can't duplicate that, then how can you prove it's happening?
Right, look at it this way, right? If everything is like what you guys say, spinning at 1,000 miles per hour, right, east to west or whatever, right, and you can feel a 20 mile per hour wind, that means that you have to add that 20 miles per hour on top of the actual rotation that the wind is going. Do you understand? You take that 20 miles per hour wind away and it's static. The air is static, but it's still rotating with the Earth at the Earth's rotational speed.
Do you understand what a fluid traveling at 1,000 miles an hour in rotation means, Highlander?
Yes,
It's not going at 1,000 miles an hour.
Yes, it is. That's your model, whether you like it or not, sir. Yes.
In relation to the surface of the Earth, it's not.
You only say 1,000 miles an hour because you like to use the massive numbers to make it sound like the Earth and everything on the Earth is spinning really, 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 really fast.
Well, it is.
It is. That's your model.
If you were outside,
really, really slowly.
If you were outside of the Earth, that's what it would be. Yeah, if you were on the outside, meaning,
yes,
like if there's a Ferrari going 200 miles an hour down the road. All right, a Ferrari, it's or even a whatever car, Indy car that goes even faster. That's obviously moving at that speed. If you were to then put a little ant or a person, whatever you want to say, on the car, the experience of that person obviously would be absolutely dramatic that they're moving at that speed. So 1,000 miles an hour is still 1,000 miles an hour of speed through the environment. Now, you guys are trying to claim that we're stuck on a globe inside of this 1,000 mile an hour spin, in which the globe makes it seem like it's all stationary. But actually, somehow this magical force of gravity that's never been proven or validated happens to cling the whole atmosphere and the world to our world to essentially trick us into us thinking, us experiencing it and having physics behave as if it's stationary.
That's a different conversation to what we were having a minute ago, though, isn't it?
No.
Yeah.
It actually isn't.
Yes, it is.
Because
Well,
the
it is.
rotational velocity. Hold on.
Very much so. You talk about airplanes flying backwards. That's not the same as what we're talking about now.
It is. So what
Sure it
he's
is.
trying to establish is what's causing that atmosphere to stay in lockstep, as you would say it, with the Earth. That's
Right.
where he's going. It's the same conversation.
Well, it's not really. He's talking about airplanes
I have a
traveling.
question. I have a question for the
1,000 mile an hour crosswind.
You guys know those in the airport you have this walkway where there's a black tarp, and that black tarp is moving with rollers under, and it'll get you down to the airport faster. You jump on the walkway and you get down to the airport faster. You know what I'm talking about?
Horizontal escalator, they're called.
Yeah, it just goes across, right? But it doesn't go up or down, right? So if you poured like some smoke like over that black tarp, would that smoke be moving in lockstep with the tram going back and forth? No. If you pour smoke over those machines that you run like 20 miles an hour, did that smoke is smoke in lockstep with that workout machine? Or,
No.
Well, then how does that happen on the Earth?
What's the difference between the two systems?
You tell me. Just the same as far as I know.
One is real and one is fantasy.
Well, fine. If that's the way, all right, we leave it
I'm
there.
trying to duplicate what you guys are saying happens on Earth. So I mean, you can use a different example. You know, how does this atmosphere stick to the ground?
Okay, so let's supposing we completely ignore the idea that the atmosphere formed as part of the accretion of the Earth and was formed as the evolution of the Earth, so it's always had the same momentum of the Earth. Let's supposing that's not the case. Yeah, you've got a moving surface, and you've got a gaseous substrate sitting on top of that surface. Yeah.
Well,
Clearly
that's
the friction.
correct. Leaped forward though. How do you even get atmosphere on a spinning ball?
The vacuum of space is trying to pull the atmosphere off of the Earth as it's spinning at 1,000 miles per hour, and that atmospheric pressure and that vacuum would pull every ounce and every last drop of oxygen off of that globe. Everything would fly off of the rounder. It's only 25,000 miles in its circumference, apparently, with 8 inches per mile, where Pythagorean theorem being the curvature. Well, it has a circumference of 40,000 kilometers, 25,000 miles.
Really, out of in the creator that set the whole thing in motion like that? How would you even get that start?
We're getting off track. There's too many points being made.
Too many points, yeah.
So I think what that for Gordic, I think what they're trying to say is it's the same as entropy. The Earth is the only, what would you say, time that you can actually see this occurring. Just like they say that entropy wouldn't occur into the vacuum. They're saying that you can't recreate this on Earth. You can't do a wind tunnel or anything else to create it because the Earth is the only time that you can actually witness this.
Jupiter and everything else, right? But
you understand?
I want to get it to happen on the Earth.
Yeah, carry on. Do you understand that if the premise is that this happens at scale, it doesn't happen at a lower scale, then you can't represent it at a lower scale. Do you understand that premise?
It's impossible to contain a pressurized gas without a container that's sealed.
It depends. If there's a force holding that gas to a surface, then it is possible.
So
or I would say a barrier, or some sort of a barrier.
Okay, so whether it's a barrier or it's a physical force, it could be either one. There is a possibility you can hold a gaseous content to a surface with some mechanism.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. Yeah, I don't think the gas pressure without a container ultimately is a valid argument for really. Well, it is kind of for one. It is for one side versus the other, though. It is for the Earth not being a globe because there is no container in terms of it being a vacuum. But in terms of just within like a stationary planar Earth type system, you wouldn't necessarily have to have a physical container.
It is, though, because we're in like a giant air pocket, like a giant biodome surrounded by water is how it's depicted.
Both models both models postulate a containment mechanism, don't they?
Yes, but only one's provable for the measurements.
The globe is not really a containment, though. It's more of a clinging to a ball thing. It's not really an actual containing. It's a series of gravitational forces that cling things to the ball.
That is the definition of a containment mechanism. It is something that is stopping something from evaporating away. It's a containment mechanism.
I think of containment as having a physical barrier.
But that's your problem, not mine. It's your problem, not mine.
Pazza, maybe you should call it a retainment rather than a containment.
Yeah, maybe
it is a retention. That's good.
Maybe
anal retention.
Hold on.
For your globe Earth.
Hold on. Let me just ask you this, right? See, for those that say that there must be containment, is space real?
Well, I just say that the same thing that's holding you down to the ground. Let me ask the question before we get off track. The same thing that's holding you to the ground is holding the atmosphere to the ground,
which is gravity. So then first you would have to have some sort of evidence of gravity before you can invoke that the atmosphere is moving in lockstep with the Earth.
Proving gravity itself doesn't prove the measurements of the horizon line and seeing a boat disappear over the curvature of the Earth. It will prove either or.
Let's fly off into something else. That's brilliant.
Yeah.
Hold on, right?
You're not floating. You're not.
No, hold on. We're not going off into something else.
Hang on. I wasn't trying to go into something else. I was asking the question. I know that part of this is that the atmos or the atmosphere, according to you guys, is contained by gravity and that it is the gases are most dense at the Earth because that's where gravity is the most strongest. So before you could say that the atmosphere is moving in lockstep with the Earth, wouldn't you first have to have evidence that gravity is real and doing what it's doing?
Yeah, I'd just say that the fact that you're not floating is evidence of gravity.
Well, that'd be begging the question.
Yeah, but gravity means weight.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, of course we have weight.
You know how they don't know what gravity is, but they characterize its manifest effect, don't they?
Gravity
Well, that's
is a
more like-
theoretical
that's more the
wave
term-
that's holding us down.
That's more the term gravitation. Like gravity means weight or weightedness. And then of course there are these theories of gravity that are proposed that are claimed, and they use that term theory of gravity. But really, those theories of gravity are trying to explain what they the terminology of gravitation.
Well, it's semantics, word semantics now.
No, it's not semantics at all. Do you want me to give you the
It
definition of the word gravitation? It's very different than the word gravity. They're totally different words.
Go on then, give me the definition
Or
of
similar
gravity.
to gravitational pull.
Come on,
I'm the space guy, so I know all about this shit before I figured out the Earth was flat. I knew so much about
gravitation. Yeah, the force of attraction between any two masses. Compare to the law of gravitation to an act or process caused by this force.
Ooh, the law of gravitation. So it's a law now.
It's the word gravitation versus the word gravity, which essentially means heaviness or weight. Now they've added in the dictionary nowadays, they'll try to say, things that are pulling to the center of a ball with gravity, but the gravitation is the actual claim of the mass attracting mass, whereas gravity essentially has to do with weight, like gravitas is where that word comes from.
Right.
Well,
so
yes.
hold on.
The original Latin,
pretty simple.
the etymology of the word in Latin, which is where it comes from, is heavy. Yeah.
Right. So we have
heaviness. Yeah.
Right. We have the law of gravitation. Right. Who was it that gave us that law of gravitation?
Jesuits, ultimately Freemason groups,
Oh,
but ultimately
yeah.
Jesuits.
Yeah, you got it.
Who wrote the laws of gravity?
Jesuits. If you're talking about those theories of gravity, yeah, that's
Newton's.
I mean, if we could
Newton's law of gravity, right? Which then you guys claim that we can't have the Earth's atmosphere next to a vacuum because of the second law of thermodynamics. So you can't disagree with one of Newton's laws and then say, well, actually, he's right on this other law.
Yeah, the Newton ideology is all bullshit. That's when you realize about the chakras, energy systems, and auras, and all the scientists and doctors that have been censored after their books have been released about it.
Okay.
There's a lot in this world.
Right. So what you're saying is the Latin word gravis means heavy. Gravitas in Latin means weight or seriousness. Therefore, gravity, as it's used in the 15th century, in the contextual use in science, means it's not the same as gravitation. That's brilliant.
We all know that we're talking about the downward acceleration, though. That's what we're talking about.
That's all it is. It's a characterization of how things move, isn't it? In the world we live.
Yeah, some people just don't get the gravity of the conversation.
Or the gravity of their ways.
This world.
Yeah, I mean, what is the etymology of gravitation? That's the thing, isn't that? It's pulled from the law of gravitation, which is based in Newton.
But I mean,
gravitation didn't have any context until it was used in that sense, was it?
It's really density, and that's what it's at. If it's lighter than air, it travels up. If it's heavier than air, it travels down.
Yeah, they'll obey the laws of buoyancy. That if you put a less dense something in a more dense medium, it'll float. And to calculate those forces, you have to consider that downward acceleration.
So just to reinforce what I was saying with the words, so I just looked up an etymology for gravitation. First thing that comes up is 1640s in physics, force that gives weight to objects, also figurative, active tending toward a center of attraction, from modern Latin gravitate, essentially. And then gravitational, they say is 1816, and then gravity, obviously, they have listed on here, even though the word is gravitation. So yeah, I mean, that term gravitation seems to have been, as far as even as this is saying as well, is directly connected to those Newtonian type ideas of mass attracting mass, whereas the word gravity just means weight or heaviness, etc.
Yeah.
Now, I think they've kind of done a bit of a conflation here purposefully, where they've tried to take the word gravity and it's like symbolic and it's actual physical as well. There's many components to how they've done this. It's like part of the mind trick where they've tried to take the word gravity, which really just means heaviness or weight, which we all experience. We drop something, you're standing on the ground, we all have weight and heaviness, that thing in nature that we all experience. They've taken that and tried to kind of blend it with their theories of gravitation. And then now they've tried to make the word gravity think that it's the same as their theories of mass attracting mass gravitation. So they've done this huge deception. So when people say that gravity is not what we're told it is, they laugh because they think, oh, I dropped something on the ground. No, that's weight. That's the heaviness of the object that dropped. They've confused that and conflicted it and conflated it with the idea of gravitation, of their theories of why that's happening, and then linked it to the globe Earth.
Right. Well, hold on, Joe. You misunderstood what I said when I said they misunderstand the gravity of the conversation. I'm just showing you an example that the words can have multiple uses and multiple meanings. You don't have to pinpoint it down to one singular thing and say, this is what it means, this is where it came from, and this is how we must use it.
Yeah, I don't know.
Does anyone have an actual response to anything I said? Or
yeah, I do. Yeah,
I got something to add on. If I were to just take a stab in the dark, because I haven't looked anything up about the etymology of all of this, it's just a guess that the word grave probably came first, right? Your grave in the ground, and that you're gonna be everyone's gonna end up falling into their grave, metaphorically. I think probably grave came first, and graves are in the ground, and you're gonna be buried eventually, and then they just probably base the word gravitation in respect of like downward off of the word grave.
It has nothing to do with gravel.
Personally, I think it would be the other way around, because did we not burn bodies before we started burying them?
Yeah, I don't. I mean, we talk about all this etymology. We're just talking about the downward acceleration, the thing that keeps us from flying off the surface. And all I said was the same thing that's keeping you from flying off the surface of the Earth is the same thing that's holding the atmosphere to the surface.
Right. So you have an assumption that things are holding things to an Earth, and that the thing that you're calling gravity is that. Because here's the difference: if we're on a stationary surface, weight is weight. It's the pressing into the ground, etc. We know what weight is. It's the pressure as it pushes upon something in the downward vector. But the theories of gravitation involve this idea of mass attracting mass, which you would need to then explain this idea of a globe Earth, that everything is clung to the globe. And it's because mass is attracting mass. Your little human body is being pulled to the center of the globe or whatever. So for you just to say, oh, we're just talking about that thing, it kind of elucidates what I was just saying, is that there's a conflation. And so you just are expressing it quite perfectly, where you're wanting to just kind of have the word gravity that of things falling to the ground have to somehow be the exact same thing of mass attracting mass clinging to a ball, or making an atmosphere, quote unquote, cling to the sphere and making us not fly off. That whole thing is an entire assumptive model that you seem to just be asserting without and just assuming that we're all supposed to accept that, perhaps, the way that you're stating it.
A couple of things I'd say. The way, the etymology behind the word grave, as it's used to mean a hole in the ground you bury someone, comes from Old English and Dutch and German, which is graf, which has got nothing to do with the Latin gravis, which means heavy. So we can knock that on the head to stars.
I agree, although they are in a way connected. But yeah, I do. Yeah, I agree. They're different.
You can evoke an inference that you're going down, but there's plenty of civilizations where they lofted their dead onto funeral pyres way above the ground and burnt them until they didn't exist. So not all civilizations use a grave.
Well, I mean, actually, this contradicts what you're saying. Right on etymology, what is this? Etymon however you pronounce it, Etymon line. Anyways, it says 1540s. This is for grave. 1540s, right. Influential, respected, marked with weighted dignity. From French grave, Old French grave, terrible or dreadful. And then it says from Latin gravis, heavy, preponderous, burdensome, loaded, pregnant, of matters, weighty, important. of sounds, deep, low, bass. So actually, grave is directly connected to gravis.
No, but the definition online, if you go and find it for grave, as a hole dug in the ground to receive a coffin, comes from Old English grave, which comes from Dutch graf, which comes from German grav.
Oh, well, now we're talking about different words, right? To have to be in like a grave mood or something rather than a grave in the ground. Yeah.
No, but that's the grave in the ground. The
They're
definition
connected.
of
It's an adjective. It's just using it as an adjective versus a noun.
No. The noun is a hole dug in the ground. The etymology comes from Old English, Dutch, and German. It's got nothing to do with
It's
Latin.
a heavy conversation, man.
And the grave is an adjective.
Nice one.
To be in a heavy grave state of mind, let's say. So yeah, the grave is the adjective, which is what's from gravis, and then the grave, which is the noun, is the one that's connected to the hole in the ground. But they definitely are connected though in the same way. They're interrelated because they're the same word. It's just used in a different context. Like a grave is a thing, obviously, like in the ground. You can't be a grave because that's a different thing. But you could be like someone. You say somebody has, this person has a grave influence or a gravely respected, things like that. It's used in an adjective.
You can be in grave danger. Just
right.
Just like you could not understand the gravity or the weight of the situation.
Language is pretty incredible. All these different ways. It's like a diamond that's like refracting all these different sparkling different directions.
So just one last thing on the etymology here. There's grave like the ditch, and then there's grave in the sense of like engrave, and it seems like that traces its roots to some meaning a long time ago, just to mean like to dig or to scratch for like the engrave part. And then there's the grave with like the weight and the heaviness. The real question is, which of those was the first like meaning attached to it? Was it the dig part? Was it the heavy part? Or was it the hole in the ground part? I think the heavy is first, and then it meant scratch, like engrave after that.
It was the heavy. The Latin is the oldest of the lot.
I don't know, man. I mean, there's a Proto-Indo-European root word here that it seems to stem from that means to dig. And, that's like 7,000 BC, hypothetically reconstructed language.
7,000.
Whatever.
You got an English word with an etymology of 7,000 BC. You sure?
Oh, well, the Proto-Indo-European language, right?
Do you know where English came from?
Yeah, man, from Proto-Germanic, which then again stems back from Proto-Indo-European.
Would just like to say to this guy, his name is Inside Out Earth in the text chat. He's obviously listening to the conversation because he's typing about it. So, yeah, grave and gravity are absolutely etymologically related. It's right on that link I just posted, actually. They both come from gravis, which is heavy, weightedness, etc. Both gravity and the word grave are directly derived and connected with gravis.
Yeah, grave is an adjective, definitely. Grave is a noun, it doesn't. Anyway, going back to what we were saying earlier about Newton.
You're gravely mistaken.
Well, it's a grave situation if I am. The going back to what?
All right, well then, yeah.
It's aggravating anyway.
Aggravating.
This is a grave conversation to be having.
Yeah, you just tag in too. That's cool.
Well, the original point is how they've taken the thing of that things fall to the ground and weightedness, and have somehow gotten us to convince that means that we're clinging to a ball. That was because after I don't know where we're at in the conversation, but we went on that whole etymology wormhole there. So I felt like that was kind of the last point we were on, is the gravity itself and the claims of what it is, and how they've linked that word gravity, which really just means weight, to these other theories of gravitation or these other theories of gravity that end up having all those connotations to them.
I think.
Well, let's say if you pick up a rock, you're having to put forth. You're having to exert force to pick that rock up, right? So you're overcoming the force that's holding it down.
Right.
Doesn't that make sense?
The weight of it, yeah.
Yeah.
Like if you and I picked up a rock and we opposed its weight by picking it up or throwing it around or whatever, yeah, we're opposing its natural weight. But to link that
what's
effect,
causing the weight?
To link that effect and to assume that everyone else would just believe that it has to do with the fact that the whole Earth is a sphere and it's attracting mass to it by the nature of its mass alone is why that's happening. That's what I'm saying.
Well, I mean, if you push it to the left, it takes a force. If you push it to the right, it takes a force. If you lift it, it takes a force. So why is it not logical that a force is holding it down?
I didn't say there isn't a force holding it down. It's the nature of what that is.
Okay.
The weightedness of it. I think there's a force.
I think this entomology is exactly the reason why Newton chose to describe it the way he did, because all Newton was really saying is he had a theory of weightiness. That's what gravity means, doesn't it?
Well, actually, Newton was an ether gravitational theorist. Actually, so all of his writings were actually all about the ether and how it was an electrostatic effect of a flow coming from the sky down to the ground. Isaac Newton.
Sure,
I never heard of it.
Isaac Newton was also into alchemy. So, but the point of what he was postulating in his stuff about gravity, he was coming up with a theory for weightiness, the weight at what is contextually weight mean. That's what he was doing in his theory.
And if I remember correctly, Newton didn't want to be associated with gravity. He died to attach his name to it.
Well, okay, I'll just read this real quick. This is basically almost like a review of Newton's work is what I'm about to read. Okay. In 1682, Jacob Bernoulli formulated the theory that the hardness of bodies depended on the pressure of the ether. Ether has been used in various gravitational theories as a medium to help explain gravitation and what causes it. A few years later, ether was used in one of Isaac Newton's first published theories of gravitation in the Principia, 1687. He based the whole description of planetary motions on a theoretical law of dynamic interactions. He renounced standing attempts at accounting for this particular form of interaction between distant bodies by introducing a mechanism of propagation through an intervening medium. He calls this intervening medium ether. In his ether model, Newton describes ether as a medium that flows continually downward toward the Earth's surface and is partially absorbed and partially diffused. The circulation of ether is what he associated the force of gravity with to help explain the action of gravity in a non-mechanical fashion. This theory described different ether densities, creating an ether density gradient. His theory also explains that ether was dense within objects and rare without them. As particles of denser ether interacted with the rare ether, they were attracted back to the dense ether, much like cooling vapors of water were attracted back to each other to form water. In the Principia, he attempts to explain the elasticity and movement of ether by relating ether to his static model of fluids. This elastic interaction is what caused the pull of gravity to take place, according to his earlier theory, and allowed an explanation for action at a distance instead of action through direct contact. Newton also explained this changing rarity and density of ether in his letter to Robert Boyle in 1679. He illustrated ether and its field around objects in this letter, as well as used it in a way to inform Robert Boyle about his theory. And then it says this, although Newton eventually changed his theory of gravitation to one involving force and laws of motion, his starting point for the modern understanding and explanation of gravity came from his original ether model on gravitation.
It kind of sounded like he was explaining weight and density as a function of ether in that.
And he refined it.
So did he? Yeah. Did he abandon the idea of the ether though?
No, he was talking about it with Robert Boyle.
Yeah, I don't think no. Yeah. He never announced it or anything.
He refined it though, didn't he?
It's how his work is interpreted by the mainstream model, which is different than his actual writings. If you read the Principia.
In his book of optics, he said, doth this ethereal medium, in passing out of water, glass, crystal, and other compact and dense bodies, empty spaces grow denser and denser by degrees, and by that means refract the rays of a light not in a point, but by bending them gradually in curved areas.
I mean,
He invokes the ethereal, or ether as he calls it, in a whole plethora of his works.
Right, because and the thing is that the thing I just read, the only thing that made it sound a little bit off that I didn't agree. Well, one part that I didn't agree with is that he was trying to make it say like that he coined it ether, but that's absolutely not the case. I mean, ether is a term that goes so deep. I mean, essentially, it's very similar to the word earth, ether and earth. There's a reason for that. It's because they're connected and so on. And the word ether goes back far beyond anything that Newton ever did. So when he came into it, he was just going off of what already was known and what already was been discussed about. I mean, that was the core terminology that's used for the actual medium and so on. So he didn't like invent that term in any way. He basically was just picking up what already had been discussed and so on. And then, he has his own kind of thought, his own inflection on it.
Yeah, definitely. However, in all of this, what doesn't stand, what does stand from his time, and from and there's lots of things that Newton said and Newton postulated, or Newton surmised would be, without actually proving himself, which science doesn't hold up. Newton was an alchemist. Yeah, Newton thought you could actually make gold out of lead and other things. You just knew how to heat them up.
But he's doing like conversations with Robert Boyle, and Robert Boyle's like the father of modern chemistry. But he was also
make gold out. You can make gold out of other things, though. He was right.
Yeah.
You in the lab, you can't. Alchemy in the conventional text is not possible.
We can turn mercury into gold
In a nuclear reactor.
Yeah.
However they do it, we can turn mercury into gold.
Of course you can. Yeah, of course. But that's not what alchemy was trying to do, was it? What's alchemy defined
as? To turn lead into gold. Was it lead?
Only we can sidechain
any base metal. Really, just lead is at the bottom of the list of the 7 classical metals. But really, anything into it, yeah. Hey, I just want to say real quick that my stab in the dark earlier was the opposite of the official truth on the etymology matter. It first goes grave and like related words first have the notion of weight and heaviness, then came along the meaning of like scratching or digging, and then after all that was established, then came the name of like a hole in the ground that you're buried in, like that sort of grave. So it goes like weight, then scratching, then like burial, in that order.
Yeah.
It would make sense that they're connected because weight is like all of weight essentially pulls you towards the earth. Is there any, it all does. And so then when you dig a grave, you're digging something in the earth. It's like weighted in the earth. And it's also like death is weighty as well. It's just all connected. It's really all within the archetype of Saturn. Actually, everything we're discussing is within, because Saturn is Father Time as well, which is connected to death and the endings of things and so on. Yeah, it's all interrelated with that archetype.
We even have the colloquialism dead weight, right?
Oh yeah, that's a total combination of them. Yeah,
that's dope. So what?
Jeremy's about to turn lead into gold over there.
I mean, we can. What was alchemy trying to do? What was the goal of alchemy?
That's what's up.
What was the goal of alchemy? They were trying to turn some shitty metal that was fucking worthless into gold, right?
And anything into gold, alchemy is.
Okay, and now we figured out they can do it.
Oh, it's not. Hold on. It's not necessarily just what all of alchemy is. I mean, alchemy essentially is what preceded chemistry. So alchemy generally has the spiritual and non-physical side of the, if you want to call it etheric in terms of that dynamic, and then it has the physical side. So the physical part of alchemy is an actual crucible, a physical crucible, which is a container, which is some sort of a transformation that occurs within that container. So you can use different, materials, different, heat, temperatures, etc., when there's a crucible, in order to transform something into something else or to combine things. And then there's the whole like spiritual, physical side of it as well, of the like mental part of it as well, like distilling certain forms of consciousness and then transforming them, and then the interrelation between the two. So they were using those to also modulate consciousness and to modulate the physical. It's like the connection. It's sort of like in astronomy and astrology used to be one. In the same way, like that's what chemistry, everything I described in alchemy is what actually preceded the original, what they now call chemistry.
But
sure.
But also that they were using like other processes besides just like heat. They'd use like
distillation, coagulation,
putrefaction, just all different types of methodologies to like transform materials from something that's unusable to something that is usable. I guess from base to usable. So and then therefore,
I think that like, oh sorry.
Yeah, it's just like it's almost like an art, you know what I mean? So I think it becomes like self-reflective or whatever. Like I'm transforming the stuff. I'm also transforming myself, whatever that sort of kind of goes in hand.
I think there's like 4 like sort of main goals that have sort of like mascot sort of terminologies for them, where it's like turn lead into gold or turn base metals into gold. Another one is create the Philosopher's Stone. Another one is complete the magnum opus. Another one is give birth to the homunculus. And I don't know, maybe also create like the elixir life.
I think a lot of that comes out of like the guy Valentinius, the alchemist. He would think he was also a pope. A lot of that homunculus stuff, I think that's like later on. But there's like a lot of different ages. I think like this art form existed, like it predates Jesus, and then it goes on to like World War II, probably.
It predates science.
It's
proto scientific, and it's philosophical in its context.
Well, it works at the same time as chemistry. If the father of modern chemistry wrote the book, The Skeptical Chemist with C, CY, the chemist. That's the original spelling. But he himself was an alchemist. That's why it's spelled that way, with the ambiguity to say that chemistry is really alchemy in a different codified form.
I think it's wonderful.
He was friends with Francis Bacon. They both started the Royal Society. 1661-ish. The 1660s. Yeah, it was the 60s. It was a looser time then. Sorry, go ahead.
I think it's wonderful that even like the modern term for experimenting with like matter is like still keeps part of the namesake of alchemy, like chemistry. Like they really didn't change the word that much. It's almost the same still. It's still got the chem,
Mm.
I don't know. I feel like the whole turning lead into gold thing is a certain type of lore that we're kind of attaching to the stories because it's kind of interesting, and also you don't have to explain very much, and you don't have to explain any of the spiritual side or any of the other, if there's other sides to it. We don't have to explain any of that.
But also, like, to what degree does this have to do with the larger deception at hand? Because if there's the ability to turn lead into gold, and lead is plentiful and gold is not, and if these people in control now, if they hijacked that many years ago to where they stole it from the person who actually figured it out, and they have used it for themselves to create an immense amount of gold, at which they can then take over the whole gold standard, take over the Federal Reserve, and now have the position they have because they had that ability to make more gold. Again, not that they invented how to do it. If they just hijacked it, stole it from the people that figured it out.
Whoa, Echo boy. Who's the guy with the Echo? Oh.
Yeah, if there is the way alchemically to turn lead into gold, and some group of people figure that out, and they then want to gain control of that, try to exterminate anyone else from using it, and only they use it, they now have the ability to make enough gold to get
You mean like a conspiracy?
To get control over others, yeah.
Symbolically,
they
the
discovered
fiat
printing
currency.
press. Oh, sorry, Fundy.
Oh yeah, it was the same time. You go ahead and go first if you want.
No, I was just gonna say, like, and then they discovered the printing press, and they realized that fiat currency, they didn't have to turn metal into stone; they could just print it and fool people that way.
That's exactly what I was gonna say. Symbolically, the alchemist's dream of like creating value, just kind of out of thin air or out of other resources like paper, right? Like they kind of accomplished it. The mint or the Federal Reserve or whatever, right? They can create something. It's not gold itself, but it's like symbolic of gold. They can make value out of thin air, or make value out of paper or cotton, whatever a dollar bill is made out of.
The value at the printing press wasn't to make money. The value was to print propaganda.
Well, no, the trick was to convince you that that piece of paper was worth something. That was the trick.
It's an IOU. That's all it is.
Yeah, yeah. But it has no value, right? It used to be pegged on gold, right? And now that you guys are saying they invented a way to make it, that's a whole nother issue. But then the printing press, right? And now it's just digits on a computer.
Why do they have so much gold? I mean, you guys heard about how much gold is like under New York City? Like these people in power, in the Vatican, they seem to have enormous amounts of gold.
Yeah, I see.
Because it's the only thing that doesn't lose value.
It used to be.
Crises. That's the only thing I could think of.
It used to be an IOU. Now it's not because there's no gold or silver or nothing back in it. It's just nothing.
Well, it is backed by something. It's backed by the control a government has over its population to guarantee other countries that they can say like, yeah, these people, they will like do work. Like they will work in these like arenas or these manufacturing sort of fields, right? Like every government is promising the other governments of the world. It's like, yeah, my slaves, they will work. I got them in such a position, they will do whatever you want them to do, really.
Think about it. Even, I was just gonna say, even gold, right? It has no value. The only value it has is that they convinced us that it has value. Think about it. If you have gold, what can you do with it? You can't eat it. It can't warm you up.
You can make computer chips out of it.
Whatsoever.
Gold is
you can
used
make
in
computer
computers.
chips out of it. You can make jewelry out of it.
Now, bro. But before, in the old days, right? What was gold worth? Think about it. What would you rather have, gold or a loaf of bread?
Why do you think gold was? Why do you think gold had value in ancient times?
Have you ever heard the idea that all gold is made in the heart, and even the gold that's in the earth comes from other beings, even maybe giants, where they died, and that's where the gold is in the ground from, and that gold is actually made in the heart, which then connected back to like the idea of the creator as being all love.
Yeah. Mudfussil University talks about it all the time. Yeah, gold being produced in the body of giants and stuff like that. Yeah, I heard that one.
And like a gold mine is like the organ of a giant.
Yeah. But think about it.
I don't want to hop on board that.
What other value does it have? Like, what value does gold have? Seriously, what can you do with gold?
I mean, there are certain golds that have health benefits for the body, but because gold is a mineral, ideally it should be in our diets, in some amount, because it's in spring water, in very low amounts. However, I know what you mean. Like for example, if you right now had a huge reservoir of gold, as much as these controllers, whatever they have, if you had that much, but if it didn't have the value compared to everyone else, all you would just have is a huge hunk of metal.
Yeah, that's my point. Yeah, it's only because they convinced us. Okay, the only value it has, it doesn't rust. Okay, it doesn't rust. I'll give them that. But besides jewelry and that, what it doesn't have any value except that we're convinced, like diamonds, right? We're convinced somehow that diamonds have value, but they really don't. You can't eat them. You can't survive on diamonds.
Yeah, but if you have some extra gold, if it's in the right form, you can use it like in cannabis.
Utilization.
In cannabis, for example, yeah, add a little gold to like some cannabis oil. Boom.
You can use it for teeth. You can use it for heat shields. You can use it for all kinds of things. Gold.
These are all contemporary. The reason that gold and diamonds in ancient times are valuable is because they're non-reactive and they're rare. So and they're aesthetic. That's it. That's the only. This all predates biblical times.
The Egyptians used gold to make full masks.
There's utility though. There's utility in its ability to like not rust or tarnish or whatever, because if money is going to exist in general, right? If we all want to like symbolically exchange things that like are representative of like energy exchange or value exchange, you're not going to want to use things that might like dissolve in I dropped it in some water and it like dissolved. It's like fuck. You know, you're going to want to use something that is really durable in a sense, that doesn't just fade away, or like some worms might eat it or something, like books, you know, how like there's certain worms that like eat paper, you know, like gold. It's super utilizable, if I just coin that term, for being something that you can rely on not like degrading or losing its structural integrity or whatever. And then combining that with its rarity means that no one's going to show up someday in the future with a bunch of gold that like creates like an inflation where all of your gold becomes worthless because someone came with a big sack of it. Like, you know?
Well, that's probably where the value comes from. Gleam has the point there in the chat that it's because of its rarity, but again, is it really rare? We're told that we have fossil fuels that are really rare, that puts a price on them. Is gold actually as rare as what they say?
You could spill a liquid.
The rareness of gold is only down to the context of how available it is and how easy it is to find or mine. So in ancient times, it was extremely rare. It is highly non-reactive. It is aesthetic, highly ductile, and all those factors make it an ideal investment, an ideal currency, a persistent value system.
But also, it has to be a very good conductor of electricity, which is why it's used in all the microchips and nano chip technology as well. So it's another, like all of our phones, and so it's another interesting, the conductivity of it, which is why I was saying for the health of the body, lacking gold does lower the conductivity of the body. And I even think the attack on the heart that they're doing with all these different chemicals and heart disease and all this stuff is to actually weaken our heart's ability to make gold, because the gold that we make in our heart is what allows for the whole electrical system in our body to have its conductivity. So if we start lacking in gold, then we lack in conductivity, and then different health problems can start to occur.
Should we be adding gold to our diet?
Well, that's the thing. How
the right way.
How to do that in the right way? Yeah, exactly. The right form of it, like the natural form of it, versus.
I think it can be used for detoxing certain things in the body. Gold, just like you can take silver and other things.
Silver's more conductive.
But some forms of gold could be toxic, though. Some forms of it, depending. So I wouldn't necessarily recommend just going around eating gold. But yeah, if it's in the right form, because it's in like natural spring water, it has to do with these minerals and how they function. Like even fluoride, for example, which is not the same as gold, very different thing. But there's a natural form of fluoride that's in spring water, and it's not damaging at all. It's actually good for your body. It actually is good for your teeth and is good for your body. That's the natural form of it. But the synthetic form, of course, is a whole different deal. Now, I'm not saying there's synthetic gold in the same way that there's synthetic fluoride. Those are very different things. However, there are like different forms of gold, and especially the ones that are like distilled and heated and processed are not the same as what comes from the earth.
But I'm kind of stuck on the heart making gold. Why do you say that?
Oh
He
yeah,
could
well,
probably send you some videos on that.
yeah. There's
Silver
gold.
is
There's gold in our bloodstream. Yeah, as well.
silver is more conductive than gold, and apparently, according to Wikipedia, there's 20 million tons of gold dissolved in the oceans.
That's amazing.
$771 trillion worth of gold lies hidden in the ocean, according to Forbes.
Well, our blood has gold in it, and the ocean water. What's interesting is that ocean water, the mineral breakdown of ocean water is identical to the human blood in terms of the ratios of minerals. So it's almost as if the water is like the blood of the earth.
Yeah, I'd like to say something on the rarity that Gleam brought up. There's definitely the question of rarity as an aspect of the gold value and the rust, and now, of course, the conductivity. But in some instances, like for diamonds, for example, right, the rarity is superficially manufactured. Like, for example, diamonds are not rare like we think they are. The company, I'm sure a lot of people know this, but I'll say it anyways. The company De Beers has control of them. They buy them and they stack them and they manufacture the rarity of them because diamonds are plentiful. They're everywhere. The true value, and the kings and queens know this, are the gems, are the colored diamonds, right? That's where the rarity comes. So yeah, some of them are manufactured.
Well, every year I mean, let's not beat about the bush. Diamond mines, are usually very deep and very expensive to maintain. But when they get in the seams in which they mine them, there are tons of diamonds, literally loads of them. The vast majority of them don't have clarity or don't have symmetry, so they get used for industrial purposes like cutting tools. So huge swathes of diamonds every year have got nothing to do with the trade of diamonds in the sense in which we use them for jewelry and for the aesthetic. Because the
You've
vast
been
majority
convinced of that, bro. That's not true. That rarity is manufactured by the De Beer company. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
You're right. No, the what is manufactured by bears is the rarity and they keep they cap the price and they keep the production of what we call the aesthetic diamonds we use for jewelry. Definitely do that, yeah. They also mine a fuck ton of shit diamonds in terms of how you would describe in the aesthetic, which go into all our cutting tools, all our saw blades, all kinds of industrial applications. And they just chuck them out like there's nobody's business.
Yeah, imagine every blade, all these blades with all those diamond tips on them. Where do you think they come from? Diamonds. Yeah,
exactly.
Like you said, they're lesser grade than the other ones. Agreed, but the rarity is still like held manufactured by De Beers. Yeah, apparently they have warehouses and caves like stacked piled to the top, like plenty of these diamonds. Yeah.
That may be the case. That kind of price gouging could take place. Tell you what, though, you have to have some fucking security for that place, wouldn't you? Especially if someone broke in, they'd crash the economy.
About the gold thing, I was mentioning, like, do these people in control now, did they steal or hijack the ability to create gold, which essentially is almost like free energy if the thing you're after is gold. And there's an immense amount of other metals that you can make from it. Essentially, it's like that, pulling very minimal from the environment to make something that, in this case, has a lot more value. So the ability to make that, which would also connect with, the idea of free energy, and that these people in control may have also stolen free energy technology as well. But even in addition to that, I've also thought that if there's more land, which I very much think there is, more land than just these continents for sure. How much is another question. That other land, if these entities that are kind of asserting this control on us now, if they have access to that land and we don't, imagine how much gold is on the land we do know about. Obviously, there's been the gold rushes, and we can still find gold now. Imagine if they had access to even one continent that was the size of any of our continents, let alone if more than one, they would have more gold than everyone else, depending on how much gold that continent has or that other land has. But if that would be another reason to deceive us about the globe, and for them to hide that other land, because if that other land had more gold, that they were able to then take over the gold standard of the rest of the area while convincing all of those people they're on a globe. Now they've been able to kind of create that prison cosmology along with the financial takeover.
Oh yeah, but is that gold thing making thing really a thing? Because honestly, it's the first time I hear this. Like I heard jokes about it, but
What,
you
in the
guys seem
heart, you're
to
saying?
be serious about it.
In the heart thing you're talking about?
No, like turning lead or whatever other metal into gold. I thought that was like a
It
pipe
doesn't work
dream.
because it costs more
yeah,
money to turn it into gold than it costs the gold that you're going to build
Apparently,
it
yeah.
from.
It's been
apparently it's
done.
been
Yeah.
tried, but apparently no one has ever succeeded. But who knows?
Well, I think
what the
as
truth
the
is.
I've heard opposite.
Yeah, like in the ancient lore, it absolutely is a very real thing. But in the modern day lore of the ancient lore, they now tell us that it's just a thing of the ancient lore. If that makes sense.
Okay, gotcha. I thought it was some sort of new discovery.
Oh no, it is. So like the stereotypical like first thing you hear about alchemy is like, oh, there was these people in history who thought that if they studied metal and chemistry enough, they could figure a way to turn base metals into gold. And then with modern technology, that alchemical dream has been proven possible. That in today's world, we have turned base metals into gold, but like Godric said or whatever, the energy it takes to run the machines to do this process it's the electric bill is so high that it's not worth the value of the gold that results in the end of it. But it has been proved possible.
They're not machines
just,
in and of themselves. These are artifacts of nuclear reactions. So you the gold you get out of these systems are so ridiculously reactive that they're not actually useful. You know, you can do
yeah,
it.
in such little amount.
You know,
Did you see the picture I just posted that I tagged you in, Paza?
hang on, I'll have a look.
So I just had one last thing to say on an earlier topic, that it seemed like with the whole like human obsession with gold throughout history, and we have all come to understand like, yeah, it's rare, it's aesthetic, like you said. Everyone loves that. What do you call it? Not the glistening, but the shimmer or whatever, of gold. It is very attractive. But then here's a real strange thing. There's this scale called like the nobility of metals, and it seems awfully poetic, almost like intelligently designed. That besides platinum, gold is the most noble of all metals, and that's like a physics or chemistry term. It sounds like it sounds strange, but like nobility is like a technical term in chemistry, and gold is pretty much the noblest of all metals. It and do you know how like the nobility of a metal is determined?
No, I've never actually thought about it, to be honest with you.
It's also connected. It's also connected to the sun, like astrologically, and
oh yeah, it gets all sorts of poetic in that sense as well. It seems like there's sort of a poetry or a rhyme or rhythm or like a design to it, however you want to say. That it wasn't just out of attraction of its like aesthetic.
How is gold more noble?
So
even the connection to the heart. If we think about our bodies, our heart is like the main, if you want to call it a pump, or the main activator of the whole body. Like you can't have anything without the heart. It reminds me in that sense of the sun and the connection to gold as well. It's like gold is, in a sense, you could almost say like the heart of the earth, because it's that thing that's like always emanating and creating life.
Hey, Fundy, where's silver on your list, man? Come on, you got to revise that.
Oh, I didn't make that list. No, yeah, I see what you're saying. It seems like a pretty shit list, actually. I'll have to find a better one. Okay, I found another one.
It's a good list. It just hasn't got a couple of on there.
Yeah. Here. I just downloaded one. I'm not going to tag you, but here it is.
Sure.
Anode and cathode.
Platinum, gold, silver, titanium. Yeah. Seems a little different from the one I posted earlier.
I want to say that platinum is more noble and rarer than gold, but for some reason, the price of platinum and gold flipped. Platinum always more expensive and rarer than gold on the commodities market. But in the last, say, 10 years, the prices flipped. Now gold is more expensive than platinum, which to me doesn't make sense, but has to do with supply and demand.
Interesting.
Right.
Godric, what do you think about gold as an asset in the world? Like, not the physical one, but the sort of digital, if you want to call it that. Like, how connected is if we want to call it the digital form of gold, connected to the actual physical form? And what do you think in today's world?
You mean like the fact that you can trade barrels of oil on the commodities and I have to ever touch a barrel of oil? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, like how much in the case of gold or platinum do you think it correlates with it?
It's hard to say that like in a percentage wise, but like the books always balance. I mean, you can say one day, they can't cash in on their options or whatever, but they've always balanced 100%. Like as long as the stock exchange has been there, you've always been able to sell or buy and get full credit for the price movement, the price action. I don't know. It's not the real gold. When you buy option, a gold future on the SP 500, it's not the same thing as if having the gold correct. But as far as money wise, they've always been able to pay the appropriate money when they trade. So it's hard to say.
Right. Meaning if somebody has a certain, like an ounce of gold, for example, it's going to go for something very close to the rate of the digital one and vice versa. So yeah, like that in a sense.
Well, let me say something. Yes, but look at this. The actual physical gold is harder to trade than digital gold. Remember that is if you have a gold option or a platinum future or even soybeans, right? Because when you take gold coins, for example, to a coin shop, they take a nice commission. They have to pay payroll, they have to pay rent. You're going to lose 10% just trading your gold to a professional.
Right. There's always more.
You can trade gold and not charge each other, but it's very uncommon that happens.
Right.
So generally, the physical gold, you do take a 10% cut when you lose commission when you trade it using the open market. But if you're trading digital gold, you never have to. It's just a very small commission. So in a sense, the digital currency is actually more fluid and more practical than the actual real gold currency. And not to mention, you can get robbed of physical gold, whereas if it's in your account in TD Ameritrade, it's protected technically by their insurance.
Yeah, those are good points. Yeah.
You know what I read once about gold? A funny thing, an ounce of gold, they say, no matter what time period, is always worth like a tailor-made suit. So I just checked the price of an ounce of gold is like a little bit over $2,000.
It's like 19.
Is that how much a tailor-made suit is nowadays?
I don't know. That was my next question.
I'm a long way off a tailor-made suit. That's all I can say.
No, but seriously, has anybody made a suit lately? The last one I made was years ago. Was $800, but that was like 30 years ago.
I've never had a tailor-made suit.
That's pretty close to see. I would say it is about probably $2,000 for a real tailor-made suit, like post-COVID. Probably, because everything's up now. Everything went up, right? So probably it's about maintains that price.
Yeah, I remember reading that once.
Yeah, and gold just peaked up above 2,000, but now it's a little bit under. Yeah, it's been going up for a while now.
That's what we need to do. We need to make a machine that can extract gold out of the oceans.
Can you check the price of platinum? Platinum was always more than gold. Back in the day before 9/11, for example, gold was about $350 an ounce, and then now it's almost 2,000. So it like went 7 times. The platinum was about maybe 1,000 or 1,100, and that actually it's probably the same price. But the gold is the one that skyrocketed.
Yeah, platinum's like 1,000 right now.
Half the price. Yeah. Just checked it. That sounds strange, huh?
They use platinum in Cali converters. I know that. And then it's rarer than gold. I know that much. But for some reason, it's only half the price.
Well, it's interesting with these assets out in all these financial markets because gold is something that is real, like it's actually connected to something in the physical world, and it's natural. Whereas a lot of other things, like even stocks, are not really natural. You know, like there's some kind of an investment ratio based upon that company, and the way a lot of these other type things work that
And
don't
faith.
actually have anything linked in the physical world, or even cryptocurrencies, which I mean, all those blockchains, those are not even physical or tangible either. They're essentially like a computer code. So it's like the prices of those are not, I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but they're just not connected to anything physical. And they're I don't necessarily even think that's a negative thing because of the just value, but I'm just sort of saying in general that it does seem like the things that are actual commodities that have a physical connection do seem to have like a different dynamic to them. The fact that they're related to something physical seems like it can't just go to zero as quickly as something else could.
Hey, I wanted to explain where the nobility of metals chart like gets their rankings, like what determines like where they're placed in like first or second or third or whatever place of nobility. And it's something called a galvanic cell. And I think that's named after some sort of dude like Galvanico, or I don't know his name. It's named after him though. Sorry about that.
That's the battery, dude.
Yeah. That's the battery, the galvanic cell. That's like the battery application of a galvanic series. It says or electropotential series. It says the galvanic series or the electropotential series determines the nobility of metals. When two metals are both submerged into an electrolyte concoction, like some sort of like salt water, right? While also electrically connected by some sort of external conductor, so they have like a wired connection. There's some sort of wire that connects two metals that are both submerged in salt water. It says the less noble metal will experience corrosion. And so the whole idea is that if you submerge gold and some other metal underwater and connect them with a wire, then gold will cause any other metal to rust or corrode in some fashion. And you can just go ahead.
There's an electrolytic transition between the other metal and the gold, usually through an ionized solution. It's the foundation of electrolysis, basically.
Absolutely. Yeah. And they just call that setup a galvanic cell or a galvanic series or whatever. But yeah, and it induces a current from one to the other or whatever, from the less noble to the more noble. And it's like gold will suck the life out of a less noble metal, you know? And then you can do the same thing with copper and zinc, and you'll be like, oh, copper seems to be sucking the life out of the zinc. The zinc is corroding when I attach it to copper under salt water. And so you just do this enough times and put it, like a tournament, and you just combine each of them to each other and work it all out, and you say gold comes out on top, which seems awfully poetic in association with because this was discovered I don't know 1700s or something, right? And it's just like, imagine the one metal that everyone's been most obsessed with all this time is the most noble. It's like, funny how that works out.
Kind of
It's all
reminds me of like me and Kosho's mom's relationship, like where I'm more noble than her, and she just like constantly wants to suck the life out of me. But it's all.
No disrespect.
I don't think gold is more noble than platinum.
No, you're right. Platinum does rank higher than it. Platinum's first, gold is second. You're absolutely right. But still, to get it so right from the beginning,
All right, so I got a challenge for you, Fundy. Why do they call them the noble gases, eh? Ooh.
Well, they're very similar to the noble metals, right? They are non-reactive, right?
Yeah.
They aren't bothered. No one can touch them. They're on the top of the hill, and don't even try to challenge them or try to interact. They're better than you,
It is
noble.
interesting. It is interesting how contemporary chemistry does comport nobility on non-reactiveness, isn't it? It's very, very interesting.
Yeah, they're just stable. They're just stable molecules. They like to be left alone.
Well, they don't take orders, right? The king dictates the action of others. He doesn't take orders from the peasants. They're not going to make him change. He's going to make them change.
Interesting analogy.
I'm not a fan of that.
But it is a wise takes the advice of others.
I think, yeah, all this enforcing control over other people is just not cool.
I get it, but who sets the rules? The ruler sets the rules.
Well, ideally, yeah, if they're a ruler, I see what you mean. Yeah, well, that could be done in a corrupt way, but you could also have rules that are like part of an actual community at which, like for example, like in today's world, I've talked about this before because like I'm pretty much not a fan of like police and laws and control and all that stuff. However, in our modern world, the way it's set up, for example, like drinking and driving, like I actually agree with that you shouldn't be able to drink and drive because if you do, you kill a lot of people. And if everyone could just drink and drive all they wanted, then the road would be full of drunks. And every time you went out to drive, you'd be risking your life. So that's a law that I actually agree with. And I think most people do. Probably everyone does, really. I don't know of anyone who, I mean, I guess maybe there's some alcoholics that would like to be able to drink and drive, but it seems like virtually anyone in a sane state of mind would say that no one should be heavily drunk while driving. So that would be like a rule that doesn't necessarily have to be enforced by some kind of ruler that's just controlling over people, but actually could be something agreed on by everybody. That like, yeah, we shouldn't be drinking and driving. And then, like, I'm not even really a fan of having to like even enforce something. At the same time, it brings in that question if they're going to be putting other people's lives at risk in that example.
There are exceptions, though, and I know they're extreme, but there are exceptions to that as a law. I can tell you one if you want.
In Russia, car drives you. When
I'm just saying, like, if you're being held captive and they're like sedating you to like keep you, docile, right? And you finally make a break for it, and you have whatever's alcohol or something similar in your system that they've been sedating you with, and they're gonna capture you and hold you captive the rest of your life. If there's a car out there and you hotwire it and escape, if I'm a police officer and I pull you over, I'm not going to fine you for escaping your imprisonment. I'm going to say, you go ahead, man. In fact, I'll give you a ride. But, if I weren't there, I'd have no problem with a drunk person who is forcibly intoxicated, driving a car in order to escape. I know that's extreme. I'm just saying there's always an exception.
Yeah,
to the law.
if you're held hostage and they force you to get drunk and then you get to escape and get in a car, well, but then you still might be putting other people's lives at risk. If you have to do that, you drive very slowly on the shoulder, maybe go very slow.
One of my brother-in-law's friends, 8 years ago, drove home. Was driving home from his father's wake, and he drunk, but not excessively, and he never drunk and drove. But it was obviously wasn't in his in a good state, and he drunk a bit too much at the wake. And he left really, really late at night. He was, obviously with his mother, and his family, it was quite a difficult time. And he got in his car and wasn't really thinking about what he was doing, and he drove home. And he lived in the countryside, and he got pulled over a policeman on a quiet road because the policeman obviously could see he was, driving erratically or whatever. And he explained to the policeman went to breathalyze him, and he explained what happened and broke down. And the policeman said to him, "Get back in your car, follow me, don't do anything stupid, follow me, where do you live?" Took his postcode, and then the policeman just took him home in his car. Said, "When you get on your drive, get in your house. None of this conversation happened. If you don't follow me or you leave where you're following me, then I shall call another car to come and breathalyze you." And he took him home. But usually, if you get caught with anything, any amount of alcohol at all in your bloodstream in the UK, you are fucked. There's no excuse. You could be driving your pregnant wife who's who to the hospital who's about to give birth. Yeah, if you're over the limit, you're going to get done usually, officially.
Well, it's interesting. Wait, you're saying? Wait, what was the part of birth and getting to the hospital?
Normally speaking, there's usually officially there's no caveat for being drunk and driving in the UK. You could be driving your hot wife who's giving birth to the and they wouldn't. You would still get in trouble.
There's just
I'm
the
pretty
fact
sure
that
there's caveats in America. I'm pretty sure there's caveats in America where you can get off on that if you're fleeing for your life or something.
Yeah. I mean, it's let's be honest, it's a highly contrived scenario, isn't it? If you're fleeing for your life.
It is.
Well, what's
Yeah.
what's wild about what you said? The reason you said I asked you to re-say what you said, Paz, because it was almost connected to what I was exactly about to say next, which was already on my mind, which is like I know someone who their daughter was killed in a car accident and she was also pregnant. So interestingly, the drunk driver killed his daughter and while she was also pregnant. So
yeah, it's horrendous.
From what you were saying, but yeah, like you could be in any case drinking and driving and then cause. But yeah, I mean, if you're escaping a hostage situation, but anyways, yeah, it's.
But still, if you're escaping a hostage situation and they force you to be drunk and then you crash it, like have a head-on collision and stuff, I'd say you're still at fault. Doesn't matter, like, I'd still punish the drunk drivers, and then it comes down to like what a fit punishment should be, right? But then that's the whole thing. There's no value you can place on a person's life, even though it's very easily to take a life. It's like, okay, so this guy escaping, his, what do we call it? His confinement, slave. What's the term? This guy's, this person who's captured. He's escaping from being captured, and he's drunk involuntarily. If he crashes into an innocent person, it's like, yeah, like I still blame him for causing the crash. But then, what punishment fits the crime? And at that point, it just becomes such a blurry area to enforce, because how do you what sort of fine or what sort of punishment makes up for the taking of an innocent person's life? Because an innocent person's life is what do you call it? Not valueless, invaluable, right? A human life, an innocent human life, is invaluable. And then it just becomes so blurry to try to handle at that point. And that's where a jury comes into play, I suppose. I don't know.
I don't know what it's like in the States, but if you're involved in a road traffic accident, a significant road traffic accident, whether someone dies or not, usually if the police turn up, they'll summarily breathalyze everybody who was driving.
Are we really debating whether drinking and driving is okay? I'm confused right now.
We were taking it to the extreme. In general, we all understand the basics here. We were just talking about like extreme situations where you're fleeing for your life and you're involuntarily drunk or intoxicated.
I was
in some way.
thinking we'd go to I don't know, somewhere crazier, like riding a horse when drunk or something, or maybe the horse is drunk and you're sober.
That is hilarious.
Is it ever okay to ride a drunk horse?
There have been
really though,
There have been occasions where I've been mistaken for a horse.
Let's not talk about.
And with that, I'm gonna bid you all farewell and good night. I gotta go to get some sleep.
See you.
Good night.
You leave it on that note. All right, Baz.
So if you're drinking with a horse, can you drive the horse home?
Good night.
Good night.
I think the ultimate conclusion here is that it's literally impossible to lay out in a system of laws that are written down to like the design of a perfect justice system. There just is no such thing as a denotated description of a perfect justice system. That sort of thing's just never gonna happen. There's too many blurry situations where there is no exact right or wrong choice or due punishment that fit. Like it just gets all blurry. Where there's just no such thing as a perfect justice system that anyone could ever invent. Not only that it hasn't been invented yet, but the fact that it couldn't ever be invented. There could never be such a thing.
I think God has one.
Oh yeah, sure. We'll be subject to that after death, but while we're alive, it doesn't exist for humans
No,
to
because
enact justice upon each other.
man's gonna make mistakes. That doesn't even account for corruption or what's the word? I don't know, evil.
Was there was there a question? I'm sorry, I didn't hear clearly.
I said man's always going to make mistakes, and that doesn't even account for evil or corruption. So, of course, any system they make is going to have flaws.
Yeah, I can get down with something like that. The weird thing is that some things just don't have a precise order to them, and some things do. That's the weird part about the world that we're all, involved with. So some things do obey a strict order, but then there's just as many amount of things that don't have any specific order that they come in. And we a lot of people who, especially like the scientific mind, you wish for everything to come in an orderly manner that we can decipher or come to acknowledge or understand. It's like, yeah, everyone wants to make sense of the world, but then you can try your best, and then you realize some parts of the world don't make sense. This isn't just a logical world. This is also a very absurd, illogical situation we find ourselves in, where some questions don't have answers. Some do, some don't.
I think all questions have answers.
You don't mean that.
I mean, it's a gray area, right? Like, this doesn't mean it's going to be a solution that fits all purposes, but there's different solutions, right? Like, let's say, like raising a kid, for example, having a relationship, right? I mean, you love the other person, right? You don't like hit them over the head with a bat, right? So there's answers. They just might be like vary depending on the situation.
No, I mean, come on, man. You understand that, like, as far as logic goes, if you're trying to obey logic, there are questions that can be formulated. They obey the laws of syntax, they obey the laws of language. And, what is a question besides like a query expressed in the form of language? All you have to do is say it, and it's a question. All you have to do is seek an answer, and you can formulate that question however you want. But then, you can do this
What
in as
question doesn't have
simple
an
of a
answer?
one sec. You can do this in as simple of a sense as something on any calculator, where you say, it's a perfectly well formulated expression of language and proper syntax to say, what is 100 divided by 0? Right? And then the calculator says, no answer, syntax error. Right? So, like, I know that's a shallow example, but that's an example of a question without an answer.
What question doesn't have an answer? Say it again.
Any number divided by 0. And I'm not fixating on that one mathematical example. I think it applies to all sorts of other things.
Why would that not have an answer?
Go ahead and plug it in, man. I think you should know this already. If you don't, I'm a little surprised. But it's fine.
It's called undefined. It's undefined. You can't divide something by nothing.
But my point is, you can, and not that I'm fixated on this one mathematical version of making my point, but it's just one sort of relatable, shallow example where there are questions without an exact answer. Godric, you know what happens when you pick a number and then
there's
divide
paradox.
it by zero,
Right?
right?
Now there's paradoxes. Would that be example? I believe
But
in
you know what
paradox.
happens. But just to be clear, real quick, you know what happens, right? When you plug in like you could do it on your phone calculator right now. Like every phone comes with a calculator installed in it. You can enter it, type in any number you want, and then say divided by zero. You know what happens when you do that, right?
Well, I guess you can't do that.
No, I mean you can type it in. You can do that, but
Is
you
that
know
like
what happens.
a paradox?
No, there's no paradox here. I'm just talking about a simple operation. You type in 63 divided by zero. You know what happens, right?
You can't get an answer.
It says syntax error.
Okay, I thought you meant like meaning of life, or something like that.
No, I'm just giving like a really shallow sort of example of the idea that there's some questions that you can ask. You can formulate the question exactly. You can exactly formulate the question, but that doesn't mean there's an exact answer
It
to
might
that
be
exact question.
the language though. That's is in error. And I think there's paradoxes like what happens when an unstoppable force meets an immovable object. That's like a syntax error.
The thing about paradoxes is that they don't exist.
What happens when an unstoppable force meets an immovable object? You don't get that. You don't understand that.
I understand that concept, but I understand that concept will and could never exist.
Oh, you mean like in reality?
Well,
It can
in
exist hypothetically, like in
an,
imagination, but not
yeah,
like
yeah,
you can't find an unstoppable force because eventually. But as I
right,
say,
yeah,
as I say,
exactly.
infinity or forever, there's words that don't have a clear logic to them, right?
Yeah, I mean, they have a logic to them, just like the term infinity. It has a logic to it. You can logically describe the concept of infinity. You can describe it. You can define infinity. You can do it. But as far as like that concept that words can define, it doesn't exist. It exists like conceptually, but not like in existence, not in reality. It's like an abstract concept or like a transcendental concept, not something that refers to anything that exists. And that's the whole idea that I kind of started with. That there's questions because language has the ability to reference concepts that don't exist. That's like the craziest part about language. We can talk about things that are abstract that don't exist, and we can have conversations and say all sorts of things about God or infinity or zero or whatever, right? Good and bad, or evil. We can talk about things through the privilege of language and talk about abstract transcendental concepts, but then also everyone needs to understand where the line is drawn between that which doesn't exist, the transcendental things we're referring to, and then what is actually has like an actual like exemplification or like an actual like manifest example in reality. That's why there are questions that don't have answers.
But I'm saying it's the language.
It was the perfect example you said earlier about like an unstoppable force meets a immovable object, right? We can pose that question, but there is no answer to that question. You can say it, but you can't. You can ask it, but you can't answer it. Right? That's the whole thing about language. You can ask it, but you can't answer it. It's one of these like amazing qualities of language. It's truly mind-blowing.
Yeah, but I think
mind-blowing, but it's sorry, Gio, go on.
Well, I was just gonna say, I think the answer is within consciousness, though. It's in there somewhere. But yeah, go ahead, Andy.
Am I echoing off somebody or? Oh, sorry. I was just going to say this is terribly limited as well. You realise that all language, obviously thoughts, are very limited, and then through that limitation, then there'll always be conflict. You see? Do you see that? There'll always be an Israel and a Palestine. There'll always be the red versus the blue. So my advice is to disidentify from that the accumulations as much as possible. Because if you don't, you end up in the situation where the tail wags the dog. If you see, you're sort of puppeted by the past. It's a tricky business. I'm really tired, so I'm going to go to bed now. Well, I was just going to comment on the magic circle minions that love to swarm around these servers. And the fact that you're even here at all is a huge red flag. Don't you see that? You must see that. I don't know. It's just it's hilarious to me. Anyway, we're certainly onto something, or you wouldn't be here at all. Now you can say you're here to laugh or joke or whatever it is. But no, I think a lot of us see straight through it. We know exactly what you're doing. So anyway, that's all from me. Good night, everybody.
The fallacy in that.
Did you just say we
course,
couldn't be here? We shouldn't be here?
Is that happens on both sides, right?
Was he saying we shouldn't be here?
No, I think Godric, he was talking about people
You're
that
fighting
are
against Santa Claus, dude.
He's
right?
talking-
If your logic is the whole world thought the Earth was a globe, and there's no reason to think. Go ahead.
Well, no, I was just responding to Godric real quick. I think Godric, he was talking about people that are like attacking these ideas and things. I think he's talking about people trolling and attacking. But yeah, go ahead, David.
Hey, earlier I lost my shit today because I'm just tired of fucking bullshit artists. But it is. That's why I'm so intrigued because, like I said, man, I'm still waiting for. I asked Gio maybe last year or so. I said, how's the story going to end, bud? Remember what you said to me, Gio? You don't remember what you said?
Yeah. Sorry, yeah, I heard you. I just had to switch to my phone, but yeah, I'm listening. I do remember that. Yeah, that was good. Go ahead.
Well, I'm just waiting for the story to end, right? I mean, it's odd in the way that how the information is presented. It's a form of like a critical test, especially if you come across the documentary of Andrea Barnes there, In Search of the Edge. You can see how it can be laid out as a you can convince people either or after you show them information, right? Which is the flat earth, the sphere model kind of thing. But what I'm intrigued by is the endurance. You may look at my endurance, and well, you've been here for a few years too. But that's what's intriguing is that when I do disappear, I pop up to see who's talking, and it's still the same guys, like the same guys fighting against flat Earth, and it's just like that's just too fascinating, man.
Well, I think the conversation is not able to really get out to the rest of humanity right now as much as it would have, would otherwise. Like in 2015, 16, 17, it was erupting to the point to where, what was one of those years, the Google searches was like one of the highest of any search in that year, like the term flat Earth were. So yeah, it's interesting how much. Yeah, sorry, it's interesting how much how popular in terms of that kind of trajectory. Now, if that trajectory had continued, and I mean, at this point, there would probably be an enormous amount of people looking into this topic, and there would be hundreds of thousands of people on all kinds of different platforms, if not millions at this point. So they did a huge, thing in terms of the censorship part of it. But I'm just saying that the way it is right now, it's like the full conversation and all this information is just really not able to get out to as many people as it would otherwise. And so we're kind of left in a situation where at this point, at least, we're somewhat limited in who we're discussing, therefore, or who we're discussing this with. Therefore, there's so many like attacks coming on the side of trying to suppress it. So it's kind of like just the position, the way things are now. But it just shows how much energy is connected to all of this. And even though it's at its particular phase it's at now, it's in a sense, it's like a ticking time bomb that has an enormous amount of energy that will be kind of spreading across the earth, in my viewpoint, in the coming years of all of this. And there will be a point where it's all happening on a much larger.
Kind of, you're roboting a little bit, Jeremy. Or Geo, sorry.
You're used to Jeremy roboting.
Yeah, I did want to hear that, the end of that.
We lost you, Gio.
Question for you. What kind of skills would it take for somebody to go into, let's say, a game account and change your profile of a gun name inside a Call of Duty? How much power would you have to be able to do that?
All right. Yeah, I think I did
A
robot.
regular
I'm
hacker
driving.
can do that. A regular hacker can do that, or a game designer with the system knows how to do that.
But Data, what does that have to do? I think I did cut out for a bit there. I think there's a little area that cuts out. I don't know if I missed something or how that was related, but yeah, I was just referring to.
And he's gone. I don't think what you were asking for would be that hard. All you have to do is go into the config file, and since you're only talking about changing a name, that would just be changing a config file's name.
Well, you would have to break through the security, but sometimes the security isn't great. I remember in back when they had Commodore 64 and Commodore 128, I can go into those games, change the figures, and give my creature more hit points or whatever, because there was no security. That's my own system. But these online games, for example, have security. So as long as you can get through that security, one, and then it's easy once you do that just to program the game however you want. I mean, don't the FBI hire hackers when they find them?
Basically, yeah.
Yeah, I might have cut out again. All right. Did I miss something, or how is this related to what we were discussing?
You cut off.
We missed your grand explanation of what you were talking about, so that's why we changed the subject. We didn't hear what you said, Gio.
Oh, okay.
You like literally cut off, man. You cut off and disappeared, and you weren't talking for a little bit.
Do you want to pick up where we left? Yeah, let's get that going again, Gio.
Yeah. Well, I think I'll summarize it briefly because Data was saying like, where is it all headed? And it is a very interesting question in terms of everything. And I think maybe just to summarize it super briefly, I was just saying that because I think of the censorship that has occurred since 2017. Because I was just saying, like 2015, 16, 17, if it had been able to continue at that trajectory in terms of the discussion about the Earth and a lot of other related components, just the like a new paradigm within the scientific world and kind of related to this entire dynamic of the Earth and the kind of pseudoscience that's connected to the pseudo Earth, basically. I was just saying, if it was able to go at that trajectory, it would be interesting where it would be at this point. But they did do the censorship, so that's kind of, you know, limited us to a somewhat limited amount of kind of breadth of influence, if you want to call it that, that we're able to, you know, communicate with in terms of other people. So, but I was just saying that if, you know, that in the future may not be the case, to where in the future there will be this discussion and these components on a much larger stage within the. So when you were just saying where is it headed, that's where I see it headed, is ultimately like there's no slowing down a lot of these truths that we're discussing. Like there's nothing that's going to stop it. They've already suppressed it for as many decades as they have, but I think we're in like a time of unraveling and of transformation in which a larger paradigm shift is inevitable.
Yeah, but the let's say the planned script isn't for that. It's for transhumanism. It's the other way around. So I think Jeremy mentioned before, it's kind of cool, you know, being having some like limbs and things like that. You know, if you're like quadriplegic, perhaps, you know, or missing an arm or a leg. I mean, the technology, or an eye even. There's some crazy shit actually happening with some eyeballs and stuff. Apparently, people are making their own shit, putting their own head and stuff. You know, so right, like all that stuff is happening. So wouldn't flat Earth be the antithesis to transhumanism?
Well, yeah, no, you're right. I mean, if kind of their agenda that they're trying to roll out, if that succeeds, yeah, it could be a very like a 1984 transhumanistic kind of technology blend with humanity. Kind of seems like they want to like eliminate the human spirituality and human creativity and make us these kind of automaton, materialistic mindset beings that don't have the spirituality and the creativity, to where we can then just become essentially like robotic, controlled. Yeah, kind of they want to like fuse kind of the AI robot stuff transhumanistically with humans. So yeah, that's kind of like the dark potential, you know, that it could be headed towards.
Could that
kind
be
of the
related
opposite of what I
to?
was talking about.
Could that be related to them not wanting to own anything? Have you heard that? That we're not going to own anything?
Yeah. Well, it's like eliminating individuality in lieu of some collective effort of an agenda that they want, that we don't necessarily want, but they want. They want to convince us that we want that agenda. But if they can get to a point
More
where
than anything, they talk about biological hacking, right? So they talk about this openly at the those forums. I don't know how many times if you guys seen those videos, but they talk about being able to biologically hack humans, right? I mean, that's the difference between, I suppose, any ruler in the past. That's what they say, anyway.
That might have been already happening if you consider clones. If you consider some of these famous people are cloned.
I don't.
That's the case. They've already done it.
I don't see how that can how clones could happen, because you'd have to have the gestation period, then the actual growth period. You wouldn't be able to just grow a human being, right? You'd have to go through the gestation, like the actual stages. So I don't see how you could clone a human.
Because don't you know they can clone your ear? Like if you get your ear cut off, right? They can put these cells on a rat, and your ear will grow, right?
Yeah, if you've seen the ears, bro, it's all good. They don't look like it can be a you know, a hack job, but it's not. It doesn't look like your ear, dude. I've seen it. I know what you're talking about.
So
The point is,
well, I mean,
you
obviously
can't
the whole
gestate,
human form is a much more advanced than just doing a copy of your ear on a rat, obviously, right?
You can't gestate nine months and 30 years into a human being, and
But hang on, I just debunked you because you said gestate, right? You can create an ear from scratch. You don't have to wait 9 months or even 1 month.
Ear is different than a child, a human being, brain development, lung development, heart development. You're looking at a structure that's probably, you know, maybe I forget how they. I know what you're talking about.
Because they're just copying what it is.
It doesn't, yeah, but it doesn't look like, dude. It doesn't look like a really decent ear, right? So maybe you may be able to make it produce an effect like that. But you're talking about making a brain grow, lungs grow in a short period of time, and so your suspension of disbelief to cloning human beings is absolutely ridiculous. You could probably take the genetics of a sheep and clone that, but you still have to put the sheep, get the sheep pregnant with that.
It's only
particular
it's only
genetic.
ridiculous if it's only ridiculous if
like
you don't.
CRISPR. It's like
It's only
CRISPR, right? Like
ridiculous if they don't have the technology. But if they have the technology, it's done.
there's no technology to speed up human beings, dude. There's none of it. Just what are you going to
Dude,
give a
haven't
growth
you seen
hormone?
the
It's gonna,
movie? Wait, haven't you
dude,
seen the
give me
movie
a
Fifth
break,
Element?
bro. That's what I mean.
Hang on a second.
Are you a
Have you
glober?
seen the movie Fifth Element?
Are you a
Gotta
glober
give
or
a
flat
little
earther?
room. Give a
I know,
little
but
room.
Have you
Chris, are you
seen
a
the
glober or
movie
flat
Fifth
earther?
Element?
You guys are over talking each
Yes,
other.
one of my favorite movies. Yeah.
Wonderful. They take the hand, they take the
Yeah,
DNA, add the memo
sure,
groups,
sure.
and
Yeah,
they
yeah, yeah.
start creating the flesh and
Yeah, dude, I know that. I know. I'm
circulatory
just saying.
system.
Are you
They
a
zap
glober
it
or
to
flat
life.
earther?
They have you copy a brain. I mean, you can cut here's the brain wave.
Natural laws of
Create the
physics,
brain.
bro. You're not going to be able to
You
speed up
guys,
human
I don't know
body.
what. I don't know what you got. Hold on, you guys.
Why is
I don't
that
know
a problem?
I'm on my phone. I can't really mute people easily, but you guys are totally just over talking each other. I don't know what happened there, Data. I don't know, but because you guys are
Just
at least
saying,
getting one
it
at a
just takes technology, and I think he was getting a little upset.
No, it's because are you a glober or flat earther? Because the ridiculousness of what you have to go through to suspend disbelief and the idea that you can clone a human being, it's absolutely ridiculous. Now, can you make a copy of a genetic copy? You'd have to still have a pregnancy stage. It'd have to go through the growth stage. There's no way you're going to take an infant and then make it speed up and grow faster, dude. Like
You wouldn't have to just anything. You just have to copy what it is.
No, you're defying the laws of nature.
Hang on a second.
respond, bro.
You put you on a
Let him
table.
respond.
They know how to,
It's
for example, they know how to
retardation.
make flesh. They know how to make an ear. This is just a basic thing, right? They take you, put on your table, then they copy you. They have to, of course, have all the genetic material, right? I'm not saying that's not easy to get, but they just copy you from one to the other. They copy your eye, your cells, your circulatory system. And if that's a technology, it's just a done deal. The only question is, can they copy consciousness? Can they copy memory? That would be a big question. But maybe some of your memory, hang on, maybe some of your memory is fixed into your brain. Not all, but maybe some. That's why the
That's
clones are
not the
acting
only
all funky.
question.
That's why
If it
you
was
start
true,
freaking out
there would be no. If it was
live
true,
camera, freaking out, falling down and shit. Maybe that's a clone.
if it was true, there would be no need for the growth hormone drug. Like they claim by 2028, you'll be able to you'd be able to increase your lifespan exponentially because of the growth hormones that they're going to release in 2028. So if you talk about cloning, if I had all the money in the world and I can clone myself a new body, I would just do that. That's not what they're doing.
No,
In
my
reality,
friend.
in reality, what they're
Mr.
doing,
Illuminati,
in
you're
reality,
not
what
gonna
they're doing is they're
access
trying to
people.
treat the center of your pituitary gland to increase in size, so it produces the growth hormone called GHR15. That's one of them anyway. But the point is that's what they're actually doing in reality. So your movie fantasy shit, this is what I can't stand, is like the suspension of disbelief has gone past the point of retardation. You don't even know how to fucking determine reality from fiction.
Hold on. Well,
Yeah, dude.
Just
Hold on.
chill out a little bit. But I have a
Everything you
question.
said was
Gio's
fine.
trying to get in. Let
you
Gio
wouldn't have.
hold on. Godric. Gio is trying to say something, dude. He's trying to mod.
Yeah, let me just jump in for a second to say, I mean, I understand why it's heated, why you guys, and let me just kind of outline it and see if you guys agree or disagree. I guess we just went hard into a discussion of cloning. So in terms of cloning, Godric is suggesting it could be the case that they quote unquote have the ability to do that, or some other entities out there could do this, can create a human from, in a cloned fashion. And obviously it's a topic that's been discussed. And then Data, you're saying, absolutely not. If I were to outline it, could I suggest that maybe the dynamic is that if it can only be created, through there is artificial insemination, but the baby is still grown within the mother. And that's like an act of God in that sense. Even if you're artificially inseminated, it's not quite the same as actually having, copulating, et cetera, actually being able to create a child that way. Nonetheless, the baby is still born through, the creator in that sense, in that natural way in the body. Whereas if they quote unquote can clone, then now they're almost becoming the creator in that sense. They can just create humans, you know, in that way. So is that kind of like the outline of the tension in that sense? The difference between the creator being able to make humans versus some other entity being able to clone it, or
So
like
as of now, they can clone things in sacks. So if they can clone lambs in sacks and not use a womb, I'm not certain if that's transferable to a woman body. But if they can do that already in with lambs, then possibly the potential of doing that with humans is fine. But that's not the cloning he's referring to. It's like or it's like what? You're 40 years of age, and all of a sudden, you got a new Dave Chappelle comes on the scene. It's a different Dave Chappelle. It's a clone Dave Chappelle. They cloned him, they MK altered him, and there you go, right? The point is, if cloning would be growing a body that fast in a short period of time. And if that was true, then there would be no search for this growth hormone to produce the pituitary gland to make you live longer. There wouldn't be this.
You're just going in circles.
No,
This has nothing to do with growth
no,
hormones.
he's not.
This
I
has nothing to
I
do.
understand that.
You don't have
I
to grow.
understand
Look,
exactly.
if they can clone a sack, right? They can clone a full-grown goat. What's the difference? They're just the stuff they're telling you. That's the only
It
difference.
has
What
to
they're telling you.
grow. It has to go from one single cell to multiple single cells. It has to
It
grow.
doesn't. If you think about it, it would be
No,
harder to clone a embryo than it would be to clone a full-grown person, because the embryo has to have the growth, all the growth stuff that's going to make it evolve. But if you're
That's
just
how it's
copying a
done every
fully
day.
grown thing, you're
It
just copying what
starts
it is.
from adding ingredients, and you have to start with something. And if it's going to ingestate, or whatever you call it, whatever the translation is, when you have something growing because of pregnancy, there's an gestation period before it forms a shape. You don't have something that has a shape already. Do you understand that, right?
I'm disagreeing with you. I'm saying that if you can clone a sack, you can clone a full-grown goat. That's what I'm saying, or a sheep, whatever or a human.
You can clone
And don't tell me they don't do it.
another animal living, sure, but I'm talking about you still have to wait for the time for that animal to be grown. And a goat is a little bit different than a 40-year-old grown man or a replacement of a Dave Chappelle. The growth hormone, the growth hormone in the pituitary gland is the one they're looking for. Yours is gobbledygook nonsense. Cloning, sure, you could probably take a copy of me and make another version of me, but it would take X amount of years for me to grow up to see that version.
You can just skip your growing phase. That's what I say. I don't know why you think you do
Can you
that.
create a goat version of me right now? Like a 40-year-old me in a goat, please?
In theory, yes. In theory, yes. And like I was telling this other guy, believe me, if they can do this technology, you would not be privy to it. You would have to have Illuminati in your name. So don't worry, you're never going to get it.
The
Period.
technology that you
Never
look
going to
where
get. Also, that growth hormone you're talking about,
I'm with
that can
Dad
make
on
you live
this,
longer,
honestly.
you won't get that either. You won't get that either. So don't act like because you don't have it, they don't have it. That's silliness.
It's speculation, though. As far as the understanding of cloning goes, now, like the technologies involved with it, Dad is describing the cloning technologies that we are aware that exist. You're talking about some sort of cloning where you can just create artificially a copy of someone at whatever age you want, and they don't actually have to be born and develop their cells and grow. That's not the cloning technology that any of us officially know about. You're talking about some sort of speculative ability to clone, where you can just on the spot within a week create a 40-year-old man artificially.
They did it in Blade Runner and they did it in Fifth Element.
Okay.
Science fiction.
Are you a globe or a flat earther? Just out of curiosity.
Dude, you don't know who I am? What does that matter?
Yanking the chain, wagging the fucking tail of the dog, right? Dude, just be real, buddy. That's it.
Hey, man. I mean, that question doesn't matter, to be honest, really,
No,
His
it does not
cosmological
matter.
view
It does not
doesn't
matter.
matter.
The facts don't give a fuck who's a flat earther or a globe earther.
It matters for the point. I just wanted to know what side the fucking ball.
I'm not an atheist. I'll tell you that. I'm not a liberal.
I think he's a flat earther, but it is irrelevant. You know what I mean? Let's carry on.
No.
I'm not an atheist, and I'm not liberal either. Do you think I'm a flat earther?
I don't know who you are. I'm just if you believe in a lot of movies, well, I'd be surprised if you're.
I made a joke. Don't make a joke. You know that question isn't relevant.
Yeah, you're going to
We're
get in
having a
trouble. You're backing
conversation
yourself into
on
a
it.
corner. You're going to paint yourself into a corner, sir.
Let me finish up because I just want to finish up. Wizard did a nice video on cloning. I'm not saying it's the real thing, but it could be a thing. And he made a lot of good points. And if you see what's this out here in the media, some strange shit going on, that's one explanation.
Doesn't Jake the asshole claim that Mike Tyson is somebody else and all this bullshit? And like it's just this is what gives truth a bad name, right? If you have to draw in viewers with an absurdity as that, like I mean that's pretty.
Have you seen Wizard's video? Have you seen Wizard's video?
Let me ask you a question, Godric. Okay, I'll wait. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
All right. God, in the traditional sense of cloning, that if some celebrity did this, right? Like some celebrity is famous for having their pet dog die, right? And it died at the age of, whatever age their dog, like 15 years old, right? Their 15-year-old dog died. And then they were like, "Oh, I miss it so much. I want my dog back." Whether it was like Oprah or J-Lo or who knows who it was. They didn't get a 15-year-old dog as their clone dog to replace it. They got a puppy, right?
Have you considered that? Have you considered that having a puppy is more marketable than having a full-grown dog because it's born all over again? Have you considered that?
Well, it's definitely more appealing, but I also say it's the only option that any of us are aware of. That when something is cloned,
you being aware does not tell you what the technology level's at. They have technology that we don't have.
Well, I mean,
and if you're going to agree that they can clone your dog that died, there's only one more step to having them full grown.
You're divine. You give man too much credence. You think that man can do that, then you believe man can do way more than reality.
I don't have any faith at all that technology exists to make a copy of a 40-year-old man in a cloning sense. That you can develop within like a week or a month or even a year a clone of a 40-year-old man where the clone is also like in the same like physiological state as the 40-year-old man, like let's say like replacing Dave Chappelle, like the YouTube videos want to say or whatever, right? Replacing a 40-year-old Dave Chappelle, kill him off and replace him with a clone, right? Who's also comes across as being like 40 years old in maturity or development.
Can I respond to that one thing when you're done?
Yeah, go ahead.
Dave Chappelle is definitely less funny than before. Okay.
Well, in the sense of him being a clone, as far as cloning technology is understood nowadays, they would have had to develop a clone at the same moment the real Dave Chappelle was born, so that they could replace a clone. They could replace the legitimate Dave Chappelle with a clone Dave Chappelle that's the same age as him. And was
you don't know the technology.
Could I get some clarity? I just now started listening again.
Go ahead, man.
Is Godric saying that it's possible to clone a full-grown human
that doesn't need to develop and mature in normal biological manners? Yes.
Oh, holy smokes!
Yeah,
That's
and
crazy,
I don't think there's anyone here that agrees with that technology to be in existence.
Well, I'll tell you this. I'll steel man Godric's position. Basically, the military is far more advanced technologically than they reveal. Obviously, that would be advantageous for our country, right?
That's not seal
Well,
manning.
That's what he's telling you. He's saying you don't understand the technology because you're not aware of it. That doesn't mean it doesn't exist. And if you look at the facts,
I'm saying the technology is defying the laws of physics, dude. Right? The laws of nature, particularly.
You don't know the laws of physics.
And
we don't.
Anyway,
sure.
the point is that the law, what we've known to be true as far as how you start from one single cell and it grows. The process of cloning, the way that you're interpreting it versus the natural law, which is to have a copy of something that's died and gone through the process of regenerating or time or growing, whatever, then yeah, but you're talking about a small duration of time. So in your mind, can you clone a human being in one day, 24-hour period? Like what in your mind?
You don't need the
technology,
gestation. You don't
the
need
technology
a gestation.
the technology that you think exists in your mind. How long does it take to make a human being?
First of all,
Because
you don't know that we don't need the gestation. If you can agree that they can clone your ear, which they they can do. They can clone a goat,
they assume
a
they assume
stag,
they have. I haven't used
a
their
dog.
services. They
Clone
assume
your
they have, but I
dog
haven't.
that died. Okay, and
Yeah.
but by the way, you paid a lot of money for that. By the way, okay. And yes, it's more marketable to start them as a puppy, right? To have all the
So what you
cells.
do is you find
Hang
a
on.
breed, you inseminate the breed with the you inseminate the breed with the.
As far as we know, they can successfully clone and replace your dog or cat. So there's only one step farther to make them full grown. It's not really a big deal.
No, we're
That's what
talking
I'm
about
saying.
the
I'm saying
actual laws of nature, and when something is created at the time of inception,
you don't know the laws of nature.
it has to go through its stages to develop its shape and to determine what sex it is and so forth, right? So it has to go through its stages. It has to develop. So in your process, how is the development done?
It's just a copy of one to another. That's all.
Great. What's producing the copy? See in
Think of it like a 3D. Think of it like a 3D
in a uterus,
printer.
in a uterus of a dog, there's an egg
3D
that's
printer.
attached to the uterus line. In your system of cloning, how is it done?
Yeah, you can't ask
3D
questions
printer.
and then start trying to answer for them. Give them some
You're
script.
copying something. You're making a copy of something. That's it. There's no gestation. There's no uterus. Okay. Matter of fact, these people, if I'm not saying for certain, but I'm saying it's a possibility. They're definitely not 100%. They're wacky. They don't last so long. This is a conspiracy, right? I can't say for sure this is happening, but for you to think that it's impossible is naive. And for you to think that the technology they have makes no sense to me. So it's a possibility. That's why I said it's conceivable. It's a possibility. If they're already cloning, then they can. That's just one more step to make them full grown.
It's not physically conceivable to gestate a human being that's 40 years of age in a week's time, or 2 days' time, and 24-hour period of time. It's literally impossible. Now, if you had a copy, you had some DNA reference of something passed away, apparently you can make a copy of that, which you call cloning. But your concept of Blade Runner cloning, no, I
mentioned Blade Runner, and I mentioned Fifth Element because the military
would have. You think
All
the
right,
military
so
would have the military would have that kind of technology?
Let me give an example here. A seed is essentially a clone of its predecessor. It's the one it came from, right? And with that being said, like you can rapidly speed up the time it takes for that seed to manifest and germinate into a full plant with using certain technologies. So if you can do that with a plant, right, and have something go from a seed to a plant in half the time that it would normally take, then why couldn't you do that with other life forms?
Well, probably because you're looking at you're looking at several stages of hormone release to produce each organ, which you'd have to control because you'd have to have some sort of injection to speed growth, all those hormones simultaneously, because you wouldn't want your lungs to probably outpace something else or something outpace something, right? You probably want to have a sequence of growth, right? And that has to be sped up. So you'd have to have every single hormone for that: the brain, the lung, the liver, the toenails, the hair follicles. Like you would have to have.
I mean, we don't got to go through every part of the body here, bro.
Well, you'd have to have everything outlined, right? So that's what you're saying. So modern science says that you're saying modern military has the technology, they're hiding it. This is the possibility. I'm saying they don't hide anything. They actually tell you everything they're doing because they're so fucking psychopathic. They actually flaunt their technology in front of your face. You can't have it. You'll never live. You'll never be it. You'll never come to these houses and see anything we do. They shove it in their faces. And particularly what they do is they say they're going to live forever and they're going to create a drug for them. They already do it now. They started with liver cleansing with the dialysis. That was originally where it came from, is how do you clean somebody's blood? Well, besides the adrenochrome and all that other shit, cleaning blood was part of the process of living longer for them anyway. So it's just bullshit. They're wanting to produce a hormone drug so that they can reverse aging 30, 40 years, not clone themselves.
Okay, you said they flaunt all their technology. So what is top secret data? What is that?
Well, what top secret would be is if I had resources that I didn't want you to know my resources. So that what you'd want to do is probably have some sort of boundaries and barriers where you wouldn't want anybody to come by and see, right? So if we know the answers of those locations, that's great. But when it comes to flaunting their technology, they have no problem showing it. They tell us that they have witnessed diamonds on Uranus. So if you were telling me they have that kind of technology, well, they're showing you. They have technology to see diamonds on Uranus.
You're
right?
naive if you think
So-
they're telling you everything that they have.
They
That
don't
to me
hide there. They
doesn't
don't
make sense.
hide. Like I said, they'll hide it for espionage, spy resources, and things like that. But for the most part, when they're telling you they're going to live forever, they want a metaverse, they want a transhumanism gender, and they're doing the neural link. They're doing all these stages for it. They're showing you all what the technology is. They want smart cities, smart grids. In fact, they want everybody living underground, and they want to get rid of high rises and buildings. Everything will be put underground. That's essentially what they want. So. I don't know. They don't really hide it, dude.
Did you hear what Dyslow said, Data?
Yeah, you just
thinks
kind
that
of
the
skip past
military
it.
has tech. He thinks
No,
that the
that's not what I
military
said.
has.
That was an old point. I brought up a completely new point in the fact that you can speed up the life process of plants dramatically.
And I answered you. Did you not hear me? I said to you, if
No,
that was true, what you do for plants is what you add fertilizer and light, right? So those are the two
No.
functions. Well,
No,
you add
I mean, you're
fertilizer and light,
assuming.
you add a special kind of spectrum of light, you can produce growth for sure.
You're
With a
assuming.
human being, I'm not. This is if I wanted to grow fucking plants, I could use different spectrum of light and get a different yield. The point is,
I think
with
you're
the human
guessing
body, with a human body, you have hormones released. I already answered you. With the human body, you have hormones released. Those hormones produce your lungs, your liver, your eyeballs,
Oh, don't
all
go through
of
the
your
list, bro.
brain.
I don't want to hear your shit again.
Well, there you go. So why did you forget? So when he just asked me,
Because
do you not?
you still didn't address
I
it.
just answered you. That's an answer. You need a
It's not a fucking
hormone.
answer,
You need a
bro.
hormone. You need a hormone for all of the body organs to speed up production, to speed up growth, to grow quickly and fast.
I mean,
That's what you
that's
would
an
need.
assumption. It's an assumption.
Well, how would you speed it up? With plant growth, we can put fertilizer in. We can put more nitrogen in the soil. We can shoot it with more sunlight. These aren't assumptions. These are facts, dude. We can put more CO2, nitrogen. We can put more CO2.
Data. Now listen to Dyslow's response. It's his time, I think, to respond.
Yeah, this has nothing to do with chemicals or light or fertilizer. I'm not going to go through the whole list of assumptions you made. I'm just saying that with one simple thing, literally an exposure to a south-facing magnetic field, you can drastically increase how fast something goes from a seed to a plant. Like literally half the time. And no, it's not going to be all wonky or warped. It's actually going to be way better. So why couldn't we do that with something else? And I'm actually
I gave you an
afraid to
answer. So you're looking. I gave you an answer, dude. You said you said if I take a plant and if I face it at a south direction, magnetic direction, whatever you're saying, whatever direction the plant has, it can go from a seed to a plant.
Data, as someone who knows what Dice was talking about, I gotta tell you that's not what he's saying. You misunderstood what he's saying.
He's talking about the growth rate being exposed to some sort of magnetism, right? Essentially.
He's not talking about a plant like facing southward. He's talking about like putting a magnet underneath a plant. If you take like a
why did he say south? Why did he hear south?
No, you heard the word south, but you didn't hear the word south facing. He's talking about putting a south side of like magnets have south and north as we call it, right? He's talking about having like a I don't know 4-inch by 4-inch neodymium magnet and putting the south side of the magnet facing upward beneath like a potted plant. And when you do that, the growth of that plant will be extremely accelerated. You can actually accelerate the growth of a plant by putting like an actual physical like neodymium magnet underneath it and accelerate its growth.
And this has been done in darkness.
Well, why? I mean, there's no
they
need
actually-
for it to be done in darkness.
Absolutely does, for
that's
sure.
not the
Yeah.
point. So what they did in another experiment was they sent a seed up to high altitudes, where I guess it was exposed to some sort of like solar radiation or something rather. And when this cherry seed came back, it bloomed in I think 3 years, where it normally takes 7 years before it blooms up its first flower.
It's got energy, right? A Dymium magnet offers a field, so it must interfere where it's drawing.
I mean, that's
or
not the point,
placing
though.
or putting.
That's not
Well,
even
you're adding an element.
is-
You're adding an element to the medium that the plant is in. The plant is responding to that medium that you've put it into, and obviously, if you put it into that medium,
data. If you'd allow me, the point I'm making is that there are ways to speed up the process and accelerate the process of life and cell division and what's required to manifest something from a seed state to its fullest potential. If you can do that, right, with what I just stated, as simple as literally exposing something to a magnetic field, which we all have access to. Now, just imagine what the military has, bro. That's all I'm saying.
of course, they've got people who Tesla's papers that and then some on top of whatever they've discovered after all that. The point is that to tell me that you can speed up a human body, and the essence that you're using this false analogy is what I would equate to it, because the body is much more complex. The body is much more complex and requires much more time. Even an infant requires 9 months just to develop. So if you're going to have a process of 9 months of develop, you're going to have to speed up the development. Now, if you're going to do that, it's a 24-hour period. I would say you're lying with your fucking ass, and there's no way in hell the military will ever have that kind of technology ever.
So if you were
Because it's
born,
beyond the laws of nature, dude.
if you were
It's
if you were
9
born
months to
100
produce a
years ago,
baby.
Data, and
It's
if you were
9
born
months to
100
produce a
years
baby,
ago,
dude.
I heard you, dude. You don't need to fucking repeat yourself. If you were born 100
That's just
years ago,
ridiculous, man.
all right, bro. You talk to yourself. How about that, bro?
You don't know the laws of nature, so don't claim like you do know the laws of nature.
Go ahead, Daisla. I temporarily muted him because he was just completely running rampage on the chat. Go ahead, man. Data, I'll mute you in a second, but yeah, you got to let people respond, dude.
Yeah, I'm not even saying that this is something they can do. I'm just saying that the possibilities, the potentials of it could be there. And if you were born 100 years ago, it would be hard to imagine the world today, right? If somebody were to describe it to you, you'd be like, you're out of your fucking mind, dude. You mean we're going to be buying and selling things in digital fucking pixie dust? Like, yeah, it would be hard to imagine the world today 100 years ago. So I'm just saying, like, when somebody's got ample funding and everything at their fingertips for however long they've had it, like, you can only imagine what they've done doors over these years and what they've come across and developed. And just, I don't know. Don't sell yourself short.
He
brother.
also said that we know all the military technology. I disagree with that.
Okay, so what are you gonna look? What is it for spying? Is it for killing? What?
It's not up
What
to
is
you.
it?
If you have something,
what is it? What is
they
it?
have
What's the motive for the
something and they don't
technology?
tell
Because
you,
you can't. What are you going to
you
use the
don't know the
technology for?
motive. You don't know the
Spying,
motive.
killing. What else?
We don't need a motive.
Transferring data, receipts. What is it? What else?
You don't need to know
Images.
that. That's not up to you.
Images. What else?
They can use it for. They can use it for. They can use
Give me
it for.
something else. What's it for? To control, to spy. What else? That's all this is. It's just spying.
They can use it. They can use it for whatever they want to use it for, and it doesn't matter what reason it is.
Just spying. How do I spy on my enemies? How do I listen and eavesdrop on him? How do I prevent him from eavesdropping on me? It's silent war, dude. They talked about it in the 60s. They started a treaty for it called the SALT Treaty. They all had a gentleman's agreement. It actually ended apparently January 1st, 2021, and it was called the START Day. or something that was an agreement between Russia and the United States and arms agreement. You couldn't have X amount of weapons and blah, blah, blah. And that was because they were doing those explosions with Operation Dominic, Operation Fishbowl. And they started the SALT treaty in 1963 for that. So again, dude, they don't hide it. You can read it in the Third World War, written by Captain what's his name, the general there. Fucking.
The theory with clones is that they do it to control the people, right? They don't want them to say stuff. They don't want them to say.
Listen, at the end of the day, when they tell you that it's a gentleman's game, because you have different teams, different universities, different schools, different organizations, and they get together and they compete against each other with their spying, radio interference shit, all that stuff. Whether it's missiles, rockets, high altitude balloons.
Wait, hold on, dude. Hold on, dude. How did the conversation get to this? Okay, there was a discussion about clones, and then about technology that the military may have, or other, sort of the clandestine part of the military or the kind of control system may or may not have. And then I think Godric was responding to one thing you said, in that you said that there's no technology they have that we don't know about. I think Godric was just saying that he didn't agree with that they very well may have technologies that they're not, because you were trying to say they tell us everything. And then you went off into spying and all that. So I'm trying to figure out where the conversation is.
What he's trying to say, Gio, he's trying to say that he knows all the reasons for this technology, what they don't have and what they do have. And he's explaining it to me like
there's things out there. You said there's things out there.
He wants to know the motive. He wants to know what they use it for. That has nothing to do with the conversation.
What else could they create technology for? Give me something that they're going to create. Okay, give me something they're going to create. Give me something they've created.
And why Eminem can't rap.
Okay. They told us they created a supersonic missile that went around the Earth, I don't know, 27,000 times. So if they're going to have other technology that they have that they're not going to share with us, they shared that one with us. They shared this. They got hydrophobic missiles. They share with us. They got the Sparrow. They share with us. They got the what do we call it? The fucking bullet one.
It doesn't matter, bro.
They share that. What do you mean? So when you go to the military channels, they show you all the technology. What technology are you thinking they have? Do you have UFO technology? They can interdimensional stuff? Like, where are you going? Practically, bro, it's just warfare. Practically, it's warfare, and now it's silent warfare, right?
I got an example. I got an example. It's speculative. I have no idea if this technology actually exists. But here's one thing that they haven't revealed to us that could be possible. Chimera technology. The blending of animals to an extreme amount that hasn't been revealed to us. I don't know if it's real. Are there half lion? Are there half lion? So they admit that there's half lion, half human chimeras.
No, half pig. So apparently China in 2020, maybe 2019, created a half pig, half human hybrid embryo, and it started to grow.
And you think that's the fullest extent of their developments in this technology?
Well, see, the thing is that if I look at the hybrid, the chimera concept, of course, because when you get into the rabbit hole, this is one of the things you're subjected to. Because
simple question, simple answer. Okay, simple question, simple answer, please.
Can they do it? Can I prove it? No. Is it a combining of human and other animal, which apparently is, you can't do that because it would be right against God's creation and kind of, you'd have other species being able to do it. So if they actually
didn't it happen in the Bible already?
Well, that's apparently the idea with the fallen angels and the way that they slept with everything, animals, bestial, all of that stuff was back in the day, I guess, apparently. And maybe that's what the chimera came from back in the day, was the idea that the demon or the fallen angel, but that's the idea behind it, right? When you look in the rabbit hole. Can I prove that China did that? No, but that's the claim. China made a half human, half pig hybrid called the chimera, and they announced it, I think, in 2019.
Do you believe that China's telling you all the truth about their hybrids and what they're doing and what they're not doing?
I just want to know what they named.
I know they're fucking around with the gene, right? I mean, also recently they admitted to being able to map out man's entire genome for the first time. That's something that's new recently, within the last year.
Sensei, they call that a police officer.
There it is, right on.
Had to do it.
That's good. No, that's good. He'll be here all night, folks. So.
Little comedy from the corner.
Hey, yes, we need it. Keep it light, folks. Keep it light.
That's okay. So, data. My real question was just on the idea that there could be technology being utilized in certain ways that isn't that we're not privy to. I just speculate that there could be technologies that exist right now to create half lion, half human entities, and I've never seen any sort of official report on that. The normal person would assume that that doesn't exist, but someone speculating could say, "Who knows? Who really knows if technology exists to create half human, half lion chimeras?" It's not unfeasible. It's not something they've admitted to, but it is possible in a speculative sense.
That is in the mythology as well. Like, what is it? You know, half human, half like a horse.
Ra had a bird head, a human body. Thoth had a animal head, human body, right?
Thoth had that
Yeah.
weird beak thing
An
going on.
an ibis bird.
Yeah,
We
ibis.
don't
Yeah,
we
there you
don't know
go.
what technology exists.
Listen,
We really don't know what
listen. If that
technology
guy, if
exists
that's
out
really
there.
a god, I'd pull him around by his stupid fucking beak and make him do what I say. Do you feel me?
Sure. Yeah, I feel you.
Like the whole
We
archetype
really
of the centaur. The centaur.
we really just don't know what technology exists because there's some technologies that I'm sure are kept private. They don't just flaunt everything they discover. That it's ridiculous to think that people don't keep secrets.
No way, man. It's all above board. I don't know what you
The things that
conspiracy
I think
jokers
the
are
things
doing.
that you don't see, the things that you don't see and we don't see, would be like certain cars, certain aircraft that we don't see.
Or
I mean,
chimeras.
no, I don't think any of that. I think at the end of the day, if they're trying to do that, I think it would be just on the point of obviously trying to be like God and being able to create things, whatever. I mean, ideally like CRISPR, but I think the technology
That's
is limited, and
ridiculous.
I don't think you can create a chimera. I don't think man will ever be able to take man's genetics. I think that's their goal, by the way, part of
Well, that's
transhumanism.
also speculative.
That
You're
there
also
is no gender
leading
in
me
that,
in the speculative
and that
realm
you're.
here.
No, I just don't see the technology for all my. I mean, I know that's one of their goals for sure, but like I said, I think they're so confident, so arrogant in everything they're doing, to even post the fact that they've even done a chimera, which was to take a pig and a human being together. I mean, that's pretty ballsy considering apparently internationally, or there's some international law against doing these genetic experiments, right? But it's the same thing as just what happened 2-3 days ago, where there was everybody's begging for AI to stop. Let's put AI on hold for 6 months. Nobody's going to hold on AI for 6 months. Nobody's going to hold on CRISPR for 6 months. Nobody's going to hold back from doing these experiments.
But
I was gonna say real quick about like technologies that other entities or groups might have. I was just gonna say that the kind of level of control, whoever these like controllers are, just use that term. They clearly, in terms of control over the banks and big pharma, big oil, the media, etc. At this point, there's a lot of components within the government and so on. So whoever they are in that sense, obviously they're wealthy and they have that level of the kind of control in that sense. So if there's certain technologies that they didn't necessarily invent or create, they just hijacked, essentially. They just went and stole, like whatever they did with Tesla's work and so on. So it's interesting that it's not to say that they are these like all powerful beings who somehow created all that technology. They may just currently be the ones that have kind of hijacked it in a sense, or have used, genocide and whatever psychopathic stuff they've done to try to acquire it for themselves and to eliminate it from our view, the rest of us. I'm just saying, it's not that they created these things or various technologies that they may have. They may have just taken them and essentially stolen them in a sense and then kept us in the dark, which they seem to be doing in a lot of ways through the media and through all these different agendas, including the globe.
Man, listen, if they were honest about everything, it'd be a boring motherfucker out there, wouldn't it? Shit.
If there's a mountain, man will
Like
climb
to
it.
flaunt it, man. They like to flaunt it because we'll never own it, see it, or even touch it, right? So they like to flaunt it. But honestly, when you're in that position, you have a family, a lineage of people. Do you think you're going to be effing with your DNA to have your children come out like lions or chimeras? No, dude, you're going to remain human. No, you're not. No, you're not.
I don't want to speculate on what they want to do.
If you're a human being and let's say you're a ruler of this world, you're not trying to produce chimera children, dude. You want other people producing chimera children. You want to keep the human. You want to keep the human. It's like telling me that what's his name, Gates of Hell, there got his own liquid sauce. No, he didn't. So these people, they're going to be human beings. They want to change the DNA and go to the race. Not
Hold on now. I want to ask you something, Data.
If the chimeras are faster and stronger, then what? They're not going to make them?
Well, then we're fucked. But hold on. I wanted to say, like, listen, just because they think they have something over us doesn't mean they do. It's like this. It's like, man, condiments are cool, right? They're fucking cool, whatever. But we don't need them. I don't need ketchup to eat a burger. I can eat the burger just fine, right, without anything on it. But them saying, oh, we got something on you, is like saying they have a condiment, the best condiment that's ever existed, that they won't let us taste. It's like, it's that important. It's like, well, it's like, okay, that's it. That's all you got. Like, it's seriously, they don't have anything important, and that's the dupe. That's the deal. That's the scam.
But what if they're cloning you without your permission?
I don't get it, man. I don't.
Who wouldn't want to have a clone of Jessica Alba, of these other famous people out there?
I don't get the condiment point. I mean, what's the?
I can live without condiments, right? I don't need it's a luxury. It's something of a luxury, like.
No,
you know what I'm saying? It doesn't matter one way or another. Listen, it doesn't advance humanity. Like, check this out. It's not as important as like a fucking some kind of, I don't know, missile or cure for disease or anything like that. They have nothing like that.
He's saying it's a scam. They only have.
It's all a scam, dude. It's like, oh, I got the best tasting ketchup. I don't give a fuck what kind of ketchup you got. Like, you won't show me a good tasting thing. It doesn't affect my life at all. That's the thing. They make you think that they got these fucking advances in science, this Higgs boson and all this dumb shit, when none of it is going on. They're just sitting there going, what kind of story can we fuck with them with on this one?
Yeah, that reminds me of CERN. That reminds me of CERN. I saw some little video clip where it was like this media thing where the guy was being asked, like, so could you blow up the whole world with CERN? And the guy was like laughing. So yeah, they're kind of trying to imprint that and thinking that like the cutting edge of science could be so powerful. That same with the nuclear bomb stuff. Yeah.
Yep.
The guy that was wondering what condiment means, it's Latin. Ment is your mind, and con. It's telling you that you need ketchup or mustard when you can really just eat
hilarious, bro.
Dude, that's so deep. I didn't even know. Nice.
Very funny. What are you saying?
Shouldn't say the discussion is about cloning.
It's really hilarious.
I know it's about cloning. I'm saying they don't. If you think that they can clone the way that they're trying to make us believe, it's not the way it is. They can't clone like that. I guarantee it.
They would be
I don't think it can happen.
They would be so proud of it. They would be so proud of it, dude. They would present it to you. They would show it to you. But like, look what we've done. Look, we've cloned, because it would be going against God. And anything they did to go against God, that's what they would do. So they would come out forward and rub it in your face.
Sensei saying they're lying to us, and Fire Theta is saying they're telling us the truth. There you go.
It's a con of your mind. Condiment.
Well, you're right, Godric. That's what they want us sitting here going, well, no, you're wrong because of this, and you're wrong because of this. We don't know what we're wrong about, guys. We have no fucking clue.
Cloning.
I agree.
Cloning me, hey man, sign me up. I'll clone myself to like 40-year-old perfect, never done anything. There'd be people lining up droves for it, dude. Come on.
Well, that's why I want a 40-year-old goat me to like go and do the job and everything, right? That I would do, and then I'll just stay home and raise babies. It's fine.
What I don't get is that Fire Theta thinks he has it all figured out. He knows everything that they're doing, knows what they're not doing, and just ask him. We have a question.
You sound a little petty on that one.
Don't go that far, dude.
It's all good fun, guys. We're all adults here. Sorry, go ahead.
He just said there's no technology he has.
I'm not really big on the fish stories. When it comes to spying, espionage, those kind of things, Yeah, there's technologies that we don't even, that are happening right now that we're not even aware of. But ironically, as I say that, you can just go look things up that they're doing. They'll even show you on YouTube what they're doing. Right? I mean, man-in-the-middle attacks, right? Those are pretty big.
What is
you can
that?
do that. I'm sure everybody knows what that is.
Well, I mean, what
Do
do
I
they do
wanna
with
know?
what do they do with all Tesla's work? That's a mystery.
My opinion is
Apparently
on
Donald
Tesla
Trump's-
stuff. Sorry,
Apparently
go ahead.
Donald Trump
bought it all up.
Apparently Donald Trump's dad bought it all.
Well, here's the
It was his
thing.
uncle.
What they probably did with that technology, like they've done with everything, just parse out the stuff that works and that is good, junk the rest, and barely give credit to the guy who came up with it. Easy.
You see those new beds they're advertising? You put a metal rod in the ground. You run a line, a cable to a sheet that's got metal grids on it. And then you connect it.
For grounding?
Yeah, basically.
Sleeping while grounded.
Yeah, shielding. It's really shielding. You're shielding yourself.
I think the question
Yeah, I mean,
is,
sleeping grounded. I don't necessarily. I mean, I think there's a different component if you're using a wire to connect to the ground, like metal, versus actually being on the ground. But yeah, there are very interesting reports of like people when they talk about sleeping grounded, sleeping while you're actually grounded. They say they get way more restorative sleep and much deeper dream states as well.
Dude, if my dreams get any deeper, I'm gonna go nuts.
You guys ever do you ever try to log your REM sleep? Like, say I'm trying to increase my REM sleep and I can't. I'm trying to figure out how to do it.
You might have a Wi-Fi router. You might live in an apartment complex, and somebody next door might have one. Those can really affect your REM.
Well, I was thinking about making a because water absorbs a lot of these signals, right? Even though it can, like, you can still get a cell phone signal through water. I did a cell phone test, like taking a sealed cell phone, throwing it in the bathtub, and it rings just fine, right? But what do you think about it absorbing or sort of preventing? Because it absorbs signals, right?
It's
So if you
the
were
cheapest. It's the cheapest way to shield yourself, but most people don't. You got to have like several gallons around you if that's what you're going to do to shield yourself while you're sleeping.
People
So
also use like Faraday. There's like Faraday cage. There's like
Yeah,
Faraday
that's what it is.
technology, like blankets,
Mhm.
basically that you can like hang around your bed that are made of like a Faraday material. That's interesting too.
Water's just a lot cheaper. Like if you can figure out how to sleep in like a 10-meter capsule all around you, it's just
Well,
effective Faraday cage.
I was
but that's kind of
I was
tricky.
gonna build like an arched way, like it's like it would be like a sleeping blanket, but obviously open so you can slide into it, and it would be sturdy because it would have bridge support, and remember those little water packs that you can put over it, so it's like kind of supported by that bridge, but they have all these water packs over it, so you actually you go in it like a little cocoon, and you have these water packs over you. I was looking at trying to experiment with it because I've seen all these, but I don't have time to do this shit sometimes. So
Hey,
They got paint. They got a lot of paint out there too. You can buy some EMR and EMF shielding paint, but if you can figure out how to hang a bunch of water bags around a tent like that in the right thickness, cool. That's your best bet.
So
Go ahead.
apparently
Yeah.
they were looking at water because apparently when they go to
Hold on,
into
dude. I
outer
think
space
Jesse's trying to get in.
all right.
yeah, the most effective would be to dig a pit in the ground and then line it with concrete, because concrete's a pretty good conductor, and then fill it with salt water. You'd need a heater in there. But anyway, so the salt water would be grounded through the concrete into the ground, and salt water makes a really good shielding substance. And so you would sleep with scuba gear on. That would be like the best rest ever.
Absolutely, because you're talking about electrolytic water with salt water.
Exactly.
But
I
that's
think
like
there'd be
really
a-
expensive. If you want to dig a hole and pour concrete and then make it so you can surround it with a capsule of 6 meters of salt water, it can get kind of pricey.
And you could have little fish in there too.
Sounds like you can also drown.
That's what you need a
All
snorkel
kinds
for.
of shit can happen. That's why people use a wire and they just run it out to the ground and they have a little grounding mat that they sleep on and shit. It's way cheaper.
Cheap counterfeit.
I mean, you're talking about the reason why the pharaohs slept in granite sarcophagus. They want us to think they were coffins, but no, that's just those were their beds. You know, remember, the vampire myth, they slept in coffins. Well, that's how it matches up because they were sleeping in granite beds that shielded them from the EMR shit.
Well, you're just around it all the time, and I noticed that when I spend a large majority in water, and obviously away from let's say away from a lot of these signals or just population where it's dense, there's definitely a immediate like the body recovers faster. Like if you have any injuries, overall mental health and things like that, of course. But I noticed that the energy level is different, the way the body performs, even in an environment that's not subjected to so much dense EMF, right?
Well, the thing that's what it is. It's all about density. And you could do the same thing that he was talking about with digging a hole with concrete and water and salt water and shit. You could have the same effectiveness with granite blocks. If you can fashion some big enough slabs to where you can sleep in. But then the trick is, how do you close and open the hatch? Because they're heavy ass pieces of rock.
I don't think I'll have the privilege of sleeping in any granite sarcophaguses, if you will. I was just looking at the EMF shields, the little blankets and things. Maybe hanging them up on the walls might be an interesting experiment.
Yeah, it's a lot more accessible for most people.
What do you guys think about the legalization of hard drugs all across Canada?
Did they do that?
In BC here, in British Columbia, Canada, you can buy heroin, crack, meth, as long as it's within a certain amount. It's totally legal to have. In fact, I had a discussion with an officer a little while back, not too long ago, and it's considered property now. So the government here in Canada has made it personal property, and you're not allowed to take it. So today in Parliament, Jagmeet Singh, NDP leader, is urging the Canadian government to criminalize all hard drugs. So
and
it's
then if
already
you
here.
talk smack on trannies, you get fined $25,000.
Apparently, there's going to be a safe space designated to that particular group, and that if you have anything to say about it's just legalizing pedophilia. Really, is what they're trying to do, right? That's just the way it starts, right? Yeah, so they're doing all kinds of crazy stuff. I don't even recognize the country that I'm in anymore. Like, what's going on? Because it doesn't make sense to legalize all the drugs. It would only make sense to legalize all drugs if you were wanting a great reset, in the sense that if you need a communist socialist regime, you need to collapse it by having everybody come to hand, foot, and mouth, right? So in Canada, I don't know what you guys are like, but where I'm what I'm used to and understanding is that there's the trades is like carpentry, electrical, whatever. Not to say that it's all across the board like that, but a majority of them have suffer from drug problems in those trades, and the Canadian government knows it, right? So what do you think they do to the middle class or people in those trades who are trying to get up into the middle class? If they legalize the drugs, all those people trying to get up in the middle class are just going to go to those drugs as they're, building and whatnot, right? So it's like this recipe for disaster that I can see unfolding because the Canadian government knows that, they know they know how to fuck up their own people, right? They've been studying. They got all the stats, man. They got all statistics, right, on it all. So if they start curtailing to the vices and the problems, and then start bringing in the drugs, and they're going to make a shit money off the drugs, while at the same time everybody's needing mental health and etc. Just creates more government positions. That's
Yeah, that's a whole topic in and of itself, kind of its own thing. I was going to say about the dreaming thing that was on my mind because we were talking about that. You were talking, Data, about how to like extend REMs or how to like get deeper into deeper REM states, and it just reminded me of there's an herb, the kind of a plant you can make like a tea of it. You can also smoke it. It's like a green leaf, basically. Often it's referred to as dream herb. There's actually a bunch of different herbs that can have effects on dreaming, but this one, it often does go by dream herb. The species name it's kind of a tricky one to pronounce. It's like Kalia zatatakiki, which is a what very intense kind of, yeah, Kalia zatatakiki. But anyways, but that herb, if you like take a tea of it or even smoke it before going to sleep, it actually extends like REM states, extends very deep dream states, and can allow for like lucid dreaming and deeper states of sleep.
Sounds kind of like dandelion.
It's funny. I've been. You guys ever take grain alcohol and try to infuse or extract any of the properties from these plants?
The funny thing is they're all over the place. Most of them you can find just like foraging, I think as they call it.
Exactly. I'm going to get this wild lettuce. Apparently, it's very good for sleep and pain relief. And I've been looking up grain alcohol and how to extract this plant matter for edible and medicinal plants, right? And I've made my first tincture just recently, and we're going to see how it's going to go. But I'm going to make like wormwood. I'm going to try to find all these wormwood's one of them, and then the wild lettuce is another one. But I want to have all these fucking tinctures, man, because I'm telling you, all these plants, like you just said, are around me, and all I need is grain alcohol and a little bit of time to extract it.
Yep. Yeah, you can do herbal extracts with alcohol, things like that. Yeah. Wormwood's a great medicine. Wormwood's a potent medicine. It's like naturally anti-parasitic. It's got a lot of very interesting qualities to it.
Cures cancer, dude.
There is certain, especially when mixed with certain other plants. Yeah, it's one of those, seems to have very potent effects, medicinal effects like that.
Picked up this plant book with all these Canadian plants, and unbelievable. Even just like just what I could eat alone, that has anti inflammatory properties, antifungal, antibiotic. And it's kind of funny because it's when you think about your childhood and the interests they give you, and it's not like they don't show you this in school, right? It's not like they didn't show you kind of plants and they kind of introduced it to you, but they really never made it as fun as it is when you get older and you realize just how amazing fucking this shit is. maybe
For
it's
sure,
a
man.
byproduct. Maybe it's a byproduct of getting old. You just get into plants when you're older. Is that what happens? You start to get into botany or something.
Well, it's kind of incredible because the earth makes all these medicinal plants all over the place. Like, in every local area, there's all kinds of unique medicinal plants in that area that have various beneficial effects in terms of, like, milk thistle, for example. Milk thistle seeds actually like regenerate liver cells. So it's amazing that nature has these things. And yeah, in our culture today, they've been kind of forgotten about and not really fully utilized as much as they could be. It's kind of the mainstream situation is to kind of have us only eating a lot of the foods that cause issues and then take their pharmaceuticals when we have a problem rather than actually consuming the plants and medicines from our environment to prevent, disease before it even happens.
Well, I think I just found a new hobby. That's all, and I'm excited about see what I can make and what if I can make. I want to learn how to make penicillin now. Got a microscope and all that shit, and I'm into the tinctures and medicines. I get like one of those cold presses so you can press some of the oils out of the plants.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, growing up, it's like we're not taught that. We're not taught about medicinal plants virtually at all.
Well,
We're hardly even taught about
I think
nutrition. The nutrition we're taught is all skewed
I think it's
anyways,
like
and then they it's like, just if you need a doctor, you go to a doctor, like it's kind of bizarre that something that the earth makes, all these plants that have these medicinal effects, that it wouldn't even be taught to children at all. It's completely eradicated from the education system. And if you're sick, you just go to a quote unquote doctor and do what he says. Very bizarre.
Well, it's just, again, it's centralized, right? It's sort of centralized knowledge, therefore centralized control, centralized power. And where do you go? You go to the centralized authority, right? Instead of making the individual self-sufficient, which would be more sustainable, ironically, for the environment, you make the individual almost incompetent, right? And that's kind of how when I look at all these the plants and botany and things, and some of the times, some of the things you could have learned. For instance, Anison would have been a great thing just to you can get from apparently bark where I'm at. The bark that I have, I can literally make my own Anison out of it. That to me blows my mind because I literally can make my own Anison, right? And that fact there is, that puts companies out of business especially if it grows in my backyard and it's on a tree. Teaching us the process would be also fun. I mean, I was taught how to make bannock in school, which is great and all. Flour, water, salt, boom, you got butter, and you got a little snack, right?
We made these ash cakes on a wilderness trek I did once. You just need flour and water, basically, and you just mix it together. Make sure you get a little patty there. Take your fire down to just embers with a little bit of gray dust on the top of those, right? And then just gently set that patty on there. Flip it over once or twice. You get yourself a little tortilla, a little campfire tortilla, and that's all you need is flour and water.
I bet you it was the tastiest thing you had in the woods, man. I bet you it was
Well,
delicious.
I mean, I'll tell you what. Once you run out of everything else in your pack, yep, that's the stuff. It's fine. It's just fine.
Delicious, yeah.
You can make that shit out of, I think they call them snowflowers. I don't know. I'd have to look at it. But you can make biscuits out of just shrubbery that you find at most campsites.
That's awesome. Yeah, I think there's something wrong with those shows where it's like people are having a hard time surviving, like survival experts. I don't know. I feel like it'd be easier than they're making it look, but maybe not. I don't know.
It's more boredom that would get you, because once you get the as long as you're within a reasonable environment, it's not, the elements aren't too harsh. You know what I mean?
I don't know.
think you
Yeah,
get
like if I had a flint and steel, dude, as long as the weather's okay. I mean, I don't care how cold it is. I'll light a fire and we're good. Just kind of, I don't know.
Yeah, they don't do too many of those survival shows in the desert. If you notice.
Yeah, I mean that's what I mean. There's a balance in the extreme.
You got to have something to work with.
Yeah, that's true.
And you know what cracks me up is literally no joke. While there's a crew filming there, there's a catering maybe like 200 yards from the actual filming of the scene. You know what I mean?
It's crazy.
Well, I just laugh because production, the fourth wall and what they actually show the viewer, the 2 years it takes to make it. Sure, the contestants, have to play their acting role at this part, right? They can't go to the catering truck there and eat like the cameraman just did 10 minutes ago. He's full belly as he's filming them, and they haven't eaten in a week. Funny shit.
Yeah, that's crazy stuff that, why would you even do that shit? Any of it. Any of you out there filming or acting in it or whatever, like, what the fuck?
Well, it's an acting gig, right? It's fame, glory, and it's entertainment too. But when it originally started, reality TV, if you will, there was a legitimacy to it. But, like anything, once the reality is that there's money to be made off of something that was organic, they come in and it becomes inorganic and it becomes production. Give you an example. I don't know if you ever remember the show Jersey Boys.
Oh, sure.
But it was like a bunch of kids, debaucherous kids getting together doing debaucherous type things.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
When it first started, there was an organic thing to it. And then I think something came along when they had to take all herpes medications, something like the whole house had to take herpes medication. I just fucking was just like, that's how you say, you got to keep rolling with the whole house got hurt, the next week, what's going to happen this week? You know what I mean?
Yeah. What's crazy about that is I remember catching the very first Real World season live, not live, but whatever, the first broadcast, like my friends and I and my siblings' friends were all kind of, anxious for it because we liked MTV and everything like that. So, and I remember like Puck was my favorite guy. I don't know if anybody remembers any of that shit, but the point I'm trying to get to is like it was so genuine and organic that that production had to take over for the next season and then everything else after that because it was so human and raw and real. I don't know if you want to go back, anybody, and watch that. The very first season of The Real World, it's brutal. It's fucking crazy. And everything after that seems like a cookie cutter version of something else. It's nuts.
Well, that's what sequels they do that to everything. Like you have one or two
music, all of it.
Sequels come out.
Yeah,
and
it starts organic. It starts organic, and they come in and they make it inorganic, and then they fucking try to script the shit.
You know what the genius is? They let the idea come out first on its own, gain a bunch of brilliance, or at least enough for the first money push, and then take it over.
And then they come in and pervert the original idea.
Right. But they can never pervert it too much to get people to not pay attention. That's the thing.
Well, it's like anything, right? You want to get on the fad and make money off the fad. And what was that? Snooki? Was her name Snooki? Was that her name? The little troll, black-haired troll girl, Snooki?
Yeah,
Snooki?
yeah.
Is that her name? Knowing what I know now about the whole online fucking thing, now I look at online totally different. And it's like a really big catch-22 because to me it's total DARPA spying. That's all it's for, right? When back in the day when you're watching this stuff though on the internet or whatever, you had no thought of any of this whatsoever. But when I look at Snooki and I see how like she went from like nobody to multi-millionaire, her own perfume and all that, you know what I mean? Like that was what the birth of, like, you could see it now unfold. You look at it now, it's like that's what every girl wanted to aspire, is to be a Snooki, right? If you think about it, right? And then 5 years later after that, all the other girls were like, well, kind of like every 5 to 10 years, there's like this copy that comes out,
It's easy to push an archetype, and what's really disappointing is that the archetypes don't have to change; they just cycle.
Yeah, exactly. Right. That's, every 5 or 10 years, there's this copy of this, remember Madonna was big for me when I was a kid. As far as being all over the TV, it's funny because now you look now and she's like, I want my old face back, right? I don't know if you guys seen that. Apparently, she wants her old face back. Apparently, yeah.
Her old face?
Yeah, that's what she said. Apparently,
Did she
she's
get a
worried
new
about her
one?
Yeah, she wants her old face back.
Jesus.
But anyway, man, it's just
I think Madonna's probably a clone.
I don't know what that fucking thing is at this point. Just look at this. Would you look at it?
Well, if she's a clone, dude, well, there you go. There's your technology for you.
Yeah, look how bad it is. Holy shit.
The clone is never 100% of the original. It's like a false shell, but it can pass. It can fool the media.
Dude, you'll never see that technology.
What scares me about it is that, like in Terminator, right, they had like the quote unquote living exoskeleton, and then the aluminum alloy and metal ash, whatever the fuck his body was made out of, but it was two things working almost symbiotically, and that's scary to think if something like that's real.
Is the pronoun she or is the pronoun it?
It'd be it at that point.
Clones? Like, I don't know, guys. We gotta figure this out.
Hell, it depends on what you drinking that night, partner. No, I'm just kidding.
I think it is appropriate.
Well, check it out. So they say ships are she's, right? The SS whatever is she's a boat. She sails well, and aren't planes she too? Am I wrong about she flies well? Am I wrong about this?
It's always a she when it's referring to an inanimate object like a plane.
Shouldn't that be it?
Like why it's she? I have no idea. Like you have your Mustang car and she's running a little rough today.
Isn't a Mustang a male?
I think Mustang would be a male horse.
No, it's a breed. A stallion is the male horse.
Got it. Yep.
Pardon me. Yeah.
Thank you.
Now, there is a truck called a Ram, a Dodge Ram, and she's running pretty good.
She's
right. Like they screwed up the pronouns a long time ago.
It would have been because they were temperamental. Originally, the engines would have been difficult and temperamental to keep running. So that's why you would refer to it as
snaggy, crampy, sassy.
Emotionally temperamental with a vehicle. Okay.
I was in Germany in 1989, and I met a dude on a train, and he was headed to some shipyard as a mechanic, and he had just a handful of wrenches, like some oversized wrenches. And like that made him a mechanic. He was going to be the mechanic on the ship. And he just had like 6, maybe 7, 8 wrenches.
Did 6 wrenches, that guy could probably do 45% of the ship.
Did he treat her well? Did he treat her well with those wrenches?
And ships have a lot of tools on board anyway, so that was probably just what he didn't think the ship had or something.
Yeah, it was interesting. It was a pretty minor toolkit that he had.
Can the ISS be maintained with 6 wrenches?
If they're big ones.
Are we still talking about wrenches?
Really fast ones too.
I've seen 1 wrench on that ISS.
One. Better not slip with that fucking wrench again. God damn it, Bill.
I wonder if they got a digital printer up there yet.
How many years we've been faking this shit, and you're gonna blow a window out and get water in here?
Yeah, they can clone wrenches.
I wonder if it takes a hit from a micro asteroid, and they're like, "Oh, she just took a hit. She just," or is it still the ISS or an it? I wonder what the pronoun is for the ISS.
feel like if we get to
Or
a point where that's seriously consideration, we need to make sure that other planets aren't a possibility, and if they are, let's go. Get the fuck out of here. Last minute of Easter over here. Didn't catch that Christ figure today. Did anybody else see him? I will tell you one thing. Whatever God or goodness or love or anything is, it's alive and well in my life, and I really appreciate it.
Yeah, I see it every day. Every time I wake up.
Well, you must have gotten laid.
All right, so brass tacks, what are they doing with this UFO stuff? Anybody?
Why, is there something new going on?
They just keep talking about UFOs here. I gotta hang on. Let me get a GIF or a picture.
Well, it's eventually their last card is Project Bluebeam, to blame the aliens for everything.
I don't know, man. Do you buy that? I think we might have been shown that for a reason. I don't know. I feel like whatever's gonna come, quote unquote, what's next, whatever, is nothing that we even have a clue about. That's my opinion. Nothing at all, even close.
Hey, do you guys think the ballers will fall for the aliens?
Yes.
Absolutely. Of course they will. They'll be pushing it.
Isn't it crazy though? Because they're the same people that like shoot down anything else, you know? You know what I'm saying?
Aliens fully on board. Earth measures flat, observes flat, feels stationary. Bullshit.
Yeah. A lot of illness may actually be parasites. You're insane. Like everything else, you know? That's the
Well, isn't that part of it?
part.
Isn't that part of it? Like the adventuresome mindset of infinite space and infinite possibilities and all these alien things. And isn't that cool, right?
Yeah, but like I don't know. I think the most fascinating part is how they'll get so many people. Now, the anti-flat earthers aren't a good representation. Like most people in the world, like a lot of people under the age of 35, they're kind of like, the Earth can't be flat because aliens. You know what I'm saying? Like, but people in here aren't like that, and it's just fascinating to see what would happen to like the group of anti-flat earthers, for example, if they pull out the alien thing. Because
that's what I'm saying. That's why I keep bringing it up. I want to like bait some Globers into talking about what they believe about the space alien stuff. Sorry, is that a little too honest? Data, you were saying?
Oh, I was just thinking, as Witsit, as a, I know he's got his plate full with lots of things he's doing, but because I'd seen him do his street activism. I just thought of him doing a little bit more of a Q&A on the street, and being more comical to kind of promote his School in the Globers show, because it is true that for any kind of logical consistency, if you were to conclude that the aliens made us, and that would be your logical assessment, logically for everything that's going on, you would deny that there would be gods. So the logic in your brain, it wouldn't be logical consistency to claim that it would be logic to think aliens made you, but then God, there wouldn't be a possibility for God, right? So it's kind of, anyway, it's kind of like
aliens made us. I saw it in Aliens Resurrection #3.
Right, and what better way to kind of spit in a creator's face than to say I'm going to convince them that I made them and that my ugly brothers over here made them too. Yeah, the ones you cast out. Cool? Yeah? Well, I don't care. Fuck you.
Who was the was it Richard Dawkins that he was interviewed and he's asking about evolution and the possibility of a creation, and he's just like, no, there's just no way. There's no creator, you know? And then it gets all the way down to it and he's like, oh, in that case, like, you know, if there had to be some type of creation, then it would be aliens for sure.
Exactly. Yeah.
That was Ben Stein. Ben Stein interview with.
That was a great interview by Ben Stein. Yeah.
Kick ass, dude.
Yeah, it's such a trip, bro, because I think that he kind of became a laughingstock because of that. But that is the same thing that you would get in here a lot, probably, if there was a lot of honesty. So I don't know. I think that the same thing with simulation theory. You can back a lot of Globers into saying, well, simulation theory may be true. That's creation. That's acknowledging an innate design and order. But it kind of removes like the personable benevolence of a creator. And so whatever removes like any type of like personable accountability, that's cool. Like why do aliens care if you're a moral degenerate?
Wow, that's an intense point you made. Wow.
Yeah.
Whoa. Wow.
So that's why I think they're replacing evolution with simulation, because it ran its course, and they can acknowledge design, but keep the important part, which is like nihilism and depravity.
Well, it's funny because like they admit there has to be a design, right? Because the only other explanation in their minds goes logically to better or worse simulation, which is a created reality by an intelligence. So either way, they do paint themselves into a corner with that.
Yeah, but they have that. That's like their out card. Is yeah. I mean, sure, it was designed, but you know, no one knows by who. Some detached computer programmer, and I can have sex with animals.
Simulation 53439. Begin program. That's what it is. No fucking gender, no nothing. You're just a simulated code in a simulation. That's the metaverse.
2030.exe.
Whatever undermines importance.
You know, Witsit, that flat Earth has to be an antithesis to this transhumanism, right? And which means if it's the antithesis to this transhumanism, it's a direct line of sight enemy to what's going down.
Well, that's one of the parts I don't get. Flat Earth is for sure about to like have a 2015 moment again. Like for sure. Guaranteed. I'll take any and all bets.
That's what I've been
Well,
saying.
TikTok is, for some reason, more and more is trending recently. So that is sort of true. There's more. That's what if you go look at trending on TikTok, flat Earth happens to pop up more frequently.
How about
recently.
this? What if the economy crashes right around the minute that flat Earth starts to really blow up on the internet? Bitcoin crashes the economy. It's like, oh, fucking shit. We should have seen this coming.
It's
Do you know what's funny that
one of the ways, yeah.
You know, it's funny that you say that. Is like, I keep mentioning this Andrea Barnes documentation because the same premise is that right as this fictitious character Andrea Barnes was gaining momentum in popularity, people started to question. This is, of course, in the mockumentary, right? The World War II broke out, and then everybody apparently forgot about flat Earth. So it's kind of like the same, like it's like the same kind of like setup, right?
Yeah,
you know, people
they
start
got to
talking
distract you big time. Otherwise, you know what I mean? Like, otherwise, that's actionable intelligence on our part. Hope you know what I mean by that. But yeah.
What's it? Flat Earth Data didn't like the idea of clones. When I brought it up, he got bent out of shape.
It's not that I get bent out of shape.
Full grown.
What I don't like is the idea that if there's going to be like any truth involved, to me, saying that a baby can negate the 9 months of gestation for the cloning, like I can clone a 40-year-old Dave Chappelle in a week or a month. To me, that's just not even like a reasonable conversation.
You said technology wasn't possible. I just said it was
Absolutely
possible.
not.
That's all.
Absolutely not.
Disagree.
Taking a copy
the
of
clones that I think exist are not like that. They're
exactly.
They're called organic robotoid, and they use organic material, but it's not an entirely organic or biological entity, and it certainly isn't the technical definition of a clone. It's like a robotoid dumbed down version of a person. They use acoustic imaging of the brain, and they're able to integrate a lot of the personal information from the person into the acoustic image and imitate voice reflection or inflection and basic experience. And then
I'll
they
call
can
that a
program
clone.
scripts, and they break down in a very rapidly.
Yeah, you're looking at having a gestation period between the point of conception to the point of functionality, and the viability of that functionality has a like you said, there's a time stamp. The implausibility that I see is the idea that this gestation period can be sped up to have a full-grown specimen to beat the specifications, allowed to be even, let's say, imprinted or whatever you're transferring knowledge or whatever you're saying, characteristics to the individual. It's extremely unscientific to me, from what I've read, what they can do. And other people like to say, well, you don't know what they're doing entirely. I beg to differ. I think they rub it in your face what they plan to do, and they rub it in your face what they claim to do that goes against God. Like I said earlier, claiming to create the chimera.
Well, okay. Well, so just so you
using-
know where this came from is there's a guy who he would give a lot of speeches and stuff. In like the 70s, he came out and he said that different countries are already doing what people improperly call cloning. It's actually organic robotoids in the 70s. And he said they used acoustic holography to map the neural pathways and the memory of the brain, and that they can create a robot that looks like a human. But if you look closely, you'll see that it's not the same, and that it has defects, and they are erratic in behavior, and they have to have a handler beside them at all times. And they break down within a couple weeks because they overheat and they can't control their rate of metabolism. And that sounds insane. There's no doubt. But he said this in the 70s, and if you now go look up the Brain Initiative, and you look at that organization that has billions of dollars from, let's say, some nefarious parties being funneled into it, one of the biggest breakthrough technologies that they tout in the last 5 years is none other than acoustic holography to map the brain. So this dude in the 70s knew about a technology that was allegedly just discovered to map the brain. So to me, I find that very interesting. Like, the truther in me cannot just like ignore that. At the least, he had inside information on how to adequately map the brain from inside the government that they're just now releasing to the public. And that
they've been mapping the brain in the 50s, bro. Like right after World War II, even before then, the Nazis were doing all kinds of brain mapping already. All that stuff. That doesn't surprise me.
He says that
we're not talking. Yeah, we're not.
No,
I'm not
he's
talking about.
talking about like not just mapping it though. He's talking about essentially like acoustically, like 3D printing it.
But this is not new though, right? They've known this. We're talking about now taking that information and imprinting it on a cloned body of a set.
You just put it on a chip. You just put it on a chip. Like, why? It's not even complicated. There's no doubt you could do it, in my opinion. Like, there's no doubt that you could create a robot that has like organic material on the outside of it, and then you map the brain, but more so you like imitate
You're
it.
looking at skeletal structure. You're looking at lung capacity, hearts. Like I don't see this plausible at all. You have to have a period of time to have growth. An infant takes
They don't
9
need
months
any of
to
that
grow.
stuff, dude. That's what you're not understanding.
Well, what is it grown out of?
It's a robot.
Yeah, but what's it grown?
It's a robot,
It's
bro.
not a functioning physical robot that moves. Like, we're not in Blade Runner, right? So you're claiming Blade Runner, which is just absurd.
Blade Runner. I was telling him you can make your ear from scratch from a rat, then you can make a.
It doesn't really look like a good ear, dude.
Wait. I mean, let's use Joe Biden as an example. Like, yeah, it's 2023.
plastic
we can't
surgery,
walk upstairs.
plastic surgery, voice lessons, mannerisms lessons. There's people that are like this is also written. Kings, queens, rich people have had clones for hundreds of years. This is not new.
That is what
Okay,
it's.
so
He says specifically that the
they're
primary
not
way is
clones though.
stand-ins. Yeah, they use stand-ins, but that it has downsides, and one of them being that it creates loose ends. So he says that the Germans were heavily invested in this technology before World War II, and then it got over to Russia, and that the United States started researching it around that same time. I don't know if it is or isn't true, but what I do know is there is a phenomena of celebrities being replaced. Celebrities like shorting out and shutting down in public. Celebrities, once they're replaced, having handlers within 5 to 10 feet of them at all times.
Hillary Clinton.
So this is just for sure. Now, whether that's just MK Ultra malfunctions, that's like replacements that have MK Ultra chips in their
Okay,
brains. You know,
can I just give you an anecdotal? Okay, so you look at a sex cult. Okay, so I was in the film industry out here in Canada, British Columbia, and I had met a couple of women that there's this big sex cult that got busted here. Okay, like crazy, basically getting women to function a certain way and to act a certain way, to also recruit a certain way. And I met one of the girls because I worked in the industry. She's famous. She goes on TV. And anyway, the point is that there are these groups, and there's groups that run in these manners, and so they do have handlers that do take famous people, and they do handle them. They give them lots of medication, lots of drugs, all kinds of things, but also reassurance. And they're never really left alone at all. They're always constantly with somebody, and they're always kept busy doing schedules one after another. There's no time in between. So I'll give you an example, and I'm done here. If you ever gone to work for a company that makes you work for 14 hours a day and you hardly make any money, well, how are you going to get out of that position? If you're constantly working this many hours, you have no many hours in a day to get any of your reality. So when you're subjected to that, your brain, you're just not you, period. You're just like automaton. So if you talk about being a robot in that sense, they can do that in that sense by keeping you 14 hours, 16 hours a day busy from one step to another. You have only 5 hours of sleep, and but that's how they do it. That's how they program these famous people. Okay, because just by my experience personally, and their schedules and their things that they go through, and what happened here in Canada, there was a famous thing that got busted. I happened to know one of the girls, not like best friends or whatever, but through work. I couldn't believe it, but that's actually when you know people and you hear it and they tell you how it is, and then anyway, they don't hide it. They don't hide these psyops. They don't hide how they control the mind. They don't hide how they do it. It's all in the open now, and we can see it. So these robots that you claim are a byproduct of these people taking over their lives. They're not cloned. They're not replaced. It's just they're just people break down and they go into their brains shatter and they go into this mode, man. I don't know what to tell you.
I just realized what happened. You're Canadian.
I gotta be real, man. There's no doubt that it's possible, in my assessment, to make little dummy robots with organic material on the outside of them that short out and forget things and slip up and say stupid things and days off and shut down. Like,
dude, you're talking about eyeballs. You're talking about eyeballs. Like, come on, man. Talking about a robot a man being able to duplicate.
It's like a 3D printer.
They haven't to this day. They have not copied an eyeball.
Wait, no, we can't even understand the eyeball. But this is a dumb.
That's what I mean. They haven't made it. They haven't made an eyeball. So there's no way they can make
it. It doesn't need a real eyeball. Why are you acting like we're taking these things apart and they have the exact anatomical structure as a human?
Because
I warned you.
There's no way that you can. The idea that we're actually discussing these robotoids as something organic shell or an organic shell, and inside they have mechanical parts. I mean, we're just talking Blade Runner nonsense at this point. I believe
you can look it up. The organic material already exists. You can easily look it up. And
then how long does it last for? Because usually the material decays. It doesn't. There's nothing feeding it, so it decays right away. So what are you talking about? How does this organic material sustain life? It dies quickly.
well, like I said, from my understanding, these things can only last a couple weeks, so they just make a lot of them. They roll them out to different locations.
But how? What blood flow is going through? Like, what when you say it's
Shouldn't
organic,
be
there
blood
has to
flow.
be a type. Well, what it's an organic material, right? So what is the? It has to have some type of
That's a good question. I don't know.
yeah, it needs some type of flow, some type of liquid, some type because it'll dry out.
Wait, are you under the
It's
impression that
organic, man.
that if I don't know every answer of how this works, it's thus physically impossible or something? Like I don't.
So I'm not looking for you to answer everything ever. That's not I don't look at you that way. But the idea that you're talking about robotoids in the manner that they have organic material that fit over a metal structure, you first of all have to convince me the material works because if it's organic, it's living, it needs a food source. What is it living off of? They don't have this technology. The best they can
I
do is
warned you
use
with
nano.
this.
The best they can do. I read this stuff. I look for this stuff. I'm interested in this stuff. So, but I'm also like, if I'm going to go study this stuff, like, what am I going to believe in Star Trek? Fucking
Well,
food
no, that's
generators.
why I did a
Nano.
stream on it, and I gave the disclaimer. I'm like, this is speculation station. I can't prove any of this. I know a lot of people are gonna spiral out of control and bring up Dolly the sheep or something. Like I don't know the best arguments they have against cloning, but I have found interesting information. And as a truther, one has to at least admit that the guy who came out and made tons of predictions that were consistently correct in the 70s had access to information, claimed to have gotten it from inside the government and seen the documents himself, where they map out the brain with acoustic holography to such an extent that they intricately can imitate the memory and neural exchanges, and they're able to exchange that into a data system exterior to that brain. And he says that they use this for quote unquote organic robotoids, and that they replace presidents, they replace different countries' leaders, that they replace celebrities. And it started as political maneuver by replacing different leaders in different countries, but knowing that the country could never come out and tell their people, oh, that's not the real JFK, random example. So that's what he said. Now, that's obviously anecdotal. Dude making crazy claims seems insane. But he predicted, or more so, revealed a technology that we can now prove unequivocally is very, very real and is the most precise and accurate way to map and transfer the brain known to man right now. So, like,
When
he
you say
has to be
transfer,
given
when
some
you
credibility.
say
You're good. I'm just saying that's all I'm saying.
I know, but mapping out is fine. I read that. But when you say transferring, there has to be a mechanism to transfer. So you
Yeah,
can
they
map it
create
out.
a
You
holographic
can map
image.
it out all right. You can get imaging for it. But how do you take the imaging and then transfer that imaging into information that's computable?
Well, that's
Right?
what I'm saying, because I made it my point very particular, which was that they image the brain, and so they have a holographic image. So now they have a baseline to work with, and they actually integrate information into it. So now it would be super easy. You would just use their social media interactions, all their phone records, all their phone calls, all their text messages. You would use all videos of them. Everything is just right here. I mean, they could make a little Austin right now. I can go on the internet and talk on the microphone for 60 seconds, and now someone can take my voice. They can take 60 seconds out of a live stream and then go make me say whatever they want to on the internet. They can now the government has access to everything I've ever said on my phone, everything I've ever sent in a text message, conversations I've had in my house with my wife, conversations I've had with my family. They have access to all this. And if you want to create a database about me, you could easily say that you couldn't see me. Someone could easily be convinced it was me. Even with publicly available AI tools now, my mom could call me. The government could answer them on the phone, and she could start to ask me childhood questions. She could ask me questions about Kai, where we first hung out. She could ask me all kinds of trick questions that only Austin would know. And they would know all of it. They would know my secret questions to get into certain data on the internet. They would know all kinds of stuff. I mean, that's just me. We're talking about like celebrities and politicians. So yeah, I don't think that like I don't know that part was maybe taken in, but I don't think they take someone's brain and then transfer it one for one. I happen to know that's physically and scientifically impossible at the moment. I think it just is impossible, and we don't even understand the neural exchanges or pathways at all, and that's why Neuralink is a joke. But at the same time, you
because
could integrate an image with that
it's
database.
already proven though. It's already proven that we have to create the neural pathways through experience. That's how they're created. So you can't force create them without experience. So we
That's
actually
fine.
create. We create through the moments and experience through birth to wherever we die. We're creating these pathways, and so it's a byproduct of existence. So to grow something that already has that byproduct of existence, it'd be impossible. Number one. Number two, to have something transfer from that byproduct is impossible because that's not how the brain is mapped out or how it grows. So I don't see how they can. I don't see how they can overcome those two major problems, which is the neural pathways grow based on experience, and then how do you transfer all of that experience into neural pathways that are meant to grow based on experience? Does it make sense?
Well, I mean, I just explained it, which is that you would just have a computer with all the data, the database of this individual you've compiled via surveillance. You could easily replicate their voice and some of like their vocal inflections, even mannerisms. Like it. What else would you need to know? Like, okay, if they see a childhood friend, you keep them locked up. They just come outside and
Guaranteed
talk. When they're talk.
Guaranteed it wouldn't be able to get your humor. Guaranteed there would be no spontaneity.
Well, good. Now
There
go
would
look at the people suspected of being cloned. Right. That's the whole point. Like now, Kevin Hart.
Hey,
Is
Dave
being
Chappelle.
funny.
Dave Chappelle seems pretty spontaneous. There, spontaneous.
Does he? He seems like he's reading a script to me. You know, he does.
I don't think Dave Chappelle was cloned. I mean, he does look different body wise, but that's what happens when you smoke a pack of cigarettes
His
every
cousin said
day
that
for
he was
10
cloned.
years. You know?
Like his first cousin says that he doesn't talk to him anymore. He used to talk to him every day, and that the real
First
Dave
cousin's
Chappelle
loaded.
can speak another language, and he can't. And that he like, I mean, now I'm not saying that's like
shit.
this is a speculation station, but I don't care. All I'm saying is the whole argument about you couldn't get all of their memory is no good because you don't have to. You could easily replicate a base level of their memory. You wouldn't have to do that. Like, dude, if you wanted to clone me, you wouldn't have to take my whole memory out of my brain and transfer it. You wouldn't have to do that. You would keep me locked up. I'd make public appearances. How would you ever know? You wouldn't know, you know? And if I saw a childhood friend, that would be the only threat to them finding out. Like, why is this guy not know? You mean like his first cousin who can tell it's not him? Like, that would be the only way you would ever be able to know. All the basic information that the public knows, you would have in your database.
You can't clone talent, man. You can't clone
Dave
talent.
Chappelle's not as funny anymore, bro.
I'm not going to 100% disagree with that, but you can't, you know, there's just no way you can clone talent like that. Like if you tried to clone like a Jimi Hendrix, like what's his name there, fucking Morgan Freeman. The guy, you know, you've seen that meme, Morgan Freeman, Jimi Hendrix, right? I don't know if you've seen that yet, but claiming that Jimi Hendrix gave up music to become an actor, and he's actually Morgan Freeman.
I've heard that. Yeah, I don't know.
I fucking
And
laughed when I saw that.
Morgan Freeman has a like a blues bar, and he plays the guitar with left-handed.
It's awesome,
I've heard all
yeah.
about it. Yeah, so like this is why I say speculation station, but I do know that there is a possibility that they're deceiving us with public figures. Like Joe Biden is provably different. So either there's a
His
stand-in.
ears are different. His eyes are different. Oh yeah,
There's a
fuck yeah.
stand-in for him at the least, right? So like the anti-flat earthers in here can't accept that. They will not accept that. You could show them the picture of
What's
his ear.
plausible though? I know, but what's plausible though? It does both stand-ins have dementia? Does one act? Like you have to realize, like I get the ears, I've seen the eyes, but I also know through photography there's a lot of a lot of angles that can make your face distorted and look wonky.
You can't make an earlobe.
I get it.
ear
I
detached.
get it. I saw it, dude. I
Yeah.
got it. It's pretty.
At
It's
the
pretty
least, Joe Biden has
distinguishable.
a stand-in. He either has a stand-in or there's something weird going on. But deep
Well,
fake.
do both of them have dementia? Because you got to like he's got one interview where he walks up to the camera. He's like, "I wiped my butt. I got my butt wiped," or something. He says something
You think it would be
ridiculous
really
like
hard
that.
to pretend to have dementia? All you have to do is
Is that what you do? Those are weird. Okay,
you
this
just
is
come
you're
in
gonna
here
come
and
to.
listen to the Globers and then imitate their behavior. They forget as soon as they get something wrong. You know,
Well,
like,
yeah, but that's the nature of doublespeak. You have to have that to be a Glober.
and there does seem to be two Joe Bidens. One that's much more irritable. one Joe Biden gets super mad about everything, and the other one is a little more chill and just out of it. I don't know, man. Like, this is what I'm saying though. Like, if you talk to any of the Globers, they will not even acknowledge that Joe Biden's ears are different, dude. You can sit with them, look at the pictures, and the reason I'm bringing that up is because it worked on 99% of people. Like, if it's a different person for whatever reason, doesn't matter. No one cares. No one knows. Most people don't know. Most normies will fight against it. Like, their defense attorneys, they'll look at the fact that his earlobe used to be attached to his face, and now it's not attached to his face, and they'll be like, "Oh yeah, checks out. He got old." You know, so I don't know. I
Well,
think it
I
is a
listen to
useful
the
tool.
tones. I listen to the tone of his voice. I listen to the inflections that he has. I mean, it's pretty good. I mean, if you look at the two different versions, they got the same tonality, they got the same inflection. So it's very good delivery if you're an actor. It's just what are the possibilities that both of them are playing with dementia? You know what I mean? And the only thing I can think about is it's okay. So one guy doesn't have it and the other guy does. So he has to do things in his mind what he thinks a dementia person would do, right? I mean, that's what an actor would do. You're gonna have to. What would you do? Okay, I can't play too smart because I can't be smarter than the other Biden. I got to be. You know what I mean? So things like what would you say? Well, you would probably have to say some absurd things that go in line with I show him for pressure. Right. So was that the actor saying that or is it the real Biden saying it? Because both of them can't have dementia.
Well, that's why I think that primitive bot technology is pretty interesting. Like, I'm just saying, like,
See, I'm not there. I can't go there. I can't go Blade Runner, dude. It's just
I
impossible.
get it. I
for
hear
me.
you, man. I hear you. I don't even. I made a couple videos about it, and I told everyone I wasn't gonna keep talking about it because I don't think I'll ever know. And I think that if they did pull something off that wild, they know that they're so covered by the mere fact that even saying it sounds crazy. And the way I presented it was like a very admit what's speculative, admit what we can prove. It doesn't matter. I still sounded crazy. People still made fun of me for it. People still see the title of the stream and get to make fun of me. So they're not gonna get. I mean, you tell the average person that the politicians run around naked in the woods humping trees and little boys, they're gonna think you're crazy. So, like, I think that's kind of how it goes. I'm just throwing it out there. Like,
Not all the politicians do that, though. Just the ones that are part of the cabal, because it can't be all, right? I
all
mean, it
the
would be
super
pretty.
powerful ones.
Yeah, it would be all the cousins because they would all be related to each other. That's how they would keep it in the same group, right? So they'd all be definitely related to each other.
Just a sec, I'm trying to figure my computer out. No, like, yeah, it's whatever. You know, like, we live in a world where our president is a different person. Okay, so like, whatever is going on, it's crazy. It's like movie-esque, and it's not a big
Dude,
deal, right? Like, just
look what
detach from
Sean Penn did. Sean Penn gave Zelensky an Oscar. Dude, that's where we're at. We're playing out a movie script. Sean Penn gave Zelensky a freaking Oscar. Why
kind of
would you
cool
give
though.
the
If you know it's a movie, it's like just kind of entertainment. Like if Trump comes back to be president, I'm just gonna get my popcorn. I'm like, oh, I hope he gets back on Twitter. You know, like I think it's entertainment.
It's gonna be fun, yeah. But it's gonna be. I think it's part of the culture war. That's what's not gonna be fun about it, dude. This is the byproduct of that because somebody's gonna get more violent. And histories, it was the Christians. Future, it looks like it's the pagans. because that's what it was, man. I mean, you had, believe it or not, in 1970, you had the Jehovah's Witnesses fighting the Canadian government for freedom of religion, to the point where these Jehovah's Witnesses were violently fighting against the Canadian government.
Sick.
Isn't that what's happening? I mean, history says that the right, the authoritarian right, was always was the evil, dark one. But it looks like now we're dealing with the left side of the spectrum, and they're the ones that are they were the ones that were apparently for anti-establishment, anti-government. Now they're all pro.
I ran out of memory. My Chrome memory for my cookies and other site data is 3,862 sites. My goodness. So I'm trying to clear that up.
Couldn't the Joe Biden ones just be like brothers though? Be like related, like twins essentially.
Yeah, I guess there's a hidden twin. I don't know. Yeah. No, I think Robotoys are like a crazy leap. I'm not gonna lie, but you know,
Well,
that's
like, wouldn't it be possible that they would have one of their guys that does have a twin, you know, to get in that position in the first place, maybe as well? Could be possible.
Oh, that's interesting.
No, the Robotoys is kind of wild. I mean, I definitely get the idea of mapping the brain like that, but to get it to actually function though, because you're not talking about like an animatronic. Like an animatronic thing would be where you would have some like basically a robot inside, like mechanical features inside of it that would then have some kind of rubber skin or something, you know, like almost like what they have at Disneyland or whatever with those little like, you know, some little animatronic figure or whatever that is moving around, you know, in a thrill ride or whatever it is that, you know, like a haunted house, all that kind of stuff. So you're not talking about that at a more advanced level. You're actually talking about something where they would be able to take the brain and then somehow recreate the functioning of it to then create some kind of a functioning being that would be like a human, right?
I heard most of that. I was trying to read this. Sorry. What was it? What was the first thing you were saying? Like, you said not like what? I heard the end.
Like an animatronic type thing, which is like basically a robot on the inside that has like rubber skin or something, like that type of a, like you're not talking about just that. You're talking about something that's actually using the kind of synthetic biology to actually function.
Yeah, so it's like a mix. It's like I think the skeletal structure is robotic, and then it just has like these little like mock dumbed down organs and anatomy that doesn't function very properly. And one of the major problems he claims they have is its metabolism, and it metabolizes way too quickly, so it overheats, and they can only last a couple weeks. So it's like a skeletal structure, a robotic skeletal structure that has organic material on the outside and like basically lab grown organs, but which we can do that, but it doesn't. They don't like function properly together as a human would. So it's like a mixed bag there. There does seem to be some like actual robotic aspect to it. So I don't know. Crazy. I mean, this is in the 70s. Dude saying this in the 70s, bro. Pretty wild to me. Like when I found Brain Initiative, people you should go like look through that website. It's wild. And I'm like, oh wow, he said all this 5 decades ago. So I don't know. I just threw it out there because I know a lot of people are trying to figure out. I think it's a rabbit hole that's somewhat futile, but I guess they're trying to figure out like what's going on with Joe Biden, what's going on with Kevin Hart and Dave Chappelle and Kevin Gates and Kodak Black, and this is why I think it's lame because like who cares about any of that? So I just threw it out there, yeah, because it's like when you see these celebrities talking, they'll like glitch out. So like look in the air randomly, and they'll just like be talking and stop. And it's either like demonic possession, MK Ultra glitches, to make it to a certain extent of fame. You have a chip put in your brain. I think that most of the people that are really high up are born into it. Their family gives them over to basically be an entertainment puppet, and they get a chip put in their brain. And it could be that simple, right? I don't think you need big elaborate synthetic clone conspiracies, but I just came across it and threw it into the ether. You know, I don't put it past these people are psychopathic. If they could create some like dummy robot thing to go talk to people and play and perform in their circuses for the dumbed down masses, they would love that. It's not like a wet dream for them. And it makes sense. You have full control of them. You completely control what they say. They guide all of pop culture. They guide the entire societal environment. Media guides everything. You got athletes, you got actors, and you got musicians. They guide everything. Right? So of course they would. Now we know they controlled them. Is it by sacrificing their family members, getting them to do something evil, getting them to do some sexual degenerate acts, do something with children? Do they have blackmail on them? Did they chip them? Did they put them under MK Ultra spell? I mean, I don't know. I don't know what all they do.
Oh. Popping in here or what?
I mean, you can just go like look at the CIA, right? I mean, most people know about this, but you can go look at Project Stargate, and there's another one that's like called Gateway, and the CIA is very familiar with controlling people's minds. Of course, MK Ultra is the famous one, but manifesting the power of thoughts, directed thoughts, mind manipulation, remote viewing, remote control. This was studied extensively decades ago by our government. So
the same government that did black magic, fucking satanic worship to talk to entities.
Yeah, actually.
Wouldn't a turning point have been when they say Eisenhower turned down the aliens' help, actually had a meeting with them? Pretty sure it was Eisenhower. And they had the typical, we can bring, peace to your nation kind of thing. and he basically told them that we'd handle it ourselves. Anybody know about that?
Yeah, I heard something like that. Check it out real quick before we move on with that, because that'd be neat to talk about. But what we were talking about, the clones and stuff, there's YouTube channel Engineering TV. Seems legit, whatever. I don't know if it's good, bad, indifferent information wise, but it's a interview of a guy from Sindaver Labs. This is a 12-plus-year-old video, and apparently this company, this research and development company, is able to make completely synthetic human bodies. They say their flagship product at this point is a synthetic human. It says we make complete 4-chamber hearts now, really complex tracheas, all kinds of stuff. And this is, again, 12-plus years ago. They could make a full fake human.
Yeah. Yeah, like I believe that 100%. So now, will they ever be able to imitate consciousness? No. And will they ever be able to imitate what truly makes you human? Which actually means you, the man, but anyway. No. But why can they not imitate this like flesh suit? I don't know.
Well, check this out real quick, just to finish out that point. I hope people can grasp the severity. They can even grow body parts or whole bodies with tumors, disease, malformations, memory loss, anything they want to do. They can make this person that. And in my opinion, yeah, for a little bit of time. I don't think that they can make something like out of scratch and then have it last forever. But that's just my opinion.
Yeah, that's crazy. What did you say it was called?
I put in the live stream text.
Nice.
Sindaver Labs. My guess is this is the kind of video that you find when this company could have been something, and maybe then somebody took the technology and used it for nefarious purposes. I've certainly never heard of these people, but I've also never been to a doctor and asked him, "Hey, if I break my arm, can you regrow it?" So
Well,
I don't know.
I think this
like,
was
like
existed
and he'll
way
say
longer.
no, right? He'll say completely fucking no. But does he know that it might be possible? Like, does even he know? Like,
I know a lot of people want me to do like the follow up on the clones, and I'm like, oh, bro, I got so much kickback from that.
Nobody wants to believe it, man. Nobody wants to believe it. And you know what's funny too? To me, it's almost kind of a nod to a creator. Like, oh shit, yeah, you know what? We can't make clones of that because it's just such a nice, perfect design. You can't duplicate it.
Yeah. Have you ever heard of Clonade in Canada?
Yes, I've heard about that. What would it be? 20 years ago now? So old.
Yeah, data. You should check that out. Clonade's in your backyard, dude. I mean, that's a real place.
Dude, they were talking about that like right after 9/11 and everything. Alex Jones was coming out with all this stuff, and the cloning was in there. And yeah, I looked into Clonade, and I was like, I went to my mom. I was like, Mom, are they cloning people? She says, No, honey, they can't be cloning people.
Do you think clones have souls? You said somebody didn't have souls, but do you think clones won't have souls?
No, of course not. What the? Clones don't have souls. Souls is... Yeah, it's not replicatable, bro. It's has a metaphysical source. So,
Like Dolly the sheep. Well, probably sheep don't have souls. But I mean, when they clone the sheep or the horses or the dogs or cats or whatever, I mean, I think they're just as much in life as the original one. I don't know the difference.
Is your clone as good a person as you, Kosho? Be honest.
Well, like I told you, if I get a chance to make a clone, it'd probably be my favorite child.
Right.
Naturally.
I hear you.
But I mean, I figured, unless maybe you guys are talking about clones in a different kind of way, but I just figured that clones will be just as human as humans. Maybe yeah, it's exactly the same.
Well, if they say it's like a CD, if they say that you can transfer your consciousness literally, to use that word incorrectly, but who cares? To a CD, you can take your consciousness, put it on a CD. Well, if that's true, can you download it then just the same? Or does it have to be encrypted to go on the CD? I feel like it has to lose quality to go on the CD, but maybe not. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't mean that kind of, because that's, yeah, like cloning your personality in that kind of way, digitalizing it. Even if you were able to put your entire personality into a computer, I think that your physical, like, you won't experience, like, your physical self is not going to experience that, even if that digital self has experiences. It won't be you, at least from your perspective, because you'll be dead.
Yeah, it'd be like a branch off kind of deal.
Yeah, basically. Yeah, to everybody else though, they might think that they might be like, "Oh, he lives on, he's still alive." But yeah, it's the person who's alive now will not be able to enjoy that.
And that's all they need. All they need is for the other people that are alive to believe that the person kept living, because then they'll do it. Right. Then, I mean, how do you ever fact check it? People will perpetually do it. So,
is that what you guys mean when you were talking about clones? Though, it's like, because I'm talking about like clones, like the clones like that we have now. I mean, like regular clones. Yeah, like it's just they may be made in a lab or scientifically, administering their DNA, but so it's a copy of the person's DNA, but it still seems like a natural baby to me.
well, we're talking about so like the question would be like, do you actually think it's possible that you could like expedite or accelerate the growth of someone's, like, to replicate a 40-year-old Kevin Hart? And I was saying like, no. Like, I use the word clone the same way I embrace the word flat Earth. Like, yeah, in that sense, you can't do it. Honestly, overall, like, I don't even know that you could ever do it. I think we have surrogate mothers, and that's all I've ever seen evidence for. So, I've never seen evidence of a baby.
Say what?
Like, I've never seen evidence of, say, like a 30-year-old walks in, and then you're like, okay, let me take her DNA, make a baby, and then he grows up real fast and looks like the 30-year-old.
Oh yeah, I don't believe that either. Like instant clone. Let's call it instant clones, just to be, just clarify. I mean, you don't have to do that. This I'm saying in this conversation, just so I'm clear, because I thought that you were talking about regular clones a second ago. But okay, fine. Do you believe in regular clones then? Because like with a surrogate mother, you can just do a regular clone with a surrogate mother, right? Like some.
But you need a
lady.
mother, right? Like you need
you
need a person to like. But yeah, there are homegrown babies everywhere.
Yeah. Do they claim to have made babies without like a lady? I remember hearing something.
I've heard people claim it. I don't think it's real. I don't.
Yeah.
Well, all you got to do is create the conditions for a viable, like, the incubator, right? And I feel like they can do that.
Maybe. I mean, yeah.
But the thing is, how they're going to supply it with all the nutrients that like are necessary to make up the human. I don't know if they can do that, like especially early stages stuff. Like you're talking about the division of cells. It's like how do you direct that without mama's love? You know what I'm saying? Hold on. Without like the mom's emotions and hormones and shit. Like how do they replicate all that shit?
It's even worse than that, though. This incubator that you speak of, it has a cord attached to the mother physically. Like it's the umbilical cord that feeds it with nutrients. Like you have to have that actual human, right? I mean, I don't know how she would replicate like an umbilical cord. I don't know enough about it, but yeah.
Yeah,
no doubt.
I mean, if they could do it, that's nutty. I mean, if they can make a person, I feel like they could do that too.
I don't think that's. If they can't do it now for some reason, I don't think it's very long before they can easily do that. Because I mean, you're just talking about like a woman doesn't do anything besides eat and breathe. I mean, it's just like just to supply the.
Jesus Christ.
Well, I'm just saying, like she's not like she.
Good
It's
thing
not
you're
like
drunk.
I'm not drunk. It's not like she needs like a special like chemical or something that you can't find because to make a woman.
No. There's mothers. There's some shit in mother's milk that cannot be reproduced specifically for that baby with that DNA structure, that mitochondria, all the same stuff. It has to work perfectly for the child to come out, I think, as like a functioning human. But yeah.
Yeah, but what if you can synthetically make that and also make it in such a way that was built of
Colostrum?
the same biology that the baby's, like
Come
the
on,
baby's
man.
DNA basically. So there's no way it will
Colostrum
reject it.
is very hard to produce. It only comes from the breast of a mother, and it's very important for the first stages of birth.
Mm-hmm. That's yeah. And I figured that's the case. I do take bovine colostrum, by the way. It's amazing.
Where do you get your
So
bovine colostrum?
And I'm
yeah,
not
you
human
get, like
colostrum.
you
They
get
still don't eat.
My
you get
father-in-law knows a farmer. Anyway, go ahead, guys.
you get like enriched blood through the umbilical cord from your mother, and you get all kinds of nutrients, right, and oxygen. Of course, you could replicate oxygen, but the enriched blood specific to the baby's needs at that time of growth, I don't really know how you could possibly. I mean that. I'm pretty sure that it goes into the baby's liver.
The cord does.
Yeah, like well, like
That
the
would make
blood
sense
flows
because
through the, yeah.
once it detaches, the liver heals itself best of all the organs inside. That makes sense.
I mean, isn't it? I mean, can't you? I'm not saying this is possible currently, but certainly not without. I was based on the stuff I've seen. But if you get stem cells that are unique to a person's DNA, and you start to build a structure that will eventually turn into like this, a woman's I don't know, like her inner organs, like a pregnant woman specifically. I mean, can't you see a way of possibly activating genes in this like stem cell that, like I said, is unique to you? So let's say you're making a clone, and you take your stem cells from like your knees or whatever. I forget where they get it from. It's like in your bones, and yeah, and so it's like that stem cells will be unique to that same clone that you're making. I'm just spitballing here. I don't know if this is.
Well, it's kind of like, didn't they say with Dolly the sheep they used stem cells to clone the first version or whatever? Am I wrong?
I assume as much. I assume.
Yeah,
it
I would
be stem
imagine
cells.
that's what they did, but like this is the problem. Whenever a human grows, and of course Dolly's ship came out looking retarded, but like and died super fast. But like the mother, what it does, the mother's body gives like specific cells to the baby for like each period of growth. Like it gets very specific cells, like tailored to that. So you would have to replicate the production of very specific cells as the fetus got bigger.
That's what I was making an argument earlier. I said to Dyslow, I said, because he was saying, we don't know the technology. I said, look, you're trying to have a human being have all of these organs grow at a rate proportional to the time that it's supposed to grow. You can't have something grow this big here and then, like, for instance, have the heart reach a full size and then have the lungs not the full size. You know what I mean? You have to have it in proportions. And that's done by hormone release. And so you're talking about having a clone speed up and being able to produce this hormone release in a way that allows all of these organs to grow in order, so you don't get deformities. Which you just stated and backed up what I was saying earlier, was the idea of the release of these hormones is based on the period of time, or that period of time during the gestation of it, right? So it's specific, it's intentional, right? And that would be hard to do that synthetically, plus speed up the aging process.
Yeah, look, so here you go. Like starting in week 3, endothelial precursor cells in the mesoderm surrounding the allantois coelis. I hate these medical. Who cares? To form small capillaries. Vasculogenesis continues, and by the end of the 3rd week, the capillaries have grown to establish a functional vascular network within the connecting stalk. During the same period, the arterial and venous systems within the embryo are developing. It comes down early in the 4th week. 2 umbilical arteries branch from the paired dorsal artery to become connected to the vascular network of the umbilical cord. During the 5th week, the connection is obliterated as the umbilical arteries develop their connection to a branch of the 5th pair of the lumbar intersegmental arteries that will later become horns of the sinus venous. By week 7,
Talking about a fetus?
This is the
Right there,
fetus
okay.
umbilical cord. By week 7, the intestines begin to herniate out of the embryo through the umbilical ring and into the umbilical cord. This physiologic herniation is necessary for proper rotation of the intestines and adequate growth of the fetus to house the expanding intestines. The rapid development of the intestines causes elongation of the umbilical cord. Between weeks 10 and 12, the intestines leave the umbilical cord and return to the abdominal cavity. During this time, the extraembryonic mesoderm develops a rich extracellular matrix to protect the cord called Wharton's jelly. Every single step of it is like wild and very specific. It's an interaction between the mother and the baby that happens at the fetus's own growth rate and then the needs relative to that. Like, to be able to replicate that with precision or any type of efficacy would be insane. I mean,
sure, yeah.
Very impressive at the least.
I think it's outside the. There's this German guy I met in this community, and early when I first joined the community, and he actually warned me to get out of it because I guess he was in the German flat Earth community. It doesn't matter though, but he was a biologist, and he, I don't know if he was just hinting at it and he was just teasing or whatever. But he said he worked in a field where like the stuff that they're working on is like anti-aging and cloning of organs, like you're talking about, like basically saying you can clone any organ that's going to be coming in the next 10 years.
Yeah. Like I've already seen that
3D
they can
scan.
like replicate organs.
Everything right now is grown with pigs, though, right? They're grown inside pigs and then harvested from the pig. That's what they're doing at the present moment, from what I understand.
Show your belly button if you ain't a clone. If you a surrogate, you homegrown.
Problem is that with these organs that they're transplanting, they need another drug to bond them. Apparently, there's a constant rejection that happens. So for some reason, they have to. Apparently, they're getting better at it because they're convincing the body not to attack it as a foreign thing. But you're always subjected to getting these injections to I guess compensate for having the pig heart. People who get pig heart
Tacrolimus is the drug.
What's it called?
Tacrolimus is the anti-rejection drug, which I was on. So yeah.
Oh really? Oh, that's
You were on that drug?
Hey?
Why were you on that? You had a transplant?
He's freebasing it.
You had a what?
Mainlining it.
You had a what?
It's an immune
I missed
suppressant that I was on years ago.
Oh, okay.
You were on that because of
leukemia.
Yeah, but because you know a lot about DNA or a little bit about DNA, or I don't know how much you know, but do you think that like we were just talking about creating a sort of artificial womb sort of thing in which it was going on. He was reading off some of the complex stages and the mother's body's building and stuff like that. Do you think that that's outside the realm of the near future of creating like an artificial womb?
No idea. Absolutely no idea.
Come on, man. You know a bunch about DNA. What's going on, dude?
It's fairly niche, what I've studied, yeah.
Fair enough. See, Ruhiv can make a clone of himself right now. He's got a DNA fucking script.
Got my brother's blood in me.
I don't
get stabby and leave his blood everywhere.
Dude, if they could actually clone us, then we're really in trouble. Then that'd be bad. I mean, if they I think they would want to, though. I'm sure that's their goal. I mean, we wonder what is their agenda, or why are they doing all this stuff they're doing? And I think if to say the least, they're wanting to keep their charade going. They want to keep as much money and infinite resources coming their way as possible, so that they, could possibly get to some point that they may want to do that. Some blend of AI and biology, along with sort of this level of kind of controlling people's mindsets and kind of detaching.
Have you heard of homunculus? Homunculus. You guys are really, what you're talking about is an alchemic process that they use with diet, and then they harvest the excretions based on whatever they're using. Somebody was talking about a pig, and you guys have been talking about genetics and all that shit.
They do it on
Look up
mice too.
homunculus. Homo sapiens, homunculus. They're like the genetics and this shit you're talking about. It's an alchemic process. It's been going on for thousands of years.
I thought you had the jizz in an egg.
My God. Oh goodness. And, there's businesses that will clone your pet. So you can clone your dog, your cat, your horse, and many people do currently. But like I said, I don't know if we're talking. I don't know if you guys are all talking about a different type of clone that I'm talking about. I'm just talking about like a regular clone.
Just a regular run of the mill.
Well, I mean, I don't know. To me, it's a basic clone. It's a regular clone. But then there's like
what
other
is that
ideas.
really? What is that really though when they're doing that? I
Well,
mean,
it's just like, yeah.
The most extreme level of clone is to be able to take you as you are right now, and somehow, like, this is like a very like dark kind of thing, or almost like 1984 to another level, whatever it may be, where someone mentioned Blade Runner earlier, where they could take you and then literally somehow regrow your entire body and then have you have a different mindset, but you would be in that body. I mean, that's the most extreme version. But then there's all these other, like the one Witz had brought up of like the kind of robotoid, kind of partial robotic, partial biological type of thing. But the one you're now talking about is probably just something that they're claiming to do with some kind of genetic sequencing, right?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah. They just instead of making a baby with the combination of a man and a woman, they just take the DNA of a single individual and make a baby with exactly that same DNA. But they do it with like sheep and horses and dogs and cats and stuff. Well, I don't see why they can't do it with humans, other than the fact that it's probably just illegal. But I can imagine if the clones that you guys are talking about, if you wanted to take it into the realms of reality, then I could imagine like a surgery type of, like if you had like a really good plastic surgeon, and taking like a kind of like a Frankenstein type of thing, like where you take like a random person that is not gonna they're gonna be dead after this, basically, because you're gonna put all new organs in them. For some reason, you're gonna put the organs that have the same DNA of the person you're cloning, and you make it look like that person, and that's it. Yeah.
Hey, did you see the video I posted about people actually making full human bodies, and it was available at least 12 years ago?
Heard you talking
full
about
human
that.
bodies. No, here it is. I'll repost it in the live stream so you can kind of, get past all the incredulity.
Are you talking about the Canada thing?
No.
Because I remember there was something in Canada from that was like 20 years ago.
Oh yeah. Well, that we were briefly mentioning clone aid in Canada, but that's been known for a long time. Wizard brought that up. Listen, check the live stream text right now for that video. Once again, we've had the ability to make fully working human bodies, with or without disease, whatever you want to do. Synthetic human bodies. So check that out.
So you can do an avatar, can you?
Here's the thing. So they say they're making, this, that, and the other hearts and complex tracheas and stuff, right? Well, how you gonna make a fucking brain mind thinking and talking about stuff, creating new neural pathways, and you know what I mean? Like to me, that's different. I don't know how they would do that.
Are there somebody told me about this before? They know a lot more about this stuff than I do. Well, hold on. Hey, Ruhif, do you know about stem cells, Ruhif?
Well, I was gonna say
I've had some stem cells.
Well, neural pathways are based on experience. They grow as you experience.
That's what I'm saying. So how could you fake that?
Well, here's one idea though. Like it links in a little bit to one thing Witz was saying earlier, which is, again, this is totally in speculation world. He was saying that too, and I'll say that from what I'm about to say too. But what about the idea where, let's say they could recreate some kind of a body that would at least have the basic functions, like motor functions, eye movements, mouth movements, stuff like that. And then, even though it wouldn't really have the soul, it wouldn't have the actual memories, it wouldn't have the actual talking style, it wouldn't have any of that stuff. But if they do have a way to then use like AI or certain language models to be able to somehow recreate your persona through all of the data that they're collecting. Now, this could even be in the realm of what they may want to do or what they even be trying to do. Nonetheless, get it in where they have all that data on you, and then they can put that program into the actual sort of other avatar type body, through that means. So like the avatar body would have like the looks, and then it would have the ability to move its mouth and move its eyes and stuff. And then somehow using some other program, that would come from information of you and then somehow put that into it. Which
like a mixture,
which then makes me think of how the people have talked about how these jibby jabs people have Bluetooth MAC addresses now. So do they want people to be on a Bluetooth MAC address so now they can remotely access your
combination of what's it called, Neuralink and hypnosis. You combine those two things together, and I think that you could have something similar to what you're describing.
It seems like they'd be into this with all their transhumanism and.
Bro, it's more up their alley than the alley itself, man.
Yeah.
The thing is, though, that everybody has their own individual experiences, and your brains grow based on that. So this idea that somebody can invent a computer chip that can somehow already have that pre-programmed and then be able to manipulate based on that is counterintuitive, because everybody has their own experiences. Therefore,
but the idea is to imitate that.
Yeah, to imitate. I mean, at the idea of like controlling humans, just that basic thing. So like whether they're controlling us with the false idea of the globe, all these different things, just all this media programming, all the rest of it. Just that idea that they're hyper fixated on control. Wouldn't the ultimate level of control be within this range in terms of the human? Like if they could somehow kind of clone, replicate, then they could basically have you to where you're not free thinking at all. It's the one way to make it to where like
it's biohacking. More importantly, biohacking. So if your body was, let's say, had lots of metal in it or resonated at certain frequencies. So for instance, right now they're monitoring brain waves for employees at work. According to the World Economic Forum, there's the procedure where you sit in a room and your employees are sitting at their desks and you're monitoring their pathways, their neural pathways, and you notice that one of your employees wander off and starts having a sexual thought about one of the coworkers, and her neural pathways are indicating these sexual thoughts. You then can buzz your employee and say, "I'm sorry, Rebecca, but we noticed you're kind of distracted at work. Could you refocus your strategy, please?" And then all of a sudden, the neural pathways are corrected. So that's where they're going. They want to go to the point where they can study all your basically your frequency, and then manage your frequency.
Can I say something?
No.
That's great. Thanks, Ruhuf. Well, I wanted just shortly to address what Gio said before about the control of the people. I mean, I partly agree that this mechanisms and cloning, etc., would definitely be another level of that whole topic. But I think nowadays, at least this is my personal opinion, these steps are definitely examined and they do the science on it, but I think it's not even necessary, as today, there are such soft power and so-called nudging techniques which make people evolve the thoughts which they have to evolve or which are wanted by third parties, so kind of that inception idea.
Inception or hypnosis in general, yeah. Suggestion. Hypnosis is the art of suggestion, and the entire field of marketing is based off of the tools learned.
They're just using technology to do the same thing, using frequencies to kind of interfere with your natural brain waves, but that doesn't mean they can preemptively determine what you're thinking. Just because they know frequencies can disrupt your thoughts doesn't mean they know your thoughts.
Apparently, they have the technology from algorithms that they can now best predict.
Yeah, I mean, they say that, but they have blind people and people that have lost, senses and other limbs and stuff, and their brains will rewire. So if you're going to program a computer to recognize certain pathways and firing mechanisms, which is the frequencies and all of this stuff, they never can take into account the adaptation and the individuality of each individual experience. That can never be pre-programmed.
Well, that's
what I think the brain is. The brain itself cannot be pre-programmed because there's this thing called neuroplasticity, which apparently the brain creates these neural pathways with first thoughts, so a new thought, and so to have that sort of organic tissue being able to create its own pathways would be based on the organic nature of its own experience.
Yeah, there's not enough CBT in the world to be able to make two a yeah, right? Can't have another body going through exactly everything that you have. CBT is cognitive behavioral therapy, by the way.
Yeah, but that's right. You said you study psychology, right? I heard you say that earlier in passing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I took psychology a long time ago, though. But anyways, what I was
Neural
going to say.
linguistic programming is one of that. What you're talking about, cognitive.
Yeah, NLP. I like it.
Yeah, NLP. I used to study that too. Because I was trying to buy a book in natural language processing, and I accidentally bought a book in neurolinguistic programming. But I got into it.
That's quite the accident.
Yeah, it was just pretty cool. But anyways,
how do you get into that as an accident?
I just described it. I literally just described it. I bought a book, the NLP, natural language processing. It's a computer. Anyway, it's a whole thing. But I bought the wrong book. But anyway,
sounds like you bought the right book, partner.
Yeah, you're right. Coach, I got into it. Yeah.
Did you go through a self-help phase?
Yeah, in my early 20s. Yeah. I feel like that's not bad. That's
Anthony
not a bad thing.
Robbins. Anthony Robbins taught me NLP.
Oh, okay, yeah. Did he teach you how to have really big teeth and get away with it? Holy fuck, with that jaw on that man.
No, but definitely when I was in my I was before my 20s, I was listening to that Anthony Robbins guy.
Yeah, he's
Coach,
good.
So last time you said it was your birthday and you said you turned 21. So that wasn't actually the case?
Yeah, I almost lie about it being my birthday like every week. So it's just a mechanism I use to get people to stop interrupting people. It doesn't work most of the time, though.
Well, happy birthday then.
Some people, it's my birthday. I was like, guys, it's my birthday. You just stop interrupting. Come on. And sometimes I do it. Sometimes I don't. Anyways,
I mean, just to add to that, I was feeling a bit sad for you because you were around on Discord at your birthday, but that's okay then, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's never really worked. It's never really worked, but he's brought more awareness to the interruption just by having it be a thing.
It slightly worked. I don't want to dox anybody, but I think there's somebody in here whose birthday is next week. But anyways,
Okay.
I was gonna say something. though. God damn. Oh yeah, right. Okay.
Be like,
so,
here's a delicious carrot, and I will not let you taste any.
Well, I just don't want to dox him. He might be like, "Hey, why'd you say that?" Even though he said it himself.
No, but keep doing it.
Okay. Well, regardless, though, about the brain.
There is like psychology to that. If you say it's your birthday, then it takes the focus off of them, maybe, because like whenever it's someone's birthday, we're always focused on like celebrating them, just as a sense. Maybe it does kind of break it up. Like, hey guys, focus on me instead of interrupting each other nonstop.
Well, I said do it as a wish.
Really quickly, in psychology, that's what they call the family mascot, the person who comes in and makes a scene so everybody stops fighting.
Yeah. That's not bad, yeah.
Just out of curiosity, how long do you think it will take you to, if you wanted to change a habit, how long do you think it would take you to change that habit?
A
month. Don't they say 21 days or 6 weeks? Those are two different things.
That's why I'm asking, because the word is it's anywhere from 18 days up to almost a year, 260 days.
Interesting. However long it takes me to lose the urge to do the thing. Right, once again,
check it
whatever,
out.
however long it takes me to stop wanting out of nowhere to do the thing.
They did a test with there's the a smarter day. What's
break the habit?
The guy who does Smarter Days, whatever the YouTube guy was.
Smarter every day.
Yeah, exactly. Smarter. He did an experiment on himself with a backwards bike. I don't know if you've seen the episode. It literally took him 8 months.
Oh shit! I think that's different.
Hold on.
Isn't it Veritasium?
It's the other guy, but it's the neural pathways of the human brain that it took him 8 months to reprogram his brain and how to ride this backwards bike. That was a study he did on himself.
That's what I wanted to say though. Is I don't know if Glatt maybe anybody else has any knowledge in this one, but because I used to study dreams. What do you say? Like as a amateur, okay, amateur studier.
Oh, is there such thing as a professional dream analyzer? Please show me.
I probably actually I need to talk to them. I don't want to get into the whole thing of it, but it is a
well, in a world where astrophysics is a thing, anything's possible. Anyway, continue.
Yeah, if I told you, we'll talk later, Glatt, because I can get into it about something that would blow your mind. But anyways,
a lot of psychologists study people's dreams.
Yeah, well, yeah. Certainly
no, I mean, I guess what I'm saying is like, it's kind of like a fortune teller. Like, yeah, but really, yeah, but how'd you do that? Yeah, I don't think you really know what's gonna happen.
I do dream interpretation.
Well, like the interpretation, the interpretation of the symbols and how they like reflect someone's unconscious or subconscious that's trying to heal or find some integration.
Some of it is, because some of you could say, well, I know why my emotions would have stirred that up in me, especially that night, this, that, and the other. But then there's other stuff where like they say, if you have dreams about losing your teeth, you got money issues. I don't see the correlation. Maybe it's just a pattern, but I could never, you know what I mean? Like there has to be a line between what we can prove and what we can't, and it's all dreams. It's all someone's personal experience.
I had money issues after losing 3 teeth at the dentist's office. You should see the bill.
Yeah, but you don't seem like you're hard out on money, right? You got money handled?
Actually, insurance covered at least most of it.
Anyway.
I thought that was a joke. I'm sorry to hear that as well. But anyhow,
talking about habits, then let's go back to that real quick because I wanted to say that when I quit smoking, I did it 1,000 times. Right, it was the easiest thing I ever did, and sometimes it was a couple weeks, sometimes it was a couple months.
You quit 1,000 times,
right? That's the joke. Oh man, quitting smoking is the
you.
easiest thing I've ever done. Done it 1,000 times.
So starting again.
As long as you quit just once a day.
Just once a day. That's right. Yeah.
Just in time for bed.
You know what? I'm done. Wake up, have that first morning cigarette, then you're like, yeah, you know what, this is it.
At least once in a 24-hour period, you're in the clear.
I used self-hypnosis to quit. I smoked for 10 years, and then I wanted to quit, and I did.
Can you do that to stop masturbating?
Yeah, he's hopeless there. No, but what I was going to say is if you can quit smoking cigarettes for real, for the rest of your life, long term, like the longest term, then you can do a lot of shit in life.
Back on dream interpretation, Joseph interpreted Pharaoh's dream in the Bible.
Doesn't this seem?
Oh yeah, that's right.
It might say silly, but hey, so make sense.
He was the original. He was the original Edgar Casey.
You know about Casey, Kasha?
Well, what are dreams?
That's what I was going to say. Well, that's not what I was going to say.
Basically, we're unconscious. Like, have you guys ever?
You're never unconscious.
Yeah, most people are unconscious of their physical body when sleeping. But have you ever also either had the experience or heard of others who can be dreaming while also conscious of their physical body?
Yeah, I've had it a couple times. It's called sleep paralysis.
Lucid,
at least that's a version of that. And I would wake up, and other people have had it too, that I know. They would wake up and you can't move, right? But you can see and hear what's in the room. And sometimes the dream that you were having it remains, and there's like whispers of it. So it's like it feels like maybe you're in between two worlds, but you can't move, and it fucking sucks, and it's scary. And it happened to me a bunch of times.
They talk about that in
when I'm
psychology.
still awake.
I bet you do.
Godric, Godric's like, I'm dreaming right now.
I'm serious.
Yeah. No, the crazy thing is, when I was in the Navy, I was in a hotel for about a year on a Navy base, Virginia, and I've had sleep paralysis before that and since then. But when I was in that hotel for like a 2-month period, there was like I had it like 3 times a week, like sleep paralysis, and I felt like I was being dragged around my room, and so I was always suspicious that and I'd wake up, I have like red marks on my nose.
That might have been a demon.
I was suspicious that well, no, maybe I don't know what I mean. Could have been anything.
Coach,
Could have been nothing, but it could have been anything.
That might be possession, Coach.
Yeah, but on a military base, I think I would do.
You're having flashbacks of actual experiences when there's physical evidence, and you're talking about your nose getting scraped.
Well, no, it was just there was red marks, like something had been clipped on my nose or something.
Flashbacks then.
Well, there's certain there's these certain like yogic sleep states that instead of it, because there can be the sleep paralysis, there can be a lot of like uncomfortability in a sense, and entrapments, feelings, and different things like that. But there's also like these yogic sleep states that you can get into where they claim where they can be like fully dreaming while also fully aware of their physical body and actually having the use of their senses.
Oh yeah, dude. Like I'll bet the sleep paralysis thing. Hold on, sorry. I bet the sleep paralysis thing is like we don't know how to use that ability, and so I'm just sitting there frozen, like what the fuck is this? But like I could try to use it if I want. I was accidentally in between, and not only that, I was doing a lot of drugs and drinking at the time, so it does make sense. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah.
No, you just became aware during the transition. Like it's just a phase shift, and you're like, oh shit.
Yeah.
Have you guys heard of the hag?
No.
So part of sleep paralysis, you have this phenomenon. I've had it happen to me 3 times in my lifetime, where the hag comes and visits you. You guys haven't heard of it, eh?
Have you seen her face?
Yeah,
I think I have heard of this. Yeah.
So I've had my first experience was where I had this. My first experience. Well, I've had my first experience anyway with the hag was they had this thing crawl on my chest like a golem type character, while she, the hag or whatever, the black figure with the beady eyes, the glowing eyes, stood at the bed of the door, at the foot of the bed at the door, and of course. Then after it wasn't, that was the first, it got less scary. That was the most intensifying with the first experience. And then every time you felt it coming on, so the 2 times after that I felt it coming on, I would shake myself out of it. But what I could see, which is really interesting, is because I know it's just an apparition, I know it's just hallucination, part of your mind or whatever, but I could literally see in movies they represent this black cloud. And you know how the black cloud dissipates, right, in the movies. I'm sure you've seen some version of it. That's basically what. So the second time she would appear, but I'd be fighting it, and so that she would like kind of fade off into the I'd fight it and wake up and kind of blink my eyes, and then would fade off into the thing. So, but I've had three hag visits, which always started with the sleep paralysis.
That's crazy. How many hag stories? I'm not gonna Google it. So just like, how popular is this?
Apparently, it's a very worldwide phenomenon that happens to a lot of people.
I want to know how many people it happens to before they'd heard about the phenomena.
I never even knew about the phenomenon. I actually had to, as I was looking it up with sleep paralysis, and because of what I experienced, I came across the hag, which nobody had ever heard of it, as far as I ever known. So I actually had to go through the experience to actually question what it was, and then I found out it was called the hag, which was a natural phenomenon. Which was like, oh, cool. But when I read it, made me feel like, okay, it's a phenomenon. Everybody else experiences it, apparently.
Crazy.
Well, there's certain excretions that happen with certain people they've proven this, where it's just a natural state of, they call it self-defense or whatever when you go into REM sleep states. This has already been proven that there are a lot of people that will, it's kind of like melatonin. It's released and it puts you, and if you become like, if you're awake or something happens that you somebody shocks you out of your sleep or whatever during that state, you can have that feeling of paralysis. It's only temporary. It lasts like a
Yeah,
couple of minutes.
most people don't notice it.
What are you talking about?
Are you talking? Wait, hold on. No, go ahead, Kosho.
Well, I mean, I was gonna, because I wasn't gonna bring it up now, but I think I'm gonna bring it up since we're still talking about dreams, because I can do the craziest thing, and it's a big deal. I can do Inception. I can do Inception in real life. I'm not kidding.
You can go like inside of a dream, inside of a dream, inside of a dream. Now, how can you prove that to us?
Okay, that's a good question. One is I'm actually, because I'm making an app where this can be automated, like with AI. But when I tell you the realistic nature, because you think like in the movie or whatever, but I'm talking about being able to.
What movie?
Being able to, the movie Inception.
Oh, sorry, got it.
Yeah. But I'm not talking about actually me being there and experiencing it. I'm talking about me influencing it and orchestrating somebody else's dream. So it's kind of like a lucid dream, except for lucid dreams are kind of loose and they don't work like people, wish they do. Like, so, so for some people they might, but for most people, like they can't actually like completely control their dream. But if you get somebody outside to control your dream for you, you can, like, it's limitless at that point.
Is it cool if I don't want you controlling my dreams?
Kosho, have you had any flying dreams?
Yes, I have. Yes,
I have tons of those.
Kosho, do you offer these services?
Dreams are worth having.
Kosho, do you offer these services solicited or unsolicited?
No, never unsolicited.
Well, a lucid dream
Is there
means
discount
you
packages? Because I'm interested, but I'm not all there yet.
Well, I'll tell you,
like a free trial or something.
Yeah, toe in the water.
You have to be someone who commonly talks in their sleep. So if that's not you, then we don't have anything for you yet. Basically, but without getting into it too much, I'll just tell you, I study people while they're sleeping, and I noticed that my friend who talks a lot in her sleep, I
The
can talk to her.
military calls it remote viewing, and there are a lot of them that can do both at the same time. Like when you're actually in a lucid dream state, you can still, like, you can fill your bed and you can make your bed. You might even be able to move around in your house and make coffee while you're in that dream state and navigating a different state. You can still feel your way around in the other state at the same time. So
Does
I
the
think
coffee really get made?
well, yeah, dude. I mean, that's what you're talking about. It's like a dream within a dream, but it's not really a dream. It's just how you're talking about it. It seems like that when you describe it to others.
I don't. When you said they can make coffee, I'm trying to see if is there coffee being made in life, or it's just in their dream they're drinking coffee.
No, I mean, okay, so it depends on which state you're talking about. So if you're talking about a lucid dream, well, okay, you're in total control in one state, but there are some people, and that's what I think you were talking about with this idea of inception based on the dream of within the dream. There are some people that claim they can do both. Like they'll sit down and they'll get into a meditative state. They'll go into that lucid dream state. They'll be doing what they're doing there, while at the same time they can still feel themselves in the bed or wherever they lay down, and they can get up and they can do stuff there at the same time.
Yeah, that seems
difference.
dangerous.
There's a difference between a lucid
Well,
dream.
you got to be in a safe place. I mean, you're not going to be doing this shit out on railroad tracks, you know?
Yeah. But there's a difference between lucid dreaming and then like dream control. Because like just lucid just means that you're aware that you're dreaming. So that's just the, oh, I'm actually in a dream right now. Cool. That's just the lucid part, just being aware that you're in the dream, having the awareness. And then something like more like dream control would be, or like lucid dream control is where you then, not only do you know you're lucid, But with the control aspect, you're able to basically manifest any reality you wish to at your will. If you want to create an entire city and then you want to just walk down it as a person in that city, you can do it within an instant.
Yep.
What I'm talking about is basically the opposite. It's like where you have complete control beforehand because I have, tell the person who's administering it or the AI or whatever what you want, but you're not gonna be lucid in your dream. You're just gonna have your dream, like I said, orchestrated by an outsider, someone who's not in your head. But like I said, it's as easy as when someone talks in their sleep. If you can have a congruent conversation with them, because they'll say nonsensical stuff when they talk in their sleep. And if you say something that's not congruent, it'll wake them up. They'll be like, what? But if you have a conversation with them that is congruent with what they're saying, they'll accept you as they continue to dream and talk in their sleep. And you can use that to navigate through their dream with them, start influencing it, and then eventually start, taking the reins completely.
You can talk to people too. So you make it sound like you're being molested in your mind, like you're sleeping. You're sleeping, and then you go like, "Oh, stop it! Stop it! It hurts." Stop it.
Right? Yeah.
And then someone's like, "What the fuck?"
No, sorry. That just sounds like hypnosis, kind of.
Yeah, like I didn't want to call you out for it, but I mean that could get pretty dark there. You could
Sure,
start.
yeah, of course.
I mean, if that's if that's what you're
Absolutely. No, well, I trust me. I've done hypnosis, so I hypnotherapy. I never use stuff like that. Or
I'm afraid for the person doing the hypnotherapy. If they put me under, that's why I haven't done it yet, because I'd be afraid for that person of what they'd see.
Well, no, but you can't really see anything. But regardless, though, what I'm saying is,
No, what I'd turn into something, like an alter ego, right? And they'd be like, "So, who am I talking to now? And who the fuck knows?" And I don't want to see that footage. So, and you know what? I like being out of prison. So.
Well, you know what? Your secret's safe with me. But regardless,
oh, good.
I don't have any ill intentions or what's it called? Ulterior motives or anything like that. There are people who use that kind of stuff for that reason, but I think those people are sick.
Yeah, it sounds like witchcraft. I stay away from it.
Kind of sounds like it, but no. I mean, I don't. I think it's very natural and just.
You can't really. I mean, sure, if somebody's talking in their sleep, you can have a conversation with them, but you start thinking that you can manipulate them and then program them by having this conversation while they're asleep, dude. That's just creepy, man.
That's what I was gonna say. I was gonna say earlier. Yeah, I didn't want to like call you a creep, but you kind of it's creepy at that point. You're creeping on them. But that also gets into what MK Ultra kind of blends into, which is essentially using drugs and various different physical alterations to a person's body using electricity, a lot of different things to put them into like a brainwave state where there can be some kind of modulatable relationship between the person's soul. And I think ultimately demonic entities is what they're doing there. So they're trying to get the demonic entities to be able to access the person. And then by altering their mind in such a way, they get confused as to like who they are and where they are. And then but anyways, but you're starting to get into like the MK Ultra type stuff where, cause that's what they're trying to do. They're putting people in mind states where they can then try to either imprint something or have some kind of like a program, almost like a Manchurian Candidate kind of thing.
If you want to do sick stuff, you can do sick stuff. I'm talking about people what they desiring to have in their dreams.
Coach feels like, you want to get weird? Let's get weird.
No, but the thing is, you can practice. They tested this where you can meditate on practicing like a free throw shot for 8 hours a day or something, and you'll actually improve in that. And so there's people who maybe want to practice, golf swing or something in their sleep instead of like boring shit. Like
yeah, man.
They're normally
you can get some of your 10,000 hours in your fucking dreams. You bet.
Yeah. That's I mean, honestly, you might have seen the tests on that. They've it's real shit. Because that goes to the other thing I wanted to say about the neural pathways and the copying a brain. Because my understanding is a memory, for instance, is basically just the strengthened neural pathways. And I mean, is that along the lines of how you understand it, Glatt? Like they're neural pathways and for a thought or memory.
Okay, so neural
will
pathways are
strengthen.
created by like with experience.
That's exactly true.
So
Here's the
right.
difference.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
If you're watching somebody tie a knot on TV, like rather than tying it yourself, you can claim that you were able to manipulate their neural pathways in a similar manner, but the reality is they've already proven this is the experience is what really builds the actual pathways, and they're always different. If you put, like, just use that simple example, if you watch somebody tie their shoes, or if you tie your own shoes, the pathways aren't going to grow in the same manner, even though it's supposedly the same behavior, right? It's experience.
Yeah, yeah. Again, here's an interesting part of that too. If you're learning to tie your shoes from a mere YouTube video, whereas my father taught me how to tie my shoes, and it's an important memory, it means a lot to me. And so the emotions involved in the formation of those neural pathways is what sets it apart from simply sitting down and watching a YouTube video about it.
Exactly.
No, you're exactly right. The multitude of other senses, or thoughts, or whatever, the more of them that you can combine in one experience, the stronger the pathway will be, or the more pathways will be there, and they'll be strengthened, and that's why people have trauma-based memories and stuff like that.
That's why it's hard to quit smoking, dude. For real.
Yeah, but that's my point, though. Is I think that can be copied.
Have you also heard the idea that people have had memories of traumas that happened in past lifetimes? So that's not even something physically in their neural pathways, but it's in their soul memories. And many people have had experiences where they've deeply reconnected with some particular experience in a past lifetime. Often the death of that lifetime is often what seems to be, poignant. Obviously, if someone died from, something traumatic and whatnot, like, for example, falling off of a very tall mountain, let's say, and then dying, they would then have fear of heights in this current life, even though those neural pathways were actually established from the previous lifetime where they actually did fall off a mountain and died.
Well, it's kind of like if there's a sine wave, it starts at a point and then it waves out like a wave of water.
Yeah,
Just, that goes out like that.
Yeah. In like a Fibonacci fractal.
Right. Which to me, that actually simplifies it to a way where it's like, oh shit, now I can quantifize it like a dumb human. But it's like, no, because, yeah, okay, everything's hexagons and all this fucking numbers shit. 369 reality, which Tesla probably didn't even say. Anyway, so all of that to me tries to boil it down to like, it's quantifiable and therefore maybe recreatable or whatever. But like, okay, fine, fractal reality, take some mushrooms and, see the fabric of reality. But at the same time, try designing a housefly. You're not going to do it. Get the particles and the nutrients and everything from the air around you and make a fucking housefly. You're not doing it.
Yeah, that is a very like far on the scale of like complete creation abilities, creationary capacities to do to that level.
Right. And that's the thing. It's like when I think about the God question, then it's so arrogant to be like, well, if I can't do it, then there has to be a God or a creator. If I can't fathom how it's done, then there has to be a greater intelligence than myself. At the same time, right? As disrespectful as I just was to that sentiment, I cannot figure out how there is such perfect, and it is design. I don't know how I can't reconcile any of this shit in my head.
Do you know what about the God gene? Have you looked into that?
The God gene? Oh fuck yeah! Hold on a second. Go ahead. Keep going.
Apparently, there are human beings that are just going to have a greater disposition towards believing in a creator, because apparently the genetic marker that these people carry happen to have an extra sequence that God deniers don't have, apparently.
The VMAT2 gene.
Yep.
Molecular study of 2,000 people's religious behavior. Well, okay. I've heard a lot about this, yeah, on and off. I can't tell if this is like a dig on God or a dig on people being religious about certain things or God. Bill Gates gave a speech to some dudes in a classroom in the 90s about locating the possibility of a gene that makes people more religiously fundamental. That's also down this line, but yeah, I think I don't, man. I think in the line of creating neural pathways and then saying that some of them might echo into further, renditions of oneself or whatever down the line. What's to say that the neural pathway forming in the brain doesn't happen the same way over many versions of the brain or such? And so, like I've said, so what I'm trying to say is like, so my dad was a very religious person, right? He loved Bible study all the time. And if I would have continued that and fallen in love with that and then continued that myself, and then my child, I teach my child about it, why that's 2 or 3 brains that have neural pathways carved for this specific belief set. What that means neurologically, physiologically, I don't know. It's interesting.
Hey, can you briefly?
So primarily, you're saying that it's by construction rather than having the found materials there. See, I'm saying that
I don't know. No, I'm just saying that's a possibility, dude. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Go ahead.
What I'm saying is the material is there already, and through the experience you construct with the material that's there. Now, why is it somebody who could believe an alien? Why is it somebody who could believe an alien could create us as an overall creator rather than just a creator that looks like us? To me, would there be a genetic makeup to, would there be something genetically made inside the individual that would, that's a logical reasoning. They have that kind of logical reasoning. I know everybody has different logical reasonings, and it may not necessarily be, based in genetics, but I'm thinking there has to be some sort of like an inherent disposition that there are going to just be people who inherently recognize a creator because maybe they're just more drawn to it genetically. I don't know, man. I don't know.
Well, then, yeah, exactly. And then we can ask ourselves, what's the 144,000 in the Bible, or is there a number of chosen people with souls, right? And this, that, and the other.
We have the
144.
You have the
144 they'll be all virgins and they'll be all males. There's not going to be any females. It'll be just all male virgins, right?
Then you know they're Jewish.
Well, does anyone here anyone who believes in a creator, does anyone think there's any more than one creator, or is there just one?
Got me, man.
I think there's
have no idea.
If there's one, then we are it. It is us. We're just in a form of it right now, a limited form ultimately, because obviously none of us are the totality. But wouldn't that just be embedded? It's like embedded within us. Like maybe we don't have I certainly don't have access to all of creation right now. That's for 100% the case. I mean, there's so many. Think about all the happenings just going on Earth right now. All the cities just booming right now. The amount of electricity. Obviously, who could ever be aware of all that? However, people have had experiences in very peak experiences where they have felt like they were tapped into that level of the creation.
Check this out. Yeah, that's perfect. It leads right into what this quote from Bill Hicks. I've read it a few times, but today a young man on acid realized that all matter is merely energy condensed to a slow vibration, that we are all one consciousness experiencing itself subjectively. There is no such thing as death. Life is only a dream, and we are the imagination of ourselves. Here's Tom with the weather.
I remember that one.
That one's classic. Yeah, that's a classic. So good.
I'm in line with what you said, Gio. That's basically what I believe too. Basically.
So then that means that we all have nothing but more to look forward to.
Yeah, but I think that your brain, like the Akashic Record sort of thing, like it's a collection of all of our experiences, but us as in our physical form here, I don't think we have. I think most of us don't have access to that. Maybe some people do, but we die when we die, our brains that are functioning, in order to have these thoughts, they're gone too. But the memories probably live on in that spirit, that universal spirit.
Yeah, man, it's. I think it's just too much to even get a good locale on, let alone target in on something.
It's a lot of big questions. Okosha, okay, so when you die, do you think you just go back to the totality, or do you think you still remain as some kind of a separate soul?
I think there's some separate. I think you return, but you return with access to that individual. You know what I mean? That's why I think when they talk about hell, like hell is like all the when you die and you realize all the regret, all the bad shit you did, because you basically realize you did it to yourself. You start to realize when you're in that state. But yeah, shit like that. I don't know. But like I said, I mean, what Glatt said it's true too. Like, I mean, these are just beliefs, you know.
All right, but you right now, you're a limited version of the whole, right? Like you're in some way. I don't mean limited in a bad way, but you're, a part of
fraction
in some limited, yeah. So when you die in your physical body, in your thoughts, do you continue as something that is perhaps less limited but still limited, meaning that you're still existing in some state that is not the whole, but is some, like that's why I was using the word soul, or some portion or fraction of the whole. And therefore, if that's the case, and then what is that life from there? Like, are there other realms to go to in your viewpoint, other worlds? Do you incarnate again here? And then what would be the ultimate like trajectory of that?
I have no idea, but I think maybe this one universal entity, when you're not in this realm, when you're in that realm, you exist as that, right? But once you have done a life, like I've done my life now, well, it's not over yet. But anyways, he just has access to that experience and also that individual. Like it's now become a part of him. So it's like a legacy almost, more than it's not going to be able to gain more experiences though, I don't think.
Okay, so that you carry on some legacy of your past in that sense, in terms of your like skills and talents.
Yeah, but there are no new legacies, I suppose. Like nothing new to add to your legacy. Your legacy is complete when you die.
What if there's ultimately nothing but good news to be had in terms of like our true? I mean, these physical lives can be very challenging, but I'm saying in the beyond. What if it's just all good? Like, there's a lot of people who report there's like life regression therapies where they're using different techniques to regress into a previous lifetime. Then there's also something called life between life regression. So this is where generally the way they get life between life is they'll regress someone to a past life and then to the death of that past life. And then once they're actually reconnected with the memory of dying in that past life, they will assist them in transitioning into the life between life memories, which are, as people report them, these are like the memories of essentially where we came from before we incarnated here, and then where we go back to as well, like where this life was, where the whole life that they're in was like planned and orchestrated and decided to be incarnated into. And it's fascinating because these people in the life between life regressions, they've never talked to each other in real life. They're from all different places in the world. So these are not people that are all like, having the same ideas or anything. They're all different people, but they report a very, very cohesive sort of model and system of what that life is, the life when we're not, life between lives essentially, or the spirit world.
And they tell the same story.
It's not the exact same, but yes, very, very similar in terms of how they describe it. Yeah.
Oh, I checked it out. I'm gonna check it out. I want to see what they're saying.
Like that there's like this infinite love, infinite bliss. And there's like soul groups and spirit guides that are parts of those groups. And then you like plan your lifetimes from there. And then you can also go into like side worlds where you can like just do like lucid dreaming or like different creationary, like you can create different worlds and stuff. And then you can also like transport from that spirit world to other ones in which you can then have entire worlds attached to them that you can incarnate into. So it's basically like, instead of the idea of like different planets, like balls out in outer space or whatever, instead of that, which I think is kind of the fabricated version of what they're trying to recreate, it's more the idea that there's like infinite other almost like realms or dimensions or spirit worlds that have physical and spiritual manifestations within them.
Yeah, I'm looking it up now. Michael Newton ring a bell?
Michael Newton, yeah, he did a lot of the work on it. Yep. He has a book, Journey of Souls, and also Destiny of Souls. Yeah, he's one of the... Yeah, so he basically was regressing like thousands of people. And in his books, which I've read all of them, they're excellent books. And the thing is, in his books, he actually... like he does give some of his own thoughts and his own analysis and his own kind of theories and ideas. However, in his books, he actually has the transcripts word for word of the actual regressions that he did. So it's absolutely fascinating. Like you're literally reading the exact words that he spoke and the exact words that the patient spoke. Now you could say it's fabricated or made up or anything, but that doesn't seem indicated. I mean, it seems legit. Like he's a legit professional in those ways. And so, yeah, it's like word for word transcript. And it's just incredibly fascinating what, to read what the people are actually saying and experiencing, just in terms of the spirit world and the different, they talk about very specifically like soul groups. Well, first of all, they say like when you die, like it's like infinite love and bliss. Like there's no depression. And you have all the memories of all your lifetimes, and and like your mind is like just absolute, like in its perfect mind state. And then that there's like soul groups that you basically kind of incarnate with in lifetimes essentially. And then that there's also like the secondary soul groups. So like a primary soul group might be like, depends on the number, but it's like core people that they reincarnate with on multiple lifetimes to work things out. And then there's like a secondary soul group, where these are individuals that might come in and out of our lives for like a short period of time. And yeah, they just talk about how like they plan like lifetimes with their spirit guides and working on different, components, and almost in a sense that the earth is like a massive process to go through, by which we're like seasoned by like karma and the things that happen to us, and then also how to work out, how to treat others in all those ways as well. And that it's a whole deep process of basically learning how to do that in the most harmonious way, until we've resolved all of those issues, like, hate or greed or, violence, just different things that, would need to be integrated. And they kind of see it as like, or they talk about it as that they're planning these lifetimes in order to work through these lessons, knowing that they have to work through them. And then also having a lot of like humbleness and realizing that they might have made mistakes in those lifetimes, and a willingness to try it again as well. And then their spirit guides are like supporting them in a sense, in order to work through what they feel like they need to for their soul and for their kind of growth. And then there's even the idea that like each of these different realms are like places that we almost like have to graduate from. Like if we're separate from the creator and we're a separate unit, do we have to go through all of the realms to like come back to the center again? We have to sort of take in all of the pathways back, back to the center.
That's interesting. I hope that's not the case, but I don't want to go. I don't want to fucking do a test, dude. But I know what you mean though. I'm just messing around. You said that about the soul groups. That reminded me of like you ever had those dreams where there's somebody in your dream and it's like they don't exist as a person that you can really identify explicitly, but it's definitely an archetype. Like sometimes sometimes that person is represented by like multiple people that you know in real life. You know what I mean? Like It's not a specific person in your dream. It's just like a archetype of that person.
It's like an archetypal. Yeah.
It's weird. I wonder if that has anything to do with what you're talking about, like the soul groups idea. Sounds interesting. Like soul groups.
The idea of the soul groups would be that, okay, so in one perspective, like some of the stuff I'm saying, I'm also kind of riffing on, is saying some of my own thoughts as well, but I'm also kind of talking about a lot of their, the insights that have come from that work as well. But in one perspective, let's say that there's many different dimensions in spirit worlds that we, can go to and incarnate and so on. Now, the first time, quote unquote, that a human soul would come to the earth realm, the first time they ever came here, they would still have all of their experiences from all their previous dimensions and lifetimes. So whatever knowledge and information they've picked up from there, they're going to have that. And so then they talk about how like certain souls will actually get through the earth realm, as it were, or like complete the earth realm a lot quicker than others. Because if they already came here with a lot of experience and knowledge, like they were an old soul, as it were, when they first came to the earth realm, that even when they incarnated in their first lifetime here, they already had that kind of old soul quality. And that some of them have been able to complete the whole earth realm in even as little as like 50 or 100 lifetimes. Whereas other souls that might come to this realm that have less experience and less knowledge in those ways, when they come, they might have to have thousands of lifetimes. To be able to work, to complete the earth realm.
Most of those ideas, they kind of seem, because there's so many people who really suck in the same kind of way. So it's like, I mean, that idea is cool and stuff. It's cool to think about, but I don't know how much. Like, it's hard for me to imagine, like, like people at different people are here, like at different stages in their, I guess you'd call it education or testing. I don't know what you would call it, but.
Well, like if there's certain principles within this realm, like what, right and wrong, basically, good, morals, etc. Whatever, all of those components, whether there's if there was some like ultimate, like essentially like the idea of the law of karma, but like an ultimate structure by which how we act and what we do to others actually is involved in some process of gleaning what the most harmonious way to be in that interaction is. And so the tendency that we start with is to be out of harmony with it, but then having these things happen to us, we have the opportunity to learn from it and then become in harmony with that. So if there is like some ultimate structure in that sense, then like the karmic repercussions for not being in harmony with that thing will continue to cycle around until that is integrated and harmonized within the person.
Yeah, well, what about the idea? Go ahead. Sorry, I was going to say something.
Well, that just gets the idea of like completing the earth realm, like the idea of like Buddha or Jesus or some of these guys that are very, very advanced within it. And they're like in their last lifetimes. Like Buddha talks about his last lifetime where like when he died, he saw all of his lifetimes and that whole experience as well. And some of those stories, now which ones of those are true or not, maybe what it is, but it sounds like he was probably using some DMT there.
I don't know. I feel like somebody was trying to say something. That's why I want to give him a chance to say something. But if that's not the case, I was going to say, what about the idea that like people, like for instance, let's say there's a universal spirit, and this universal spirit attempts to have its will, whatever its will is, like its ultimate will, exacted in really anything, like maybe like a dog. Like it's in a dog, it's in every cat, it's in every person, but it doesn't have complete faculty of any living thing. Like you have the living thing, like the physical thing has to like kind of choose to accept that will versus its like biological urges. You know what I mean? And I think because that's what I see sin or like just shitty people. It seems to be just people who are kind of self-absorbed or concerned with their physical urges, right? They succumb to it and let it control every one of their
well, yeah, but see, so there's an idea like linking that with what you're saying with karma. There's this idea that, okay, so whatever the idea where let's say you're kind of beginning this process, the thing is that if the creator is beyond all of that, then in order for the creator to actually create that polarity, the only way I could think of it happening, it would have to first of all create the kind of karmic structure. Like let's just say like stealing from someone else or something like that, like, theft or robbery, like that whole archetypal world. There's all these different ones, but just taking that one. But in order for the soul to actually learn that lesson, it would have to have the impulse to do it. Like it would have to have that drive, like, oh, I'm going to steal this or whatever it may be. And, you know, that whole like mentality where, oh, I'm just going to take this and I just get it right for free as that in that way, you know, just take it right from someone, whatever it may be. That whole kind of urge. So the idea would be that like that the creator almost implants that like urge in a sense, like the sins, if you will. And is the soul even fully in control of that? That's a whole question. In a way, probably not, because if it already knew that, then it wouldn't be impelled by it. But obviously it's impelled by it for some purpose. And then after the act is done, now, like, let's say you stole from someone or whatever, but if at some point you'll get caught, because that's part of what goes with stealing is getting busted, you know, get away with it, obviously, is like what people are always trying to do. And certainly you can get, there have been people that have gotten away with it, of course. But the thing is, in terms of the karmic structure, the idea is always going to come back around and you'll get stolen from, and then you'll have to experience what it's like, oh man, that person stole that thing from me. So now you've had the impulse to do the thing, to do the stealing, and then now you've been stolen from. And so now is where in this idea where the soul would then kind of have the ability to actually like learn or integrate what that means and how to be in harmony with that, you know, hence not stealing from others. Because if you steal from others, you're going to be stolen from. It's just going to keep happening. So,
yeah, but that may be a complex, or how do you say, like a skilled thought. Because I know many people who cannot learn from very simple lessons. Like they like something like a mistake, they do something wrong, or they see what they've done, but in somebody else, like something they've done somebody else done to them, and still these people don't learn. So,
right. Well, that's right. Well, that's what I was saying about people, though. The idea of them having different, like they're in their own different stages of that, and there's not. It's not even a hierarchy. There's not one that's better than the other. I mean, I think it's all like divine perfection from the top to the bottom, and I would say within myself, I definitely have memories when I was like, much more distant from my full understanding as I am now.
Sure. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Right. Yeah. So it's like in your lifetime alone, you've grown.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you know, like I said, like the way I imagine it, since the spirit is capable of, like, you know, living in any body or trying to have its will influence any body or any person. I think that for the most part, us as humans, we're just, I don't know, like we're the most capable, and also our brains, we have the ability to understand the world and stuff like that. So what you said about like learning stealing, like it has to come from somewhere, basically, like the spirit had to create that. I don't think so. I think the universal spirit just had to make the rules, the simple rules of, you know, quantum mechanics and, you know, relativity and that stuff, basically chemistry, all that stuff, and then just start the whole universe in motion and let the rules play out. And I think that's just a consequence of the rules, is eventually stealing.
Well, yeah, but you have to. Well, okay, but I mean, to steal from another means that you really have to have that conscious awareness to even do that, you know. And so, and there's certain people that don't steal at all as well, you know, like they just never have in their life. So, I mean, it is something that like is a unique sort of like an impulse. That seems to be, in my mind, like related to kind of a complex of things, because like, which can be said for any of these things, like even like cheating on a lover, that kind of thing. Like if you're in like a monogamous type, like committed relationship, and then you just completely cheat on the other person, that's another one, you know, like being cheated on and what that's like to have your heart just like completely, you know, the connection bond broken in that sense, to either do it. Well, it's like a whole complex. It's like having the impulse, you know, often by a sexual drive and all the rest of it, in addition to like sometimes rebelliousness, all the different things that are going on in that scenario. And then there's like the getting away with it, kind of like with the stealing, but then there's also the getting caught. And then there's like certain couples. Yeah, and there's certain couples that don't work through it. They're like, screw you, I'm leaving forever. And then that's it. Whereas other couples, like, they like forgive each other and they like apologize, they work through it. So like there's so many different, but it's all kind of part of that complex. So I kind of see these as like these like foundational structures of like essentially morals as well, but it's connected to, in my viewpoint, karma and the different, these layers of karma, the way that the laws of karma are structured to kind of take us through these like transformations through our experiences.
What I'm talking about, like I've thought about, but I haven't thought about it in a while. So it's like I'm realizing there's flaws in what I'm considering because, like let's say for instance, killing, like killing is morally bad, right? But overall, if it serves the greater good of the universe in total, which killing animals to eat food to survive does, then that's just confusing to me. And also stealing, that you're not going to agree with this, but they say that like the first life forms to learn how to take energy from the sun were genius, and they were plants, and they became plants and that kind of thing. And
Yeah, so that's like yeah.
But we steal that from them. That's the only way that the animal, any animal survives. It doesn't have that. It doesn't have that ability. It just steals
So
that
I'll link
ability from
that.
plants.
Totally. And I was going to respond because like linking that to all of these different like archetypal things that the structures we're talking about, they would then have like a positive expression and then a negative or like a shadow expression. So yeah, like there's the negative side of stealing, of course, of just, straight theft or taking someone else's property type of thing. And then but then on the high octave side of it, there's the like myth of Prometheus, who essentially was like a rebel who, as that term goes, like stole fire from the gods to liberate humanity. And in that sense, the fire is the knowledge, translated as the knowledge. And then when it stole fire from the gods, it's not meaning from the god or the creator. It's meaning like from essentially the controllers is kind of how that's used in that sense. So it's like the controllers are controlling the knowledge. They're keeping it. They're using possibly deception, whatever it may be. And Prometheus is that like shining genius kind of soul energy that's able to transcend that, recapture the fire back from those controllers, and then bring it back to humanity in order to liberate humanity. However, in that myth, in order for doing that, he gets like punished, and then he gets tied to a rock, and then a bird comes and pecks out his liver. But then ultimately he is like freed and immortalized in the end as well. So there's like different components to that. But there's like yeah. Oh, definitely. Yeah, that's the most important part. Eternally.
I didn't know that. I thought he's still somewhere getting his liver. It doesn't every day like the vultures come and eat his liver.
Well, that's kind of what that's like what the in my viewpoint, almost the bastardized version of it is. Yeah, they try to just say, yep, and then he just got his liver picked out forever. But no, they're trying to that's because they're trying to suppress our rebel nature and to try to say, oh, if we catch you trying to rebel against us, then we'll tie you down forever, kind of thing. Because no, but even in the myth itself, though, I'm joking that is kind of how it's portrayed a little bit more. But no, even in the myth, though, he still is freed and immortalized.
Gio, how did we learn how to do fire without a figure like Prometheus? How does that happen?
Yeah, because Prometheus is connected to fire too. Yeah.
Do you strike rocks together for how many years in the cave? Then one day it starts fire. What's going on?
Well, I mean, fire is an element, so it's always here.
I can see a lightning bolt coming down and starting the fire, but how often does that happen?
But that's what sets us aside. By the way, birds can manipulate fire, so we're not unique in that way. But still, that's what sets us aside from the multitude of animals is our ability to share, express, and communicate. Thoughts. So we can share ideas and share experiences and teach each other things that we learned. So. Things like that. That's the first technology. Basically, I think it's fire.
Started the first fire code show. Explain it.
Who started it? I mean, some cool dude.
Who did the first fire? How did that work?
He's probably a Jewish person.
Well,
thousands and thousands of years ago.
How?
Well, I was going to link it into this. So Prometheus is the god of fire in that sense and has that connection to fire, and also the trickster. And the kind of like the champion of mankind kind of energy. So there's that component. And then Prometheus, from all the research that myself and many others have done in terms of like how it's connected to the luminaries, is very connected to Uranus, the luminary Uranus, that Promethean impulse, the rebellion, revolution, breaking up the old status quo. It's also connected to like genius insight, lightning bolts in that sense. It's like that lightning quick, etc. And so it's like fire in a sense is connected to that principle. And then fire is also an element. So there's this component of like the archetypal realm of Prometheus, the actual luminary in the sky, like Uranus, which is connected to that principle. And then like the spark of fire or like lightning bolts that actually create fires as well, that actually expresses on the physical level. So it's like the element of fire seems to almost have like those all these like a multitude of like different relations to nature in the heavens level, on the physical level, and then even like what I would say more like the archetypal level, like on these different like spirit planes, where something like Prometheus is like an actual structure of consciousness that has its kind of has its like expression in nature. But yeah, Godric, I would think we always had fire, man. I mean, I don't really believe that we didn't have fire at one point. That doesn't make any sense. We would always be able to make fire.
Well, you're just saying stuff. How did the first person make fire's fire?
Just rub some stuff together, rub the sticks and a little bit of leaves.
Bit later. Here, hold on. Sorry, I'll be back.
So if I gave some sticks and leaves, would you be able to start a fire?
Yeah,
I
dude.
don't think the first person. I don't think
You
the
don't
first
know
person
that-
did it
no.
themselves, dude.
You combine the archetypes of Mars and Uranus, because Mars is the principle of like action, rigorous action type energy, which is why it's connected to like athleticism and so on. Mars is that like forward moving. So in terms of fire, there's like the activation of Mars, and then Uranus has that principle of fire in it as well. So like that combination, like the spark, it's like the archetype of that fire spark.
I just want to know how you start fire without being caught. That's all. I'm talking about Uranus. You can talk about it metaphorically, but that doesn't get you a fire. To say we've always had fires, like saying we've always had, I don't know, brain surgery. We've always had
Fire's, in my viewpoint, fire is an element in this realm. So it's an actual physical manifestation of electric, light, and sound, electromagnetic, electrostatic, light, and sound that are all vibrating at that frequency in order to make it.
right, but how do you get to it at 5,000 BC?
At what?
I'm just throwing the data out there. That doesn't matter. What I said is, how do you get to fire at 5,000 BC?
Depends on the material.
Use whatever material you want to show.
Well, I mean, all you need to do is have the foresight to take some sticks and leaves and rub them and then create a nice little spark. I mean, seeing lightning bolts and seeing wildfires, humans would always know that wildfires existed too. So anytime we'd be on this earth, we'd witness fires in that sense and realize that, oh, there's the burning thing over there. We can take a stick and light the stick on fire and then transfer this fire. And just the old idea of just rubbing the sticks and creating the friction like that. So I don't, there wouldn't be any time that humans wouldn't have access to fire that I could think of. I don't know why that's even a thing. It's an element.
I don't buy that.
You think that humans could live their entire lives and never even know fire existed?
I think they did do that until somebody taught them.
Like, is there any human on Earth that has ever lived that doesn't know fire exists?
I say 99.99% of humans will not be able to start a fire. Right, correct. With leaves and sticks. Now, I would say 99% of people you wouldn't catch a wildfire often. You could catch a wildfire like lightning bolt or something, but that's got to be a rare occasion. If you had to wait for that, you would never once in a lifetime kind of thing.
Have you ever thought about people, if you only lived at the equator, you would never see ice? If you didn't have
Yes, you have a point. Maybe like in the middle of the desert.
Yeah, and if you didn't have a freezer or fridge or anything, like you would potentially go through an entire life and never see ice.
There was a whole movie about it called
And
Mosquito Coast.
why would somebody rub sticks together? It just doesn't make sense. If they didn't know fire exists, how would they know how to make it?
Hold on, real quick. Geo's is live streamed.
Yeah, I think
To
Dan
YouTube.
said something. Yeah, it's live right now. Yeah, but I can.
Okay, cool. Because they're just talking about it in the chat. If someone could send a link to that, that'd be great. As you
There
were,
was a
gentlemen.
movie about bringing ice to some village somewhere in the middle of nowhere, and he made this giant thing to make ice to bring to them, and they didn't appreciate it or understand it. It was a disaster. Kevin Costner, Mosquito Coast.
Oh, yeah, I've seen
I think it was Costner.
So I'll just let it go with this. A fire, as we call it, not started. Fire started largely with matches and lighter fluid. Okay, and without those two things, you can't get fire.
No, but
And until you had science, but without fire, you had science. So it's like a closed loop. You would never get fire.
Yeah, but that's not entirely true. Like I said, I could see humans worrying about fire without actively trying to
Give me a scenario.
create
So
one.
explain it. Like they were like,
I'll give you a scenario. I'm going to
rub
give
it
you one now.
together, then all of a sudden a hot flame.
Listen, Godric, there's an animal called the black kite. It's in Australia, and they've been witnessed to actually, with fires that are already existent, carry them with twigs and use them for whatever reason. They think that they're the ones that start the forest fires.
Okay, what are you saying?
They think that they're the ones who actually start the fires, forest fires.
There's an animal called a black kite and start forest fires. How?
If you pee in a bucket, and stick with me, if you pee in a bucket and let it dry out, you'll have phosphorus, and that's what matchsticks were made out of.
Can you do that in real life?
Well, there you go.
Yes, anybody can.
Yeah, anyone can do that.
So,
all right, so check it out. Here's what could have happened. Hold on a
take
second.
some rocks down there and you scrub them together, then it lights the flame. Is that
Well, here's the thing. Yeah. So check it out. This is how it could have happened, right? And come with me on this. You'll probably agree. Something with consciousness and the ability to discern maybe cause and effect relationships, even at a very, 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 very basic, like almost fight or flight response kind of level, sees a rock fall onto another rock and create a spark, and then they want to maybe try to reproduce that because it was crazy looking. And so they get one of the other rocks and they go up to it and start hitting it against stuff. Now, also, is it not in some animals' nature to just start fucking banging on stuff for no reason anyway? That could have been it too. Just like you stumble upon it like that. I don't know, but it's physically possible.
Sensei, in theory, I think you kind of touched on it though.
You could.
I think what makes the most sense is yeah, but they don't just bang rocks together for no reason. Sometimes they're like, I mean, I all the time like I'm sawing.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like it could have been a noticed pattern in reality. Like someone, right? Like I don't want to say someone. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Saw the thing, said to itself instinctually, didn't like there was no thought process. It was like, oh, went over and tried to do the same fucking thing. Now that's my third grade fucking history book understanding of Neanderthals, right? That's what that is. But at the same time, I have the critical thinking ability, I think, to say, well, it is technically possible for a rock to fall on another rock in front of a fucking being and have it see it and try to reproduce it, right? That's not out of the realm of possibilities.
Yeah, or like making tools.
It's not gonna get you fired. You know when you said you started school, so did I. But you've all been indoctrinated because you're not gonna get fired from dry piss or
Dude,
begging
flint and
on
steel.
rock.
I think.
Steel.
Yeah, as I say, flint and steel. Yeah.
Well, but also I think I agree with the rock thing for sure. Like you would see boulders smash, or you would just smash rocks together because you'd be like pounding up food and all kinds of stuff, herbs and whatnot. But also, I don't think the friction can be underestimated because any human, when you're like collecting like bark off a tree or you're like making plants, making foods, grinding different foods, like, preparing foods, there's already going to be that like process of friction. And all you have to do is realize that once you do it a little bit, it gets hot there. It's like, oh, okay, huh. And if you were to do it more, what would happen? And that connected with lightning as well. And the sun, like I think it's always been just connected. I don't think humans have ever gone through life without knowing that there's fire.
Gee, a rock falls off of a mountain, hits another rock with a tremendous force, a tremendous friction. Are you saying a little flint flew off that rock and started a fire in front of a fucking Neanderthal?
No, but they could see that, and they would have.
That ever happened?
They would have seen that though, and been able to see that the spark is there, and then put a little bit of thought together to think, well, what if we just smash the rocks? Like this would have happened in the very first human life if there was a first.
I don't know about the first human life, correlation isn't always causation, but sometimes it is. And then humans can test that. Other things can test that. Things with intelligences and, like I said, just a little bit of agency to make a decision on a behavior instead of act instinctually. I think that it can take a cue from reality and go, oh, maybe I can do that, and then just go and do it and try it out.
Yeah, but all sorts of tools are made for all sorts of things, like knives, weapons, and shit. And like them making something that has something like flint in it and creating sparks, they could have accidentally created a fire, or just like you said, like saw the sparks and wanted to,
recreate that. Just be like, wow, I want to fucking do that. Look at that. Did you see that? No one's ever seen that before. I want to do that.
Well, I just think a fire, you guys talking about, it's harder to get to than you say it is or you think it is. And I'll tell you, I saw Quest for Fire when I was younger, and the lady had to like put a piece of a wood panel, which is flat and dry, between her legs. Then she had to get a spool, like a shaft, like a chopstick, and then a long one though, and then spit in her hands, and then twist the stick so fast it creates like a little hole in this wooden plank. And that's going to cause friction. We talk about true unique friction. And if you put the right elements down there, like a little hair or some shit, something that catch fire, you eventually get fired. But that shit is hard to do. It's not something you can just do.
It's hard, yeah. But what's your point?
I don't know if they would have ever done that without being taught.
I don't think that was the first way it was done, dude. I think that sounds like a very complex way to do it.
Okay, so here, let me take you down the thought process that I would do. I learned one thing that led me up to being able to so like a rope, for instance, is what you would need for part of that setup, right? Or let's say a plank. Just take a plank. Hold on. Listen, you'd have to learn somehow. I agree with this part. You'd have to learn somehow that the friction created would cause the thing to erupt in activity. But to build that contraption, I would build a contraption around the necessity to use it. Do you see what I'm saying? So I would make the way to build fire out of the ability itself. I would have to make more efficient, right? The making of fire. But yeah, I don't know how they stumbled upon making fire. I don't know how they did that.
Were you in the wild? I bet you never had to make a fire in the wild. If you had to do that, you would probably not be able to make a fire.
If you have
hold on. I don't know that because I know that you need friction. I know a lot of things about making fire in the wild, so I wouldn't be able to say that.
So you're confident that you went camping. You just like 10 minutes, bam, fire. No matches, no fluid, no what do you call it?
I never travel without
Flint.
flint and steel. That's my cheat.
No flint.
Yeah, I always
I
have
mean,
flint on
I
me.
could try. Yeah, I could maybe make it work.
Because at
I
first
know
when I
how
just
to.
didn't
I know.
have
Hold on, dude. Hold on. I know what to get. I know what conditions to set it in. I know where to get the best kind of kindling from the situation, depending on the what kind of tree life and foliage is there, the temperature and all that stuff, the climate. That said, if I don't have flint and steel, or if I don't have a lot of dry stuff to work with, it's gonna be pretty hard to light a fire. I probably won't if it's wet. If it's raining, I won't be able to make one.
Okay, well, we can move on.
Like they would have been making like they would be making bow and arrows and things. So all you have to do is have like a stick that's kind of like a bow and arrow, and then have like a vine on it, and then connect it almost like like in the shape of a bow and arrow. And then you put the stick in that little vine, and then you just rub it back and forth.
Right.
And then you have it on another piece of wood in the bottom, and you can put little leaves and things there. And once you create that friction, boom, fire ignites.
Right. I'm just saying I can't figure out how we would have on our own come up with the saying, oh, here's the physical ability in this realm to make fire. But I can say to myself, well, if I happened upon the ability to make fire, yes, I would make a tool or device or way to do it, because that's at least as much as I could accomplish with it.
I appreciate that, Sensei. Thank you. I think you guys who think you can start a fire cannot.
Wait, hold on. What? That last part.
And I think that if any of you guys think you can start a fire, so he's not. Let's say minus Sensei. He goes out there.
Well, it's not as hard as you think, dude. Once you know how to do it, you know.
Yeah, you just have to get the stick going at a fast enough rate for long enough, and it has to be dry as well. That's why, like the little thing I said, like the little half a bow and arrow, and then have a vine, and then you kind of wrap the vine around the stick. So as you slide it, almost like you're playing a violin, you're kind of just sliding it back and forth like that. So it makes the stick go a lot faster. And all you have to do is like a couple. You don't even have to really like do it that fast. You can kind of just gently be
Gotta be steady. Yeah, that's all that matters is steadiness.
Yeah.
So you think Neanderthal did that?
Well, I mean, I think that's a pretty basic like survival. I think that would be something that, not that every human would have to figure out for themselves, but it would be carried on through, their lineages. Like somebody would always know within the family as it's progressing how to do that. Like somebody would always know that baseline, which is also just like in terms of survival as well. Like we know how to like build some kind of house or a hut, as well. Like certain things we just know how to do in nature. We know how to like get shelter from the rain, things like that.
Building shelter, I don't see that sounds easy because you want to protect yourself, from the rain, for example. But a fire, I think that's a lot harder.
Was the first major technology.
I thought the wheel was the first technology, Coach.
I think fire was before the wheel.
And then sliced bread.
The sliced bread is nice, that's right.
I mean, they've been burning plants like in the Amazon, for example, like those traditions that use like tobacco and sage and other plants. I mean, they've been burning those plants as part of their traditions as far as as humanity goes back. So they would have had fire.
Okay, carry on.
Or like smoking stuff.
Dude, core is so stupid sometimes.
So Coach, we were talking about karma and all of that earlier. So do you think it'd be possible to transcend karma by just learning what the karmic things are and then just doing the right thing, and then you would just solve it all? And could that partly be what like religious and spiritual texts are in a sense trying to do, is to kind of give like some kind of a roadway?
Well, I think honestly, my idea, like spiritual, like Buddhism and Christianity, are examples of people who had like when they say enlightenment or nirvana, there are these people who have 100% influence for God.
You want to conserve your energy too when you're making the fire, trying to make that spark happen.
Yeah, you don't want to get over worn out. You're saying?
Yeah, because I mean, if you know, say you get to a spot, start smoking real good, but you're just, you know, your muscles are cramping, giving out. It's like, well, yeah. Once you get it once by yourself, right? In my opinion, that's just the moment where you're like, okay, okay, I got that. Now I get it.
What really helps is to have someone else who's able, like if you get a bunch of dried leaves and material, somebody, if you have your two hands, because generally it takes two hands, you have to kind of hold, because you can have like two other sticks that are holding the one stick in place. Because if you have that like violin type thing on it where you're cranking it back and forth, that has to stay steady. Otherwise it'll just fly all over the place. So you have to kind of hold it steady with your left hand and then use your right hand to actually go back and forth. So if you don't have someone else to add the dry leaves in there to get it to spark better, then you're kind of left having to put the leaves in and then quickly go back and forth and then yourself put the leaves in. And you also can blow on it, you know, the way blowing on it can help as well. But if you have a second person, that second person can do the blowing and they can add the leaves to it. And it can be much quicker to where they just keep adding the dry leaves. And by compounding them like that, it gets the friction and the fire going much quicker.
Yeah. Yeah, to fix that, maybe I just put the shit in my mouth, you know, gradually let it out. No, if I had to do it by myself.
Oh yeah, kind of. Yeah, but you have to keep them dry too, though. But yeah,
It'd be at that point I just have to prepare my kindling patch a little better.
yeah, exactly. Make the kindling patch. Well, I think you can kind of make it too, where it all kind of falls in on itself. That's good too.
Yeah. Yeah, because I mean, because of what is it, gravity? I guess it's the word I keep hearing. It's gonna fall downwards as you know, whatever it is, the dust or the flame embers or whatever's happening, is all gonna go downwards that way.
Yeah, Godric, they would have had fire because they would have said, all right, so we're on a globe. Therefore,
gosh, it's all just laid out for him. I can't believe it took him this long to figure it all out.
we're on a globe and gravity is pushing us into the center of the globe.
You're right. It's not rocket science, kids. It's just not.
Yeah, what would the world have done without Cavendish? Wow. We just wouldn't know that balls are attracting balls. Can you imagine a world?
If fireballs attract fireballs.
You know, when I was a kid, they said, like, we can prove the Earth is spinning because of these things, this, that, and the other. And in the back of my head, I was just thinking, how does that prove that we're spinning in outer space? But I didn't think anything past it because I would have been called disruptive. I got used to that as I grew up. So with Cavendish, you know, I don't know if anybody even learns about it like as a pattern of curriculum anywhere, but I certainly hadn't heard about it. I don't think, but I mean, you know, I was bad at school anyway. Surprise, right, lovers? No, but yeah, I don't remember hearing about the Cavendish experiment. I don't. Well, the thing about it was, I went to space camp, and that both made me like sit in awe of it because of the presentation, but also lose complete interest in outer space and all of that. I just because I saw like the commercialization of it, and I was like, really? Wait, y'all did that to fucking whatever.
That's funny. So you went to the NASA space camp? I always wanted to go there.
Yeah.
That's cool, man.
Which one? The one in Huntsville? Huntsville or a different one?
I think it was Huntsville. I was 7. Here, let me look it up.
Well, I thought they were all in Florida.
We're space camp brothers. I went to space camp as well.
Well, I think you told me that.
Yeah, in Huntsville. It was like, it wasn't something my parents would have done on their own, but my friend's dad, like, kind of came up with the idea. He was like, oh, space camp, like, send the kids to space camp kind of thing. And so, like, I was friends with that kid. So, you know, he was like, oh, do you want to go? And I was like, all right. You know, my parents were like, okay. So his dad, like, drove us down there to Huntsville, Alabama. And I went there. So I did the whole thing, the whole space camp thing. Then he picked us up at the end of the week. So, yeah, I went to space camp there. And there's still video I have of me, like, because they like took video. Did you have that too? Yeah, they give you like a video to go home with.
I don't think that they gave us that. We only visited. We didn't actually stay at the camp, and it was the Virginia Space Flight Academy.
Okay.
So yeah, and that was just my stepdad's a pilot, lifelong pilot, you know, his whole life, and he took us to see a bunch of shit growing up throughout the United States and other places, just, you know, aviation history nonsense. And I think that's probably why, because I just call it nonsense, right? It's amazing shit. And it takes a lot to be a pilot. But anyway, so we went there and saw everything at the Space Flight Academy. And it sounds cool, like Virginia Space Flight Academy. But at the time I went, all I remember is like they were pushing products on me. I ate a lot of space candy bars, the ice cream Neapolitan fucking bricks. And just walked around looking, you know, just kind of looked at everything, and it just went over my head, and I didn't care. But anyway, go ahead, guys.
Yeah, I gotcha. This thing I went to was like a week-long, like, actual camp thing, you know, where
That's cool.
like, the kids stay overnight and all that. So I remember we stayed in these like dorm rooms.
I thought that was really expensive.
Yeah,
it was just too expensive for me.
Yeah.
That's cool, man. So, but did it help your belief in this stuff? Were you all like out about it after that, or what?
Well, I mean, yeah, I'm trying to think what age I was, but yeah, so I did that thing.
Yeah,
and
legit, dude.
I don't know if Coach can hear me. Coach, can you hear me?
This one time at space camp,
I know.
We did. We walked right into that, didn't we?
I had to.
I remember it was very cheesy. It was very like all formulated, you know, like right when you got there, you got like a t-shirt and a hat, and you had your little like journal that you were going to write in like all of your space stuff or whatever. It was super cheesy. We stayed in these like dorm rooms. You know what it was? It was so cringe. Like when I think back on it, I mean, to quickly answer your question, no, like I've never really been into space and stuff. So even when I went to it, I kind of thought it was all, I was kind of just neutral with it. I was like, like this stuff's all. So no, I never was really even into it. But even when I was there, like they had us fucking do all of these like mission control things where we literally, I'm not even joking, you guys, like, okay, the exact stuff that a lot of us think they're actually doing, faking space, we did on a small scale. No joke. They just they just expanded it to the space camp for the kids. Like we literally read, like during the whole week of space camp or however many days it was, 5-6 days, whatever it was, we like literally read scripts. We had to memorize scripts. So we got these like actual scripts where like someone would be like mission control and someone else would be whatever. And we had to memorize these scripts and then just like go up on these stages and like repeat these scripts. And then they had these like fake mock-ups of like these little like rockets and space stations that had little like gadgets in them. We had to like crawl around in them and pretend like we were like doing these like skits. They also had us like bouncing on wires, like no joke, like dressing, like bouncing on these wires the way that they do on the moon, where you're on like a springed wire thing and it makes you feel like you're weightless.
Now, we would never fake this, but if we did, it'd look something like this.
And the kids are like recreating it, like, I'm in space, by reading scripts and bouncing on wires.
So great.
It's ridiculous.
How funny would it be if a large proportion of kids who went to NASA space camp actually became flat earthers? Like they saw there's a correlation. There's like a correlation.
Be funny.
Between it.
That'd be a weird ass, just like out of nowhere kind of. Why?
Oh, no, but maybe
it's just because space camp sucked.
Yeah, it's like
We're all
it
just
sucked.
like,
And
you know what? Fuck the globe. This is ridiculous. That place's food was garbage. I can't believe everybody stunk so bad. Anyway,
It's like you guys see the fakery, firsthand. Like you see, like maybe
Yeah,
it's
dude.
something like we don't have access to, but you guys see directly.
Yeah, dude. No, I remember because the thing is that they literally made a VHS tape. So for all the kids that went to the space camp, they were recording it on video, like these little scripts that we did, and us bouncing on wires. Like I'm not even joking. I don't even have it at my house. It's probably at my parents' house with their videos. But at my parents' house, there's some NASA space camp video in there because I've even watched it at some point when I was like 18 or something. I put it back in. We were laughing and watching it. There's literally pictures of me, bouncing on wires, reading these scripts because they filmed it all. And they, as part of the whole kind of package, they kind of sent you home to your parents, with like a video of, oh, here's what they did at space camp. It's so ridiculous.
I'm going nuts over here. I love that. What a story.
They're giving the parents fake videos of their kids doing fake space missions while they're actually selling the things that they're saying are real fake missions are also fake.
You can't write it. It's like, how deep of a troll can we make this? Move over, Stephen King. I don't care about anything, Dean Koontz. Don't write me a novel unless it's that interesting. Sorry, go ahead.
It's a troll on top of a troll for the kids.
Was that VHS tape like 20 grand? Is that how
Dude,
NASA
you know what, Geo, and it wouldn't dox you, man. I'd love to see that.
Dude, I'm gonna have to dig it out at some point. Tell my mom.
Great.
I know. Now that I think about it, I should tell my mom.
No, because then the Globers would be like, flat earther caught pretending to be astronauts or something.
I know. He is an actor. There he is.
Yeah, he's.
They were training him to be an astronaut.
No, but
I was actually at space camp with Gio. That's me in the background.
Fucking Dom credit.
That's good shit.
The only cool thing they had there that I remember. Do you guys remember that? You've probably seen that thing where they even have it at like fairs and stuff now, where it's like 3 or 4 rings. It kind of looks like a gyroscope, and you get in it, and you kind of go in like a spray. Your hands out, your legs out, and you're kind of like locked into it, and then it like rotates around. You know that thing?
Yeah. Wait, hold on. The Gravitron?
Well, this is it's like a gyroscope thing that has like several rings to it, and then you can.
I know what you're talking about.
Oh yeah, I got it. You're spinning around like stationary, but you're spinning all vectors.
They had that at the mall. Yeah.
Dude, I wouldn't do it. I'd throw up all over everybody on multiple floors, right? Just everywhere.
I never did.
No.
Yeah, like
No, but seriously, I did do the Gravitron thing where you stick to the walls because of what? Globers, please tell me if I'm right. Centripetal force?
The other one.
Fucking centrifugal or centrifugal force.
What? If you want to be.
This is the thing I'm posting in chat. This is the thing I'm talking about. I'm just saying at space camp, this was the only cool thing I remember that we did is that they had one of these. So we got to go in it, and that's the only cool part. Even though it was pretty like slow and wasn't that exciting, but it was like the only actual part. I guess they were trying to make you feel like you're in space, like, okay, kids, now you're gonna feel like what it's like to be in space, and they put us in there, and then we're like, tilting upside down and tilting around. What a sick indoctrination thing that they. The thing is though, it was kind of like the way school is though. Like whoever the like instructors or whatever they were that were like teaching us the scripts and that were like taking care of us, whatever they call camp counselors, whatever they were. They reminded me of like teachers in schools. Like it was the same kind of thing. Like they were just hired by them to do it. You know what I mean? It's just like another version of that. So instead of just telling the kids we live on a globe as a teacher, now they just happen to work for this camp that's just like reinforcing it all. So they it's not like they were like in on it really. They were just, but it was kind of at a sick level, to be honest. Like I don't have like a good vibe with that whole setup. It was sketchy. It was cheesy and just like wasn't.
The problem with it is it's forced. It's too much all at once. It's like wait, whoa, hold on. Why all this all of a sudden? Why do you have to keep reminding me I'm on this spinning thing? Can't I just somehow notice it on my own? No, you only you can tell me. Jesus, how many ways can I test it? Hardly any. No way, really? Fuck. But how do you know we're moving?
Yeah.
That is cool though. I would like to do that anti-gravity thing there that we're seeing. Obviously, that's what it's reproducing.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying to tell kids that there's a medium out there that makes you float all around.
There isn't a medium, but Globers will say there's a state. When we do the parabolic flight, or maybe a person. I'll stop saying Globers. Just say people might bring that up. There's a state of quote-unquote anti-gravity where you are neither accelerating or decelerating, moving left or right. You're just right there for that moment.
That's buoyancy.
No.
I agree with that.
Buoyancy is floating. Why I consider floating. Floating only occurs when you're acting on top of something else. Like
You've seen
viewing
the
something else
balloon
moving
half
downward.
filled with. You've seen the balloon half filled with helium, half filled with air. Seen that?
But I assume it's just like freely staying in front of you.
I mean, you'd have to take the video at face value, right? But anyway.
Oh,
I'd
dude.
like to produce that myself.
I have helium with me right now.
This is terrible, bro.
Oh, you found your
Just,
video?
no, the space camp. Dude, it's the U.S. Space and Rocket Center in Huntsville, Alabama. This is the one.
Dude, this is trauma-based mind control at its
No,
finest.
it is, dude. I'm freaking out now. It's on One Tranquility Base is the address. Guess who the founder?
Oh.
Guess who the founder is?
George Moon.
Dr. Werner von Braun.
Oh,
Yeah, of
sure,
course.
sure.
Oh, terrible.
That's funny.
I went to this.
WVB, baby.
I must be a shill. I went to this thing. This is terrible.
That's awesome. No, dude, it's the best. And see this kind of. Listen, we've all been choking down the globe. Not just, being, hey, this is where we live and this is the stuff and hey, cool, right? It's one of the most important things in Western culture. Why?
It's kind of
Why
cool
do you have
looking.
why do you have to keep reminding us that we're moving? Wouldn't we know? Why do you have to keep reminding us that there's curve everywhere? Wouldn't we already know that? Just by being alive? Why do you have to tell me?
You guys are kind of making me think for a second. I gotta check myself, but because you guys, I'm still thinking about the space camp thing. I want to do a survey and really see,
bro. I want to
how
go
many
back.
flat earthers. No, but it's because I think about didn't Warner von Braun, didn't he put on his tombstone about the firmament?
Psalms
Like he's giving
19:1.
away, he's like giving away hints or whatever.
Well, I guess. Listen, it's not empirical evidence of anything. It's just sus. It smells a little fishy.
It's all
Yeah, but-
it's very sus.
But it's suspicious that you both were there at the camp, but he started, and you guys both came to this conclusion. I wonder if there's a correlation. There's actually really is like other.
You do.
Like,
You
what
want to
if,
keep
like, a
going
bunch of
back to
flat
that. Like
earthers?
there's a flat Earth gene. What's going on with you?
No, that
Oh, but
actually
I mean,
is. Yeah, and yeah. Well, I don't know, dude, if there would be a correlation between that or not. However, I will say that I never really was that into space and NASA that very much at all. So it's not like I was ever a space nerd or whatever, that term or whatever, super hyper into space or anything. I actually just kind of always thought it was bullshit and it seemed kind of loopy and kind of cheesy. But do I have more of that sense because I went to space camp? So
yeah.
do I actually have more of seeing through it because I went there and was like, wow, this is hokey? Because it's like you're seeing the inside of their indoctrination. It's like indoctrination on top of indoctrination. So it's like if you can't see through it at that point, like if you're going to space camp and actually buying it at the end of it, oh man.
Oh, okay. So Kosho, I do not retract the sarcasm, but I do retract the statement I made. I think that you are right about that.
Well, no, but I'm saying I don't know if it's true or not, but I'm just saying it would be interesting because
No, it makes sense to me.
Yeah,
Because it is cheesy as fuck. It's so hokey, guys. It's so hokey. Ugh.
Well, Bong Sao, he's a flat earther, but he's also a conspiracy. But he was in the Navy as well. So my point. And I was in the Navy, and there was an experience at battle stations. It's like this event you do at the end of boot camp. I thought it was really it was fun adventure. But anyways, at the end of that though, there's a ceremony where you take off your hat and they give you a new hat. fucking weird. Like everyone's standing there and everyone's crying. It's fucking weird. Like everyone around you's crying. And like I thought that was so weird because I was the only one not crying, or not even wanting to cry. And
You're
then
like,
I
how
just
do
thought,
I do this?
well, I just didn't get it. Like
How do
they
I
were
give a
all. I think
fuck?
it was at the end of like a massive like
Hold on. Let me
brainwashing
see.
sort of
Hold
thing.
real
And
quick,
that was like
and then
the
finish.
next
But
day.
real
Anyways,
quick, you
I was
said
talking about
that
experience to
that they
Bonks now. He
switched
said
hats,
that was
brother.
exactly what happened to him.
Can you not hear me?
Kosho, can you hear?
Experience.
Kosho,
And
can
'cause
you hear
I
us?
used to be a huge conspiracy theorist back then.
Kosho.
And I wonder if
Yeah,
that's
he
kind of
can't
like,
hear us.
because that definitely happened with me. Like, and then throughout my Navy, fucking things just basically
We'll let
got
him finish.
validated. Like all the conspiracies and stuff I thought about the military, all that stuff, it just got validated. So yeah, I wonder if you start off with that mindset or a different kind of mindset, and then you kind of see those things firsthand and see how silly some of the stuff is, or your dreams, you know. Kind of like, dude, who was it that said that? Was it you, Gio, or you, Blatt, that said that you used to be in space and stuff, but then after that, you just didn't, you weren't even into it at all? Hey,
Well,
you said that, Blatt, like you used to want to be an astronaut or something.
Are you? Can you hear us? First off,
Can you hear us, Kosho? Yeah, he can't. I put him a message in the text, but okay, he just left. He's probably rejoining. Kosho, can you hear us now? Well,
I apologize, dude. That keeps happening to me tonight for some reason. I'm gonna reset my computer.
okay. So hopefully I can answer that.
Yeah.
So I didn't listen. I like space still. I love the adventure of it. I love all that stuff. The movies that I grew up with, one of the main series was my mom and I would just always. She was in law school, so we'd watch tons of movies together. She didn't want me to watch too much TV, but we did movies, and a lot of it was Star Wars, Ghostbusters, that kind of thing. And so I was into the sort of hokey aspect, but my mom was so good at relaying the lessons in these movies to real life that it sort of became more than a movie to me, more than a story. But at the same time, there's that hint way back in the subconscious. It's nestling in there, saying like, outer space is adventuresome and it means a lot to you because of the experiences that you had with things like Star Wars and Star Trek. My mom loved fucking still talks about having a crush on Captain Kirk, right? And I'm a flat earther over here going, Jesus Christ. But anyway, so yeah, I don't know if that answers. Oh no, what I want to say is it does color it. So having gone to space camp, to make this as long-winded as I can, right? Going to space camp for that day, because I only visited, was, like I said, at that moment, I lost a lot of interest in what would it be like to be an astronaut? What would it be like to have the possibility of being out of this world? Could I meet something else out there? Would I be the one where everything fucks up and I get stuck in a seal and they shut the space program down because I didn't do something right out there? Like all the little tiny things that I would be thinking about, and then being comfortable with and integrating my life based on, the movie Aliens being possibly real, and like discovering maybe cures for diseases, right? Out in space, outer space, infinite possibilities. And so once I saw how hokey it was and how little like real stuff that made me care about it anymore was being presented, I was like, okay, well, this seems like they're just trying to sell t-shirts and hot dogs, but maybe I'm wrong. And the astronauts don't seem all that great. They just seem like regular people. I mean, hey, maybe they could do some crazy shit. I don't know, but I fell out of love with like, maybe that could be me one day. Maybe I could be an astronaut. Like I was just like, that stuff's for kids. I guess that's what I said after I left there.
I'm still convinced I'm going to space, so I guess I'm not where you're at yet.
Sensei, that was very well worded, bro. Because I relate to that very much. I resonate myself as well with that. Because I went to that space camp for I don't know if it was a 4-day program or 6-day, whatever it was, and it was very cheesy. Like I definitely left there thinking very similar to what you just said. Like, well, it seemed like they wanted to sell me a lot of little like things from the gift shop, and they like sent you home with a whole like gift bag with all kinds of like brochures and little toys and things. It was like. it felt like going to Disneyland and just being put through some kind of like ride and then just being pumped out. Like I definitely.
Yeah, I thought I was going to learn about like ins and outs, the intricacies. Like, why else would somebody pay so much money to come here? You know, you're going to hang with the big boys, the people who have literally been, you know, seeing videos of you know, these stories and these documentations and the pieces of equipment and all this like what you think is firsthand stuff. Like learning what it would, really learning and understanding and being a part of almost the process of getting to space. I didn't get any of that. And maybe it was just because a short visit, whatever. My stepdad was
like,
also. Hold on, my stepdad was also he was on the chair, the board. He was head chair of the board of directors at Strategic Air Command, SAC Museum in Omaha, Nebraska, and so I would spend a lot of time out there when he had a guy that did all, you know, he was the handyman out there at the place. He paid him good money to be the man to know how to run that place. But you know, I got to see the back rooms of these museums and stuff, and it was all very cool, right? There was a lot of aviation stuff and a good amount of space stuff, but it all just felt like a big try hard, and it didn't even feel like anybody there that worked there really gave two shits about the stuff. They were just maintaining it and maintaining the stories about it, and that's about it. I don't know. That's just my feel. That's just my my feels on it.
Yeah. Yeah, they're just like going through the motions and maintaining the narrative.
Yeah, and the reason I hung out there so much was because one of my godfathers, because I've had so many just awesome dudes step in as fathers, and he was the guy that my stepdad hired to do all that work out there, and so I would kind of shadow him and just watch him do these jobs, help him perform certain. Like he'd have to go like tweak an engine, but it was because some kid pulled a piece off of it, or it had been sitting there so long that like the sun had done this to a thing, and we had to just move it out of the sun, and just tiny little fucking odd jobs around the big museum. And you got to dust everything too, so that was a bitch. That was probably my least favorite thing. You know, I'm a piece of shit 15-year-old in high school dusting off these old dusty airplanes. Couldn't care less. So I guess that might color my stance too, but not really, because it shouldn't. I don't like to think that because I found out a reality that it should color my understanding of any other reality. The Earth measuring flat against the globe mathematics is a truth outside of my experience. Not only do I recognize it, but even if I didn't exist, the Earth would still measure flat against the globe mathematics. So I don't want to color anything with my opinion. My opinion is I don't know if there's a creator or not of this place. That's my opinion. The observable, experienced by all reality is, again, that it measures flat against the globe math.
Yep. I was thinking of like museums and everything you're talking about. Like think about having the job of being the dude who, like, at the museum, he has to hang by the Foucault's pendulum and tell everyone that this is because the Earth is spinning. That's what he does every day. Like, wakes up and goes there and it's like, hey, everybody, let's step around. Proof the Earth is spinning with a pendulum.
Are you saying, like, try to imagine being that guy?
Yeah. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. But the thing is, like, there's some kind of sanity that people find in repeating what's accepted, because at least we all agree on something there. I think maybe to me it's like almost a survival tactic. Hey man, it may not be true, but if we all agree on it, we're gonna fight less. I don't know.
Just made me think of the whole idea of like space camp and also like museums, like you were talking about, and just the people that kind of work there and just repeat the information, or even like some of those science ones where they're like, "This is science."
I've met, yeah, you're right. I've met two passionate science teachers. One was biology, the other was chemistry. They were amazing dudes, and we talked hardly anything about biology or chemistry, I might add. Kind of teacher that just kind of slips through the cracks, doesn't really teach the curriculum to the real person, but the fake person that everybody's supposed to be at school learning the fake curriculum, why, you know, he'll get you to pass the tests, but when you're in his class, it's anything but, and you get to open your mind and feel like you're not in school. Those are the fucking teachers right there.
Yeah, for sure. There is something to like the positive teacher kind of archetype. How awesome that can be. I think we've probably all had at least one good teacher, one or more in our lives.
It's the law of averages.
Yeah.
The more teachers you've had, you've probably had a good one at some point.
The ones at space camp were very robotic. I do remember that. There was a very cold kind of robotic nature. I think it was just like the way they trained those people. Like those people were sort of like, if you like Disneyland, you know, they have to train the people to like play the different roles to be Mickey Mouse or whatever. But in this case, they're like training them to be just like space camp instructors where they're just getting the kids to do all this fake stuff. So it was very like scripted and regimented, which makes sense. It's like a NASA thing, and you know, they're trying to just like further the.
Well, the thing is, it's marketing.
Yeah.
So they have to make sure, and that's what we noticed when we spent some time there. It's just what happens is it does one of two things to people most of the time. It either turns them on to wanting to know more about the subject and therefore buy products and therefore be engaged more. However I can, just I'm turned on by this, I don't know why, I just go, this is great, isn't this exciting, honey? Or you get turned off because you just see that they're just trying to sell you something.
What is their thing with wanting kids to want to be astronauts?
Well, they got to get you early now. We've talked about that all the time. So if you want a child, imagine equating being a police officer who saves lives or a fireman who saves lives to an astronaut and saying it's equal, if not a higher calling. Holy shit. That's fucking insane to me.
Yeah, isn't that? I know it is, dude. It's
where
like
we live, bro. That's where we live right now.
It's like cringe and evil. Like, let's get them to equate astronaut with hero, and then never let them actually be astronauts, but try to get them to crave to be something that doesn't even exist. That their own people are just actors in the first place.
Yeah.
Be like our.
It's just a mind show, dude. It's crazy. Go ahead.
Be like our actors, and believe the false narrative. Yeah, it is insane. Yeah, it's at that level. There's no doubt. Like that level of just like raw deception.
I guess that's why I care so much about talking to people about it. It's important to be able to see through the veil like this.
Yeah, it reminds me of like the idea of street smarts, where you kind of have your wit about you to kind of be able to be aware of what's going on. They sell the astronauts with the dinosaurs too.
Yeah.
Of course. So if they don't hit you with the astronauts, they're going to hit you with the dinosaurs, and vice versa. Maybe they can hit you with both.
The only thing I liked over dinosaurs, space over dinosaurs, the reason I like space better, was because space, I thought that you could still explore and do things with. Dinosaurs is like, well, I don't know if that happened or not. How do you? I think that's how I felt as a kid. I've been up in gliders, all kinds of prop planes, Concorde, tons of commercial flights, helicopter rides, tops of mountains. Ain't no curve, guys.
Can't buy a curve.
I'll tell you what, you can't buy a curve, but someone will try to sell you a curve. And a lot of people, they be buying that curve.
You can't really buy one, but you can be sold one, and you can.
That's what I meant to say, but I fucked it up. Yep.
You can buy it in another way.
Man. It's got to be a willingness to admit that so much more of that than you are comfortable with is happening all around you. If you start to admit things like Earth might not be a globe.
I would say for myself in this entire lifetime, of all the things I feel like I've known or come to know, the one of the Earth does feel like, in a way, the most foundational, and in a sense, it's like an ecstatic release that just keeps on giving.
Yeah, man, I agree. That's what the truth's doing. It's bringing us all together to talk about it. You know, I met my wife here at 24/7 Discord.
Nice.
We have an apartment together, and we're expecting.
Awesome.
Yeah.
That's beautiful.
Flat Earth of all places. You know, we talk about it to our family. My stepbrother, I still don't talk to my stepbrother because I couldn't get him to start understanding these truths and admitting to himself he might have been duped 200-300 times. So we stopped talking, and then I met KJ, and then all these things that come to pass. I'm still not talking to him, but I remember the look on his face when he said, "And how'd you guys meet?" And I said, "Flat Earth chat." He looked at me with the most like, "You gotta be fucking kidding me" look in his eyes. Like, how did something so seemingly just abhorrent bring you so much genuine joy? How did that happen? I saw that in his face. But it's amazing this what the truth does. Yeah.
Yeah, like even though it can be tough to see, tough to face, and a lot to like, I feel like in a sense that really certain truths and truth in general and coming to truth within oneself, like it takes like an inner like courage, like one's own like inner hero in that sense, especially if there's anything like challenging or painful associated with that truth, and being able to kind of like look in the mirror and see it for what it is in that sense. However, it seems like it's like indefinitely liberating as well. So it's like it's not necessarily always easy to see, at the beginning, but it's like it does remind me of that kind of idea of the gift that keeps on giving.
Right. I hope the struggle that I'm having with my stepbrother comes to bear fruit that's better than either of us feared may never have been in the first place. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? It may not have. I guess what I'm saying is I hope we grow closer because of this struggle, because all of these truths I've been trying to let people know about since. So in 2004, I gave everybody in my family Alex Jones' Terror Storm for Christmas, 3 years after 9/11, and I thought I knew everything about it, right? I'm trying to wake people like, man, you gotta fucking know about this, because if this happened like this, then this is the. And I think I didn't talk to those people for a good 4 to 5 years, at least after that, on Christmases and holidays and such. And then, and then I finally started going back over to the house. But I mean, that's what the truth can do. And the problem with that is Alex Jones is just a clown show. Makes it really, really puts a bad taste in the mouths of even some of the most genuine and smart fucking people out there, which sucks, right? But at the same time, he's uttered some 100% true shit, and I was trying to share some of that with my family, and they wouldn't take it. And ever since then, I thought maybe my stepbrother was going to be the guy who I'm thinking to myself, not arrogantly, like, bro, you're smart enough to get this. Check this out, right? I'm not trying to be condescending, but I can't get him to see that. He just thinks I'm trying to one-up him. It's fucking ridiculous. But yeah, I hope he learns from this experience that way. And like seeing that something so beautiful can come. Like if I were sitting here and lying my ass off, I don't think these good things would have been delivered to me this way, through this medium. I'm putting my heart out there, telling you, you have wool over your eyes. You have shackles that you don't feel. They're around you, holding you back from understanding a lot about your reality and being far more free and far more happy than you ever thought you could be. Anyway, love preaching.
Yeah, it's like it aligns energies and brings synchronicities.
Yeah, man, truth is sneaky, slick like that, right? Someone said, truth is subjective. Okay, isn't that subjective?
Well, it's like that old saying, like the truth sets you free. And even though that almost sounds like in a way that it has been cliched quite a bit in our culture, but I think there's actually something very deep to that and something very resonant, that there's some way in which anything that is not of integrity or not true, or even to the point of deception, will always like weaken the person in some way, or the soul in some way, shape, or form. And whereas on the opposite, and then also that energy also has like a decaying quality to it. Like it's only decaying into more of, it's only decaying into lesser of what it is, in a sense, like a weakened energy. Whereas truth is the opposite. Like it stands the test of time. It has a solidity to it. Even though truth can be covered up perhaps, or can be forgotten about, but it has this, like, it was always there and it lasts the test of time, and it always surfaces as well. And so I think that energy, that like buoyant quality to it, yeah, it's even like buoyancy and density in that sense as well, like decay versus even like anabolic and catabolic, like those two functions, the like the breaking down versus the building up. And so if the truth is the building up, then that could relate to that kind of being set free, in a sense, into something that is, yeah, like that gift that keeps on giving, because by resonating at that frequency, it's like there's an integrity and harmony that resonates, rather than sort of like a disharmony or like a fracture type energy.
Mm-hmm. the dualistic system is at the very least the base MO. So you got your truth that seems to do one thing, and then everything that the truth does, the opposite is true about lies.
So if it sets you free, if truth sets you free, then lies trap you.
But the problem, no, the good thing actually is that no matter what, you learn the truth. Evil will force you to learn the truth because you have to understand why it's evil and why what's good is good. You have to, if you know the difference between those two things, then then there's no excuse.
Yeah, like it leads to the other, or like being
Right,
deceived.
yeah.
Being deceived, being trapped or deceived in something leads to the liberation and the truth and the kind of freedom of like that. Well, I see it that way too. That
It's fucking strange.
yeah, it's like a buoyant energy that always will surface eventually, no matter how many sort of units of time seems to be under that false notion.
Well, yeah, you were talking about creation and destruction, and it's kind of like the Ouroboros idea of, cycling through life and death all at once. Well, not all at once, like at the same moment, I guess you would say, which is just a location, but you know what I'm saying. I think. Hey, Mandelbrot, you know the good thing about occult is indeed that they tell you that everything else is lying. Everyone else is lying. That's how you know it's a cult, for sure. Say everyone's lying. You gotta be kidding me, right? Everybody. Statistically, that's just not even possible. Right? Let's talk about it, Mandelbrot. Come on in.
Like, could being under the notion of something that's false, could that actually weaken your physical health?
Of course.
And could,
but I think what actually weakens your physical health would be like if you knew it was false, but purported it anyway. That eats away at you.
Yeah, that would be even more so. Exactly. It's like the fullest expression of that.
There's a lot. I mean, people lie to themselves all day, all the time about all sorts of shit. Usually as adults, we have to untrain ourselves from naturally going to do that with a lot of things in the first place.
I just thought about this. What I always felt like the globe was to me, I just for some reason, just like this thought just came right to my mind. The globe has always seemed like for me, realizing the Earth is not a globe and that it's stationary and and so on, and like we're on like a plane of existence and just that whole understanding to me feels like now there's like these infinite possibilities, there's infinite potentials, there's so many things that now could be the case, there's so much more to look forward to, there's so much more like expansive nature, just an expansive understanding of what can be and what is and so on. Whereas the globe felt like it was the opposite to me. It was like, oh, it's like this thing, this evolution, the Big Bang, the kind of random chaoticness. And then it always did seem kind of hokey to me, like, just the way that they always kind of sold it. And then it just kind of has this like disillusionment vibe to it. The globe does, where it's like, oh, well, we just evolved here. We're like, survival of the fittest. And we're just like, we evolved through like Darwinian evolution. There's not really any purpose to anything. Anyways, that just always felt like kind of like just like a dead end to me. Like there wasn't a lot of like inspiration of what could be. It seemed like it was just like this like ball that's like eventually dying.
Yeah. I think I just got confused trying to keep up with everything. thinking about like if I had to learn about planets and space and stuff in school, I would have not done well in the class. Yeah, because it's like it's so much of it is backwards to how reality is in the first place. So there's a lot of sitting there going, "Wow, really? Wow, whoa, no shit. Wait. Yeah, that? But we don't see that here. Wow, it's crazy out there, huh? Shit, wow." And I just lost interest. I had to suspend my disbelief so often just to say like, okay, well, I guess it's possible. I don't know. These guys said they did it. So, cool. I'm certainly not going to try. Fuck. But it just didn't capture my imagination past the movies, I guess.
Yeah, I always kind of liked the space stuff in the movies, though. Even though I was never really into like NASA or thinking it was real, I still I still like that stuff even today. The Star Wars and stuff.
Hell yeah.
It's good stuff.
Dude, I'm all about the cool storytelling, man.
Yeah, I love the idea of different realms and like realms that are kind of interconnected, and I love that.
And you know what? I don't care. I don't miss that it's not real, because I was never going to experience any of that shit in the first place, real or not. So it was all just fun and adventure, and like I said, it was tied to. Some people never saw the show Cheers, some people did, but my mom and I would watch it every single night when they had brand new episodes for season after season after season, and that theme song in the beginning is still my number one favorite song. It makes me tear up to this day because of how special just that little piece of TV was, and it had to do with a bar and people drinking all the time, having a good time, good innocent time, whatever. It had nothing to do with anything, right? But it was that moment that we shared, and I think that's how they get people with things that are that should mean a shitload to the family. You sit around the radio, sit around the black and white, and the whole world's watching basically your family, right? Your country, but yeah, you and everyone around you are going to space. And how do you build someone up to that, let alone where we're fucking at now, and say, ooh, you know what? You're going to find out later that some of this wasn't true. And in fact, here, let's just break it down for you. They're not going to do that.
Yep, I know. Yeah, they sell it in the movies and then they sell it to us in reality, except we're supposed to think that only some people are going to actually be doing that, and they're just above and beyond what we can do. So just let them take
Yeah, they make it pretty far out of reach in the first place. And it's not like, oh, anybody can be an astronaut. Well, okay. Technically, that's true. Anybody who goes and tries, if they can get through all of the testing and such, yes, of course, then they can be an astronaut. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, to me, they make it seem like something I don't know why anyone would want to do it in the first place, unless I spent my whole life like being in the Air Force and being this, that, and the other in aviation or space travel or aircraft design, or in any fucking part of my life that would have been consequential to also caring about something like space travel. But so many other people take so many other different paths in life. A lot of people aren't going to go, what? You know what? I actually think I'm going to go from 5 years old wanting to be an astronaut all the way to 35 and being an astronaut. Going from that 5 to 35, just in my opinion, is most people are not going to continue to decide to try to be an astronaut. That's my opinion.
Yeah, it just doesn't translate into adult life. Yeah. Yeah, it just quickly is like, yeah, that's not happening.
Yeah,
When they did
people fall into that category, right? Like some of the fastest and best pilots back in the day, this, that, and the other, totally fucking makes sense to me. Those people's lives were chiseled out so that they could accomplish a mission like that. That's beautiful that they had that they were there for those moments. Yeah. They just didn't go anywhere.
Also, they did that Challenger disaster thing, which really just struck fear into the hearts of like the world at that point, and I think really kind of pushed us away from actually thinking that being an astronaut was real.
It's a really good call. Yeah. Really
Or
good
was
call.
like an achievable thing, because it's like put this whole aura that it was like dangerous, and
It's one of those, okay, now we really need to leave it to the professionals.
Well, it probably did exactly what they needed it to do. Like, they're like, well, shit, all these kids are going to want to become, we got too many kids saying they want to be astronauts. We have to do something to scare them off.
yeah. So you think they started with the agenda of let's get all the kids to want to be this astronaut thing, so it can feed into our whole agenda and the whole space story, whatever the deeper parts of that are. And then kids really wanted to be it, and then it almost, like, do you think they had to like on the fly like create a psyop, sort of like the Apollo 13 thing, to try to make it seem like it was more dangerous?
Yeah. If you have like, half the kids in the classroom saying they want to be an astronaut, there's a lot more likely of a chance that going to be like, wait a minute, this is bullshit. Hold on, wait.
Now you got just Tommy in the back whose parents
Yeah.
are still NASA freaks, and like they
Yeah.
just can't let it go.
Right. I wonder if they took a poll at the time when that whole thing happened, like how many kids want to be astronauts, and then after the Challenger blow up, how many still want to be astronauts?
I never considered
right?
it like that. Yeah, that's crazy. I guess that does color how I feel about it too, subconsciously. I remember, and I'm not even talking about how, like maybe they faked it, maybe it was real. I don't know. Honestly, empirically, I don't know. But it was just like, oh, okay, wow. And actually, I thought that they were going to stop all of it, all the space stuff. When I saw that thing explode, I was like, okay, well, that was fun, right? We all had a good time. All right, a little round of applause, pack it up. All right, but they kept going.
It gave them the perfect foot on the brake that they needed for the psyop, for the overall psyop to keep going.
Yeah.
Subtly.
It's crazy how they roll with the punches like that.
Well, they could plan these things way out ahead of time.
But that's the thing. They're like, oh shit. Hey, did they get to it early? They did? What? A couple months? 2 years?
Right.
Holy shit. Okay, well, engage the plan.
Right.
Who knows? Maybe I just watching movies, man.
I just always felt like there was a separation between the way they sold space and it ever actually being anything that any of us would ever, would ever be able to even access. It always had that vibe to it. Yeah, just that complete separation. It's like it almost reminds me of like a dissociated mind state in a sense. Like,
I mean,
because
it's typical fantasy, right? Just, get the dopamine hits however you got to get them.
Yeah.
I wonder how many how many kids still wanted to be president after they saw what they thought was JFK getting killed on TV. I wonder if that was another thing. I think half the kids want to be president, half the kids want to be astronauts. We got to do something.
Wow. That's strange. How perfect would that be, though? It's like, right. We got anti-flat earthers going, God, these guys are so stupid. We're like connecting dots. Nah, we don't know what we're talking about, right, guys?
Well, it's interesting. It makes me think about how, like, okay, in the modern world, especially after World War II and the whole just into the 50s and 60s, like this whole kind of new world thing, new world order that was established after that, and then the invention of NASA and all the rest of it. There's always going to be kids in any class or in any environment that are going to try to be like the top succeeding ones, and their parents are going to be super hyped up that they're going to be the 4.0 or above 4.0 grade point average. They're going to be the best of the best of the best.
I had two step siblings of 4 that were that growing up. So yeah.
Yeah. And it's like their parents are going to, push that to the limit. Mm-hmm. And so if the astronaut thing was actually real, then they would have a lot of people knocking at their doors like, come on, my son wants to be an astronaut. God damn it. Like, come on, he's the smartest in his class, So did they do these other psyops to really try to just suppress that and just like instill fear to where those same parents would now all be veering away like, oh no, that's dangerous. And now they just think, well, maybe someone else's kid's going to do it. And then now no one's kids are doing it.
Well,
maybe
yeah,
he can. Maybe at
go
least
ahead.
he can build the ship that never goes to space.
Right, or work in the satellite industry or
Yeah.
something. Yeah, maybe join Space Force in the military.
Hey, now, Doofus Manfred says he's got a satellite in space. He does.
I
Talk
bet
to him
he
about
does.
it.
Yeah. Oh shit!
It's ridiculous.
I'm on the edge of my seat.
I'm saying, like, it's good to talk to him about it too, because it shows you what, like, kind of like how intricate the whole deal is.
Oh, it has to be. Yeah.
I do always laugh though when they're like, "Listen, man, if I point this satellite dish angled this way at the sky, there's no way it's not hitting the satellite hundreds of thousands of miles away and bouncing back. Okay?
We got the data.
There's
Data
just
says
no
so.
way."
Have you seen the Stars Not Far video, Sean?
I don't know. I don't think so.
I'll post it right now. He walks up to Michael
Okay.
Smith, the guy.
Oh, sure. No, I've seen this. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm gonna save it.
Yeah,
Thank
he's
you.
like, that's not him, it's not me.
Dude, he's so like just triggered, livid.
Yeah.
This motherfucker got pissed.
When you think about like the way that somebody would react if they were,
You know
compared
what
to
though?
somebody
I'm
like
saying too, like, okay, let's just really stroke the beast's ego for just a second. What if this guy just really, really looks like him, and he's been getting this on and off his whole life by conspiracy assholes coming up to him?
Well,
What if?
that-
I know it's
if
probably
that was
not
the
that way,
case,
but what if
does
that's
it-
what's going on?
I think about that. That's what I'm saying. Like I think about if it was
Yeah.
just somebody that looked like him, and that's
Dude,
not
I'd
the
be
reaction
so
I would-
mad. So
that's not
fucking
the, That's
mad.
not the reaction that I would expect from somebody.
But
that,
here's the problem. His name is the same and his face is the
yeah,
same.
half of them think
Those
the
two
exact name.
things.
No, on top of that.
But yeah, I'm sure there's other people that, like how many Elvis impersonators?
He looked like a kid with his hand in a candy jar. That was exactly what he had. That was his reaction, basically.
Yeah.
It wasn't like, oh, I get that all the time.
is that a
Yeah,
four-car
yeah.
garage
Hey,
back
name
there or
two. Can you
six?
believe it? You know, like.
It's nice up here in the hills, huh? Shoot. Hey, around. Beautiful.
It's too obvious.
Yeah.
Well, okay. The thing is, though, let's say there's this like cabal of these astronauts and all the rest of it, and they're part of whatever secret societies. They're all kind of playing their role. So if this guy is in that to some degree, but then he's also like, that's the part that doesn't line up to me. Like if he was part of that Challenger thing, okay, from the viewpoint that whole Challenger thing was a psyop of sorts, meaning no one was really in that rocket thing, and it just exploded, and it was designed to instill, just like it seems like this is how they do everything. They hoax and fake everything. Same with the JFK thing. I don't think they actually killed him either. But anyway, so if that's what it was, like just a literal like a media event, which of course they rolled the TVs into all the classrooms and all the schools across the whole country so we could all watch it live. I mean, what kind of psyop is that? That's unbelievable. It's like a snuff film. Well, if it was real, it would be a snuff film. If it's fake, it's like a fake. It's like a fake snuff film that they force us to watch.
Yeah, exactly. You had
Hey, but
50%
guess what?
of the
At least
boys
it's
going
fake.
into that when the AV got rolled out. They wanted to be an astronaut beforehand, and they walked out not wanting to be.
The AV, I know, totally. They rolled it in.
Yeah,
I know. It's like no kid wanted to be an astronaut after that. That was it.
Nope.
It's like the dream had died.
Yep.
It's interesting.
Because it was a teacher too, right? There was the whole teacher.
Yeah,
Sally
on top.
Ride
He's
and all that.
professor.
We'll make it somebody that they relate to, like their favorite teacher. Oh, their favorite teacher died. I don't want to be an astronaut anymore.
Okay, but what I was going to say about this guy as well, though, is that if he was in it, this guy in the video, like, if he was in there like Cabal and being that kind of actor guy, why would he also just like live in a regular house, wherever this is, and be like in the public? Like, what is he's a professor or something?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Have you watched the video?
Yeah, I've
he's a
seen that
professor.
years ago. I almost want to see
Yeah,
it.
me too.
I remember seeing it years ago.
So he needs to, for all intents and purposes, especially on paper, appear like a legit human, and just kind of disappear to an undisclosed location, not really, having to do much else than just relocate and not tell anybody where you're going. Kind of do that and maybe ease people back into your life throughout. Say I had to go away for work for this and that. Make up some excuses. I don't know how these people still function in the world with any dignity, but that's besides the point. I know that they have to, if for this to be real, it has to be that way. You know what I'm saying? For this person to still be alive, it has to be that a lot of them are still alive, living normal, normal lives, and a lot of people may not know that story. But I mean, it's nuts to think about that. Nuts. Because that has to be the guy. But then how does he keep the story alive? Which story is he living with? I don't, It's crazy. But that's why I don't like the speculation route about why would they lie? I don't fucking know, and I don't want to know. Don't want to know. Doesn't matter to me. The murder happened. The MO, I mean, murder wouldn't have happened. Then we don't need to care about the MO. Did the murder happen? Yes or no? I don't know. I don't know if the murder happened. First, why would they? And then I'll tell you whether or not a murder happened.
Exactly. You don't have to know the motive to know that something is awry.
If I walk in to my kitchen and there's a half-eaten apple on the counter, do I have to know why somebody would have eaten that to know that somebody had eaten that? It's that simple. Dude, stop posting that shit, Northern Rebellion. Come on, get that out of here. That shit's gross. You know they're doing that to troll you anyway so that you post about it.
How long do you think they can get away with faking space for? Like, how many years until there's not civilian space travel, just without even anything else going on of any other truth, will people start to question it, or will they ever?
There's going to be a critical mass at some point, I think, where people are just going to be forced to admit a lot of things, and I think it's the water's going to be so muddy, flat Earth is just going to be kicked down to the bottom of the lake with all the other dirt and dust. I don't know. You know what I mean? It's such a big truth, big pill for the world to swallow that I think we're going to be distracted from it by something.
Yeah, well, we've talked about if they do some kind of climate change lockdown thing, that could potentially, because then they could lock down space. That's one possible avenue.
Oh man, there's just so much they could fucking do. So much.
And then the whole
get your best Hollywood writers out, right? And they can't even hold a candle to what they could probably get away with.
Yeah, I mean they've already preloaded with Space Force, so now they.
Oh yeah, just recently it was some UFO thing, and it's not China. Some newspaper, and we're not worried about it being the Chinese. Hold on, let me find it. They're just slowly starting to say that, oh, UFOs are back, and by the way, we still think they might be aliens, and this time we've ruled out Chinese spy balloons. Remember the one that somebody shot down with a BB gun the other day? Yeah, fuck yeah. So at least we know it's not one of all the other countries. We're going to narrow it down to aliens at some point.
Yeah, I mean, is that all where this is headed towards? The possible agendas and the reasons that they would do all this, but there's that one idea where it's really all just to build the alien threat agenda. Because if there's,
I hope not. Again, how hokey, how stupid and cheesy.
I know. Well, dude, when the whole like scamdemic thing started, I remember saying to some people that were believing, I was like, at least just don't fall for the alien hoax. If you fell for this one,
Right.
all right, but at least come on, don't fall.
Yeah,
for the aliens.
you've got one heart left in this game.
Yeah, you got one.
Link.
Yeah, one chance left.
One life left, Mario.
Well, that would make sense, though. They would go towards some direction of either a threat or some kind of lockdown because the civilian space travel is not coming. And how much longer can they push that off?
Oh yeah, and Richard Branson just filed for bankruptcy. I think something about that. Something about his he's stopping all of his Virgin Galactic stuff because it filed for bankruptcy. Like, well, okay, never mind. Out of nowhere, it's like, wait a second, hold on. Richard Branson doesn't have enough money for something? Well, that's a lie. Fucking idiots. Hang on. Yeah, world record. Branson's Virgin Orbit files for bankruptcy after launch failure squeezed finances. The poor baby.
So he traded all his dollars in for gold just in time to declare bankruptcy.
Yeah, exactly. He's like, what Bitcoin? Posted that one in the live stream. I'm going to find the other one.
I'm telling you, they're going to go with the outer ponders. They're careful to say extraterrestrials instead of from other planets.
Yeah, but for them to do that, there would have to be the admission of more land, which...
Yeah, but it's all blocked off anyway. Go ahead, try. We need target practice. We would love some target practice. Go ahead, try to get out.
Yeah, right. So it's the U.S. Telegraph says, U.S. has real UFO problem and it's not Chinese spy balloon, says former Navy fighter pilot. Former U.S. Navy fighter pilot is told how his squadron encountered UFOs almost daily for months while training off the American coast.
See, the technology is at that point now where the blue beam and the green screen and all the things that they need to fake the idea that there's not only the truth is that there's more land, but now you have to be scared of more land. There's these outer ponders, they'll get you if you go out there. We got real-time boogeymen.
Real life boogie creatures.
I know, dude. What the fuck?
That's what they're gonna do.
Am I gonna have to get a baseball bat out and just like hit these weird robot alien dogs off my fucking legs? What's going on?
They may do that too, yeah. I mean, why would they be coming out with flat Earth and the UFO stuff? Not that they came out with flat Earth, but maybe they did. Who knows?
I'm just saying, yeah, it's going to be a critical mass of like all of these things coming to a head to the point where, like, I don't know, they'll just know when to pull a certain trigger. That's all.
Well, I mean, Werner von Braun did talk about that the final straw was going to be the fake alien invasion.
I know, dude, but isn't that dumb? Don't you think that that's still hokey to think that that actually could go on? Can you imagine running down the street with your fellow man going, oh yeah, oh shit, aliens. Like, what? No. You ain't finding me doing it.
Well, they kind of did have the fake alien invasion already with the COVID, right?
Invisible enemy.
Invisible bugs in the air, investing in, like, you know, in your inner space, right? Like coming into your space, infecting you, invading you.
Sure.
Well, the thing is, though, they could make it seem like there's a lot of different ways they could play it out. Because I know what you mean. Like, it almost seems out of a movie that people are going to, you know, really see through it. But I think that's kind of the risk that they might end up taking, you know, because if whatever their agenda holds for, if this is required for it, I guess that's the question, if this is required. But one way I would think that they could sell it to people and actually try to make it real would be to say that they really don't know what it is. Like, they don't really know what the threat is. Instead
Keep
of the idea of
dangling the carrot.
Right. Instead of like, oh, we saw the aliens, they're these little creatures, this is what they look like. Instead, it's just like we're being attacked and we don't really know from what. You know, it could be some other technology, it could be these UFOs. Because if that's the case, then it would sort of be like we would get the psyop in that sense would almost be that we don't even think they know what it is. And so it must
Yeah,
be
dude.
believable.
All they got to do is send laser beams from the fucking sky, and people will be like, "What? Kill
Right.
it! Oh, it's aliens? Yeah, kill it!"
Right. That is the perfect way to do it, because then the flat earthers could say it's outer ponders, and then the space freaks could say it's aliens, and they could argue about that.
Yep.
And they don't, as long as they don't tell you what they think it is, people just have their own interpretation.
And then they don't have to define it either. They don't have to say
Yeah.
like, here's pictures of it. This is what
Yeah.
their crafts look like. Yeah, it's not like they came and said, take us to your leader, and came down
Right.
and talked to Joe Biden. Joe Biden.
Right. We can't demand that they say anything about it, because how are we supposed to do that, right? Come on, make up a story, please.
But then if they use like some of their technology to make it seem like there are certain like threats, or there's certain like electrical grids going out, or God knows what, like colors in the sky or hologram things in the sky.
That's why I
The thing
think
is,
partly
dude, all they
I
have to
think they
really
did
do.
the
Hold on, all they
Paradise
got to
stuff
really
with the
do is
direct
start.
energy weapons.
Sorry. Well, no,
Practice.
that's true too. Yeah. Yep. So all they do is they got to stir up enough chaos to the point where nobody cares about much of anything but survival and getting the fuck out of there. They don't care what's causing the chaos or what this, that, or the other. They see flashing shit in the sky, weird shit I've never seen or heard before, explosions everywhere. Get the fuck out. That's going to be most people's experience in those areas. And then on the news, they can fucking call it whatever they want, show us whatever they want. So that's the big part of it. They did that with 9/11.
Right. They'll make the big thing about what the truth is about these things, and they'll say, so and so says it's this, but then so and so says it's this. How are we going to figure out what it really is? We're going to give you two fake stories to argue about, even though we know the real story, or somebody knows the real story, and we're just going to continue on with the speculation about what the hell blew up New York City, what the hell came in and directed energy weapon to all the rest of the buildings in New York City, right? Or whatever it is they try to do.
What a bunch of losers. If this is just like a big energy grab between like Lucifer and fucking all these stupid energies that are all around fighting for top spot, man, what a troll on us, right? Fucking hey.
Oh, it's the perfect setup.
Ridiculous. Perfect. Get out of here. It's Bush League, sir.
Right. Well, it's the same thing with the pandemic. They did the same thing. They'll create both sides of it, and then have people argue about what they think the truth is of it, and then just drag it out through the media and have breaking story after breaking story about who has new information that's fake information about something that they created, so that we could argue about it and speculate about it forever.
They're stealing our genuine want to do something that truly matters.
So then, what would be the ultimate possible goal with that, though? Would it to move people into smart cities, or to take away freedoms? To the idea, like the Project Bluebeam idea of like even it's even written into their speeches. Remember Reagan's speech, like New World Order. It's also the George Bush Sr. and the old one that Reagan did, where that one, I'm sure you guys have heard that one, where he literally is saying like, just imagine if there was a threat from an outside world, how all of our differences would not matter anymore. We would all come together under one unification.
Yep.
So
He
I mean,
said
that is
all of our worldly differences would vanish. He said vanish. He said it
Yep.
with gusto because he's a fucking actor.
They've had it planned ever since then.
I often wonder. Yeah, I actually like when I listen to him say that. I like what he like the timbre of his voice, the projection of like father figure, stern but loving, wants the best for you. Like that's what I mean. Like that, he was a coddling sort of, and he was just kind of a cool storytelling dad president. I don't know. And he's, I often wonder, and don't you think, and ha ha ha, and isn't that nice? Like almost like helping the toddler fantasize before it goes off to a nice little nap.
Yep, he was chosen for a reason.
Yeah. You know what sucks? He's right. If there was something so big that we had to all come together and be like, well, shit. You ready?
Right.
You want to do this? We gotta do this. You ready? Let's go.
But I'm still thinking of what that would do though. Like, is the idea just to bring some kind of a more unified government or more of a control? Like, what would the outside threat end up? What would their goal of the psyop be in this case? Like, what would the end goal be?
Endless control. Think about it.
I mean, that's in there.
That's
in there.
The internet really did connect us all, right, from country to country, and we could like check on what they're saying about another country now with somebody that we know that lives in that country, so they can get away with a lot less about like this ominous threat from another country or this idea that all people in that country feel a certain way. They can't really say that anymore. But if they have the outer ponders or some kind of local outside threat that they can make up whatever they want to about it, that we have no communication with and no way of contacting or verifying anything they're saying, it gives them back that edge.
And that we all have to move unified together for the survival of everybody kind of thing. Against
and all the sacrifices that we make with the economies and all of that adjustment period will be justified by this threat that we have to unify over.
So that makes me think about how right now they know that a lot of people are kind of again, seeing through their shenanigans. So like, the whole idea of like the man, the system, the Illuminati, all these different terms. It's like they know a lot more people are, let's just say, skeptical to say the least. So all of us being skeptical of them, will they then try to shift it all onto the alien threat to where now that they're not the threat anymore and we're not seeing the truth about them, and then now it's the aliens, and now to trust.
Right. It's like it's not even let's talk about anything else anymore. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like economy, this, that. We're gonna fight aliens now. Okay.
Yeah, and if they make them really threatening, and like they do some kind of directed energy weapon type event, they'll be like, "See, that's why we had to make up the globe, because these people, we didn't want you coming in. We were protecting you from them."
I don't even think that they'll have to listen. If they do what they should, in my opinion, if it were going to be the movie I'm making, I'm going to do something so distracting that literally nothing else matters than most of the world going, fuck, how do we survive this? Fuck.
Sure, right. But then in the aftermath, there'll be all this speculation about, like, okay, so now we know that these are, beings from outer lands, or the people that think that they could think of them as
they
from
got
outer
a story
planets
for the
or whatever,
for the fallout.
But
They got
but
a
it
story.
gives them that excuse though, because if this is a threat that they're protecting us from, they have the excuse of why they didn't tell us about the outer lands, because then people want to go there and they die because those outer landers, those outer ponders, those guys are such a threat, or we had a treaty that we had to follow. We didn't want you to feel trapped. All these justifications might be what they.
Yeah, the Antarctic Treaty was just to protect you.
Justify everything they do. Like people psychologically can't feel like they're trapped, so we made up this fantasy, and it's better than the trap.
But that's fucked up, though.
That's probably what they think. A lot of them.
I don't know, man.
Or they think, well, look, we have to have an economy. We can't have unlimited resources. So for the good of the economy and the good of the stability of the civilization, we had to create the idea of scarce resources. We can't have that with the outer lands. So we had to make that not an option to make it make sense.
Yeah.
I mean, there's all kinds of justification, I'm sure, that goes on,
What?
The stability of society, like people need a fantasy. They can't handle the truth, whatever it is that the people that are actually in on it say to themselves, right?
They keep it just out of reach, that most people can't really find out about too much about it, but just cool enough to be like, yo, what if?
Yeah, I think that's why they do the whole hokey thing with space. They're like, well, if you believe that, if you believe we went up there and just played golf, then we don't feel sorry for you.
Also, it could change the dynamic. Like I said before, instead of a lot of the humans being skeptical of the government and of them, if there is this outer threat and they try to change it within that narrative, now the government is, they're our liaisons between this outer threat. You know what I mean? So now it's like, instead of them being the actual possible problem, they might try to, I'm just saying overall, kind of try to shift the zeitgeist in a sense, into now, like we all have to work together because there's this outer threat. And so now we like, they might try to rebuild trust as if they're the liaisons to our safety, and then if they're doing these directed energy weapons, that'd be kind of dark if they try to get us to almost like praise them instead of be, seeing what they're actually doing, like seeing their criminality. Instead of seeing it, they'll try to like shift it potentially into that they are like almost our saviors or like protectors, the military, space
Can't
force.
you see the Hollywood stuff coming out of that? Like they've got some like a UFO aiming its directed energy weapons, and it like destroys 4 buildings right near the warehouse, right near the White House. But then, we got the super badass a pilot that comes in and shoots the UFO to bits and explodes in the air. We never get any pieces of it or anything. It's just like the show is that it saved us, right? Like, macho G.I. Joe coming in with blowing up the UFO just in time, and all these things would be like real time, real life, fake reality. Perfect setting for Trump to say, well, then I had Space Force and I get the Space Force and that's why, and they came in and did a great job. They blew up that ship, and man, I thought I was going to be a goner, like it just, you can hear it. You can just see it. Perfect setup for that third act.
I don't know, man. That's the thing. Like, I get why you think most people would buy it. I just don't know if that's the energy I feel on that. I feel like if today, right now, they did all that shit, no one would fucking believe it. I think they got to get through some more lies before they do something like that.
Well, if you see it, seeing is believing. I mean, they could make it pretty real looking.
Well, but I'm saying, like, it's still not like they have to make it tangible for even the non-believers like us, for the people
That's
who
why
are
I'm saying it's going to be
very,
out of
very skeptical.
They've already got the outer ponder set up for that.
Yeah. But see, listen, even you just saying that right now, we're in a group of people who talk about this stuff all the time. We signal to them what to write their script about.
I know. I feel like if it happens, it might be partly due to me saying exactly what would be their best plan.
No,
not that they would listen to me.
Get out of here.
But in a way,
that's not
I
what I'm
jinxed
saying.
it. I'm trying to jinx it so that they can't get away with it.
Yeah, totally.
Right?
It's just
it's
weird
almost like
that
if they do it,
we're supposed to believe that we are just powerless and we got to trust authority on everything. I think that's just the main goal. I had 2 dreams where I was, where it was the fake alien invasion. And the first dream, it was just me walking casually down the street. There's spaceships in the sky and people running around going nuts about it. And I'm just casually walking around, just kind of like looking up and seeing the shit flying by and some shit exploding. And I'm just looking and going, you guys don't see that this is fake? Hey, hey, hello? Oh my God. No, it's fake. Look. You can't see that? Oh my God. Oh, watch out. And just like, it was kind of like, it was weird that it just felt so like that's what I would do in the first place. And then another one was just tons of ships coming out of the ground and trying to help people through it. But it was just two dreams about a fake alien invasion. Doesn't mean anything. We were talking about dreams earlier, so.
Yeah, it's the perfect. I do think that not saying exactly what it is would be the perfect way to go about it. Like they're just mystified themselves, and then people would be scared because they need the government to say they know exactly what it is and what they're going to do to deal with it. Right? Maybe that'll come around, but at first, they could just let people like run wild with their speculation about it. It's outer ponders, outer spacers, whatever.
Well, they don't have to
they
tell
are
us shit,
comfortable with.
right?
They
Given
don't.
their narrative, given the way they do business, they don't have to tell us a goddamn thing. And so we'll be satisfied with whatever they give us in the first place. The general public
Oh,
will be.
most people, yeah. Yeah. Perfect way to get us to really be afraid to go outside.
Right.
Do the asteroid thing.
Yeah, asteroids. How would you fake that?
Big hole. Fireworks in the sky with a big hole.
Big hologram holes, fucking bombs.
Rocks from space.
I mean, what's the heaviest weight you could take up into the sky? First and foremost, what are we doing up there if we're really dropping stuff from the sky?
I don't know. Yeah, they could
Planes
drop
weigh
it
a
with
lot,
a-
right?
Yeah, they could
But
just
there's
take a
military
crane
planes
and-
that can carry multiple planes under it. Am I right? You can
Yeah, you could just
take
bring a
all that
big
shit
rock
there
up and drop it.
pretty big, but still, like, how do you make it look like land masses and shit? I don't know. This is all assuming that this has ever happened in the first place.
Right.
In reality, I'm coming from a spot where, like, no, dude, it would be real only if they did that. Even though it's never happened.
Who knows, right? You think you'd have like the guy with the camera that sees the thing go down and runs right up to the place where it is and says, "There you go. There's the meteor that I just showed you in the sky. Never turned my camera off. I followed where I saw it land, and there it is." Not one video that does that.
Never.
I think one thing that
Christelle.
indicates to me that they do have some kind of Project Bluebeam type plan in the future is also how when I see something like this pattern where they've pushed the globe and the aliens so extensively that they've done this weird psyop on people where originally people used to call people that believed in aliens conspiracy theorists and tinfoil hat, but then now through all the media and all the programming and everything they've done, pretty much everyone now agrees, oh, there must be some life out there. There must be some aliens out there. It's like to see that kind of psyop transformation and just the fact that it's such an agenda to where pretty much anyone now, if you ask them, like, could there be aliens out there? It seems like that narrative of, oh, yeah, there must be. There's so many other planets and galaxies. And look at all these galaxies NASA's found and all of these, what do they call them? The planets or whatever, the exoplanets.
Don't you think they have like 80% of the people now at least think that there's UFOs, whatever those UFOs are? 80% at least that have like seen, like talked to somebody that's seen one, or listened to the news, or listened to or bought all the propaganda about it that they supposedly disclosed recently. I'd say that most everybody thinks that UFOs are real, whether they're aliens from other planets. I mean, even most flat earthers think that UFOs are real.
Yeah, it's definitely more a accepted narrative. A lot of people
now they're just
want
pushing
to do it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't. So, like, I grew up loving the whole entertainment aspect of those fantasies, the space fantasies and stuff. But I don't. I think that's where it stops. Sorry, hold on. You guys keep going.
Yeah, it's not going to continue for you where you're like, oh, yeah, this is real. There's aliens here right now. You saw through the fakery of it.
Well, that's what I'm thinking. Like, I'm saying that, how are they going to get me then? How are they going to convince me it is truly real? They won't, so they'll just make the experience really traumatizing where even the people who question it, just their focus is not on that anymore. Now it's on something totally different. Your whole life just changed. Flat Earth what? What the fuck is that? These things just happened. I gotta focus on those things now. Honestly, there's just still so much incredulity left in the general public about this, or at least in the people that we talk to, which are really only, what, 25 people? 25 anti-flat earthers out there, 24 of them come here every day. All right, boys and girls, I've done enough damage tonight. I'm gonna hit the hay. Always
Real
good talking
quick
to you
before
guys.
you go.
Okay.
I'm posting this. I was looking for the National Press Club conference from 2001. You know, where that the first thing that Brian Greer, what's his name?
Stephen Greer.
Stephen Greer did, you know, and I put a screenshot of the timestamp to start it at, right?
Yeah.
For this guy that says there's 57 different species living amongst us that they cataloged when he got out, right? So these are all ex-government officials telling us that the aliens are real, right? 2001, right before, or 2000, right before 2001, right before 9/11. It's in May, right? And he says there's 57 different species that we've cataloged living amongst us. They look just like us. We can't really tell the difference, but there's 57 different species, and they can touch something and know what color it is without looking at it. That might be something they could do, right? And then he says, but we don't understand why they would look so much like us if they came from other planets.
Made in God's image and likeness now.
Or outer ponders. There are ancient ancestors.
You know what I'm saying. Like they could throw the creation narrative in there with all of this and kind of just wrap it up kind of neat in a belief bow by, again, trauma-based mind control, you know, fucking with us to the point where we don't care. Give us the answer. Give me the answer. Create such an explosion that I just need to hide and take cover.
Well, I'm saying that they had the outer ponder thought out all the way back then.
We'll
right?
see.
They're already giving us the answer, right? It's not from space. They're not from space. They wouldn't look like us if they come from space. That doesn't make any sense. They don't have the same atmosphere. They don't have the same conditions. We'd have to be exactly like Earth for them to look like us. So that means they come from here.
Logically, it follows.
Yeah.
Indeed. All right, guys. Take her easy.
Good night. Take care. They are careful to say extraterrestrials. So if they want everybody on the same page, including the flat earthers, even most of them that would have no idea, and that think, yeah, it makes sense. There's outer ponders. Maybe that's where they came from. And then there's the people that think, oh, well, it's the government just making us think it's the outer ponders, which gives them all the more power, you know, like, wow, that's pretty elaborate, you know, for them to like fake the idea that there's a whole other civilization. Even if there is another civilization, they'll probably fake it and say that, you know, these are the people from there, even if there are people from there that aren't the people they're saying are from there. Hey, Gio, have you ever watched that Robert Dean interview or that speech by Robert Dean that I posted from Telegram in the chat?
I don't think so.
He's talking about how planet Earth, in quotes, right, are been a focus of many, many, many different civilizations of extraterrestrials. So it's like he's saying that we're the focus, right? And you could interpret it both ways, just in that speech that I posted. You could interpret it as him saying that, this area of the land and all the extraterritorials are using us as like this focus group, kind of a science experiment.
The only thing though is that they have the whole globe model that currently gives a story for why ETs would exist or where they'd be coming from, and it's like outside of our world. So how could they have one that the aliens are coming from within the world, within our world somehow?
Right outside of our world, right? Well, they have them. They have the whole narrative of them coming out of the water, right? The USOs, right? They put that in there, so then it would be believable they could come from underwater through some kind of canal that leads to an outer pond or whatever. I mean, the speculation there is perfect. Or you could have, they also made the planets, the other solar systems, too far away to make it seem feasible that they would find their way here or care about us. And then if they do it with aliens from another planet, then they'd have to make them like not people, like they'd have to use costumes and all that kind of stuff. It's much more believable. It's just like advanced humans from here.
Yeah, but are you trying to say that there would be some flat Earth idea in the whole world at that point or something, or?
Well, they, like you said, if they don't announce it, then it'd just be up to us to argue about what it actually is. They could have somebody that's notable or has some kind of reputation to protect, giving that theory that he thinks that these are advanced humans from our own plane of existence. And then that theory will be like, back and forth between CNN and Fox about who thinks what about whose opinion about if they're from here or from somewhere else.
Yeah, it's an interesting kind of narrative. It'd be a good movie plot. It's just like they've got everyone on the globe right now, so
Not really, not too many anymore. And I think it's 2023 is going to blow up for flat Earth. But the pandemic did put a stifle on people talking about things.
No, I
in
agree.
general.
Yeah, I take it back. Not everyone, yeah, but I mean, at least some level of a majority. But no, you're right. There's a lot more open-minded people now, for sure.
Just a lot more people that don't think that space travel is real. At least they've taken step one. Most of them at this point. If you're paying
Yeah, or who
attention.
questions some part of it all? Yeah.
Yeah. Like you'd think that if they were going to try to do that fake alien invasion anytime soon, they would have set up like, oh, we have like a lot of speculation about a solar system close enough to ours that could very easily get here with beings that seem like they have structures just like ours. I mean, they've done that with a little bit with the secret space program, PSYOP, like colonies on the moon and stuff. But they haven't done it like enough to make it like everyone's going to buy the fact that it's so and so from this planet that's close enough to get here, and there's very good reason to think they look like us. Like, why haven't they thrown that in there if they were planning on having it be outer space aliens? When the closest star is like several light years away, so it would just be ridiculous. It's unfeasible. And it's so much better. Think about it. It's a local threat. I mean, if it's an alien ship coming from like trillions and trillions of miles away, shit, that doesn't give us much to work with. Now we have to have like a bunch of ships coming in, and then people with their amateur telescopes saying they didn't see anything, and like it's much easier to sell it if it's just local and they could say it came out of the water. But yeah, definitely going to make. There's going to be a lot of more Outer Ponder, I think, references to that idea in the movies and stuff coming up, regardless if they end up doing it or not. But yeah, I don't think I'm giving him any ideas, but it is the perfect plan for him. And Flat Earth fits right into that. And then the emergency trips to Antarctica, that's what made me think they were going to do this a while back. You know, like, why were these like emergency trips told to us about like Kerry and Obama? Like, you know, all of a sudden has to rush off to Antarctica for some reason. Then we're never told anything more about it. I'm like, oh shit, here comes the Outer Ponders right now. They're going to try to do that right now. That's what I was thinking at the time.
John Kerry went to Antarctica to meet with the Outer Ponders.
Like, why else are they just rushing off to Antarctica when there was some important date he missed and everything else on top of it? They were reporting it. Like, they don't report anything unless they want us to know it for some reason, in my opinion. They don't have to tell us anything about that. And then the popes taking the Ark of Gabriel in a ship to fucking Antarctica. That whole story, not that that was like a mainstream promoted thing, but it's not debunked in the sense that, like, okay, here's the fake story someone made up. It's like, you know, the Guardian covered it and said that the Ark of Gabriel, you know, shot out these electromagnetic beams that killed a bunch of people, and there was a stampede, and there's like a whole weird subterfuge to it. But the popes did meet over the Ark of Gabriel, supposedly. After 1,000 years of those two positions not meeting over some feud about the differences in their clergy. And they showed the Pope on a raft going to Antarctica, getting there, walking next to penguins, and going to the little church right there in a little bay. Remember that? That was not like a covered up story. That was something that they showed us as if it really did happen. And it seemed like it was that Russian Pope there in the boat, walking amongst the penguins for some reason on an emergency trip to Antarctica with the Ark of Gabriel for the Outer Ponders or whatever. You know, it was all there.
Huh. Make it a religious war.
Oh yeah, and the religion ties in great with that. You know, they could even say Jesus was an Outer Ponder. Here he is again. They lived to be 3,000 years old. And you can too. Just turn in your life savings to get a trip to the Outer Ponds. Pitch is you can't ever talk to anybody you ever knew ever again, but we assure you it's going to be paradise. Like I was saying before, they could even have a hell Outer Pond and a heaven Outer Pond to do like a real judgment day. After all of our information has been collected and displayed for everyone to see.
And if you don't abide by the new normal, whatever that is, then you'll be whisked off to the
hell Outer Pond, yeah.
The hell Outer Pond.
All right. I was thinking earlier when I was listening to you guys talk, when you were saying that in the next life, like if it was a test this life and we're light beings that, you know, could kind of get to, you know, have this avatar of a body for, you know, period of time until that, you know, we learn our lesson from this life. And that the whole idea of hell and heaven then might come into play if that was the case, right? Like if you're like in between lives and you're looking back on what you did with your life, it would be hell if you thought, you know, man, I really fucked up in that life. You know, that would be its own form of hell to just not be happy with what you did with it, or have regrets that you have to, continue on with in another life, or in a continuing existence.
Yeah, exactly. That is kind of how they report it. That there's not like a hell that you go to that you're judged by in some huge judgment, but really just that you kind of like critique yourself or almost judge yourself.
Right, which is the worst form of hell.
Yeah, it's like facing your own actions and knowing that really you're responsible for them. And
right.
And also that there isn't any punishment other than like the idea of almost like a self punishment in a sense, although it's not in that mind state or in that kind of soul state. It wouldn't be punishment that way, but just like a self realization.
Yeah, not like it would. Yeah, the most torturous thing is to have regret. Right? We all know it. Be worse than any physical torture in a way.
But also like having a forgiveness of yourself and a willingness to take it on again and try to right the wrongs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe that's where our instinct to do that comes from.
You mean our instinct to like apologize when we do something wrong?
Yeah,
Stuff
just
like
to
that?
like, we know that, and we have an intuitive sense of, wanting to die. Like before we die, we want to right all our wrongs in some way, instinctively. And it doesn't have to do necessarily with the idea that you're going to live on. It just seems like it's like what we all want to feel about ourselves before we die. We don't want to feel like we're on our deathbed with a bunch of regrets. But if we were so sure it didn't matter, and it was just like, just a petri dish type thing going on anyway, and survival of the fittest, and that didn't really matter. And the way that they have it, structured for us to believe, people could feel like, oh, that's just the way it was because we're just animals, and people, have to take advantage of what they can when they're alive, and that's what happens.
Yeah, which is like the opposite of like do as art will, that whole concept.
Yeah, do what thou will.
Yeah.
Rather than do unto others as you'd have to done unto you. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like the
Kinda
opposite of that.
Yeah.
Because if you do that, then it's like there's like a repercussion for it.
Yeah, I mean, even if there isn't another life, it seems like even within this life, it's important for us to feel like that way about our life before we die.
It also reminds me of that feeling, how like if you like do something or something happens to you where, it's that thing of like, well, I'll never do that again. And it's like to be able to already know that you'll never do that again and then actually not do that again. That's like kind of like the ultimate, to like learn something and be like, oh yeah, don't do that again. And the next time you don't do it and you're like, oh hell yeah,
Mm-hmm.
fall into that trap again.
Yeah, I think there's a power in the, joining of minds that we're experiencing through this channel or through the communications we all have, that, was probably the way it was as a norm, more so for a long time. And then they realized that people all on the same page was too much to deal with. They needed to make them individually responsible for themselves. Nobody else is connected to you. You're not all one. You're separate. God will judge you each individually, and you'll have this whole, mindset going into life that it's all about you and your afterlife and your judgment, and this person that will judge you for your life, and you better do this because that's what you're saving yourself, or you're going to be chosen to be saved, rather than it's all about the whole, and the power we have now is one, and we're all connected. We're all a part of each other. We're all a part of whatever this bigger thing is.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, absolutely. Like that natural tribal nature of humans to like relate and connect, being disconnected through living in all these cities and separate and on our separate cell phones and with our social media. All the whole like modern world is almost like set to create that division.
Yep. The ether is the big thing, you know. Probably one of the main reasons that they had to get rid of that, because people realized that the ether actually literally connects our consciousness, maybe in even a greater way than we already are using through the devices, like even telepathically. People probably are on the same page a lot more.
For sure, an actual like synergy and creativity.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think they're actually sending signals out like through cell towers and all that that actually somehow like dissipate or actually like change the ether, the charge state of the ether in some way?
I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that's true.
Like frequency modulation?
Yep, calcification of the pineal gland. On top of that, you know, with the interference of all the ether waves being scrambled and used and distorted, makes sense. That's why I think there's more lands too, even within this pond, where they have utopia type situations where they do the right thing, and that, you know, they just think of us as like a third world country. The whole system that we know of is a third world country to them, where it's just like, well, too bad they were born there instead of here.
Yeah. That's interesting. Well, do you think there's another sun or there's more suns?
Well,
If there's outer ponders, if there's outer
Yeah.
ponds, then I mean, conceivably beyond Antarctica is pretty cold and icy and dark. So what do you think?
Be a space that, you know, separates us from that, and there's another whole system just like this one, because it's so mechanical when you break it down. If we're on a flat Earth, then there really is like almost like literal clockwork set up, and yeah, you have to think of a creator, of course.
Well, if like so the Polaris, the North Star, and all that, we see the star rotation. If you walk towards Polaris, then technically you would sort of be up in the North Pole. But if you went into one of the South regions and you started walking towards that South Pole, would you come upon like another sun that maybe we can't see from here because it's too far away? But would you actually, like, if you got closer to it, would there be another sun and then more land?
I'd imagine I would, if I had to put my money one way or the other, I'd say, yeah, there's a lot more suns. A lot more systems like the one we live in. Because why? I mean, everything that we know about the microcosm and the macrocosm, right? Just within our own world, there's not usually just one of something. You know,
All right, then do you think those other lands are run by the same people running this area or different entities?
who knows? But like the technology could have been advanced, up to what we have, beyond what we have way long ago, and they could have just been hiding it this whole time. And like, letting us develop naturally or with the right help along the way to go through our, stages of development in a way that let the society grow along with it, for the needs that the population at a certain point had to have so that it could be where we are now, even though they've maybe gotten to this point plenty of times and then they realize that this is where they have to do such and such a move. I mean, think about the way that the technology so smoothly came out and then just got implemented and was like so useful automatically. And then they have a new cell phone every year that has tons of new features that, I mean, it's just like, it's almost like you have to well, if it was already like available and they're just like divvying it out perfectly for them to keep us in control. So that would be exactly what they would do, how they would do it.
Like they view this entire plot of land as like their real estate, essentially.
Yeah. Just like
it's like if you own like a house in the Hamptons, it's like, yeah, they think they own these continents basically.
Yeah. And they made sure that our lifespans were a lot shorter. We probably lived to be a lot longer at one point, just like the Bible says, and then they found a way to like make our lives just serve their purposes and then it will die. And they don't want to have like 3 generations of men like living long together, because then that means, if you had like your grandpa and your dad and you all kind of within your prime around this, the ending and the middle and the beginning of it a lot closer, it would be more of a threat. So they've made us like individually live and see our parents die, and then our life soon ends after that, after our career is over or whatever, our contribution is over, just in time to die. Because it doesn't seem like, I mean, I don't know. I mean, it doesn't seem like our lives are long enough intuitively for me. It doesn't, you have like 20 years of your prime and then it's downhill from there. I don't know. I don't think it doesn't seem like that's the way it should be. Given our intelligence and, all of the capabilities of humans at this point, like, it just seems like it should last a lot longer.
Yeah. Well, the way this system's set up, by the time you're out of school, you really only got like a couple years of prime, and then you're just into. Yeah, it just yeah, I know what you mean. It's like part of this kind of matrix system. We're also being hit heavy by all these like frequencies and.
Oh yeah, that totally contributes.
I mentioned the frequencies before. Like, yeah, I mean, like, what are they actually sending out over the environment? Like, and how is that like affecting us? And if that was turned off, what if that was turned off? And like you were saying, there's like a whole different effect than the ether that we would have. I mean, I feel like this is like seen like in certain like islands, like remote areas. Like people seem to be much more in harmony.
Yeah, exactly. Like the poorest people seem to be the happiest. So they've got the community.
Versus like downtown, like New York City, that's just a microwave.
Cool. Yeah.
I saw this new. I just posted one a few minutes ago, an Outer Ponder one. But have you seen this one as well? Like this is like a somewhat newer one that I hadn't seen before. Have you seen this one?
Let's see. Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, good one.
mermaid lands, it says. Geminia, Asgard, Pitatia, Libris, Ancestral Republic, ancient lands of the Anak, Talos.
See? It's all set up there. This is the new PSYOP. Even though it's probably close to real. Or closer to real than a ball in space, that's for sure.
And then this one too.
Yeah.
Now, would these other suns be circling Polaris just on a wider band, do you think? Or would there be another sun that's circling its own like central area?
Well, there's a lot of speculation about that with the whole moon map stuff. Have you watched any of the recent stuff from Vibes of the Cosmos channel? You should check it out. It's pretty intricate in the way that they couple different new ones that just came out with this woman narrating, and it's just like one of these NASA documentaries that you used to see, but it's like applying it to the idea that the moon is actually mapped out, the continents, and there's a lot more continents on the moon represented that are frozen over right now, and that our whole system moves as a clock as well. There's that idea, like this whole sun and moon and North Star, it goes through the great year, right? And there's a great year and there's a great age, right? So the whole idea is that this whole system also moves like a clock. And if it was like the intricate clock like we know of, like we have the two different systems, we have like a clock within a clock with the wheels within wheels, right? And if you look at the Prague clock, it kind of seems to be representing that like they have like a sun and moon system that have their own rotation over 27,000 years or whatever, like it's like a really long period of time that we would never be able to confirm any of that. But it would make sense if there's more land that's being thought out as this system kind of shifts. And then that's why we eventually, like 30,000 years from now, this land that we're on right now will be frozen over, and eventually will be thawed out, and then we'll dig down and discover some of these things that were covered by the snow when the whole system moved. If you looked into it's really interesting because on top of that, the claim, and I have to just go back and look at both these new videos that came out, but they're also claiming that the star systems are represented on the moon. Not only the lands, but the star systems themselves are represented on the moon as a map. I'll post them. I mean, I kind of, was very wary of this information because it seems so crazy that this would be the case. But there's a lot of people giving this channel attention that have looked into the details of this and think there's something to it rather than just like a crazy idea of just random speculation.
Nice. Nice. Yeah, I don't think I've seen those yet. I heard a guy talking about it on I think Jaronism's channel. He was talking about it, those new videos, and one of them he was talking about how like the idea of like our whole system is actually like moving in a sense, like our sun moon system is like part of some larger cycle.
Right. And then the four corners of the earth would be the four corners that eventually fall out, they thaw out in this rotating fashion.
Yeah. Nice. Yeah, I'm gonna check them out.
The way I thought it was supposed to be imprinted on the moon was like some kind of Carrington event, like some kind of flash of plasma that lit up the land enough to be like for the moon to act like a solenoid, like a photographic imprint on the moon, and then that little knot where you see the it's like a balloon with the little strands coming out from the knot on the moon. You know that part on the moon where it looks like almost
Yeah,
like
yeah. Looks like a balloon, kind of. Yeah.
Well, that would be like the double impression of the firmament, right? With the North Star, and then out from there, like there's a hole at the top or something, and that's where that impression came from. So it's like a double image. Not only do we get the waters reflecting to create the image of the continents around it, but also we get that same flash would have created a reflection off the firmament that put a double image on the moon, where that comes from. So I thought that was interesting, that explanation. But in these recent videos, which I still have to watch thoroughly myself, one of the ideas someone was talking about was that not only is it a map of what the continents used to look like, it gets updated, like it's current, like it's a current map. So like somehow it's being updated. So there's a lot more added to this idea that was like beyond that, just the continents and all the more continents that we don't know about also being represented there, but also the stars and an update that goes on, like a real-time update with the moon map people giving us the new moon image. So anyway, I'm
Wow.
gonna check it out. If it is a projection, right? If we go with that idea, it's a projection, and it's not out of the question. Just update the projection. If it's outer ponders that are, 3,000 years old by the time they die, think about how much time you would have in your life to create. Like, think about the innovation that would happen if we had those kind of lives, Like, if you had 3,000 years to live, or let's just say 1,000 or even 500, how much more you would get done and how much more advanced your life would, with whatever you're into, it would help everything else. Like, the focus that you could then bring into all these other different areas by the time you die. That would change
Yeah,
everything.
totally.
You could collaborate with people for hundreds of years. You know what I'm saying? If you and I, Gio, if we had 100 years, from now to keep working on this, think of how far we go with it.
Yeah.
Right?
I just
Hey, so in 100 years, let's do this, and then the next 100 years after that, let's do this. Sorry, go ahead.
I just took the lease of a restaurant and I'm redecorating it and stuff, like to open officially. And in the middle of the foyer, I just posted in live text one. That's the tile in the middle of the foyer that I've decided to not paint over and to leave it there
Oh,
as like
beautiful.
yeah, and
Yeah.
it's got like, it looks like the moon phases going around it with like a
Oh, yeah.
4 corners. Yeah.
Beautiful. Definitely don't get rid of that.
Yeah.
It's just a random thing in the middle of the floor?
Yeah, right in the middle.
Wow.
Yeah.
I like how it's cut into the other tile at an angle like that too. It's like, this is here. I
Yeah.
am this awesome tile, totally going against the flow of the rest of the tile. It's awesome.
Yeah. Thought I'd just leave that there because
Oh yeah, for
looks
sure.
like the moon cycle's going around there or something. I don't know.
Well, it's the lotus leaf. It's the perfect. Yeah, that says it all right there. That's that diagram is perfect representation of a lot of things. You see the cross, sacred geometry is all there. The fluid de l'air.
Yeah, and it's got like you could use it
And the
as a
heart.
few different models. You can overlap model on top of model. Like it's got the ground model and the sky model overlapping each other.
Yeah. Did you have any idea of how that got there? Or was the restaurant before that like an
Yeah,
Indian
yeah.
restaurant or something? Or?
Yeah, many years ago, like 20 years ago, it was a Turkish restaurant.
Looks like, yep, perfect.
Mm, yeah.
Definitely don't get rid of that. Topic of conversation for anybody that comes in.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah. So
You
we
almost
got it
hate to
all
try to
figured
even
out.
touch it up. You want to leave it exactly in that condition.
Yeah. Just leave it like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. Congratulations.
Yeah, I thought I'd share that. Sorry to interrupt.
What kind of food?
I'm a Thai chef, and I've just taught myself everything about sushi, so I'm going to be doing sushi as well.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, I know.
You're gonna do some what's that? Uni? You're gonna do some live uni?
Live food.
Sea urchin.
You gotta
You ever
spill
see him do
my
that?
secrets.
Nah, just 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 the
Really good.
basics, nothing fancy like that. Probably eel is the closest that we'll get to what you're talking about.
Well, look up people eating live sea urchin just for fun. It's like this big black spiky ball, and
Yeah.
you cut it open. I used to have to serve this at the sushi place I worked at. Cut open the top, and they dip right in and eat it live.
Wow, with like just dip it straight into the
Little spoons.
wasabi.
It's an acquired taste. It's one of those things that I guess when you eat it fresh, it's a lot better than even like slightly less fresh.
I don't eat that either way.
Yeah, I've heard
Uni's
it's kind
nasty
of like
tasting,
what you
in my opinion.
imagine eating a human finger would be like.
Well, if you were raised on it, you probably love it.
Oh, man.
I like all sushi. I just love it. It's one of those things that you start to crave. You feel fed afterwards instead of full.
Well, in New Zealand, we have a thing called kina. It's like a sea egg. It's got spikes all over. Is that the similar thing you're talking about?
I don't know. What's it called?
It's called a kina in New Zealand. It's a sea urchin. It's a
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah, and
The
it's
sea
kind
urchin.
of like
That's what I'm talking about. Uni.
it's like a toroidal shape almost, and it's got you just crack it open, and they've got like this goo in the inside, and you just suck the
Yep.
goo out of it. Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
Oh right, yeah.
Suck out the toroidal goo now.
Toroidal goo.
To put salt on it or no? I guess not.
It feels like it needs something, but it's just so I wouldn't even know what to add to it. It's just got like it's like the definition of acquired taste.
It's like egg roe or caviar, some people could call it, and egg yolk mixed together.
Oh, man, that sounds like texture heaven. I like. I want,
Yeah,
I
the
want
textures.
Yeah, it's very creamy, and I imagine it's high in cholesterol. Yeah.
Here's a video for everybody.
And then what's a street urchin?
That's a
Ever see that
little
get
bit
extinct?
even more of a required taste, but you get used to it.
Right. That must be endangered.
Actually, they're rampant now. Got an overpopulation of them. We need to eat more of them. Is that what it looks like, Carlos? The video I just posted?
Has it shown up? Oh yeah. Oh my god. Nah. Oh yeah. Well, maybe not the ones in New Zealand. Are very similar, but these spikes seem to be extremely long compared to the ones we have here.
Yeah, it sounded like you were describing something a little different. What's it
Well,
called
no,
again?
it's
The one
the
you're talking
same.
about?
It's the same as that, but the spikes in the one in New Zealand, they're all the same length. They're not all random lengths like that. This one looks like the American porcupine compared to the New Zealand one, which is just
Scary
like
looking, huh?
this looks scary, eh? Shit. And look at the color inside this. Look, that looks evil, eh? Oh.
Yeah, it's not very attractive, even when you look at it. Its tray. It's like it looks like a tongue. Kind of, it tastes kind of like what you think a tongue might taste like, actually.
Oh. Yeah, it's an acquired beauty as well as taste.
Yeah, exactly.
You ever had a feathered egg?
No.
So it's basically you're eating a boiled egg, which is boiled in some type of a flavorsome soup of your choice. Normally, lots of different types of soy products, soy sauce, and inside that egg has a little baby chicken. That's why it's called a feathered egg.
Oh, so you're eating the
Yeah.
baby chicken.
You eat the egg and the little baby chicken, which is all cooked inside. Yeah.
Oh my god. So
Yeah, I had it once.
does it crunch? Does it got a crunchy middle?
I had it once on a train. Luckily, it was a 24-hour long train. I had a long time to have to eat it in front of this guy. I had to sit on a box of snakes, and I moved to a box of geese after a while. But it was one of those crazy train rides with the people that would just stare at you because you're not the same color. And basically, the guy swore by eating these, and that's why he looked like 30 years younger than he said he is. And his skin actually looked really good. But so yeah, I tried it, and kind of just had to close your eyes and just eat it. And
So it does crunch in the middle.
it's soft bones. They're soft bones. Have you ever had a can of
You're eating
sardines,
bones.
like the bones of sardines you
I
can
see.
eat? Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
kind of like that. Yeah.
Wow, that's another level to the whole idea that that eggs are just like delicious.
Delicious, mouth-watering.
Right? But if the bird's still there, it's a little different.
Fried eggshells, the best.
Yeah.
Juicy. Crunchy.
Are they flat?
No, apparently they just lie
to
themselves.
Wow.
I bet that is a
This
thing.
is-
Fried eggshells, right? Are you just kidding?
He's definitely kidding, right? Because that's just like eating tiles or something. You know?
I know, but
No, you can eat eggshells.
It actually is good for you.
Yeah, you can eat eggshells. They're actually really good in calcium. They've got a lot of minerals. They've got good calcium for the bones. And obviously, if it's not from like a healthy egg or whatever, yeah, it could it could be contaminated.
I'd imagine
or
if
whatever,
you fried it, it would make it like edible.
Well, when I do it, I've done like raw eggs. If it's from it's a good source, like not just like necessarily some store bought per se. Well, not like factory farm for sure, but if it's from a good source that is clean, I've done it to where like if I make like either like in the blender, like some kind of smoothie where I'll put the raw eggs, just put the whole egg in there with the shell. I don't usually have all the shells of like if I'm gonna have like 6 eggs, I probably don't have all 6 shells in once. That's a bit, but I'll have like 1 whole shell or maybe 1.5 whole shell maybe. So it's like it's really good calcium minerals. And when you blend it up in a smoothie like that, it just blends right up. So it's a good way to do it. You can also just make like eggshell calcium though. Like if you just take eggshells and blend them and then just like into a powder, and then you can like save that powder in a little bag or in a little jar, and then just take like a teaspoon of it or a couple teaspoons and sprinkle it on stuff.
They say the pit of avocado is actually good to eat too.
That's
Grind
where
it
all
up.
the vitamins are.
Probably.
They're tough to juice, though.
Yeah, they're tough to cut.
Well, I think it's the type of thing you could make like a powder from, whatever.
Yeah.
You know, make like some avocado pit vitamins.
You can't juice a banana though, can you?
You can try.
Banana peel?
A banana.
No, we just have to avoid them totally. They're probably not supposed to eat them.
So, Gio, how did the conversation go earlier on when I left halfway in the day and it was like there was some Scottish or Irish or English guy, I can't remember, and he was talking about the tangents in gentle speed. And was it my perspective? Basically,
New perspective.
trying to talk about the Coriolis the whole time, and the other guy didn't realize that was like the main point of the topic.
Yeah, new perspective. My perspective was a really awesome flat earther, though. From back in the
Oh,
day,
right,
if you don't know who he is.
New perspective, yeah.
I almost made a meme, like a self meme, recently because I laughed at something Kosho said. He said, doesn't New Perspective? He didn't say this to me. I heard him talking to Jeremy. Like, doesn't New Perspective sound like a boy band from the '80s? Like New Perspective, like New Kids in the Block or something. So I thought of like making a meme of like with my face like 5 different times on some boy band.
That's so frightening. I imagine the whole band just is a clone of you. Is all look exactly like you.
Yeah, they all look like me.
That's the new perspective.
Coming at you.
It's you with like different
Funky new
looks.
grooves, right?
There's like a ginger you.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was gonna do with the meme. Maybe somebody else will make it now.
Oh man.
Got to get super looming hyena on that one.
Talented namers you need.
Yeah. I've been memed more than most people, I think, at this point.
You're the Bruce Lee deep fake.
That's a good one. I do have that.
Came out pretty good.
Yeah, I did. I got memed because of actually Snack had a lot to do with that. Right.
I memed you with a paint. I gave you a painting meme though. Come on,
Yeah,
that was the best
meme
You can't even
ever.
tell. You can't even tell people about it.
It was a real life meme that Snack drew of me. that was the funniest. That's the most we probably ever laughed in my life. Almost, it was one of those like moments that like.
Yeah, it's nearly to where I thought maybe I'd hurt myself. Wasn't sure. Didn't.
There's a whole story people probably don't want to hear.
Nah, but it just suffices to say it's the hardest I've ever laughed in my life.
Yeah.
Okay.
Still at Kenny's house. It's one of those things that's like I want to keep it the rest of my life, but I can't keep it because then it would be proof that
without the dude, I would
can't
never
let
had
me
the
go.
inspiration to make Saul laugh. Thank goodness.
And then it got redone like 100 times. That's the greatest thing. It's like that became like the platform for like oodles of more memes.
Yeah, no, but I think it'd be funny to like just have like if we had a flight simulator that you could illustrate the differences in your model without words and just be like, hey, try and land this plane on this video game.
Yeah,
and I'd be like,
right.
I know how to do that shit. Yeah,
Unlimited lives, but you crash every time.
It's no problem. I fly a real plane. I can do that. You can't.
Don't worry about the Earth spinning. It's the same thing.
I
It's
don't
just
worry
like
about
a still,
that. No,
but
you
it's
do in
spinning.
this game. In this game, you do. That's the rules. You can
Like,
turn the
just
globe controls on if you want easy, but
Yeah.
this is the way it really would be.
I just sent you the photo of the New Zealand sea egg or sea urchin, whatever you call it. That's what they look like here in New Zealand.
Mm-hmm.
Very similar. Eh?
Similar species, same species, different, well, different there. It's interesting if they're different there because of the water, the temperature or whatever, like creates a whole different type of structure to the spikes.
Yeah, well, the ocean changes like from down here to up to where you are. Well, there's a whole different it's a whole different ocean anyway. Yeah.
Yep, whole different set of creatures on land too.
Mm.
Is it soft, or are those kind of hard? They hard spikes, or are those softer?
Like because they're so tight together, it doesn't hurt your hand to hold it. But no, they're like soft bone, so they're if you let them dry, they become pretty dangerous needles. Yeah.
Think about that's your existence. You're just a sea urchin. Like this is ball of spikes. Like, are there eyes or anything? I mean, I have to look into this thing. Do they have any way of like knowing where they're going? Or are they just like, I'm a ball of spikes forever?
Looks like a giant spike proteins.
Got a lot of protection, just not a lot to do. No arms, no legs, no eyes.
Doesn't have any eyes. That's the only thing it got right is having spines.
Right? And a
And
porcupine's at least got the eyes and the legs. I don't know. Does it have eyes? Now I have to look into this thing.
You got that sea urchin flavored Red Bull. Sipping on it. Good.
Sea urchins lack eyes, but can see with their tentacle-like tube feet instead. Nice. They can see with their feet. Their tube feet.
See with their jelly brains. We were talking about eating gold earlier, or nutritionally, what that does or whatever. I didn't get to say, but I want to say that I think sheep brains are like the highest in naturally occurring gold that you can consume. Like,
is that right?
I believe so.
Huh. What do they say the reason for that is? Huh.
Supposed to be in like things that are purple too.
Okay.
Concord grapes, certain purple flowers, maybe even an eggplant skin. What do I know? But it's supposed to be
purple
like
and
a lot
gold
of different.
always looks really good together. That's for sure.
Well, wouldn't it be funny if the organic expression of gold is not yellow but purple?
Mm-hmm. Kind of like mercury being red before it becomes mercury.
Where it tastes like cinnamon? No, Cinnabar. No,
Cinnabar.
Which doesn't taste like cinnamon either. It tastes like
Don't taste like cinnamon to me.
Cinnabar does crunch. Anyway, so it's really crunchy. You spell crunch differently. You have to spell it differently. It's so crunchy. Crunch. Anyway,
that reminds me of last night. Did anyone catch the live stream from Chief Crow? It was good.
What's going on there?
Oh, Chief Crow just did a live stream last night. You know who he is, obviously.
Anyway,
I'll
gold
post
doesn't
it.
taste like anything. It tastes like metal. But you can like infuse it into water too, Mm-hmm. It's supposed to actually dissolve if you have gold drilling on. Some of the gold ions are entering your skin and your body and going through your circulatory system.
Yeah, metals being part of your system is a trip. How we need like a certain amount of metal, and it seems like you just disassociate metal from being organic.
Yeah, well, there are organic forms of metals. They're not metal,
Mhm.
metallic metal.
Right, right.
So, like our hemoflatin in our blood is made of iron.
I wonder if they could like if you could use a frequency to harden a metal in someone's body, like to change its state. You know, that could cause disease and stuff like that.
Just cause it to drop out. I don't know.
Like when you think about the calcification of the pineal gland, you know, you think about like a hard crust
I'm talking about
around
my
your pineal
gland.
gland.
Yeah. I don't know. Is calcifying maybe? I mean, but it could just be like it's just going on anyway. As you kind of oxidize. I don't know, man. I don't think that fluoride's especially good for it or anything, but it really like I don't know. I feel like just eating like a super clean diet, like I don't know, is decalcification somehow. Or I don't know.
Well, there's this whole idea that you know, the pineal gland and it opening up like literally like a pine cone is the thing that are keeping us from. Like there's a maturation stage of the pineal gland that we're kept from having to be calcified through these vaccinations or food diet, atmosphere, or whatever it is, you know, like that. It prevents us from ever reaching that stage of enlightenment that naturally should happen for all of us. Maybe if we live long enough, maybe that's part of the reason they shorten our lives and then also give us the chemicals.
Preventing us from delivering the seeds of our conscious minds.
Right? Like if that is true, that's a trip. Like that would make a lot of sense why they do what they do. If you can keep someone from developing and maturing to that stage where the pineal gland opens up and you get this sense of enlightenment or the sense of connection or whatever it does for you. That would make it like such a worse crime, really, you know.
I don't know. Do you think that that's like, are there components to like religion itself that like must run through that thing?
I don't know if it has all the makings that people speculate it does. It could be like the basis for our reality, you know, not coming to fruition in the way it naturally would.
I don't know. I feel like, you know, for all the archaic stuff I run into or whatever, that there's nothing like that really suggests that people were like going crazy wondering why the hell they're dreaming or what the hell they're dreaming about, you know? Look at the Morpheus god, you know, Lawrence Fishburne. He's the only one I can think of, you know, that really addresses it. But what other, like, I don't know of any other dream gods in any other cultures besides that. It's a weird, like, thing for people not to really address too much. I don't know.
It is weird why it's not a bigger deal. Like why we're not like, why isn't there a dream class in school where you're like, Here's we're gonna like focus on you know sleeping and the importance of half of our lives being taken up by this act that we act as just we think of it as a nuisance rather than something that should be a real focus of you know
Do you have
development.
your dream report? What did you do in your dreams last night, Billy? He's like, yeah, I was
All
flying.
right,
I was
yeah.
going to the circus. I was eating a chocolate cake. You're lying. You always lie. You always lie about your dreams. You lying bitch. Anyway, Susie, what was your dream? You know what I'm saying?
Little
But,
Johnny, tell us about your wet dream again. Go ahead, it's part of class.
Well, no. So we don't do it. We don't do it this way. We wouldn't teach people to dream this way, but we're definitely teaching them to dream in some other way. You know, either if it's by repetition, if it's by like, you know, film and video and music. It's like all these different images. You know what I mean?
Right.
Page out of a
Clogging
book.
up
I mean, you
our
associate all these
imagination.
things.
Yeah, right, and also dreaming of material accomplishments.
I don't know. Sometimes I find like when I'm like I'll sleep on it, and then I'll forget to think about it, and then the next time somebody asks me, I'm just like, oh yeah, I changed my mind.
Yeah, it is kind of strange. It seems kind of like you program yourself to figure stuff out while you're dreaming, but you don't like consciously do it, but you kind of know you're doing it, even if you don't like, you know, go through the steps of like, I'm going to do this.
I solved a mechanical problem, I think, in my dream one time, and I was like, that's a good brain I got.
Yeah. I've had
Really weird.
times where I needed to have an idea and I just decide that I'm going to figure it out in my dreams and then come up and then I wake up in the morning with the solution to it for sure. I have a project that I don't know what I'm going to do. Like I remember that one of the films I did in college. Like I don't know exactly what I'm going to do, but I'm going to figure it out while I sleep. And then I woke up and knew exactly what I wanted to do.
There was something I couldn't figure out that was like a routing that something had to go and twist and go around and stuff, and it was like getting all kinked up, and I couldn't figure out what was going on with that. And it was really important to figure this thing out for like this job thing. And but my dream was about a baby crawling this crazy thing, and I was like, what is this baby doing? Is this baby okay? Oh, you know, but it was doing that route. And then when I woke up I was like, fucking, what was that baby dream? I'm like, holy shit, that's how you do the thing, you know.
A baby figured it out for me.
It's not like that happens often, but that did happen.
So it was the path of the baby that kind of like led you to figure out that the path needed to be the baby's path.
Yeah, but it did not make any sense while I wasn't thinking that. And at any time while I was experiencing the dream, I was just like, oh my God, what's going on here?
I see. So it was like the perfect metaphor that it's like your brain figuring it out in a way
Right.
that
So what does that mean? Like,
remember
as smart as my brain might be, it still can't like just tell me that.
Right. Well, it's so smart that it needed to give you this like weird baby image so that it would know that you would remember it.
But then how would we teach people to dream if that's the way your dreams speak back to you? You know?
Yeah, I don't mean like a class where you teach people how to dream, but maybe just like focus on the importance of what, you know, what dreams might tell us or how they could be useful. Because we all have these experiences where it seems like dreams are connected to our reality more so than we give credit. So if that is the case, then maybe if we did focus more on using it, or
I think our dreams are like part of this coping process that we have. Like we could like be living all these kind of crazy existences, you know. We just happen to live one that's like fairly not savage or crazy, like, you know what I mean? Like we live in a not sci-fi reality. We live in a not horror movie reality, right? But if we did have to live these crazy ass other realities, we would still dream and we would still normalize it to ourselves and would still somehow cope with that. Like it's almost like our conscious minds would just like fall the fuck apart if we couldn't just like take a break. I'm gonna take a minute and then just like defragment, you know, sort of.
You're right though, with all the media bombardment that we have in our minds on a daily basis. Like think of how much more dreams might have meant to people without all that bombardment. Like if you have this like a crazy dream with all these things going on, it would be like more than any movie you've ever seen because you've never seen a movie. It might seem a lot more significant even if it wasn't.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's interesting because I've had like a whole dream where it was a movie starring Samuel L. Jackson that was never well, years later there was a movie that was made like this, but I had the whole dream of the whole thing, the whole plot line, and it was really weird. And then it's only a few times it's kind of happened that way. But like if I never knew Samuel L. Jackson, obviously I can't have a dream of him. I can't believe he's in a detective movie if I never thought that he would be.
Right. Yeah, that
But if
archetype.
so I can never truly imagine what it might like to be a primitive or indigenous person who has no exposure to these other things. All I know is the sound of the wind through the trees, or like what the river sounds like, and what it looks like. And I might dream of that river, or I might dream of those trees. And maybe there's real reality that can actually sort of occur because maybe I have a deeper connection to these real things. I'm not distracted by the Three Stooges. I don't need to know Mickey Mouse or Popeye or Mighty Mouse, or Mighty Mouse maybe he had a cousin. Anyway, this is like I don't need to know any of that stuff. That's irrelevant. It will never enter my dream space, just these naturalistic things. And I really wonder what it would be like to just have that much more pared down sensory memory.
Yeah, like like the fact that we're unconscious lends itself to the idea that there's a possibility that we are astral traveling, if you will, or that we're connected to the ether and somehow, experiencing the one consciousness in our dreams, right? And maybe that was more so the case before the bombardment of all the waves, like the static that it would be caused by all of the interference that's caused by our modern culture. Like maybe before it was more like tapping into the ether's collective consciousness when you dream.
Well, it's a normalizing thing too. I mean, just like from the if our normal setup is to like live in tribal, like not super huge groups, like if we're just supposed to be like nomadic tribal, whatever. But everybody goes to sleep pretty much the same time. Everybody got to wake up at the same time. You got to get up, do those things, keep yourself alive. So we're all going to sleep at the same time. Is it possible that people they're in this, they start normalizing their shit, they start sinking, their dreams start to sink the fuck up, and they're like, oh yeah, we have the same fucking dream, don't you? It's like, yeah, I have a dream that we don't fucking die tomorrow, John.
Right? Yeah, but I wonder if that's what I'm trying to say. Like, I wonder if the collective account of the dream realm would be more similar if there was like a pack of people that were away from all the interference of any kind of electrical fields or whatever around them.
Because it's not so woo, because it's like you still have that thing where it's like one person be like, I had a dream last night, about this, and then the other person will be like, oh, I also had a dream. We know about dreams. We're going to start talking about them, and they become part of what we think and what we eventually wind up like being prepared for, or you know what I mean? So it's like it's an interesting other side of the coin we never ever talk about. The dream world. Is the dream world flat or round?
I wonder if women, when they live together, if they also not only get their periods at the same time, but they also have similar dreams.
Yeah. But just all people, just because we're resonant, you got, I mean, like what happens like when you're like if we're supposed to have a magnetic field around us, like a bioelectric field or biomag. I don't know, whatever crazy word salad words describe what that thing. If it's a thing, right? Which I think it is a thing because I think I can feel things through that thing, or people can feel,
Vibes.
It's like I believe it. All right.
Yep.
Even if I can't prove it, it's fine. But what did you say it was?
Biofield.
Cool. All right. So yeah, did forget my point now, and I've stalled enough to where I'm sure of it. So yeah, there was a point to it. for sure. And I'm glad we
Like, are we
talked.
supposed to have like this? We have this biofield. We know it's like there's that brain waves exist, right? We think of them as brain waves. That there's signals that we can affect things to some degree. We can feel each other's energies and get a sense of like that aura or that frequency they emit. And there's the whole idea that you can see it on the Curlian photography. And even the idea that our memories are stored in this biofield instead of the brain. Then the astral traveling idea that kind of.
Oh yeah. So what happens when you're sleeping next to somebody and you have all this stuff going on? You're taking a nap, or you got your wife or your man wife or whatever you got, and you're just like, we're gonna sleep. Or sometimes you might have to sleep next to somebody just for warmth. Who knows? Maybe it's nothing to do with coupledom. But you're the field, and then you're sleeping too. You know what I mean? So like,
right?
what goes?
There's got to be some kind of interaction.
There's not a
hippy
dippy book or weird German psychologist that's even touched on these kinds of things. I don't think.
Yeah, you'd think that would be a whole thing. Like, are you compatible in your dream world? Like people get divorced, they don't know why. They don't know why they're not compatible. Like that, like everything's perfect. Like they got married, but somehow they're just not dream compatible.
But unconsciously, I'm a real passive aggressive person. Just
Right?
really agree with him.
Right?
That's it.
It could be that. It could be exact. I wouldn't be surprised if they somehow they could figure that out and realize
we have
that.
to go to our unconscious dream counselor session.
Yeah, right.
Talk. Let's.
The marriage dream counselor. I bet that's a real thing. To be honest, you're right though. Right next to somebody sleeping every night, there's got to be some kind of.
It's real. It's real in LA.
Sharing of
It's real in LA.
The unconscious realm there.
Imagine the divorce court. Oh, it doesn't work. It didn't work.
Well, this all happened while we were dreaming, but I know what she meant.
But now we just agreed to disagree.
Right.
Unconsciously.
After we started sleeping in separate rooms, everything was great from there on.
It really took the magic out of it.
Well, maybe think how some people do dream practices where they like write in their journal like what they want to solve in their dream, like maybe an issue or an actual intention, and they actually get like pretty incredible results. Like whether they have an actual dream related to it or just whether this seems to like help shift the energy. So what if like a couple did that? You know, they have like different issues or tensions with each other, their fights or something. What if they both like set some intention to while they're dreaming, like next to each other, to like work it out in the dream state?
Wow, yeah, that's another level to it for sure.
This is actually fairly plausible.
Yep.
I mean, because at least you can talk about it too. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. Because it's like you'll be like, oh yeah, I did have a dream, or I didn't have a dream. And then one person can definitely make up that they had the dream just to like make the other person feel better. Okay. There's lots of room for this to work.
Right.
I would if it was if my relationship was depending on it. I'd just make
Well,
up
if you
that
wanted to
I
get
did
out
have
of
a
a
dream about that
relationship,
thing that I said I would have a dream about. Wow.
If this was like a thing that people thought was a thing, it'd be the perfect way to get out of a marriage or a relationship. Like, well,
Get out. I don't know.
It's
like
your dreams.
It helps repair deeper things, though. I think.
Yeah.
If you honestly do it, then maybe it could actually really work.
Yeah, I think there's a whole field here that if it hasn't already been studied and buried, it should be studied more and used.
Yeah, I mean, maybe people have like different like sleep rest. I mean, whatever they do, like sleep studies, right? They measure your brain waves and temperature and all that stuff. But do they compare like where they're when people sleep together, if they're resting better or worse or anything?
Well, I'm sure that they've done studies where they could try to get somebody to dream something, and then like by sending a signal at them as they're dreaming or an image, somehow trying to like, induce an idea and then see if like when they wake up, if they remembered that idea. even if you were just talking to them directly while they're sleeping.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's just the intention of it is important. If you do the intention of having the dream, and then you just naturally have a dream to talk about, then you can have dialogue about that thing. But from a perspective that is sort of a little bit removed from yourself, you know? Like when we have a dream, it's not like, oh yeah, I intended to dream all that shit. Like, oh man, that was fucking awesome. I'm gonna do that again tomorrow, but better.
Right.
Like, you know,
It
they're
does
kind of
feel
things
like you
that
could
happen
do
to
that.
us.
It does feel like you can program yourself to come to solve something as you're dreaming. You know, it's like you're going to like this mystical land of you know, ether creatures to find the answers. Right?
Yes. I swear sometimes, like, do you remember like the end in the Dark Materials thing, like where they're going up through the underworld, and there's those creatures that just like, yeah, what the fuck is going on? Yeah, you know, they're like
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
Like
Mhm.
like the R value is this. So your thing can be this. You know, they're like
Yeah. They're like ballers.
they have the energy. They have baller energy, bro. Like
They
whether or
do.
not that they're like demonic wing creatures that are like guarding
It'll
an
never
infrared of some
work.
sort. They just
Everything's
sound
all
the
figured
same.
out. Yeah.
Like
Yeah,
that's how they
they
wrote,
really
or
do. Well, you were
they
going
wrote
there.
them.
That's what you were going to say. Ballers?
Yeah.
Did I get what you were going to say before you said
Yeah,
it?
totally. Yeah. We've never had this combo before.
No, we never have.
I was just
We're on
thinking
the
like,
same
oh
wavelength,
wow.
that's for sure.
Because there's like they'll gang up and they'll just take the one person on or whatever and just be like, yeah,
Yeah.
why about this? You never went to college. Yes.
Right.
Like, wow, you guys are just like how somebody depicts like these demonic beings who like try to guard people from ascending out of the deeper whatever confusing hell that they actually were in this little pocket dimension.
Right.
I'm like, wow.
Like Ruhif jumping in earlier. A new perspective. How is it that you don't get this? A spinning ball would be just like a stationary Earth. Why don't you get that? Are you stupid? Like, wait a minute. You're saying it's the exact same, and you're saying I don't get something. The gaslighting is palpable in here sometimes. Palpable.
Yeah, I'm still thinking something about whatever Left Lane said the other day. He's like, so you could take 2 points on the ground, and you could, if you just any, not even a given known distance away from each other, and then just look at the ISS passing over, and take the difference in angle between when somebody is seeing it, and then they like let the other person know that they saw it, and then they check their angle. And he said from that data, you could determine the height and then also the
Like
speed of the...
triangulation of the ISS from 2
I'm
points.
pretty sure it's not enough info to go on, you know. I'm still thinking about it. I'm pretty sure that what he said, there's just not enough info to complete the picture here, you know. And I'm going to keep thinking about it. But I also don't like that if somebody's going to throw that out there, like where there's actually not enough info, and then assert that that's exactly what it is because I went to college, because I went to university. I know this. Like, there's no great, no degree is going to back up an empty and poor thought out explanation of something or an example.
Right. If you're talking common sense, the degree is.
So that
really
should be what one of the demonic beings do. They're like, yeah, no, we can prove that you can't go up any higher than this. This is what it is. You know?
The consensus says that common sense isn't important.
That's a good one. Yeah, that sounds like one of. That's funny.
We've all
Nothing against
agreed common
ballers.
sense is ridiculous.
But yeah, I do think that the world that we dream in is pretty important too.
Has to be. Half our lives. Almost literally half our lives.
How much of the time are you tired and you're like, oh man, I wish I could go to sleep and I'm still awake? That doesn't count.
Yeah.
There's times when you wish you were asleep.
Count? There's daydreams. Do they count? Or, you know, like
Oh man.
Times where you're just like,
what about my vision board? Does that count?
right. Yeah, it does seem like the whole schedule thing, and then being woken up to alarms and the amount of REM state you actually get, and all those things should be like very
It only
valued.
takes a second though. Like you have a whole bit of conscious. Like, do dreams even take the time that they feel like they don't? Right?
No,
Like you slept
I
for 8
guess not.
hours, but your dream itself that you remember as the little
Just the
memento.
one before you wake up. That's the only one you remember usually.
Well,
Think about if you could
I don't
remember
know.
all of them. How many dreams do they say you have? You have like several dreams a night, throughout that 8 hour, or throughout the REM state. Like, think about if somehow you could like remember all of them rather than just the last one. And even that last one's fleeting as soon as you wake up. Like, if you don't write it down right away.
Sometimes, like I'll be listening to this podcast, like I'm in the drift off, and it's like I know exactly why the person's wrong, and it's like in my head I'm there, and I'm ready to like, but it's like I have to fold my brain in like 3 times or something like that. But I'm so far back in my subconscious that like I'm not gonna wake up, except that like sometimes I do, just like at the last second, because like right before I fall into complete brain, it's like, whoa, what the fuck, I hate that happens. Also, it's very jarring, but that's the only time. But I can't remember the thought process either. But I know that it occurred like in some point in time, like where I'm taking all these ideas and just like they became something, or I started to think about them in a deeper way, but it's like I could never process it and still remain conscious. I couldn't use those powers together. I can't use both sides. But I'm sure I could do something with that in my dreams, hyper brain space, or whatever it is, where I'm dreaming and I can do whatever I want to do if that's what's happening. You know what I'm saying? But we pull like our intelligence from this reservoir of other intelligence, like because the waking daily mundane world, it doesn't require 1,000% of us.
Yeah, it does seem like that we definitely have like the soup that we all are kind of feeding off of an unconscious state, that does like our ideas aren't necessarily just our own ideas, but it's an amalgamation of everyone's thoughts in a way. Another thing you can't prove, that just seems like that has to be the way it is.
I just think that there might be like mental processes that we have, ways that we think about or consider away things, in comparisons that it's so crazy that it's not regular consciousness. It's like in some other way that we can't even be checked in here while that deep brain shit is going on, like a deeper type of thinking that's just incompatible with being conscious and walking and talking.
Right.
Because aren't you pretty much shutting off all that other stuff, like all your, you know what I mean? Like we're running a lot of extensions here, all your nerve endings, all your sensory stuff. And you shut that all off. Like now you have 100% of your, like something inside can pay attention to just the things that are there.
Right.
You can like leave like night watch, on the limbs, just, we're sleeping on the arm. It's totally numb now. We got to roll over. Wake the consciousness up.
It's weird how the cycle is. Like, you'd think that like you if you had like the difference between one day and the next, like you, even if you exert way less energy one day, your sleep cycle's still the same. Like you almost think that there'd be like a direct relationship between how hard you work or how much energy you exert during the day and how much sleep you need. Right? But like you kind of sleep just about the same amount of time, regardless of how much energy you actually use during the day, or how much you exert yourself. I think there is, though, with how hard you sleep. Like when you're like really exhausted, how deep your sleep is. It seems like there's a deeper sleep rather than like you just sat on the couch all day.
Yeah. Well, it's like, well, I mean, yeah, dreams are like repair for our brains, right?
Yeah, it's very healing. It's definitely a healing thing. I think there was probably another thing that they've totally, like obviously they've made it like not like a nuisance. Sleep is more of a nuisance than a repairing, healing, important thing. But there's probably a time like, not only did they access the ether, but their dreams were totally about the ether and the connection through the ether in your dream states, especially with your local community or tribe or whatever.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, like, where people are so connected and so dependent upon each other, and not, whatever, Nabisco and Sony, and like none of those things they're not part of the tribe, right? Coca-Cola is out of the tribe. We don't even know about that. We're just, you know what I mean? Like every person is a piece of technology. Every person can do a thing that could maybe save everyone. So. And that kind of like interdependency, I think different types of psychological transforms go on. I think maybe, some types of dormant survival techniques where like the dreaming part of it can kind of act as a sort of like another tribal member almost. It becomes its own, like conscious will. Even like I don't think we know this intention, like. And we're sort of frightened by it, but I think we all internally know that that's true.
Yeah. There are just like a list of things that seem like intuitively we all realize it. Like just like the collective consciousness to begin with. Like we
it's
can't
like this,
prove it, but we all kind of know that there.
Yeah. I don't want to say it's like definitely Lord of the Flies, because that really feels like some old timey psyop stuff in a way. Because it kind of primes you that like people are just doomed for chaos and destruction or whatever, if left on their own. So I don't really like that, but it is like that is the aspect of like how core things can be.
Lord of the Flies,
but they just wouldn't be like that in normal,
Yeah,
modern
I think
society.
that's why those stories were given to us a lot. And there's a whole thing about the, cultural appropriation of these things and how we automatically assume that we would act like survival of the fittest and start killing each other if we didn't have a leader. We have to have one person that represents what we think, and all of that whole thing, that whole idea that if you were like 20 kids left randomly on an island, this is the way it would work out because we're all tribal by nature. But really, I think that it would be like they would all find a way to get along and have a peace and harmony, and a lot longer if they didn't have somebody inducing some kind of psyop on them to be prejudiced against a certain group of the other kids and trying to, wield their power to their advantage.
And then this can take us back to the whole pineal gland control of dreaming, or or the like,
Yeah, like if dreaming is a part of that maturation of the pineal gland, it would make sense because that's supposedly where the DMT comes from directly for the dreams.
Yeah. It's weird people don't have like dreaming like cycles. Like you mentioned women aligning in cycles. I mean, maybe people if they're just sleeping in cycles, then it's like their dreams might align. But there's not any kind of like. I mean, there's a connection to the moon and dreams. Is there a thing of that? Maybe Gio knows about some astrology and dreaming.
I'm sure he does.
You would think that is totally the type of thing that might influence things.
Yeah, like where it's the energy of the actual planet that the alignment of the planets, then like they kind of like take over in that state, like almost like that's where that harmony continues. And yeah, there's like a whole thing about the cycles of the moon, and like it's supposed to be like not the day that you were born that's more important, but the day you were conceived, and then it's all about the moon rather than the sun.
Actually, so So yeah, so if women do have a cycle anyway, and then their hormone levels will change, and then they will probably have different dreams. Like, I had a nightmare, you know.
Sure, you would expect it all to
Oh,
be
you had a
related.
nightmare? Are you okay? You know, but
Yeah.
it does alter, you know, whatever the balance is with any kind of collective of people, you know, within their thoughts or whatever. So
For
maybe
sure.
it does. Maybe it does all kind of like, you know, go back to that. Most basically.
Yeah.
And then
That would
so
make perfect sense.
evolutionarily, you could say that perhaps we have built-in adaptations that let us know things like through this. Yeah.
Like
Things about time
there's like
and
so much
season.
potential there.
Hello.
It's weird. Yeah, but I do think
My
like whatever
headphones just went out.
intelligence we have like in our conscious lives, it should be that we can apply that in a unconscious way, right?
Yeah. It seems like it seems like there should be a lot more people that are like, you know, lucid dreaming and getting answers that way, or, you know, analyzing each other's dreams, or sharing dream stories, or, you know, figuring out like, or even like the idea of like a pretend friend when you're little, you know, or like they have in his dark materials where they have their demon. That's kind of like their imaginary friend that goes along with them, like their spirit guide or whatever, like their animal that they like, you know, you'd have a dream spirit, a dream demon, you know, or whatever, that you would like maybe even develop like a relationship with, that like you would see your dreams as like
It's going off the rails
this
now.
ether
Your
gnome,
perspective.
the ether gnome that you visit on a regular basis, and he continues to give you more answers to, you know, the deeper secrets of this existence.
I've had a 12-year dream relationship with an ether gnome, and all of the secrets of time travel. This is how I use
Right?
microwaves
It
now.
seems like there might be answers that we're not getting, and that's why they calcify our pineal gland more than anything.
All I want to say is like, you know, like there's different cognitive modes and different, you know, things, and not maybe some people are actually work better in different like brain states. You know, they might be less tuned to work great in alpha state, but maybe like beta state they're actually super good. Not really sure how that works, but is IQ limited to when I can take an IQ test? Because there's no IQ test they can give me while I'm dreaming. But am I smarter or dumber when I'm dreaming?
There we go.
Can other people just be closet geniuses? They don't know this shit, you know, until they go to sleep. And they're like, oh man,
Right. No, there's
E
something
equals
to
MC
that.
squared. Which
I felt like
counts.
I've come up with things that I didn't know in regular consciousness, that I answered and somehow knew and figured out unconsciously, that I'd never even studied literally in my conscious life. But it's like, oh, it's a real thing. And then how does that happen? Or premonitions that I seem to have confirmed by telling somebody about the dream that I knew was different than other dreams. When I was younger, I used to have those where I was like, oh, this is the dream that's like the premonition dream.
Deja voodoo.
Yeah, deja voodoo dreams. There's a whole study, there's a whole list of things that could be explored here, that you would think, if it's half of our lives that are taken up by these things, would be more of a focus. Even though there's probably a lot out there that we're not even aware is a focus.
Or sometimes, I don't know. It might just be that like we like there is like this reservoir of like like super genius that everybody has, and most of our conscious like mundane lives, like we're kind of shut off or desensitized or like whatever, boxed out of accessing that in a flow state. But like when you're dreaming, obviously it can all be different. But it's almost like you see people do things sometimes that are just impossible, but they just learn it. It's like a trick, you know, or you know, it could be a skateboard trick. You're like, that's impossible what you just did. You know, that's what it's called. Dude. It's called not possible. It's also Denali switch foot. Anyway, that the idea being that like in some way we can pull these strands of information from this deeper source and then start to apply them, so you can get a great ability. Some people can like eye distances like a quarter inch, they're 30 feet away, you know what I mean, they can see that's almost impossible, but people can do it. It's just like a skill, right? But it's like almost like that's borrowing from the deeper intelligence that's going on. That's what I think.
Yeah, like you're in tune with the frequency. Like when you're dreaming, you're not struggling. Maybe you have dreams of struggling.
It's just
but
like computation
you're in the flow.
power. We don't necessarily need all the computation power that our brain can deliver. And if we could, we'd probably feel tired afterwards and need a nap if you had to use your brain that much all at once. So I think we're using a setup of how our brain can, a mode of how our brain can work is working for the day and for regular activity and motor movement, all that stuff, hand-eye coordination, active response rate. But that's not like the deep part of our intelligence or deep part of our conscious understandings. They're not necessarily accessed just to go whatever, go get a pizza. Are you thinking like on the drive home, your brain's blank, you know what I mean? You're not even thinking about where you're driving, yet you're piloting a vehicle. You're just, oh yeah, it was a quick trip. You're just off somewhere else,
Have you ever had a flat Earth debate dream? I know you have. I have.
No, not really.
No, I had one this morning. In fact, it
That I
was
can remember.
strange because I got up and started arguing about it. But it was one of those things that was so weird in the way it was like the metaphor I was creating with like these peeling. It was like almost like this big ball, like the Earth, but it was like in the air and like, but we could touch it, and I was kind of peeling back the layers of the ball, kind of like the peeling back the layers of the onion, or some kind of like I can't remember the details enough now, but I know it was something like that, and I wish that I had, consciously tried to remember it when I woke up, because I think we do that a lot. Like we know what the
like
dream
an Earth
was.
onion. You
It
just
was
peel
like
the
too
onion
weird.
off, and there's like
I
another
was
Earth.
peeling the
underneath.
onion off the Earth in the air, like this big ball in the air. I was just peeling back the layers.
Was there another Earth underneath it, or was
No,
it like
I
dirt?
don't know. I'm just saying that's as close as I can get to remembering anything about it.
Yeah, I think the only one I can remember in recent memory about it was like I think I was in a dream maybe on the stream or something like it, and I was saying that I was talking about the color orange, and then Left Lane came in and said orange is not a color. All right. And that's
And then you said what? He goes, "Aren't you glad I didn't say banana?"
And I just had no idea what to say after he told me that was not a color, and I was like, "What do you want me to do with that?" I'm pretty sure it's.
Sounds like Illuminati to me.
I know, isn't that funny too?
Yeah. Is that true? Is that something that people think orange is not a color?
No.
Why did Left Lane say that?
I don't know. My dream is irrational. It just feels like he
Oh,
irrationally
it's your dream,
contradicts
okay.
things that I think that I'm pretty sure of.
It makes about as much sense as everything else Left Lane says.
It's like a thing he would do to me in real life, but not actually. Like, not actually about that thing, but it was close.
It's just like saying that flying over a stationary Earth is just the same thing as spinning. You don't have to worry about any of that spinning. Just fly and land. Yeah, it's spinning, of course. There's nothing to worry about, though. And orange isn't a color on top of that.
It's just the certitude and authority with which he says it that makes me pause.
You just go up in the air, and you got a target. That's where your runway is going to be. Well, not really where it's going to be. Actually, it's going to be several thousand miles different than where it actually is, where you're thinking about it. But when you go there, it's there. Still there, but it wasn't really where it was when you actually started off. It's going to be in a different spot, but you're going to still land as if it was there. Same thing.
Oh, yeah.
I was thinking during that whole discussion, if you had if you were taking off from somewhere in the northern latitudes and flying towards the equator, and the difference in the whole tangential speed, What if you had a headwind of like 500 miles an hour, coming at you? Would you never get to the equator? Or by the time you got to the equator, would you just be like flying in place?
Yeah, if the winds were really affecting the plane in the way they have to think of it.
And you would never get to the equator.
Well, yeah, think about if you're like on a, like, how they have a tapered running starting point for the people on the inside track as opposed to the outside, right? Now, if the person on the outside, like say you take one lap around, right? And you're the person on the outside, when you get to this point where you're tapered again, like you're hitting those exact same points you started at, but the person on the outside is running 1,000 miles an hour and you're only running 500 miles an hour, right? Now your goal is to eventually catch that person that's running 1,000 miles an hour in a circle, right? And you're only going at 500. How much are you going to have to increase your speed to catch that person that's still